Chapter 341. Ji-sun sneaked into Hsinchu City smoothly. While other investigators still needed to hide, he changed his clothes and walked on the street. Pollution in heavy industrial cities is very serious, and the air is filled with the pungent smell of coal smoke. Ji-sun walked on the street wearing a gas mask like other pedestrians. Although it was late at night, Hsinchu City was full of mechanical factories working in 2 shifts, and a large number of workers strolling after get-off work could be seen on the streets at any time. Here are the cheapest mechanical products in the entire Federation. Recently, due to the war, the government has lifted the purchase restrictions, and many outsiders come to the city to buy mechanical equipment. The streets are lined with various mechanical parts shops and modification shops. The windows are full of various strange mechanical equipment. Ji-sun walked along and looked at them along the way, and he was full of emotion in his heart. Mechanical technology is developing really fast. Volcano 3 type magic artillery, God of Killer 2 magic breaking lightsaber, Behemoth steam siege hammer, T-119 single soldier mechanical exoskeleton, these once military restricted equipment, can now be bought everywhere on the street. Being able to buy it means that the military's equipment technology level is higher. And there are many things in the store that he has never seen before. He took a look at the advertisements at the door of the store, and there are many advanced mechanical weapons that can threaten 3rd and 4th level card masters. Most of these are ancient machines made by developing the old continent with blueprints. Ji-sun took a few glances and didn't look at it again. The shortcomings of the mechanical equipment are still obvious. The power is enough, but it can't solve the problem of operator safety. It was just a mechanical exoskeleton that could not completely cover the body, and there were too many fatal flaws. If it was a heavy armor, mobility would still be a big problem. It was far from the level of the Titan armor that Ji-sun had seen in the Augustus Mausoleum before. The main force of the 9th Legion would arrive in at most an hour, and Ji-sun had to find the Song family as soon as possible. However, as he walked, he soon discovered some abnormalities. Now he was considered a professional spy, so it was easy for him to see that there were many comparable colleagues on the street. These guys looked like workers, hunters, or other people, but they looked at people on the street from time to time. These were professionally trained intelligence personnel. Are they coming for the Song family? Or is there a secret production of Titan machinery in the factory here? Ji-sun thought about it, and realized that these professional spies could only be from the Orin royal family. No matter what the situation was, with such tight defenses in the city, the situation of the Song family was not optimistic. Thinking of this, Ji-sun did not delay, and rode his motorcycle to Polona Street a few blocks away, and found a bar called Beale Worker Tavern Small Shop. This is the safe house that Catalina said she could contact Song Can. When he entered the room again, Ji-sun was already dressed in a worker's outfit covered in oil. He glanced at the drinkers in the room, and naturally mixed in with the workers who were drinking. He walked to the bar, pulled out a high stool and sat down, and called the bartender a glass of Iron Rain. The bartender didn't look at him much, and quickly brought a glass of dark liquor. Ji-sun paid with a triangular banknote, and then lit a cigarette for himself. The bartender watched his series of actions, and a strange color appeared in his peripheral vision. He quickly took out a piece of paper from the bar, and handed it over. Ji-sun glanced at it calmly. The content was a normal letter. But in his eyes, those handwritings were arranged again according to a special pattern, and suddenly there were other contents. Brother Ji-sun, when you see this letter, I may have been in trouble. Ji-sun looked at the beginning of the letter, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Almost in a blink of an eye, Ji-sun finished reading the whole letter. The letter was left by Song Can, explaining the situation of their Song family being targeted by the Orlan royal family. The most important purpose was to leave some things of the Song family. Ji-sun was not surprised at all by Song Can's arrangement. That guy obviously arranged several backup plans, and this was the last one, so that he could get the secret treasure of the Song family in case all the others failed. But Ji-sun saw more than just this. His thoughts raced all of a sudden. This Starfall city is now secretly manufacturing some parts of the Titan armor. From this point of view, there must be masters from the Orlan royal court stationed in the city. And the intelligence department of the southern continent is definitely not stupid. It is very likely that they have received some directional intelligence, which is why they attacked several military targets including Starfall City this time. So, it is not just the 9th Legion, it is very likely that the top masters of the southern continent have been prepared for a long time, waiting for the Titan machine to appear and then come out to kill it. TSK, interesting. Ji-sun instantly deduced several threads of development of the event in his mind. It looks like 2 separate events. 1. Song family. 2. Ninth Legion attack. But in fact, because of some underground secret foundry, the two events are just involved together. Ji-sun even speculated that the ultimate goal of this military operation might not be to eliminate several mechanical cities. What those people in the South Continent really want to solve is the Titan mechanical armor. The Orlan Royal Court has successfully implemented several decapitation tactics using Titan machinery before, severely damaging several pioneer groups in the South Continent. But this tactic can never be used all the time. Once the frequency of occurrence increases, the people of Nandalu will definitely be able to analyze from the battle report that there are not many mechanical armors. Of course, they will find a way to completely solve this problem. Ji-sun has intelligence from many sources, and it is easy to infer this information when it is gathered together. Thinking of this, he is not panicked. It seems that the situation of the Song family may not be so difficult. Now that the East Wilderness is isolated from the Old Continent, the masters of the Alliance army over there cannot come over. Ji-sun had thought that he might not be able to handle the Song family's affairs alone. Now it seems that there is hope. It's dangerous anyway, so it's better to make a difference. Ji-sun made a decision and left the tavern. The matter was urgent, and he didn't care about the two suspicious stalkers behind him. Ji-sun walked to the alley next to the tavern and easily found a fist-sized iron lump at the sewer entrance pointed by the letter. This is the secret treasure of the Song family. He didn't wonder what it was, so he just put it away. At the entrance of the alley, two stalkers were about to follow up to see what was going on, but the shadow in the dark had already quietly slit their throats. The bodies slumped in the darkness. Ji-sun walked on the street again. Everything was normal in the city now, which meant that there was no major problem with the Song family for the time being. Maybe he was under house arrest. It could also be that the Song family and the Oran royal family had not yet torn their faces apart. Ji-sun didn't know what Song Kan's plan was, but he could guess that if the fat man wanted to escape, what he needed most now must be someone who could attract the attention of the Oran royal family in the city. Thinking of this, Ji-sun already had a plan. He jumped up and jumped onto the tall tower of the factory nearby. There was a loudspeaker in the communication room here to inform people of work and get off work. Ji-sun took out two cards and shot them into the sky without hesitation. Then, boom, boom, two thunderous flares exploded throughout the Starfall city. In the sky, fireworks in the shape of a fire dragon exploded, as dazzling as the sun. At the same time, several mushroom clouds exploded not far away. At this time, Ji-sun cleared his throat and shouted into the loudspeaker, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" After this panicked shout, the whole factory area began to commotion, and soon it spread like a domino effect, spreading to the entire city. If it was just Wolf is coming, perhaps no one would believe it after a short panic. But the actual situation is that 200 South Continent Pioneer Scouts really mixed into the city. And the card that Ji-sun just flew out was the assembly signal of the 9th Legion. Meaning, a major target has been discovered. Act in advance. The city will be massacred in an hour. If we make some trouble now, some people in the city may escape. And Song Kan's side is also the best opportunity. On the other side, not long after coming out, Mr. Geo attracted a group of Orlan agents to take a walk together. The old man was racking his brains to think about how to make some noise to create a better chance for the master to escape. But he never expected that the sudden explosion disrupted his plan. Not only Mr. Geo was stunned, but the agents were also confused. Looking at the flares in the sky, everyone was confused. The first reaction was, such a low-level diversion? Mr. Geo frowned, thinking that Song Kan had other plans. But this plan is too crude, right? Although the noise is loud, the guards in the city will soon confirm that there is no enemy, which will arouse suspicion and expose the evacuation plan. Agent Orlan also had the same reaction. They didn't even think about paying attention, but instead stared at Mr. Geo, who was already suspicious. However, no one expected that the next second, accidents would follow. On. The high-pitched dragon roars rang out in all parts of the city. Military orders are like mountains. No matter what happened, the 200 vanguards of the 9th Legion rushed up as soon as they saw the assembly signal. No matter where they were, they began to assemble in the direction of the signal. This was a big noise. The city guards immediately discovered it. The two sides immediately started fighting. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical warriors were fighting with a lot of noise. At this moment, everyone in the city realized that the enemy was really coming. The vanguard group was almost all level 3 and 4 card masters, and there were many level 5 squad leaders, and one level 6. After the level 6 Dragonborn transformed, their combat power was half a level higher than that of an ordinary level 6 card master. This kind of existence must be a legend, or it will cost a lot of deaths to pile up, otherwise no one can deal with it. But there are only a few masters above the level of legend in the entire East Wilderness. And a city of the size of Falling Star City has at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000. How could it be such a coincidence that it happened to be here? The 6th-ranked Deputy Legion Commander also got the same information. He transformed into a red dragon and soared in the sky recklessly, relying on his dragon scales to resist various artillery spells, and the dragon flames were sprayed everywhere. In a blink of an eye, the city was full of flames. Mr. Geo saw this, although he didn't know what happened, but he couldn't miss the opportunity. Now that the chaos was over, he could evacuate openly. At the same time, Songkin in the underground factory got the news first. But as the messages from the guards became more and more exaggerated, the fat man was confused. Mr. Geo was so powerful. He actually made a plan for the enemy to attack the city? How did he do it? Before he could figure out anything, the city was in chaos. Run away! The enemy is coming! It doesn't look like there are many enemies. Why are you running? You know shit. If the enemy dares to attack, the main force must be behind. Moreover, mechanical technology is taboo in the southern continent. Other cities can surrender and become slaves after being captured, but we mechanics will surely die. It will be too late if we don't run now. The dragon's might has an irresistible deterrent effect on low-level card masters and ordinary people. The whole city was filled with dragon roars, and the residents were trembling with fear. People didn't have much sense of belonging to the Oran royal court, and they didn't want to die for the new king. The first reaction was of course to run away. The thing that the mechanical city lacked the most was motorcycles. Almost as soon as the battle started, countless motorcycle steam boilers of motorcycles, armored vehicles, and troop carriers roared and rushed into the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of people fled out of the city, as if they had expected this day to come. Seeing this scene, the people of the Oran royal court in the city were also caught off guard. Originally, it would not be difficult for them to clear out the enemy, which numbered less than 200, by taking advantage of the number of people in the city. But they never expected that the residents in the city would not show any signs of resistance and just flee directly. Not only the residents, but also the city guards, who were fighting fiercely with the vanguard group, saw this scene and immediately gave up resistance, and followed the chaotic crowd to break out. The people of the southern continent were also extremely surprised by this scene. There were hundreds of thousands of residents in the city, and the 200 people of the 9th Legion had originally planned to fight to the death. But they never thought that the 200 of them would cause hundreds of thousands of people to flee. However, this kind of result was not what they wanted. This time, they were going to massacre the city. Acting in advance meant that the combat goal was not achieved. The 6th-ranked Deputy Legion Commander was also confused, and he didn't understand which bastard had fired the assembly signal flare before. However, the next moment, he understood that the flare was set correctly. If it were normal days, these 200 people might really be able to capture Starfall City, but the current situation is that there is a Titan foundry of the Orlan Royal Court in this city. Not only are there security forces on the surface, there are also experts. The residents can run, but the experts of the Orlan Royal Court cannot just run away when they see the enemy coming. Moreover, there are a large number of important personnel and equipment data that have not been transferred in time. They preconceive that since the enemy has already attacked here, they must have grasped some accurate intelligence. So they dared not delay at all, and had to eliminate these enemies as soon as possible. When the reconnaissance team of more than 200 people gathered somewhere in the southern city following the signal sent by Ji-sun, they had no idea that a burst of pleasant singing suddenly sounded in the air. Like a choir singing? In the tense battlefield, this scene of music seemed particularly strange. The 6th-level Deputy Legion Commander also realized that it was not good when he heard the singing, and shouted, "Everyone be careful." His instinct made his hair stand on end, but he didn't know where the danger came from. Southeast, catch the person. Yes. A team surrounded the house where the chorus sound came from. Before they got close, they seemed to hear the announcement of the theater. Please listen to my play. This play is the Lament of the Funeral. The scout team's face changed when they heard it, and they didn't dare to get close. A dozen spell cards flew over. The cards turned into red dragon breaths in an instant, and the extremely high temperature even burned and twisted the void, and instantly melted the steel house into molten iron. The people of the southern continent were not relieved when they saw this, but were all shocked. Because they saw a light blue-green barrier in the house that was safe and sound. And in the barrier, a band was performing. Looking closely, those actors shaking their heads were not people at all. Instead, they were creaking puppets. At this moment, A man in a tuxedo completely ignored the besiegers and continued to direct calmly, chanting, "The secret of magic, blade and weapon funeral." The puppet band also laughed strangely, and the rhythm of the instruments in their hands suddenly became inspiring and deadly. The sound was piercing. In a trance, dozens of people around seemed to see the notes condensed into objects in the air, turning into ghostly swordsmen, slashing at them. Those people in the southern continent instantly felt the great terror of death, and they were terrified and wanted to block it. However, the swords penetrated their bodies and crushed their souls. The dozens of people who were close to them didn't even have time to escape, and their expressions froze on their faces. They were already dead. The sound waves were still spreading rapidly like ripples, and people fell down in unison like wheat being cut. The 6th level Deputy Legion Commander, who was retreating violently, when he saw the bad situation did not completely escape the range of the sound wave attack, and spit out a mouthful of old blood. He looked at the man in a tuxedo, who was commanding the puppet legion in front of him, and couldn't hide his horror. On a high tower far away from the battlefield, Ji-sun looked at the familiar scene, and a playful smile rose on his lips. This sonic attack can ignore defense. No matter how thick the dragon scales are, it is completely useless. It can be considered a professional restraint. It was no one else. It was the god of play Domingo, who had seen one of the 4 knights of the king. In the blink of an eye, Domingo controlled the puppet army and rushed towards the dozens of surviving people of the 9th Legion. Even though he was alone, he still played an exaggerated posture of surrounding dozens of opponents by himself. Killing people is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Ji-sun looked at the scene and was amazed. The puppets formed an army, and one person slaughtered the city. It really lives up to his reputation. Magic Master. This occupation sequence is not only good at fighting one against many, but also has extraordinary individual combat power. Don't look at the fact that Domingo was beaten by Gong Wu and had no temper. But ordinary legends will most likely die if they meet him. For example, this 6th level Legion Commander in front of him. Normally, this guy can easily kill ordinary 6th level human card masters when he transforms into a dragon. Even if he faces a legend, he won't necessarily lose in a short time. But he happened to meet this guy. Battle formation defense, battle formation charge, sound waves, poison gas, mechanism, control, spells, everything. 100 puppets, more than 1,000 methods. There is always one that can restrain the opponent. It was obviously a one-on-one, but the 6th level Legion leader felt that he was fighting 1 against 100, and was beaten back by Domingo. Ji-sun looked excited. The last time the puppet army was broken too easily by Gong Wu, and he didn't see the puppet army show its true strength. Now I know that the fighting power is so outrageous. It is no exaggeration. Anyone who fights Domingo alone is a whole army. The advantages of the puppets are superimposed, the shortcomings are complementary, and the control is the same. It is simply impeccable. This made Ji-sun curious, but then again, what is this secret method of controlling more than 100 puppets at the same time? Magic Master. The upper limit is not limited to this. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately thought of the scene in the Imperial Mausoleum, when the armless undead stopped Prince Salo and his party with his own strength. If that person is still alive, he might be able to destroy a country by himself. Hiss, as expected. 52 sequences, none of them are simple. Ji-sun took a few glances, and didn't look at them anymore. He didn't forget that he was helping the Song family out of trouble. While Domingo was being held here, Ji-sun thought he should go and see if Song had evacuated successfully. Chapter 342. The battle in Starfall City broke out in a confused manner. No matter the people of the Orlan Royal Court or the vanguards of the Iris 9th Legion, neither side knew why the conflict suddenly broke out. Moreover, in a very short period of time, the battle resulted in huge casualties. Under normal circumstances, even if a 6th level Dragonborn leader's 200 vanguards were defeated, they could at least hold out for a long time. However, some professional sequences are good at one-on-many battles. If other legendary card masters were to deal with these 200 Dragonborn card masters, they might really be dragged to death here. Unfortunately, the presence of the 4 Knights of the King, Domingo, the god of play, made the balance of victory and defeat almost one-sided. With just a few magic spells, 80% of the 200 people were killed. But after all, it was a city-street battle. After most of the vanguard of the 9th Legion was killed by the Puppet Legion, a few survivors still escaped with the cover of the city. They also passed the information out as soon as possible. Although there were many casualties in this reconnaissance operation, there were also results. At least one thing was confirmed: there must be something fishy in this city. Ji-sun guessed that the Iris Corps would definitely have experts to reinforce, and Starfall City was about to face a great battle. So he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and rode his motorcycle and mixed in with the fleeing crowd, rushing out. Thump, thump, thump! The steam boiler roared. In the wilderness, countless motorcycles were like a herd of galloping buffaloes, running at full speed, raising dust all over the sky. The convoy had just left the city, and had not had time to disperse. Ji-sun mixed in with it, and his eyes were fixed on the inconspicuous modified car a few hundred meters ahead from time to time. 3 minutes ago, he saw with his own eyes a fat man with a mustache hurriedly got into the car. It was his old acquaintance Song Kin. The most taboo thing in war escape is to show off. The more high profile, the more likely the enemy soldiers will regard you as a fat sheep. And this armored vehicle mixed in the convoy is very inconspicuous, which is quite reasonable. However, Ji-sun had thought that with this guy's cautious character, he should have escaped from some more secure secret passages. Now appearing in the crowd is a little unexpected. But it is not difficult for Ji-sun to guess the reason, and he sighed in his heart, this fat guy has really changed a lot. The person Song Kin entrusted Katarina to pick up was not just himself. The Song family was large and powerful, and there were many people who needed to be protected. In addition to family and relatives, the most important thing was that there were a group of the top mechanical masters in the Federation. Ji-sun had seen the Titan armor before, and even if there were drawings, it was extremely difficult to manufacture this kind of mechanical equipment. This was beyond the current technological level. If there was anyone in the entire East Wilderness who could forge it, then it could only be the mechanics that the Song family had cultivated over the years at the cost of a huge amount of resources. So no matter what, this group of technology experts must be taken away. This is the hope of the Song family and future wars. Now that the mechanics are not seen, it means that they did not take this evacuation route. It is not difficult to guess that this is a tactic of dividing troops. Song Kin, the head of the Song family, left the most dangerous road for himself, attracting the attention of the Orlan royal court on the surface, giving others more opportunities to evacuate. Thinking of this, Ji-sun was not in a hurry to follow. Although they came out, the troubles of the Song family are far from being solved. Just by observing along the way, Ji-sun found that there were many people who were not the Song family guards following in the crowd. These were professional spies. The people of the Orlan royal court would never give up tracking Song Kin, the leader of the Song family. Everything was happening according to Ji-sun's deduction. The play god Domingo appeared in the Starfall city, so he couldn't chase him. Since there was a Titan factory in the city, it would take time to transfer personnel and materials. Experts were needed to cover. After Domingo killed the Vanguard group, he would probably continue to protect those things and evacuate. Even if he wanted to evacuate later, he had to change direction to attract the firepower of the top masters of the southern continent, instead of chasing after the people of the Song family. Otherwise, the Song family would be killed by the people of the southern continent, and everything would be meaningless. This is great news for Ji-sun. Even in the Orlan royal court, there are not many legends. There is a Domingo in the Starfall city, and it is highly likely that there will not be a second one. As for the card masters below the legendary level, they are no longer a fatal threat to him now. This also made Ji-sun secretly sigh that Song Kin's luck is really good. If it weren't for the chance encounter of the attack on the city from the southern continent, any concealed evacuation plan would inevitably be suspected and extremely risky. With the god of drama Domingo here, even if the Alliance army really sent a top master, it is not certain that Song Kin could be rescued safely. Even if it could, the loss would definitely be very heavy. Just as he was thinking, the Starfall city behind him suddenly exploded with flames that soared into the sky, and the murderous dragon roar made people's backs shiver. This battle was 10 times more intense than before. Ji-sun glanced back, and was not surprised at all. The 7th level dragon descendant came so quickly. Is the 9th Legion Commander Bane here? The noise scared the fleeing convoy to move faster. Outside the Starfall city was a plain wilderness. It would be difficult for the enemy to chase them even if they wanted to run here. The fleeing crowd did not dare to continue to gather on the main road, and the modified cars immediately turned into the wilderness and ran away. The modified car that Song Kin was riding also suddenly accelerated. Although it looked ordinary on the outside, the sophisticated modifications inside the car gave it superpower. As soon as the explosion behind him occurred, the car also ran into the wilderness. Ji-sun followed behind on a motorcycle for a while. But after a few kilometers, he found that there were no other vehicles in the Song family convoy except the escort car. Ji-sun knew that Song Kin wanted to get rid of the hidden man of the Oran royal court. It was a good idea. However, Ji-sun's motive to follow on his bike was also too obvious. Thinking of this, he immediately turned the motorcycle around, changed direction, and disappeared into the dark wilderness. At the same time, he also felt that the eyes staring at him disappeared. In the darkness, a strong werewolf was perfectly hidden in the darkness, running at a very fast speed in the wilderness. Ji-sun's current speed and endurance were enough for him to easily catch up with the speeding convoy. He followed like that, not too far away. After running for half an hour, the 4 cars of the Song family convoy suddenly stopped at a valley. "Hey, why did you stop?" "Don't worry about it. Protecting me is the most important thing. Keep driving." "What other people? I'm the head of the family. You just need to protect me." "What do you mean?" When Ji-sun came, he was watching a big drama unfolding. Song Ken was forced to stop, and several personal guards were ambushed and killed on the spot before they could react. The bodies were lying all over the ground. At this moment, a burly man, with a crew cut wearing a military green vest, was pulling out his steel-like hand knife from the chest of a corpse, and turned his face to stare coldly at Song Ken, who was protected by 2 guards. Ji-sun knows him. This strong man is called Iron Fist Moss, a 6th-level card master, and a guard captain of the Song family. He was once very famous in the federal fighting world, a master of the Iron Fist style. Ji-sun knew what was going on when he saw this, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Song Ken would not die anyway. This situation is also the best opportunity to see who has problems with those around Song Ken. Song Ken looked at the strong man with disbelief on his face. "Captain Moss, what do you mean?" What he got in return was a cold snort. "Humph." Morse took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood off his palm, and said with a gloomy face, "Master, don't play dumb. If it weren't for the message just now, you would have been able to hide it." As he said this, he looked at the fat man in front of him who he had been with almost day and night, and was also very surprised. "Tsk, Master, I thought you were greedy for life and afraid of death, and even left your family behind and ran away first. I didn't expect that you had already arranged everything and secretly evacuated all the staff in the laboratory." As soon as he said this, Song Ken knew that he could no longer hide it, and suddenly put away the exaggerated fear on his face. He looked at the several rebellious guards in front of him, with only indifference in his eyes. Morse looked at Song Ken, who suddenly seemed to be a different person, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. After a moment of silence, Song Ken asked, "Captain Morse, you have been in my Song family for 10 years. Why did you betray me?" Morse felt that the word betrayal was harsh, and corrected, "Master, don't you understand the current situation? The only way out is to be loyal to the royal court. If you have no other thoughts, I will still be the captain of the Song family. Forever. I thought you would use your old mother as an excuse." Song Ken sneered, without any fear on his face. Morse listened and also suppressed a strange look on his face. He did not dwell on this topic and said, "Master, I will not talk to you. Tell me now, where is the lady, and where are you going to move Mr. Gio and the group of mechanics? For the sake of our past friendship, I will give you a chance to speak. Don't force me to do it." Song Ken didn't answer. He laughed when he heard this, ha ha ha. Moss suddenly felt creepy by the smile on that chubby face, and asked murderously, "What are you laughing at?" Song Ken asked back, "Do you know why I happen to keep your team with me?" Moss's eyes turned sinister, and he suppressed his surprise and said, "Master, have you suspected us for a long time?" Song Ken acquiesced to this statement, and said calmly, "If I don't take you away, I can't even get out of Hsinchu City. Others should not even think about coming out." Of course, he had already guessed that there was a problem with the guards around him. But he couldn't deal with it. Once he exposed himself and found the problem, it would be meaningless except to tear each other apart in advance. And instead of letting the Orlan Royal Court bribe other people, it is better to keep a few people who know the ins and outs of them around. These traitors are hidden dangers. But no matter what choice is made, someone has to sacrifice. Song Ken kept these people by his side. When Moss and others said this, their faces changed. What they couldn't understand was why he kept it with him even though he knew they were bribed. At this time, Song Ken did not hide the sarcasm in his eyes, and continued, "And since you stopped me to ask, it means that you don't have the information about the other evacuation routes. Shouldn't I laugh?" This made Moss and his friends feel a little nervous, and they always felt that something was wrong. From the moment the fat man changed his face just now, they felt that the situation was beyond their control. But they clearly had absolute force on their side. Where do those guys get their calmness from? Don't even think about getting information by other means. Once my soul is searched, or I trigger it automatically, my memory will be immediately erased. Song Ken looked at the traitors in front of him with changed expressions, and then added, "If you can't get any information from me, according to the methods of the Orlan royal family, you will be held guilty when you go back. Not only you, but all of you will die." These words did not hide his pity at all. Like a heavy hammer, the expressions of Captain Moss and his companions froze instantly. Right. I was only concerned with completing the mission just now, and I hadn't considered the consequences of failing the mission. No one knows the status of the Song family in the field of machinery better than the Song family guards. They were bribed with a large sum of money because of the Song family, which made them worthy of bribery. Once they didn't get the information they wanted, the consequences. Hiss. Thinking of this, Moss and his companions took a breath of cold air. Without giving them any chance to think more, Song on the opposite side continued to attack them. If I were you, I would find a place to hide while I still have some money in my hands, and I could still live a carefree life for the rest of my life. If you really want to complete the mission, you can imagine what will happen to you. When these words came out, the scene was silent for a while. The guards on the opposite side were immediately shaken. If they were just thinking about completing the mission just now, then now, they are really thinking about the way out. If they fail to complete the mission, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. If you escape now, at least you can survive. This scene, not only the rebellious guards were stunned. Ji-sun in the shadows also praised it. Since it was not because of the threat to his mother at home, but because of the benefits, then everything can be discussed. Almost every word of Song can hit the other party in the heart. This guy has changed a lot. Ji-sun looked at the Song family leader, who was not surprised in the distance, and then thought about the little fat guy who was scared by the Brotherhood and dared not go out of Honlu. He was really a different person. In this situation, Song chose to attract firepower himself, and he had to bear such risks. It seemed that he was going to die, but he actually thought of turning these traitors against him? No, not now. The fat man had already planned it since he accelerated to shake off the Orlan spy who was following him. But in the current situation, Ji-sun didn't think that those murderous traitors would stop. Sure enough. After listening to those words, Moss thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly sneered. He looked at Song and said, "Master, I have to admit that you are really amazing. Not only did you deceive everyone, but also made people think that you are greedy for life and cowardly. Who would have thought that you have such a meticulous mind?" Song listened without saying anything, but a hint of bad luck had already flashed in his eyes. He caught some of the other party's micro-expressions, foresaw something, and gently stroked the storage ring with his hand, having made the final plan. Morse smiled and said, "I think what you said just now makes sense. After all, you are the young master, we won't make it difficult for you, and it's good to say goodbye now." As he said that, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "However, in this chaotic world, you can't survive without some money. Since we have come to this road, you can give the brothers some travel expenses. After we get the money, we will turn around and leave." As soon as these words came out, Song Kan's face suddenly darkened. Ji-sun, who was watching the show not far away, saw this and felt that these traitors had some ideas. To be able to be the guards of the Song family, they must be smart. It sounds like these people really intend to take the money and leave it alone. But in reality, once Song really took the money, the calm aura he created would immediately break. If he really took the money, the other party would know that he had no trump card at all. When the time comes, even if the people are killed, the money is still theirs, and no one knows about their betrayal. Song obviously thought of this. As soon as the other party said this, a sneer appeared on his fat face again, and he said sarcastically, "Captain Moss told you so much before, just because you have worked hard for my Song family for many years, and I left you a way out. Do you really think that I knew you had betrayed me a long time ago, and I was not prepared at all?" As he said this, his eyes revealed a sharp luster like a knife. Looking at the people opposite, he didn't even dare to look directly at them, and added, "I have given you the opportunity, you can do whatever you want." This momentum was so calm that there was no flaw at all, and it was almost as if I had a backup plan. The traitors on the opposite side were already guilty, and they were frightened all of a sudden. There were only two choices before them. Either escape in disgrace, or go for broke. However, there were still desperate people. One of the traitors frowned and shouted, "Captain, don't be fooled by him. If there were really other people, we would have no chance long ago. Even if there were, they would definitely not be sure to defeat us. If we don't kill him, we will never have a foothold in the future." This is true. Even if they survive today, once the identity of the Song family traitors is spread, they will not be able to face people in this life. They may even be wanted for life. But if Song is killed, this hidden danger will be gone. In addition, everyone can think that the Song family will definitely carry a lot of valuables with them when they flee. Kill this guy, and those things will be theirs. Hearing this, Moss immediately made up his mind. Song Can heard that there was no room for maneuver. His face turned black, and his hand quietly wiped the storage ring. The other party was right. He did have a backup plan, but he was not absolutely sure that he could escape unscathed. Song Can's own rank was too low. No matter what mechanical bomb or relic he used, he was not absolutely sure that he could kill the other party while protecting himself. If he used it, there was a high probability that both sides would suffer losses, or even die together. But now everything that can be done has been done, and if the other party really wants to do this, Song can only take the last step. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to take out the magic bomb that could kill all the 6th level card masters as a life-saving measure, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. At this time, a person suddenly walked out from the darkness. Ahem, it seems I'm not too late. It was this light cough that caused Moss's face to change drastically on the opposite side. Not good. There really is a backup plan, and what made him feel even more terrified was that there was a person hiding so close to him, and he didn't even notice it. This means that the opponent is definitely very strong. On the other side, Song Can was also very nervous. He never expected that someone would show up at this time. His first reaction was that the people from the Orlon royal family were chasing him. He felt a shudder in his heart, and had already prepared for the worst. However, the next second, when he saw the familiar face clearly, his pupils instantly dilated and overflowed with joy. Brother Ji-sun. Song Can knew that Ji-sun might come to Dongwon recently, but he never expected that this old friend would appear here like a god descending from the sky. Chapter 343. Ji-sun walked out of the shadows slowly. The guards of Moss on the opposite side were startled at first, but then their faces turned cold. They just stood there, with no intention of leaving. It was really unexpected that someone suddenly appeared in front of them. But these people were not stupid. If this mysterious person really had the ability to kill them easily, they would never have given them the opportunity to humiliate the head of the Song family. Moss is a veteran 6th level card master. Except for the legendary card master who has comprehended the domain, there are really few people in the East Wilderness who can beat him. No matter how you look at it, this person in front of you is not a legend. Morse looked at Ji-sun, then glanced at Song Can, and sneered, Master, I still say what I said just now. Give the brothers some resettlement money. This matter will benefit everyone. Before, I wanted to use this sentence to test Song Can's trump card. Now it is still the same. If he really wants to take the money and settle the matter, it will immediately reveal whether he has the confidence to fight hard. Ji-sun raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth when he heard it. Song Can had no choice but to waste more time talking to these people. However, Ji-sun did not think these people were threatening. He did not want to waste time with these traitors. Before he finished speaking, a strange ripple had already lingered on his fingers, and he slightly hooked them. How sharp was Morse's perception? He immediately discovered the abnormality, and shouted to the people around him, Be careful! However, the other 3 and 4 level guards did not happen at all, and suddenly heard the sound of swoosh 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 breaking through the air. They also noticed the fatal crisis coming. But it was too late. As soon as the voice entered their ears, they were in a trance, and they all looked at the cold light passing by the opponent's neck, chest, and other vital parts. The cold light was extremely sharp, and it brought a trace of blood in an instant. Then blood spurted out from the wound. The knife was too fast, and he didn't die at the first time. The last bit of consciousness allowed them to see the cold light rushing towards the guy opposite and hovering beside him. Oh, it turned out to be a flying knife. Just as they saw it clearly, their eyes suddenly went black. The bodies of several rebellious guards collapsed on the ground. You? Moss had not expected that the other party would kill people just because of a disagreement. Why did this guy dare to do that? Just from that one move, he had already discovered that the other party was definitely not a legend. Even the level of the law of the rank was far inferior to his. 5 rank? Moss had no idea in his mind, and he couldn't believe that such a strong person would actually take action in front of him. Just when he was about to say something, the teasing and eager eyes looked at him again. Ji Shuika didn't even think about saying anything, and directly said to Song Can, You go first. I try this guy. Song Can was also stunned. You know, when he saw Ji-sun appear just now, he was really surprised and happy. I thought it was his friend who brought the masters of the Alliance army to save the situation. But when he looked at it, there was only one person. After Song Can found this, he felt a pang in his heart. Is this a bluff? But before he could see the situation clearly, Ji-sun had already killed several traitors. In a blink of an eye, he was ready to fight the strongest Captain Moss. Song Can had the same thought in his mind at the moment. How dare this guy? The last time he saw Ji-sun take action was in the Shinshu treasure house. But at that time Ji-sun was only at the 3rd level. What was the situation now? Song Kim was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Ji-sun didn't seem to be joking, he knew that he would only be a burden if he stayed, so he said, "Okay, be careful." As he said that, he turned around and ran without hesitation. On the opposite side, Moss looked at the fleeing Song Kan. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Reason told him that he could kill all the people in front of him. But for some reason, he felt a little creepy when he was stared at by the guy opposite him. He always felt that the guy in front of him might not be able to beat him. But he really knows how to risk his life. Ji-sun looked at the hesitant opponent in front of him and grinned. Suddenly, a snap. Sound of breaking through the air was heard. The figure disappeared from the spot and rushed out suddenly. Moss on the opposite side twitched his face, and was angry and shocked in his heart. You dare to take the initiative? Reality didn't give him any chance to think carefully. He immediately felt as if his body was filled with lead, and suddenly sank to the ground. Crack! The heavy feeling made Moss feel as if his feet were welded to the ground, and a spiderweb-like crack was created in an instant. Seeing this, he already understood that the gravity around him had increased by more than 10 times, and was shocked. What kind of secret technique is this? As soon as his thoughts turned, he suddenly saw a fist with twisted ripples coming towards him. Moss snorted coldly, and the skin color of his entire right arm instantly turned into the color of steel, and he punched out with the same lightning speed. Bang! The sound of a cannonball colliding pierced the eardrums. At the center of the collision of the two fists, a strong wind of flying sand and rocks exploded. Two figures, one flew backwards 100 meters, and the other retreated more than 10 steps before stopping. Moss, who stopped, was full of disbelief. So domineering. What kind of boxing is this? He was already a master-level expert in the fighting world, and there were not many boxing methods in the entire East Wilderness that he had not seen. But he had never seen this domineering boxing style before him. And this was not what shocked him. Looking down at the cracks on the metal surface of his fist, Moss's expression was extremely surprised. His defense was broken? Could it be a magical power? As soon as he touched him just now, he had confirmed that his opponent's understanding of the rules was definitely one level lower than his. But he didn't even blow him up with one punch. The iron fist style that he inherited was best at head-on confrontation. Usually, the guys who dared to confront him head-on would have their hand bones broken at best, and die on the spot at worst. But this guy in front of him actually rushed over again with full energy. He didn't know that Ji-sun's bones were indeed broken just now, but they were repaired by the undead curse in an instant. It was a rare opportunity for Ji-sun to fight with such a master. The side effects of healing can be completely ignored. At this moment, when the opponent was shocked, the figure that was blown away had already appeared in front of him again. Bang! 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 Not giving him any chance to breathe, a series of violent shock waves boomed. The more Moss fought, the more frightened he became. What was going on with this exaggerated strength, ridiculous agility, and indestructible body? He realized what a tough opponent he had encountered. It took only a few breaths for this veteran 6th-level warrior to give up all his thoughts. After the fight, Moss knew that he could not defeat the opponent in a short time. Not to mention killing this guy and chasing Song Kan. And if he could not resolve the battle in a short time, and was really dragged down and waited for the people of the Oran royal family to catch up, it was not the result he wanted to see. After several rounds of fighting without seeing any hope of ending the battle, Moss turned into a wave of air without hesitation and rushed towards the endless wilderness. Moss escaped. No surprise. TSK. Ji-sun sighed slightly, and didn't want to chase him, just felt that it was not very satisfying. Before the fight just now, he expected this guy to choose this way. He was very interested in fighting with the master of the Iron Fist style to hone his fighting skills. What a pity. Since the other party could be bribed by the Orlan royal family, he must be a greedy guy who cherishes his life. He would never be like Ji-sun, who would fight a fight that would not benefit him at all just to challenge him. Seeing that he could not kill his opponent, he fled decisively. Ji-sun also did not plan to stay there and wait for the people from the Orlan royal court to catch up. Shaking his head, he turned around and rode his motorcycle to chase Song Kan not far away. It happened so fast that Song Kan and the two guards did not even run far. With surprise still on his face, he saw Ji-sun riding a motorcycle to catch up with him. Song Kan quickly opened the car door. Ji-sun jumped into the car. When the fat man saw his old friend, he regained his fear of death and was almost crying. "Oh, brother Ji-sun, you saved my life again." Ji-sun looked at him and smiled. This was the fat man Song he knew. After witnessing the scene just now, Song Kan's excitement had not yet subsided. He was surprised and said, "Brother Ji-sun, you are now at the 6th level?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the two guards driving in front were also shocked. They saw it with their own eyes just now. The man in the back seat forced Morse to retreat after a few encounters. Ji-sun listened and shook his head. It's too early. He didn't want to say more about his own strength. He threw out a black metal block and asked, "What's the situation now?" The black block was obtained from the Iron Beetle Tavern before. Now it has been returned to its original owner. Song Kin looked at the inheritance key that he had entrusted to others and returned to his hands, and his expression was quite complicated. Ji-sun didn't even ask what it was. But Song Kin knew that the other party would definitely guess it. Song Kin didn't say anything more and said directly, "The Oren royal family is preparing to attack our Song family." He simply told the story again, and there was also an evacuation plan. Ji-sun felt that it was similar to what he expected, and he was not surprised. He just thought it was a coincidence. He arrived when he was about to evacuate. As for the guards' rebellion, there was nothing he could do. The Song family actually had some high-level guards, but the trustworthy ones all followed his wife, Mr. Gio, and several other evacuation routes. As the head of the family, he brought this hidden danger with him. This fat man also wanted to bring a few more guards. But it doesn't make much sense. For a veteran 6th level like Captain Moss, no one can kill him steadily except for the legendary strongman. Besides, Song Kin is not sure how many people in the Song family are controlled by the Orlan royal court. Bringing more people means more uncertain risks. After talking about his situation, Song Kin's face was full of worry. It's also thanks to me that I noticed it early. Otherwise, if I waited a few more days, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As he said that, he also felt that what happened tonight was too dreamy. Ji-sun appeared, and it could be said that the Alliance army was in contact. But what about the people from the South Continent? Song Kin casually closed the confidentiality baffle on the car, isolated the back seat, and asked curiously, "Brother Ji-sun, why are you here?" He knew very well that he could escape successfully tonight thanks to the chaos caused by those people from the South Continent. However, he thought that no matter how powerful Ji-sun was, he could not command those people from the South Continent. Ji-sun casually said, "Katarina said you had some problems. I happened to be in the East Desert, so I came to see you." He knew what the fat man asked, and added, "It just so happened that I knew that the people in the South Continent had a plan to remove the mechanical base recently, so I followed along." He didn't elaborate on his ability to lurk. Song Kin was also very tactful, and didn't ask more questions. After Ji-sun finished speaking, he asked directly, "Is Shingju City really producing Titan machinery?" Compared to the Song family plot, which could almost be guessed from the beginning and the end, he was very curious about the mechanical black technology that could affect the future war pattern. Yes. Song Kin also spoke out this top-secret OEM plan without hesitation, saying, "Not only my Song family, but other large machinery manufacturers have also OEM'd some parts. It seems that they are preparing to mass-produce that kind of combat mecha." Ji-sun asked curiously again, "Can it be manufactured?" The Titan machinery he had seen was a super weapon that could kill the 7th level. However, when Talon collapsed, this kind of mechanical armor could not be mass-produced, which obviously had a very high technical threshold. When talking about this topic, Song Kin's tone seemed a little serious, saying, "Based on the drawings we have come into contact with so far, the level of my Song family is barely enough." Hearing this, barely enough, Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly. In his eyes, he seemed to have seen a destiny line belonging to mechanical technology, extending from the fat man. These 3 words lit up the development direction of the civilization technology tree for countless years to come. Song Kin thought of something and said, "But no one has seen the complete drawings. It is still unknown what the difficulties are. I talked with Master Morton, and he speculated that the most difficult part of this Titan mechanical armor may not be the hardware manufacturing at the technical level. It's the energy system." "Energy system?" Ji-sun's pupil shrank slightly. Song Kin said, "Yes. If you want the machine to burst out with combat power comparable to that of a top card master, you must have a power core that can release the corresponding energy." Based on the current drawings, Master Morton calculated and speculated that the energy core might be a special item that cannot be artificially manufactured by current technology, or it might be a natural energy source, because the energy level required for its combat has far exceeded the efficiency that any energy core we know of can provide. Ji-sun also had a good knowledge of mechanical knowledge, and he understood what this sentence meant as soon as he heard it. Steam boilers for boiling water can only drive some heavy iron lumps, and advanced mechanical equipment, in addition to power, also require some extraordinary energy at the law level. This requires magic boilers and some magic crystal cores. But from the current technology, the most advanced magic boiler can only reach the level of a 6th level card master. Titan machinery obviously uses more advanced black technology. Facing Ji-sun, Song Kin did not hide the biggest secret of the Song family, and said, "What the Oran royal family does not know is that they thought they had divided dozens of factories to produce those parts according to the drawings. But in fact, almost all mechanics who have the ability to understand that kind of drawings are related to our Song family. Most of them were secretly trained by my great-grandmother over the past 100 years. Even the largest sponsor of the Federal Mechanical College is actually our Song family." When Ji-sun heard the word great-grandmother, the girl with a bright smile on her face immediately appeared in his mind. 100 years ago, Ji-sun and Song Yu talked about the prospects of mechanical technology. Both of them were very optimistic and discussed many details. For example, sponsoring the School of Mechanical Engineering. Now it seems that the girl has put all those wonderful ideas into practice over a long period of time. In fact, Ji-sun didn't know that Song Yu did this not only because he was optimistic about mechanical technology. There is another point. Completing her plan step by step is like the future that the two of them talked about at the beginning, which is realized bit by bit. That feeling makes her feel that this is a career that the two of them have accomplished together. When they meet again that day, she can happily tell her beloved that she has done it. Ji-sun's mind was full of thoughts, and his eyes were wandering. The Orlan royal court had just been restored, and its control over the situation in the Federation was still a little bit off. The royal family itself did not have any large machinery factories, so it could only rely on the old and big chaebols in the former Federation. Among them, the Song family was inevitable. In his ear, Song can continue to say, "In addition, our Song family is familiar with all the military machinery manufacturers in the Federation, and there are also dishonorable means such as cooperation and the placement of commercial spies. Therefore, most of the drawings that are being mass-produced, we have channels to get them. So normally, we can already manufacture about 60% of the parts of Titan machinery. These include armor, magic weapons, transmission, divine control system, etc. Theoretically, we already have the possibility of manufacturing top-level armor, but because the finished products of those drawings are strictly controlled by the people of the Orlan royal family, I haven't got them. Most of the current information is still at the drawing level." As he said, he pointed to the iron lump in his hand and said, "I have put the drawings and the list of materials needed in this inheritance key. I originally thought that if I had an accident, Brother Ji-sun could take it to the old world." When Ji-sun heard this, he had to admit that he really looked up to Song Kin. Just this kind of thinking and vision, he is not an ordinary businessman. He looked at the inheritance key and realized that this piece of iron was really everything to the Song family. After Song Kin said the biggest secret in his heart, he also let out a long breath. He thought about it, handed the piece of iron to Ji-sun again, and said, "Let's keep this thing with you first. I may not be able to escape in the current situation." As he said this, his eyes, which were once full of cleverness, were now filled with melancholy. "You are so strong that even if you are in danger, you can help me take the hope of the Song family out." Being able to force back the old 6th level, he is already very strong in the East Wilderness. The most important thing is that the target of the Orlan royal court is him, the head of the Song family. The crisis is far from over. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the carriage was a little dull. Ji-sun did not say much and silently took the iron box. Not to mention the things of the Song family, even if they can bring back the Titan blueprints to the East continent, they will also help. However, he never felt that this sense of crisis was urgent, and asked directly, "Are you worried about other evacuation routes?" "Yes." Song Kin did not hide it, and nodded with a worried look, "Although I have tried every means to paralyze the Orlan royal family. But after all, this Titan machine is too important, and the other party can only produce it if they control our Song family. So, they will never give up." He never thought that he would be the first to escape the control by chance after leaving the biggest risk to himself. Ji-sun saw the fat man returning the iron box, and knew what the fat man was thinking. From the escape route he chose just now that attracted firepower, it can be seen that he is no longer the little fat man who was afraid of death and hid behind any danger. He is now the head of the Song family. In addition to his own safety, he also shoulders the rise and fall of the family. This guy is probably planning to find someone himself. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, then asked directly, "Which route is the most dangerous now?" "My wife and those mechanical experts." Song Kin also knew that his thoughts could not be concealed, so he said directly, "The mechanical equipment is still in some secret bases and can be reactivated at any time. But the group of mechanics trained by our Song family are irreplaceable. They represent the highest level of technology in the East Wilderness. The people of the Oran Royal Court will soon find out that I have transferred those experts, and they will definitely send people to hunt them down. This is also the reason why the top guards of the Song family are not with him, the head of the family. Jason certainly knows the importance of talents, and took out a map and asked, "What is the specific situation of that route?" Song King glanced at him, pointed at the map and said without reservation, "They used to travel through the secret passage of the factory, going east to the Talontown mine 30 kilometers away, and then to the Hijaw County further east, where there is a secret base in the uninhabited area. If everything goes well, they should be at the mine now." Ji-sun looked at the route on the map and had a plan in mind. He didn't think that the people of the Orlan Royal Court would let such a group of experts escape smoothly. Reality did not allow for delay, so he said directly, "Well, you find a safe place to hide first. I go and see." Song Kin was stunned. He didn't expect Ji-sun to go in person, but he originally wanted to go by himself. But he had just escaped, and if he went to mobilize people and go again, he would definitely not be able to catch up. He didn't want his friend to take risks, and said, "I have entrusted Mr. Thief King Quinto to pick up the guards over there." "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded. When he was in Honolulu before, he had seen that legendary warrior stand up for the Song family. He knew that the Orlan Royal Court also knew the relationship between Quinto and the Song family. After all, they had been paying attention to the Song family for a long time, so there must be targeted means. Song King could certainly figure this out. What he meant was that if that legendary warrior couldn't protect them, others might not be able to change anything. However, reality didn't give him the opportunity to say more. Ji-sun had already opened the car door, and was ready to jump out of the speeding car. Song Kin saw it, but he didn't have time to say anything. In the end, he could only say, "Brother Ji-sun, be careful." He knew that if Ji-sun dared to go, he must have a certain degree of confidence. The future of his Song family, and the future of mechanical civilization, were among those people. It's always good for someone to go and take a look. Ji-sun responded with a calm smile. It doesn't necessarily mean to fight hard. He now has another identity, as the vanguard of the southern continent. If something unexpected really happens, there are many ways to save people. What's more, with his current ability and the trump cards he carries, it is difficult for him to really encounter any fatal threats in the eastern wilderness. He was also very curious about what means the Orlan Royal Court would use if it really wanted to get rid of a legend. Ji-sun jumped off the car, changed to a motorcycle, and rushed all the way. He was already a transcendent, and could control the wind element in the air, so he didn't have to worry about safety issues at all. He twisted the handlebars, and made the boiler cylinder rub to the extreme. Even in the wilderness, the speed of the motorcycle exceeded 200. It was said to be running on the road, but it was actually flying at low altitude. In less than half an hour, Ji-sun arrived at the Talontown mine in the eastern suburbs of Hsinchu City. This mine was completely mined and abandoned decades ago. There was no one living in the surrounding area for dozens of miles, with only an abandoned mining town and a few rusty railroad tracks. Ji-sun learned the detailed evacuation route of the team from Song Kin, so he parked the car at a remote place at the foot of the mountain and quietly moved over. Calculating the time, the group of people should have just arrived at the mine from the secret passage not long ago. Ji-sun estimated the distance and moved towards the place where the group of people might appear. He originally thought that it would be difficult to find a group of people who were deliberately hiding in this dark mountain range. However, he didn't expect that he would hear the sound of a fierce battle as soon as he entered a valley. Ji-sun immediately became alert and was surprised. Are they really fighting? It seems that the people in the Oran Royal Court also have masters in their plan. Knowing that there was a legendary strongman, he didn't dare to be careless. He put on his cloak and quietly disappeared into the darkness. When Ji-sun approached, he saw a fierce interception battle taking place. There were about 20 to 30 people in the group. Most of them were wearing mechanics' work clothes. Ji-sun knew at a glance that these were the mechanical experts that Song Kin had mentioned. He was not worried about these people. Even if they were caught, the Orlan Royal Court would not dare to kill them. At most, they would brainwash them and control their minds. At least, there was no danger at the moment. What Ji-sun saw at a glance were the two sides in a fierce battle. There were 7 or 8 bodies in suits on the ground, and they seemed to be the elite guards of the Song family. On one side of the fierce battle, a man in a black hooded assassin's coat was still struggling. It was the legendary card master and thief King Quinto, who was guarding the Song family. Ji-sun originally thought that the one who could stop this person must be a 7th level master, or several legends. However, To his great surprise, the one who was fighting the Thief King was not an ordinary card master, but 4 mechanical armors. Not Titan machines. Ji-sun saw at a glance that the combat power of the 4 mechanical armors in front of him was far from the strength of the Titan machines he had seen in the Augustus Mausoleum before. It looked like a low-profile Titan armor. Has the Orlan royal family already produced some low-profile Titan mechas? Ji-sun was a little surprised. But he was more surprised by the abilities displayed by several mechanical armors. The Thief King Quinto was originally an agile card player of the Spade 2 Thief sequence, and was extremely good at escape techniques. Normally, such a strongman's fighting style must rely on super high agility to roam around, and then look for opportunities to assassinate. Not to mention these degraded mechas, even if he couldn't beat a real Titan mecha, he could still use the terrain to roam around. However, at this moment, Quinto seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and his speed dropped by 90%, and it could even be said that he was struggling. It seemed that he was under great pressure with every step and every movement. Visibly, he was surrounded by layers of ripples that distorted his vision. This strange force even tore and distorted his body protection field. From a distance, this scene was very strange. Others might be completely confused, but when Ji-sun saw this, his eyes widened. Abnormal gravity? He recognized it at a glance. There was something wrong with the gravity in that area. These 4 mechanical armors actually used almost the same ability as his own secret method of attracting the gods to fall, using gravity to control the field. Ji-sun saw this clearly, and was extremely surprised. The mechanical armor actually used the magic secret method? How did he do this? Chapter 344. The legendary card master and Thief King Quinto's combat power was restricted to a great extent, and he was trapped on the spot by the gravity of 4 mechanical armors. When Ji-sun saw this scene, his expression also fell into deep thought. The strange gravity around the 4 mechas was like a strong magnet, which not only stuck to Quinto and prevented him from escaping. What's more difficult is that the dagger in Quinto's hand can hardly cause substantial damage to the heavy armor. Although the combat power of these 4 mechanical armors is far from the level of the Titan armor in the tomb, their defense can completely exempt them from the threat of daggers. It's not just physical defense, there's also a layer of magic plating that can resist damage from elements and laws. Even though the relic-level dagger can cut some gaps on the surface of the armor, it can't kill the operator, and ultimately it can't end the battle. The magic lightsaber in the mechanical armor's hand frequently poses a fatal threat to Quinto's flesh and blood. At the same time, Ji-sun also understood why the Orlan royal family sent these mechanical warriors. Quinto is a legendary thief, especially good at assassination. If we really want to get rid of him, unless we have a 7th level warrior, even if we have 2 or 3 legendaries, there will be a risk of 1 for 1. It is not certain that we can really keep him. However, the mechanical warrior perfectly restrains Quinto's thief sequence. No. It can be said that this kind of mechanical armor with absolute defense can restrain almost all professional sequences. Ji-sun was not surprised by the combat power of the machine when he saw this. He was just curious in his heart, how can the mechanical armor change the gravitational field? Ji-sun also thought of a possibility, that is, external objects. Because he himself has such external objects. That is the golden ball of power gem that assists in practicing secret methods. Ji-sun thought of the previous conversation with Song Qian. Now the Song family has mastered a large part of the design drawings of the Titan armor. Armor, weapons, and so on are no longer secrets. And the biggest mystery is the energy core system that drives the armor to fight. Now seeing these mechanical armors, Ji-sun thought of a possibility. Could it be that the energy core of the Titan machine is actually some kind of controllable gravitational material? The battle continued. Quinto had a very difficult time. The gravity suppressed his displacement speed by 90%, and the 4 mechanical armors were still completely attached to him, not giving him a chance to breathe. It seemed that they were going to kill him here. If Quinto chose to escape, he might still be able to save his life, but the group of mechanics of the Song family would definitely be caught, and the escort mission would fail. The situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to show up. In his opinion, if the people of the Oran royal court could find these people, they must have some way to confirm their location. Just like the guards who rebelled against Song Qian before. There must be hidden agents of the Orlan royal family among this group of people. If they are not found, even if they are rescued, the trouble cannot be solved. Thinking of this, Ji-sun carefully observed the 20 or 30 people. The loyal guards were basically lying on the ground dead, and the ones who were alive now were easy to check. Not everyone is a professional actor who cannot reveal any flaws in dangerous situations. Ji-sun took a look and found that the mechanics were almost all fine. The mustache steward had a slightly different look. In this situation, being caught was almost certain. Except for the useful mechanic, almost everyone else might die, and fear was human nature. But the mustache steward looked flustered, but his expression revealed a sense of cunning, as if he was waiting for something. After taking a few more glances, Ji-sun was sure that this guy was probably a traitor. Of course. There was also Monica, who was previously confirmed to be a spy. Ji-sun still didn't make a move. In the current situation, the 4 mechanical warriors couldn't completely restrict the thief King Quinto. He guessed that the people of the Orlan royal family definitely had more than just these 4 mechanical warriors, and there must be backup. Ji-sun was thinking about the plan. Although he felt that the gravity of the mecha had no effect on him, he couldn't kill the legends, so he couldn't do anything to the mechas. Ji-sun hesitated and didn't make a move, because he couldn't think of any way to safely rescue this group of people. If it was a human card master, Quinto would have killed him long ago. But at this moment, no matter how many means were used, it was completely unable to change the situation. The machine itself was immune to all mental means, and its physical and demonic resistance was at least at the 7th level. Whether it was offensive spells or control spells like quicksand, vines, and swamps, they had little effect on this mechanical armor that could fly and burrow into the ground. Quinto knew very well that the current situation could not be dragged on for a long time. After many unsuccessful attempts, he had no choice but to take out a dark gold card. The cards collapsed, and a simple gooseneck copper lamp suddenly appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "You go first." The spell on the copper lamp glowed, and a rolling black gas gushed out from the mouth of the lamp. Like a broken dam, the black gas instantly submerged him, and the 4 mechanical warriors. Level 5 exclusive relic Night Watcher's dark lamp. It can form a barrier that strips away human senses. It is said that those who are hit will fall into endless darkness. Since he can't do anything about the 4 mechanical armors, then he completely stripped away all perceptions, which is a good idea. But it can only delay time. Ji-sun was not surprised to see this scene, but murmured, "It's time to show up." Quinto used this relic to kill many opponents silently. It's a pity that it has been exposed, which means that the people of the Orlan royal family must have thought of it. Hearing this roar, the group of mechanics did not dare to stay and turned around to escape. At this moment, the sound of mechanical friction suddenly came from the ear. Everyone felt cold in their hearts. In a blink of an eye, an unexpected accident happened. 2 more mechas suddenly appeared, blocking the last chance of escape for the mechanics. The 3 people in the group grabbed Monica in the team. "Is she here?" Ji-sun still didn't rush to make a move, he observed carefully. A long time ago, he knew that Song Kan's newlywed wife Monica was a spy of the Orlan royal family. Although his friend chose love, he had no doubts. But Ji-sun didn't dare to be careless. In his eyes, there is no difference between men and women in that group of people. Everyone is worthy of suspicion. Any slip-up may lead to fatal hidden dangers in the future. Now is a good time to see what this woman's position is. Is she really on the shore, or is she still working for the Orlan royal family, or is she a double agent? Monica obviously also knows the 3 people who caught her. Ji-sun also recognized one of them. Song Kan specifically explained that Peter, the magician of the Royal Song and Dance Troupe, former colleague of Monica and superior of the intelligence organization. Monica was only level 3 and pregnant. Although she resisted for a while, she was subdued by the 3 men in a blink of an eye. The 3 men were professional spies, and were very professional in obtaining intelligence. The storage ring and personal belongings were searched and counted on the spot. Among them, the level 3 card master of the Diamond 2 Fraud Master sequence was also hypnotized. Ji-sun read the lips, and saw the content of the conversation between the several people. "Monica, I asked you to monitor the Song family, but you actually betrayed the organization? Haha, you said there was nothing unusual in the report 5 hours ago, what's going on now?" "No need to ask. Those who betrayed the organization are no longer valuable, so just execute them on the spot." "Wait, there seems to be something wrong with the Song family's inheritance key. This is fake." "Impossible. But I just confirmed through hypnosis that this was handed to her by the fat man himself. How could there be a problem?" The Song family was able to transfer this group of mechanics quietly, and I'm afraid they had prepared for it a long time ago. The fat man's scheming is definitely not as simple as we see. It's a good plan. Let us know that there is a key so that we will be sure that we will not kill this woman. TSK, keep her for now. If this woman doesn't die, the fat man from the Song family will not escape sooner or later. There is no need to act in this situation. Ji-sun saw this and realized that Song Kan had come up with such a fake key method. It seems to work well, at least it saved the life of his newlywed wife. At the same time, Ji-sun also ruled out a major suspect. The situation is now basically clear. The enemy is 6 mechas and 3 people. One is level 6, one is level 4, and one is level 3. With 6 mechas, it is enough to deal with the Thief King Quintu. So it is meaningless to bring more experts. This gives Ji-sun an opportunity. As for the Titan armor, it must not be here, otherwise the problem would have been solved long ago. Even if it came, it would probably have to deal with the war in Starfall City. The people of the southern continent also plan to deal with the Titan armor, and the situation there might not be good. Ji-sun knew that he had to take action. Although there were many hostages now, the mechanical experts were safe, and the people of the Orlan royal family would not kill them even if they were captured. The other managers and others were not a big problem. Ji-sun felt that he should at least rescue Monica first, and then think of a way later. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and his figure quietly disappeared into the darkness. Not far away, the mechanic team was captured. The interrogation of Monica continued. The frauds are seeing that the drug was not effective enough. He was about to inject another interrogation drug into her body. This drug would damage the brain of a normal person, let alone a fetus in the womb. Ji-sun jumped up instantly. The shadow of the clown appeared behind him, and the moment he jumped up to attract firepower, several flying knives had already swept by. The flying knives easily killed the third-level fraudster. However, Magician Pete reacted quickly, leaving a blood mark on his cheek, but narrowly avoided it. Almost at the same time, the 6th-level captain discovered the newcomer, and while shocked, he immediately entered the combat state. At the same time, the 2 mechanical armors also raised their arms, and a strange gravitational field in their palms instantly covered the direction where Ji-sun rushed. Ji-sun also immediately noticed the sudden change in gravity around him. According to the enemy's expectations, he would be controlled by the suddenly strange gravitational field around him, and then be killed. Unfortunately, a layer of ripples also lingered around Ji-sun's body, and he was not affected at all. His research on the secret method of attracting the meteorite of the sky is not superficial, and he can use the secret method to subtly offset the negative impact. Without the restriction of gravity, he had observed the combat power of this downgraded mecha before, and it was not a big threat to him in a short time. But with that level 6, it was still a fierce battle. Ji-sun's original plan was to deliberately show weakness, and then use the shadow to sneak attack and kill another enemy. At least severely injure that level 6. However, just when Ji-sun was ready for a fierce battle, an unexpected change happened. Ji-sun's peripheral vision had been controlling the whole scene. At this time, he saw one of the mechas draw out a mechanical magic knife as red as magma. He immediately felt that the weapon looked familiar. After a little thought, isn't this the magic mechanical melta knife from the other dimension in Titan Mechanical Research Institute? At that time, the knife could easily cut through the mecha, which made Ji-sun very envious. It's a pity that it was a plot prop and couldn't be brought out. I didn't expect to see the finished product here. The Orlan royal family even made this knife, but the question is, why don't the other 5 mechas have this equipment, but this one has it? Is there something special about that person? A series of questions emerged in his mind. But the more shocking thing was yet to come. Ji-sun watched the mecha draw its sword and thought it was coming for him, so he was secretly on guard. Everyone thought so. But unexpectedly, a dramatic turn of events took place immediately. He watched the mecha turn its blade and stab at his companion without hesitation. The location where the hot melt knife aimed was very gentle, just at the connection point of the mecha's neck. This seemed to be one of the few weak spots on the mecha. Crack. With a sound, the knife cut in, and the mecha immediately crashed on the spot. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Ji-sun's eyes froze. Not only him, but also the people of the Orlan royal family, and the group of mechanics were stunned. But before he had time to think about it, something unexpected happened again. The mecha killed its companion with a knife, and then drew the knife to slash at the 6th-level captain not far in front of it. What are you doing? The 6th level was shouting in shock, but his reaction was also very fast. He kicked the ground hard, and the direction he was originally going to rush towards Ji-sun changed in an instant. He wanted to escape, but suddenly his body felt as heavy as lead, and a gravity dozens of times greater than his own made him freeze on the spot. Even the legendary thief King Quinta was restricted by this gravitational field, let alone a weak card master of the art system. Almost at the moment when his body froze, the extremely high-temperature hot melt knife cut through his protective spell shield and cut a burnt incision on his chest. Although the 6th-rank captain didn't die on the spot, he was frightened to death. He quickly took out a life-saving card and crushed it, and the whole person turned into a wisp of black wind and appeared dozens of meters away. This dramatic scene happened too fast. Before Ji-sun rushed over, everything happened. A mecha was destroyed, and a 6th rank was severely injured. Seeing this scene, everyone took a breath of cold air. Is this guy one of us? When Ji-sun saw this, he realized that the mecha operator who took action was here to help the Song family. At the same time, he also discovered that it was not just the hot melt knife. The same mecha, but this one was particularly flexible. It seemed that the same vehicle had completely different effects when driven by a professional driver and an ordinary driver. It was obvious that the control techniques were not on the same level. Ji-sun's mind was racing, but his hands were not slow. Without the threat of the mecha, he had no scruples. He rushed forward in an instant and appeared in front of Magician Pete, who had just escaped. Before the cards in his hand were scattered, he punched his head into a bag of blood plasma. At the same time, Ji-sun did not give the mustache spy a chance to send a signal, and killed him with a flying knife. On the other side, the mecha holding the hot melt knife also chased the 6th level captain. Ji-sun saw that the frightened enemy might want to escape, so he chased him immediately. The mecha controlled the gravity field, and Ji-sun took the opportunity to get close and punched the guy's shield. Although it did not cause serious damage, this punch blew him away like a sandbag, and he fell right at the feet of the mecha. The hot melt knife broke the shield twice without hesitation, and the body and head were separated in an instant. A rescue battle that should have been difficult ended so easily. Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the mechanical warrior who drew a knife from the corpse. He thought it should be a hidden man arranged by Song Can next to the Orlan royal family, but he didn't expect that when he looked over, the mechanical warrior also looked over. Although he couldn't see the face clearly through the mask, Ji-sun always had a familiar feeling. It was like a look of greeting between old friends. Before he could think about it, the mechanical mask opened with a click, revealing a pretty face full of heroism. When their eyes met, Ji-sun saw the face of the mechanic clearly, and couldn't help but blurt out in surprise, "Chi-Chi?" This mechanic was none other than Dong-Chi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. When he saw her, Ji-sun finally understood why she had taken action the moment he rushed out. It turned out that she recognized him. Dong-Chi looked at Ji-sun, her eyelashes slightly blinking with joy, and greeted him, "Long time no see." Ji-sun's mouth also overflowed with a warm smile like spring breeze. When old friends meet again, familiarity and tacit understanding arise spontaneously. Ji-sun really didn't expect to meet Dong-Chi here. Originally thought she should still be in the Federal Mechanical College. But on second thought, it didn't seem to be a coincidence. Dong-Chi and Song Can had known each other in Innocent City. Now the Song family is in trouble, and Dong-Chi, who came from a gang and is extremely loyal by nature, is normal for him to come to rescue as a friend. However, Ji-sun is curious about how she became the mecha operator of the Orlan royal family. Chapter 345. A combat mecha suddenly killed its companion, and in a blink of an eye, the other 3 members of the Orlan royal family were also killed. This turn came too suddenly. The mechanics of the Song family were stunned, not knowing what was going on. But others did not know Ji-sun, but Monica did. After all, he was the witness of her and Song Can's wedding. She looked at Ji-sun, forcing herself to think groggily after being injected with the interrogation drug, and greeted him gratefully. "Mr. Ji-sun, I'm sorry to trouble you." Ji-sun nodded slightly. "But now is not the time to chat. Although the crisis has been temporarily resolved, reinforcements from the Orlan royal family may arrive at any time," he said directly. "Mrs. Monica, you and the experts go first. Leave this to us." "Okay. You must be careful too." Monica also saw the situation clearly. Saving these mechanical experts was more important than anything else, so she didn't say much. Seeing this person coming, she also knew that it must be arranged by Song Can. While feeling relieved, she couldn't help but worry. Before leaving, she couldn't help but ask, "What about a Can?" Ji-sun responded, "He's fine." Hearing this, the worry between Monica's eyebrows finally dissipated. Monica and a group of experts rescued him, and Ji-sun was relieved. There shouldn't be any more problems now. In the black fog in the distance, the battle between the Thief King Quinto and the 4 mechanical armors has not ended yet. Ji-sun didn't watch the battle at that level. In a blink of an eye, he looked at Dong-Chi, who was dismantling the mechanical armor of his accomplice, and asked, "Chi-Chi, why are you here?" While speaking, he did not forget to start collecting the spoils from the bodies. These Orlan intelligence personnel have a lot of good things in their storage rings, and they can also find some very important clues. Dong-Chi was also very surprised to meet Ji-sun here, and responded, I know that Fatty Song has a secret mechanical factory in Hsinchu City. There happened to be a mission there this time, and I guessed that it was aimed at the Song family, so I took the initiative to apply for it." As he spoke, a metal mechanism clicked by his ear. The mechanical armor that seemed impeccable to outsiders was removed skillfully and easily by Dong Chi's mechanical arm. "Is that so?" Ji-sun smiled as he listened. It was almost the same as he had guessed. Dong Chi knew what Ji-sun was curious about, and added, "The control system of the Titan armor is very special, requiring extremely strong neural recruitment ability, and only card masters of the Diamond 10 mechanical sequence can control it. Most of the best mechanical operators in the entire East Wasteland are in the Federal Mechanical Academy. If the Orlan royal family wants to recruit ready-made mechanical combat personnel, they can only go to the academy." As she said this, she looked at Ji-sun and added, "And I happen to be one of the best combat mechanics in the academy. The promise made when we parted was fulfilled." That expression seemed to say, "I am also getting stronger step by step." "I see." When Ji-sun heard this, he suddenly realized it. The sensitivity of the Titan mecha is completely different from that of ordinary machinery. The control system is definitely not an ordinary mechanical joint control. He could fully understand this. But he had to admit that he had never expected to meet Dong Chi in this way. Looking at the heroic aura between Dong Chi's eyebrows, Ji-sun couldn't help but admire, "Chi, you have changed a lot." The two are not ordinary friends. Dong Chi was not modest when she heard it, and smiled. But she looked at Ji-sun and said, "But Ji-sun, your change is even more amazing." Compared to his own changes, Dong Chi was really surprised by Ji-sun's changes. You know, when they parted, Ji-sun was still preparing for the promotion to the 2nd level. But just now, she saw this old friend fight with a 6th level card master with her own eyes. This scene made Dong Chi a little unconfident now. Ji-sun had indeed experienced too much during this period of time, and it was not clear to explain it in a few words, so he casually said, "It's a long story, I tell you in detail later." Dong Chi blinked her eyelashes slightly. "Okay. Long time no see, there are so many things to talk about. Now is obviously not the right time." Dong Chi quickly disassembled the mecha into parts, and stuffed them into the storage ring. Turning her head, she looked at the fog and said, "I still need some consumable parts. If possible, I want to collect the other 4 mechas as well." Before, there was an official supply in the secret mechanical core of the Orlan royal family. Now that it has been exposed, I can only rely on myself in the future. You can't find the parts of this kind of mechanical armor anywhere else. Besides, she also knew that the group of mechanics of the Song family must need some finished product research. Oh! Ji-sun was a little surprised to hear this. After all, he had seen the combat power of this mechanical armor with his own eyes. A single one had the combat power of a 6th level card master or above, and it could play a greater role in a real war. If possible, he would certainly not let it go. But the enemy still has 4. The performance of mechanical armor produced by the same assembly line cannot be much different. 1 against 4? He asked directly. "Are you sure?" "You can try." Hearing this, Dong Chi said modestly. Seeing Ji-sun's doubtful eyes, she explained complacently, "Before, in order not to expose my identity, I didn't show too much conspicuousness in the academy. Although we are both top 100 combat mechanics in the academy, when it comes to fighting, those brainwashed guys are far worse than me. Moreover, the complicated operating system of the Titan mecha is not something that everyone can perfectly control. It requires the professional expertise of the magic secret method of mechanical deification." This statement revealed a strong sense of confidence. While speaking, she also fiddled with a thorny red mechanical knife in her hand. "Besides, I also have this hot melt knife." Ji-sun had seen Dong Chi's outstanding talent in mechanics when he was in Innocent City. After watching her performance just now, and hearing these words, he realized that her changes were greater than what he saw. However, the process full of sweat and hard work would definitely not be explained clearly in a short time. He only asked, "Is this knife the one from the other dimension last time?" "Yes, guess where it came from." Dong Chi also found it amazing, and without waiting for the other party to answer, she excitedly explained, "I found it in the library of the Federal Mechanical College." After a pause, she explained the process in detail. The Federal Mechanical College has collected a large number of ancient mechanical drawings and classics in the past 200 years, as well as some of the accumulation of the Orlan royal family for thousands of years. Then I was looking for books in the college library before, and I happened to decipher some drawings encrypted in ancient demon language, including the production drawings of this hot melt knife. Later, I asked Fatty Song to help me make one after a lot of effort. "Oh!" Ji-sun felt that fate was really magical. This is the advantage of a higher education institution. Unlike the 52-card master system, even if no changes are made, the card system left by the ancients can get direct feedback. Mechanical technology has a threshold. Mechanical technology requires continuous investment of massive resources to innovate and invent, and it is difficult to be monopolized. Moreover, with the existence of the extraordinary card master system, machinery has not been taken seriously in the East Wasteland for the past 3,000 years. Therefore, the nobles have no particular interest in monopolizing mechanical technology. As a result, the Federal Mechanical College has almost gathered the top mechanical resources in the entire East Wasteland. There are a large number of mechanical relics excavated by adventurers from different dimensions and ancient ruins in the college. The finished products that can be deciphered are good, and they are all used. But often some high-end mechanical knowledge has extremely difficult encryption, and the deciphering progress is very slow. Over the years, the Academy's library and warehouse have accumulated a large number of ancient relics of unknown value. These valuable knowledge that the common people cannot access at all are completely decorative antiques in the Academy, piled up there. She happened to meet Dong Chi, a mechanic from the Innocent City gang. Her desire for mechanical knowledge made her spend most of her time in the library. And she happened to get a copper piece of professional specific abilities in the alien space of Titan Institute. After comprehending it, she can decipher many mechanical secrets that ordinary people cannot decipher. Then, there was the hot melt knife. Ji-sun listened to Dong Chi's surprising and lucky opportunity, but he saw something different in his eyes. After talking with Jiayu about the world, he found that the law of fate was really magical. It was unpredictable and untraceable. But from the fate of some people, we can reversely see a little bit of traces of the existence of the law of fate. Looking at the coincidences in some people's lives, perhaps it is inevitable due to fate. For a while, Ji-sun's thoughts also followed the deduction. When talking about his experience in the academy, Dong Chi seemed to open up his mouth, and he had a lot to tell his old friend. But before he could say more, the battle situation changed again. Suddenly, a disheveled figure rushed out of the black fog not far away. There were several scarlet wounds on his body. It was the thief King Quinto. Judging from the situation, this legend did not get any advantage in the fierce battle with the 4 mechanical armors. As soon as Quinto came out of the fog, he looked at the new corpses on the ground not far away and Dong Chi's mechanical warrior, and immediately guessed that it was the backup of the Orlan royal family. Seeing that the Song family was not here, he felt something was wrong, thinking that someone had been arrested. Before he had any time to react, 4 mechanical armors rushed out from the fog behind him. On the other side, Dong Chi saw this and decisively surrounded them. Still coming? Quinto's eyelids twitched. 4 armors were useless, let alone another one. He did not dare to delay for a moment, and turned around to chase the direction the Song family left. However, the strange gravity that followed him like a shadow was like a quagmire, making it very difficult for him to run. He didn't choose to escape at the first time before, and now he has been consumed for so long and is injured. The situation is not good for him. Just when Quinto thought that he might fall head over heels today. But the reversal took place. In an instant, he drove the mecha that was blocking him head-on, and was still surprised in his heart. Why did the super control of this mecha seem to be much worse, and he could easily avoid it? As soon as this doubt came to his mind, he heard a click next to his ear. It was the unique crisp sound of mechanical armor breaking. Huh? Quinto immediately realized something was wrong, turned his head and glanced back, then his eyes widened. He thought he was hallucinating. He actually watched the armor that passed by him stab one of its companions with a hot red blade. Quinto's brain didn't dare to believe what he saw, but it was the fact. The other 3 mechanical armors were also stunned when they saw a companion being severely injured. In the moment when both sides were stunned, Dong Chi drew his sword and stabbed the second sword into the gap of the mechanical armor, completely making the mechanical armor unable to move. The captain of the mechanical warrior shouted, "Damn it! Number 7, do you know what you are doing?" Dong Chi ignored him, drew her sword and jumped, rushing towards another one again. At the same time, she shouted, "If they want to escape, please help me hold them back. Their armors will soon run out of energy." Others don't know what's going on with these mechas, but Dong Chi knows it very well. Although these 4 mechas chased a legend and made him flee in panic, the energy consumption of the mechas in this high-load battle is also very terrifying. At present, the energy storage of this God Hunter mech is far from reaching the level of unlimited combat. If it is really exhausted, it will be a piece of iron with little combat power. Upon hearing this, Ji-sun also decisively joined the battlefield. Although his combat power does not pose a threat to the mechanical warriors, because he is not affected by gravity, he can still delay them for a while by various means. On the other side, Quinto finally realized that his own people? If it is a strategy, it is completely unnecessary. The two strikes just now actually killed a mechanical armor. Although Quinto didn't know what was going on with this mecha, he knew the methods of the Song family grandmother, so he preconceived that it was a hidden pawn of the Song family. He originally wanted to evacuate, but he gritted his teeth and turned around to stay where he was. Suddenly, a traitor appeared, and the other three surviving mechas did not dare to be careless. With defense, they did not dare to take the initiative to attack again, and the three of them gathered into a triangle defense formation. Although they were the same type of mecha, Dongqi's control was obviously much more flexible. Clang. Clang. Clang, mechs against mechs, cannons against cannons, magic blades against heavy shields. The sparks of metal collisions were particularly dazzling in this wilderness. The Hunter God mechs were equipped with the same equipment, so it was difficult to determine the winner. But at this moment, the hot melt knife in Dongqi's hand played a great role, and the extremely high temperature allowed it to break the weak points of the armor. In the hands of a mechanic, who was extremely familiar with the structure of the mechs, every knife stabbed a fatal point. The other three mechs originally wanted to hold out and wait for reinforcements. But after fighting for a while, they immediately found that they could not hold out until the reinforcements arrived. Go! The voice in the communicator also reached Dongqi's ears, and she chased after them relentlessly. Seeing that the enemy was about to run away, Ji-sun and Quinto also chased after them. Dongqi was able to easily kill two mechas before because of sneak attacks. Now that they are prepared, they are not so easy to kill. The two sides fought fiercely all the way. There was a sound like a landslide. Neither side could do anything to the other side. But as Dongqi had predicted in advance, the three mechas soon ran into energy shortages in such a high-intensity battle. Ji-sun also clearly saw that the three mechas seemed to be out of power. This was directly reflected in their combat effectiveness. The gravity field, the power of the mechanical fist, the power of the high-pressure jet device, and the magic energy plating of the armor continued to weaken visibly. Ji-sun then understood why they chose to escape at the first moment when they were clearly capable of fighting. This also gave him hope of annihilating them completely, and he pursued them all the way. Finally, the three mechanical warriors were drained of their energy by the three men. Dongqi broke through the protective armor with a few strikes and harvested three almost intact hunting god armors again. Quinto panted and looked at the two people who were dismantling the mecha in front of him with great interest, with a very complicated expression. Today was the first time in his life that he had a life and death encounter with a mechanical warrior. It was also the most embarrassing battle. Originally, he thought he had to admit defeat. Unexpectedly, two reinforcements suddenly appeared. Just as he was thinking, Ji-sun, who was not far away, spoke up, "Senior Quinto, we are friends of Song Kan." "Yeah." Quinto nodded. The thief, who was not good at expressing himself, looked at the two people in front of him and sighed in his heart, very strong. If I am not mistaken, the ability shown by this young man just now made him a legend. Gasp. He also recognized Ji-sun as the one on the wanted list. He was also the person that the grandmother of the Song family had once cared for and asked to take special care of. After recognizing the identity, there was no need to doubt it. At this time, Ji-sun said again, "Leave it to us to handle this. I'd like to trouble you to take care of the mechanics of the Song family." Okay. That's what Quinto meant. He turned around and left without saying anything. When he turned around, he had only one thought in his mind: the times are changing. He suffered a big loss this time, but it was not a complete loss. Now he knows some of the weaknesses of the mechanical warriors, and he won't be so passive next time he meets them. As long as he doesn't get stuck and controlled by the weird gravity field in the first place, the machines may not be able to outlast him. Thinking of this, Quinto had quietly disappeared into the darkness. The enemy was completely eliminated, and the two had no worries. After dismantling the three mechanical armors, Dongqi no longer needed to wear the combat armor. With a series of clicks, she put away her own armor. The external devices on the armor were folded, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into several large iron boxes, which were easily stored in the storage ring. Dongqi was only wearing a single soldier protective suit that looked like a liquid leather jacket. The leather jacket was obviously also a black technology material. Ji-sun looked at it with his naked eyes, and clearly saw a layer of mysterious spells on it that looked like a cursed seal. As if he had sensed this scrutinizing gaze, Dongqi packed up his things, stood up, and showed it from the front. "This is the bionic curse combat suit, which can absorb energy fluctuations of about level 3 and protect the mechanic from injuries inside the mecha. Awesome. Ji-sun was really surprised. A piece of clothing can reach the defense level of a level 3 card master, plus the heavy mecha outside. No wonder the legends are completely helpless. Looking at the novelty, and just when Dong-chi was showing it, he took a second look. Compared to the black technology, Ji-sun's eyes also unconsciously fell elsewhere. The protective suit is in a fluid form, perfectly fitting the skin, which also makes Dong-chi's curvy figure cleverly outlined. The chest bulges proudly, and the legs are slender and straight. Not to mention, it is obviously very different from the last time they met. The perky buttocks and well-proportioned figure must be the result of hard training. But the chest looks developed and even more majestic. There are only 2 of them in the wilderness, and Dong-chi does not avoid it. He looks at Ji-sun with a hint of teasing in his eyes. How about giving it a try? As she spoke, Miss Chi-Chi took the initiative to come over and gave Ji-sun a warm hug. Long time no see. I missed you. Yeah. Ji-sun hugged her, and a familiar girl body fragrance came from his nose. Chi-Chi, you have grown taller. She was half a head shorter than Ji-sun before, but now they are almost the same. No wonder those beautiful legs looked so long before. Yes. Dong-chi buried his head in his shoulder, blinked again, and asked, have you noticed any other changes? Ji-sun certainly knew what she was talking about, and responded, I found out. Even through the leather jacket, his hands felt full, firm, round and delicate. Different from the completely softness of a girl, this was a wonderful feeling of flexibility and athleticism. But it was also wonderful. Dong-chi's personality was not shy at all. Feeling the big hand holding up her hips, she deliberately moved a little to let Ji-sun feel it more clearly, and then took the initiative to ask, haha, does it feel better than before? Ji-sun said truthfully, yeah. Hearing this, Dong-chi was quite happy. She had been preparing for this for a long time. She said happily, haha, I have been working hard on physical training during this period. Let's go and talk while walking. Ji-sun smiled slightly, okay. The 2 met again, and Dong-chi was very happy. Ji-sun also felt that this feeling was very good. The 2 walked and talked. Now that he was free, Ji-sun also asked the question he was most curious about. That was why this combat armor could control gravity. Dong-chi didn't know why he was confused about this, but he took out a fist-sized metal block and said, here, this is it. Ji-sun saw the block and his expression was a little strange. You mean, the energy core of this hunter god armor is this mechanical block? Yes. The armor's gravity device, defense module, and the entire power system all derive their energy from this block. Dong-chi nodded. She didn't know what Ji-sun's strange expression meant, and she said her own opinion. Are you curious about what's inside it? I don't know either. This module has a confidentiality device, and it will explode if it is improperly disassembled. At present, it seems that this is an ancient technology that cannot be manufactured by current technology. It can release huge energy with very little mana. Ji-sun felt more and more familiar as he listened. Controllable gravity changes are just like controlled nuclear fusion. Of course, it is not difficult for him to understand the principle of the function of this block. Even from some phenomena, the 2 are the same thing. Dong-chi held the module, and his eyes were bright. This is the most amazing energy core she has ever seen. In order to let Ji-sun know the magic of this module, she said, you can try to pour a little magic power into it, and you will know how amazing it is. But be careful. Just a little bit, it will become very heavy. Ji-sun took the module handed over by Dong-chi, and after listening to the description, he was almost sure of his guess. But to confirm, he still poured a little magic power into it. Dong-chi continued to introduce the special features of this energy module, saying, this module can not only release huge energy and change gravity, but the most amazing thing is that it can automatically store energy. Even after the energy is exhausted, it can be recharged again as long as it is left for a few days. Or it can be charged faster by using certain energy crystals to convert energy. This is a black technology that cannot be achieved by the current mechanical level, she said, and then said with a little regret, unfortunately, this template energy reserve has an upper limit. For example, the full load combat before, it can only be used for about half an hour. This lack of energy is the biggest shortcoming for mechanics. It's like a gunner without enough bullets. Dong-chi thought of something and continued, but as far as I know, the Orlan royal family has a more advanced armor. You should have heard of it. It is the Titan armor that ambushed and killed the 7th level southern continent before. The energy core used in that armor is more advanced than this one. It can support stronger battles, last longer, and has some more magical uses. It's a pity that I haven't seen it yet. This may be confusing to ordinary people. But when Ji-sun listened, his eyes showed an expression of as expected. Not only had he seen the Titan mecha, he also knew what this energy module was. Just from the familiar feeling of gravity change from the infusion of mana, he had confirmed that this module, and the golden ball of power gem in his hand, were the same item. But there was also a big difference. That is, with the same amount of mana, the gravity change reflected by the golden ball in his hand was more than 100 times stronger than that reflected by the energy module. As for the situation of energy exhaustion, Ji-sun had always used the golden ball to train physical skills, and it had never happened. In other words, it was very likely that this energy module was a much weaker version of the golden ball. Chapter 346. Ji-sun tested it, and confirmed that the principle of this energy module is exactly the same as that of the golden ball. At the same time, a thought immediately popped up in his mind. How is this thing made? According to Dong-chi, this is a top secret of the Orin royal family, and no one knows it. Song can also said that there are no relevant production drawings in those foundries. But Ji-sun confirmed that the power gem golden ball in his hand was an exclusive treasure artificially made to assist in the practice of the secret method of attracting the meteorite of the gods. In other words, the energy module of this God Hunter armor is also a man-made product, rather than a natural item like a magic core. Ji-sun reversed his guess and wondered if this energy module was actually a solidified gravity secret technique, something made using the principle of a card sealing spell. After a little deduction, this guess is basically true. It's just that the energy module of the armor uses some unknown technology to achieve the effect of recycling and automatic charging. Ji-sun thought, doesn't this mean that he has actually mastered the core technology of the energy module of the battle armor? But there is a problem. That is, even if it is artificially made, in addition to being proficient in the secret method of attracting the meteorite of the gods, it may also require a very high level. Just like Ji-sun is now at the 5th level, although he can condense gravitational field, it is far from the level of being able to produce solidified modules. And the previous battle mecha was able to control the Thief King Quintu, and the law level must be above the legendary level. Now there are probably only a handful of 7th level in the entire East Wilderness. Ji-sun even suspected that the Orlan royal court may not have mastered the technology to make these energy modules. These things are most likely ancient relics found in the Mausoleum of Augustus. But Ji-sun also knows a 7th level Aragon, and the Dragon Rebel army may not lack other top card masters who know this magic secret art. Theoretically, as long as there are drawings, it may be possible to mass produce. For a moment, countless possibilities came to his mind. Dong-chi saw Ji-sun distracted by the energy module, stopped introducing it, and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun glanced at her, took out the power gem gold ball, and said lightly, "Try to see if this can be used on the combat mecha." "Ah?" Dong-chi looked at the golden ball with a puzzled expression. The energy module of the armor was the most special black technology she had ever seen. How could it be replaced by anything? However, just as this thought came to her mind, reality violently reversed her doubts. She took the golden ball from Ji-sun's hand, and then her face changed drastically. She just tried to infuse the magic power for a little while, and a terrifying gravity pulled her hand and smashed it heavily to the ground. Ji-sun was quick-witted and caught the golden ball that fell from his hand. "This is..." Dong-chi staggered, still with a look of astonishment on her face. But she seemed to understand something in an instant, and her eyes were filled with joy. "Is this the energy module?" The familiar gravity change made her immediately confirm that this was the energy module of the armor. "No. It seems to be something more advanced." The magnitude of the gravity change just now far exceeded the energy intensity release range that she was familiar with. Ji-sun explained, "This is an ancient relic I got from a different dimension, and it is directly related to a magic secret technique I know." Dong-chi suddenly realized, "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot that you just completely ignored the gravitational field of the God Hunter armor." After saying that, she belatedly asked Ji-sun, "How did you do that?" Ji-sun didn't explain much, just raised his hand, and a strange ripple appeared on his palm. Dong-chi on the opposite side instantly felt her whole body sink, and the gravity pressed her down so hard that she was a little breathless. But her face was only a moment of doubt, and then she thought of something, and immediately turned into excitement. "This controllable gravitational field is actually a magical secret method." "Yes," Ji-sun explained, "this is the exclusive magic secret method of the Path of Destruction Spade 9 Calamity. This golden ball is a special relic used to assist in the practice of this secret method." "Ah?" Hearing this, Dong-chi was obviously stunned as if she had been hit on the head by a coincidence, and couldn't believe it. But her eyes turned and she immediately thought of the question that Ji-sun had thought of before. In other words, the energy module of the mechanical armor may be made by this magic secret method? Ji-sun nodded yes. If this is true. Dong-chi's eyes trembled with excitement when she heard this. This means that they may have found the most critical problem in mass-producing mechanical armor. Dong-chi became cautious when she took the golden ball from Ji-sun again. She was more familiar with the various data of the armor energy module than Ji-sun, and she came to the conclusion immediately after a little test. The gravity released by this golden ball is at least 150 times that of the module. And there is no energy storage decay. Oh my god, how many units of energy does this golden ball store? This conclusion, which has yet to be concluded, shocked her. Only a mechanic like her who has a high understanding of mechanical technology can accurately appreciate the performance improvement brought to the armor by such exaggerated data. Dong-chi couldn't hide his excitement, and quickly put the golden ball in the mechanical arm to try it out. Then the energy bar on the display showed that it was full. It means a perfect fit. It really works. Dong-chi didn't know how to describe the surprise of his major discovery at this moment. Before, she thought that the biggest shortcoming of the God Hunter armor was energy. But now, because of this golden ball of power gem, this limitation seems to be gone. At least Dong-chi has not seen the energy storage limit of this golden ball. In other words, the current God Hunter armor does not have the fatal flaw of half an hour downtime. And it's not just the endurance that has been solved. Sufficient energy also means that the combat effectiveness will soar. Before, we had to be frugal and estimate the energy consumption at all times during the battle, and we were also timid in the battle. Now it is completely unnecessary. For example, gravity field, protective barrier, magic cannon, all equipment modules can be used at full load. In layman's terms, every move can be magnified. One shell is easy to dodge, so what about infinite shells? Hiss. Dong-chi herself took a breath of cold air when she thought of that scene, and her blood was excited. If she doesn't consider energy consumption, she now has to consider the load limit of the mecha. For example, the U3 mechanical battering hammer installed on the right arm of the Huntsman battle armor has a design maximum attack strength of about 50,000 tons of impact force, and the equipment itself can withstand a maximum impact force of about 100,000 tons without damage. However, in order to ensure the normal operation of other modules, it can only produce 20,000 to 30,000 tons of power at most, and the limit will not exceed 50,000. With this golden ball, she can easily make the destructive power of the weapon reach the design limit of the mecha material itself. Who dares to resist this full-load hammer head-on? Not only that. After a little test, the charging efficiency has been greatly improved. Before, it took at least 5 seconds to charge the U3 siege hammer. Now, it can be completely done in about 1 second. On the battlefield, this is a complete crushing improvement. Wait, there are countless other benefits. This golden ball solves all the shortcomings of the Hunter God armor, such as insufficient firepower and power. Dong-chi is not the top 100 mechanics in the college assessment. If things really get serious, she will definitely be the first in the college. She was very confident that if this golden ball could have more than 5 times the efficiency of the original module, she could control the mecha to exert 10 times the combat power. I try it. Dong-chi couldn't hold back his discovery, and directly took out the entire set of mechas he had collected, and then began to operate and test them. Ji-sun watched Dong-chi like a little girl who got a new toy, happily trying out various things while controlling the mecha. Magical artillery, siege hammer, ship-slashing sword, energy shield, and charge system. The God Hunter mecha now equipped with the golden ball showed a completely different combat power than before. It has the dexterity of an assassin, the stability of a heavy-armored black knight, and the long-range firepower suppression of a warlock. This is a mechanical armor that can compete with top card masters. When Ji-sun saw the God Hunter mecha in front of him, he felt the same sense of oppression as when he saw the Titan mecha in the mausoleum, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's so strong. He was also curious about the limit of the golden ball. Seeing Dong-chi having fun testing, Ji-sun was not idle either, and began to count the spoils from the previous battles. Nearly a quarter of an hour passed like this. Suddenly, there was a sound of a cylinder explosion, and the mecha crashed on the spot. Dong-chi finally stopped. Unlimited firepower is fine, but the armor itself must be able to withstand the endless energy pouring out. Ji-sun looked over, and saw Dong-chi walking down from the mechanical armor with his right arm burning red. In order to test the limit data of the golden ball, a lot of equipment components were even scrapped just now. Fortunately, a few accomplices were hunted before, so there are spares. Although Dong-chi felt a little distressed, Her face was more happy. Now the test is clear, and there will be some accurate data in the subsequent battles. She excitedly reported the test results to Ji-sun from a distance. Ji-sun, this golden ball is so powerful. The kinetic boiler has no problem with the 150% limit load, and the 230% magic barrier can also replenish the shield in 1 second. Ji-sun listened to the professional terms. To sum it up, she did not test the limit of the golden ball in the test just now. It was not a technical problem. It was that the strength of the God Hunter armor was not enough, and it was far from reaching the limit of the golden ball. Dongqi came over, jumped up happily, gave Ji-sun a close hug, and said excitedly, "Wow, it's such a surprise. Did you know that this golden ball directly improved the combat power of the God Hunter armor by several levels?" The golden ball was so attractive to her that they didn't need to be polite to each other. However, she blinked at Ji-sun and didn't dare to speak shamelessly. Ji-sun smiled knowingly and said casually, "If you can use it, leave it with you." He was now quite proficient in the secret method of attracting the gods to fall, and the golden ball was not as useful as when he first got started. Now that he had seen how the golden ball improved the hunting god mecha, it was obvious that it would be more useful to keep it in Dongqi's hands than in his own. Even if he needed it when he was comprehending the bottleneck later, this Miss Honglu was not an outsider, so he could just ask her for it. Dongqi glanced at Ji-sun, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. After a moment of hesitation, the young lady of Honglu said politely, "Thank you." The two did not stay there for long, and after packing up, they chased after the Song family. They were just to cover the rear, so they did not walk fast. They talked while walking. Dongqi played with the golden ball in her hand, and soon she fell into a kind of happy distress again, muttering, in this case, I may need more consumables. It's a pity that it's exposed now, and it will be difficult to get it later. Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hunter God Armor is the degraded version of Titan combat armor that the Orlan royal family can produce in small quantities at present, and it is impossible to buy accessories outside. But the situation is not that bad. He told him directly, Song Kan's factory can manufacture most of the accessories of this armor. You can go to him when you need it. According to what Song Kan said before, the Song family now has 60% to 70% of the design drawings of the Hunter God armor. There are still a few complete trophies for reference. It is not a problem to add some accessories. Dongqi was stunned. When did Fatty Song get those drawings? She didn't know how exaggerated the Song family's background was, but she knew that the Orlan royal family kept a high level of confidentiality about mechas. It is absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That's why she was surprised how those drawings were spread. Dongqi was not an outsider, Ji-sun explained casually. Now more than half of the most advanced machinery foundries in Dongwang are owned by the Song family. And your school of mechanical engineering actually has 1,000 connections with the Song family. Dongqi was obviously surprised after hearing this. Song Fatty is so powerful? She didn't care about the family background of her friends, and she never asked, so of course she didn't know. Yeah. And the previous batch of mechanics were all the top experts in the world. You will know when you meet them. Ji-sun originally mentioned it casually, but suddenly he thought of something else unconsciously. According to Song Kan, the batch of parts they manufactured already represented the highest level of current technology. In the entire East Wilderness, only the Song family has a complete industrial chain. Although the output is not high, the significance of machinery is that once there is the first one, there will be countless more. If there are really hundreds of them assembled into a legion, the Dragon Legion on the southern continent will not dare to touch them easily. Ji-sun is sure that machinery must be an important factor affecting future wars. So he instinctively thought of a question. The Song family only has 60% to 70% of the drawings, so where will the more drawings be? Especially the drawings of the energy system. Thinking of this question, Ji-sun suddenly had an idea and turned to ask, by the way, Chi-Chi, you said you came from a secret base of the Orlan royal family. Is that base also near the Starfall City? Dongqi replied casually, yes. It is in the belly of the mountain about a few dozen kilometers to the north. That is the base for secretly assembling the God Hunter armor. According to what I know, there are probably parts that can be used to assemble a dozen or so sets of armor. After a moment of reaction, the rest of the words stopped abruptly. She finally understood why Ji-sun asked that question, and asked in surprise, are you planning to take over that base? Ji-sun's expression froze, and he remained silent instead of answering. He really was planning to take over that base. You? Dongqi looked at his expression, and her eyes twitched inexplicably. She was too familiar with the character of this old friend. When he was at the first level, he dared to kill the Lord of Innocent City. Now he is at the 5th level. Who knows if he has any crazy ideas, but only she knew the risks of that base. Not to mention the 5th level card master. Even if they went to a few legends, they would not be able to come out alive. Dongqi hurriedly persuaded, don't be impulsive. The confidentiality of that base is very high, and the defense is extremely strict. I even suspect that there are Titan mechas and top masters of the Orlan dynasty in the base. Her mission was to intercept and kill the Song family, and she didn't know the situation in Starfall City. But Ji-sun knew it. Ji-sun not only knew that there were masters in Starfall City, but also met the Play God Domingo, one of the 4 Knights of the King. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy is probably in constant trouble now. The target of the southern continent this time is the Titan mecha. Once targeted, they will never give up. It is hard to say whether Domingo can survive. However, since it is a secret base, the people of the Orlan royal family will definitely not wait foolishly for the people of the southern continent to find it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Ji-sun deduced the result in an instant, thinking, so those guys must be moving the equipment in the base now. Isn't this the opportunity? The base has various mechanical restrictions, and Ji-sun really didn't think about forcing his way in. But you've already started to move, and everything is out in the open, so you still don't dare? Ji-sun's original plan was to escort the Song family's mechanics to safety before considering other things. But now, he suddenly thought of a better plan. Ji-sun knew that no one was chasing them yet, and it was definitely not because the Orlan royal family had given up chasing the Song family. It was because the war in Hsinchu City kept the masters busy. Ji-sun saw an opportunity. Rather than defending against an enemy that may come at any time, it is better to make the enemy unable to get away and chase. The masters of the Orlan royal family are now probably in Starfall City to attract enemy firepower, so the defense of the base is bound to be empty. What if the secret base is exposed in advance? Wouldn't it be even more difficult to take care of other things? If the defense of the secret base is not strong, Ji-sun and Dongqi can take it down, which is perfect. Dongqi's hunting god armor is not weak after being blessed by the golden ball, and it can definitely give the enemy a big surprise. At worst, they can get a few hunter god armors. If there is really a Titan armor, there is also Ji-sun, the southern continent pioneer. A few dozen kilometers is not a long time for the top dragonborn. Both sides will suffer, but Ji-sun thinks it is the best scenario. Although there are risks, once successful, the rewards are huge. Ji-sun's mind instantly deduced various possibilities, and the plan was formed instantly. He tilted his head and said, Chi-Chi, I have a plan. Let's do something big. Hearing this, Dongqi looked at him in surprise. Do you really want to go? Chapter 347. Dongqi had thought about the secret base before, but the defense there was too tight, and there was no chance to take advantage of it. After listening to Ji-sun's plan, she immediately became interested. Dongqi had absolute trust in Ji-sun. Although the plan still sounded outrageous, since it was said by him, she had no doubt about its feasibility. The two hit it off, rode the motorcycle all the way, turned around and headed toward Hsinchu City. The wind whistled on the motorcycle. The motorcycle that Dongqi modified himself was much better than the commercial version in Ji-sun's hand, and he was also a good driver. Sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, Ji-sun was a passenger with peace of mind, just like he was in Innocent City before. As they hurried on their way, they discussed some details of the upcoming battle. Ji-sun needed to know more about the secret base, which would also make the plan more feasible. Usually, we train and get familiar with the equipment in the upper area of the base. The core of the garrison force is actually our group of mechanics. But there are some secret experimental projects in the lower level of that base. I suspect it is the research institute that makes real Titan armor. There was a laboratory accident once, and I secretly went to investigate and saw some scrap special armor parts being transported out. That was a special type of artillery forged with demon green copper and bloodmark steel. Not only is the structure of the artillery very special. Normally, this alloy can bear a load at least 1,000 times stronger than the main artillery of the Hunter God mech. I can't think of how it was damaged. I suspect that those people are developing some kind of super powerful weapons. Weapons. Yes. According to the information I have learned so far, the Titan armor that has killed the 7th level dragon may not be equipped with that kind of special weapon. Moreover, the weapon system of the armor is not designed separately, and there must be an adapted model. Although I have never seen a real Titan armor, the various data of the machine can be estimated through calculation. The armor that can carry that kind of weapon is definitely not something that any technology one know of can achieve. You mean, that base might be developing a special armor that is more powerful than the Titan armor? Yes. But it's just a guess. Also, this bionic combat suit has no zipper, so it can't be open like this. After hearing Dong Qi's description, Ji-sun realized that the specifications of the secret base were higher than expected. It is obvious that the new king of Oran got some amazing drawings in the royal mausoleum. Although most of the high-end mechanical resources in Dongwang are currently in the Song family, the Oran royal family now controls the former federal parliament, and those old families have a lot of resources in their hands. It is not a problem to gather some mechanical experts and precision equipment. That base is more mysterious than expected. More valuable. This thought made Ji-sun feel that he had to go there. You mean, the mechanics selected to become the hunter god armor were brainwashed by faith? Yes. The people of the Orlan royal family did not tell the exact situation when they selected mechanics at the academy, but during the actual training, someone used a moon to continuously brainwash the trainees. This was also discovered by me, when I secretly decrypted the information of the institute later. Fortunately, I know the secret method of mechanical descent, so I am exempt from pollution. Moon? Silver Moon sect? Yes. After this conversation, Ji-sun also knew what Dong Qi had been through during this period. Being selected as a control mechanic of the hunting god armor is not only a technical threshold, but also contains hidden risks. Ji-sun had been thinking before that the restoration of the Orlan royal family was not long ago. How could the mechanics be absolutely loyal? Now I heard that it turned out that faith pollution was used. Fortunately, this old friend of mine had his own experience, and was exempt from pollution. Ji-sun unconsciously thought of the Silver Moon Queen in the mausoleum. Why did he feel that the Orlan royal family was preparing some big move? This is the foundation of the Augustus family. Even if they are in decline, they can shock the world by taking out something casually. Dong Qi continued, those who have realized the mechanical deity will not be contaminated by other beliefs. In other words, they are not easily contaminated. Because this sequence card master is very clear about the source of his extraordinary power, which is wisdom and creation. The mechanical demon god pointed to by the sequence, the omniscient and omnipotent Tarona, has the power of the demon god to inspire inspiration and wisdom to people, so that they can gain power from technology through creation and invention. This is the belief in knowledge, not a certain god, and it is difficult to be shaken. Ji-sun only realized it when he heard this. It turns out that this mechanical deity can also exempt the belief pollution of other gods, to a certain extent. But it must be more than that. At the same time, he was more interested in the magic secrets of the mechanic sequence and asked, is there anything special about this secret method, such as the increase in combat ability? Dong Qi had nothing to hide from Ji-sun, she said directly. As for combat ability, the most is a huge improvement in skills. A large part of the skill attribute is actually the ability to recruit nerves. To control ordinary mechas, you only need to be flexible in your hands and feet. But the real high-level mechanical technology requires micro-control capabilities related to nerves. For example, this hunter armor. As she said, she continued to introduce, people only have 2 hands and 2 feet. If you only rely on your limbs to control the mecha, the action commands that can be executed per unit time are very limited, and there are also operation delays. But there are countless nerves. Well, to put it simply, it is like using the nervous system to control the mecha just like controlling your own body. The efficiency is completely different. This is also the most important reason why the hunter god armor I control is better than others. I see. Ji-sun found it easy to understand. He actually had this feeling when he first saw the Titan mecha in the mausoleum. That kind of flexibility is exactly like the human body. So that's how it is. It can even be reversed. The Titan armor designed by the Talon dynasty was tailor-made for this magic secret technique. Sure enough, each of the 52 magic secrets has a huge improvement on the card master of its exclusive sequence. Thinking of something, Ji-sun took out a booklet and said, by the way, Chi-Chi, this is the entry formula of the secret method of attracting the sky god. You can take a look when you have time. It is not a related sequence, and it is very difficult to get started. But at least we understand the principle of gravity, a supernatural power, and it may be more efficient to control it. Okay. Dong Qi agreed immediately, and said with joy, Ji-sun, I find that you can always give people a big surprise. The speed of the motorcycle was very fast, and Ji-sun and the others quickly returned to Starfall City. The battle was still going on, and the city was already a sea of fire. The sound of dragon roars and artillery fire was endless. The Titan armor did not appear, and no outrageous masters from the South Continent came to reinforce. However, the main force of the Iris 9th Legion had arrived. Tens of thousands of people were besieging the masters of the Orlan royal family in the city, and slaughtering the residents, who did not have time to escape. Starfall City is a mechanical city, and there is no shortage of artillery ammunition. The city has a complex building structure and a large number of basements. Even if it is a street fight, it will not end in a short time. Ji-sun observed outside the city for a while, and then disguised himself as a soldier from the southern continent and sneaked into the city to see the situation. It was almost as expected. There were many mechanical workshops of the Orlan royal family in Hsinchu City, which would take time to transfer. But now it seems that the more important reason why those Orlan masters are dragging on in the city is probably to evacuate the secret base in the north. Ji-sun did not stay in the city for long, and headed north with Dong-chi. In less than 10 minutes, they found the secret base after traveling dozens of kilometers. This was a dead wasteland. There were no traces of artificial buildings on the ground. The base is about 40 meters below the bottom floor. Yes, it is not so easy to empty a large base. It has not been long since the battle, and Ji-sun guessed that there might be a lot of equipment and people in the base that have not been moved in time. Otherwise, the god of play Domingo and the masters of the Orlan royal family in the Starfall City would not have tried their best to provide cover. Ji-sun lay on the hillside and observed for a while, and had no intention of entering the base at all. In his opinion, the truly valuable and easy to transfer things in the laboratory must be on the way now. Those experimental data and drawings are what Ji-sun cares about most. The priority is even higher than the finished mecha. Intercepting this batch of things is the first goal. Thinking of this, Ji-sun said, "Chi-Chi, act separately and find the escape route first." Dong-chi responded in the communicator, "Okay." The two immediately started to act. With Dong-chi as an insider, Ji-sun already knew the specific structure of the underground base. This kind of base must have an escape route. The people in the base are basically contaminated by faith, and they are not afraid of being exposed. Unfortunately, there is Dong-chi. She knew that there were at least 3 escape routes. However, the failure of the previous plan to kill the Song family may have been reported, and Ji-sun felt that these 3 routes could be ruled out. If the people of the Orlan royal family didn't want to be wiped out, they would definitely use some backup escape routes. Those important things would probably be on that road. Originally, Ji-sun thought he might have to try his luck to find it. Anyway, he searched for a while, and didn't find any traces on the ground. However, he didn't expect that not long after, he heard Dong-chi's excited report from the communicator, "I think I found it." Ji-sun quickly approached and saw Dong-chi touching the ground with his mechanical arm, as if detecting minds and listening to the stethoscope. Generally, she asked, "Where is it?" Dong-chi pointed in a direction and said, 70 meters underground. 15 degrees east by north. There are signs of regular activity of living organisms. Huh? Ji-sun was also slightly surprised when she accurately said the direction of the tunnel. Dong-chi explained, "The omniscient sensor equipped on the armor can not only sense the biological characteristics of living things, but also thermally sensitive displays, such as footsteps, and regular subtle vibrations such as heartbeats can be recognized. Just when I was here, a group of people just walked by, about 15 people. So powerful." Ji-sun was really shocked when he heard it. He was definitely far from this perception ability. He even felt that at least the card masters below the 7th level were extremely difficult to detect. Oh, that's right. There was no 7th level in the East Desert before. When this secret base was built, it was likely that the designer's idea was to build it according to the perception limit of the 6th level card master. At the same time, Ji-sun was also full of emotion. Fortunately, the Titan mecha encountered in the mausoleum was not driven by a living person, otherwise the combat power would have soared several times. Now that the passage has been determined, everything will be easy. A rat hole was found. If you want to catch rats, the best way is not to drill into the hole, but to blast them out. Now that we know there is a big secret in this base, let's see how big it is. Ji-sun, Chi-Chi, stay away first. Dong-chi, okay. After saying that, Ji-sun directly took out a card. After activating it, the air was immediately filled with a faint pungent smell that was difficult for humans to smell, but werewolves could smell. This is a special flare equipped for the reconnaissance team. It is made of urine used by some high-level monsters to mark their territory. The sense of smell of high-level dragons can smell the smell of blood from dozens of kilometers away, not to mention this specially made flare. It means that there is a major discovery and support is urgently needed. After doing all this, Ji-sun cleaned up the traces of his existence, and then ran a few miles away to hide. Sure enough, before long, a storm of crushing breath came first, and in a blink of an eye, 3 giant dragons flapped their flesh-winged fire dragons and rushed over. One is level 7, 2 are level 6. Ji-sun looked at the leading red dragon with a scar on his eyebrow, and laughed in his heart. Oh, the Legion Commander is here in person. The people who came were none other than the 9th Legion Commander Bane, and 2 Deputy Legion Commanders. They came just in time. Ji-sun was worried that he would not be able to catch any big fish if his level was not high enough. These 3 guys are here. If there is really a Titan mecha in this secret base, it should come out for some fresh air. The 3 red dragons circled in the sky for a few breaths, and soon found the mark left by Ji-sun. They had no doubt why there was a mark in this wilderness. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the void, and dragon flames that could melt gold and fossils spewed out of its mouth. The Dragonborn's test was so simple and crude. Under the burning of the extremely high-temperature dragon breath, the ground was like melted chocolate, and it was burned into flowing magma with the naked eye. Soon, a huge pit of 10 meters, 20 meters, and 30 meters burned out. The 3 red dragons sprayed dragon breath and burned through the earth, but found nothing unusual. However, this depth is already within the perception range of the 7th level card master. The panicked movement of the people in the base below immediately attracted Bane's attention. His amber vertical pupil shone. There are people below. Then the dragon's breath burst out wildly. In a blink of an eye, a secret escape passage came into view. The people in the secret base also knew that they were discovered, but the 3 dragons came too suddenly and found the location too accurately, giving the people underground no time to react. Several shells were fired from the tunnel breach, hitting the 3 red dragons without any pain. The dragon was naturally brave, and without any hesitation, Bane rushed into the secret passage with the other 2 deputy captains. In the distance, Ji-sun suppressed his breath and stared at the surroundings with full concentration. In his opinion, someone had set fire to the rat hole, and the rat should come out from somewhere else. However, this time, he miscalculated. The underground battle became extremely fierce from the beginning. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions were like an earthquake, shaking Ji-sun as if he was dancing in the wilderness, and his body on the ground was jumping up and down. Looking at the trajectory of the battle, Bane and the other 2 went from 2 directions. One side chased those who evacuated to the distance. The other side went to the base. The battle was still fierce, which meant that the 3 people from the South Continent were still alive. Calculating the distance, some of the 3 people from the South Continent had already reached the core area of the base. Ji-sun estimated the time in his heart and said to himself, if there is really a Titan, it should come out soon. This 7th level dragon card master who transformed into a giant dragon, I am afraid that no one in the East Wasteland can deal with it at present. It can only be Titan. If not, that's perfect. A loss for both sides is a foreseeable outcome. The reality was similar to what he expected. The battle suddenly changed at this time. The battle in the core area of the base came to an abrupt end. Killed? Ji-sun was also a little surprised. Why did it feel like the 6th level Dragonborn was killed in a second? Even the Titan armor should be able to last for a few rounds. But he didn't feel the aftermath of the stalemate at all. It just suddenly went out. Before he could figure out what happened, at this moment, a mouthful of blazing dragon flame gushed out from the ground. Then, Ji-sun watched Bane, whose dragon scales were slightly black, rush out of the hole like lightning. The dragon roar mixed with sadness seemed to make people hear. Panic? The other 2 deputy legion commanders did not come out, which means they were really killed in seconds. What's going on? Ji-sun widened his eyes, and suddenly realized that things were not what he expected. The 7th level Dragonborn was actually frightened and fled in panic. Hiss! What is under the ground? Before the brain could digest the information in front of it, the terrifying scene was staged again. As soon as Bane flew out, Ji-sun saw a blue-white energy wave spurting out from the crack in the ground, and then chasing like a tracking missile, leaving a long trajectory in the dark sky. This speed is faster than the 7th level Dragonborn, and it will catch up with the target in a blink of an eye. Bane knew that he could not escape, so he made a defensive posture in midair. The moment the dragon scale solidified, with a boom, the huge dragon body was submerged in the fierce energy explosion. Looking again, the red dragon's dragon scales were covered with blood holes, and it was no longer as powerful as before. In a state of disgrace. In the distance, Ji-sun saw the exploding energy ball, and was a little bit unbelievable. This thing is actually a magic cannon? A single shot severely damaged a 7th level card master who transformed into a giant dragon. The power was so great that it was a little unbelievable. Ji-sun had seen the Titan armor with his own eyes. In his understanding, even the original Titan in the mausoleum did not have such exaggerated combat power. What was going on? He didn't need to guess, because at this time, the mecha that fired the cannonball appeared. In the cave, A broken white armor slowly rose into the air. The holy white light illuminated the wilderness. This is a humanoid mecha. But it is missing an arm, has a broken wing on its back, and the armor all over its body is covered with scars. Seeing this familiar shape, Ji-sun's pupil shrank suddenly. Mechanical angel? This is not the Titan in his impression, but a new form of mechanical armor. The broken angel armor clearly has a heavy historical atmosphere, and this injury is definitely not caused now. Instead, it was already broken when it was taken out of the mausoleum. The people in this secret base are trying to repair it. The broken parts on it clearly show signs of repair and being repaired. Ji-sun took a breath. At this moment, he finally understood what Dong-chi said before, that the base was secretly researching weapons. The new king of Orlan really brought out an incredible thing from the Imperial Mausoleum. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. Bane in the sky was hit by a magic cannonball, and was severely injured. He knew that he could not escape, so he turned back to fight. His neck swelled and turned red, and he gathered a breath of super dragon fire, and sprayed it towards the mechanical angel. The 100-meter-long fire dragon spewed down, the air was distorted by the high temperature, the rocks were instantly turned into ashes, and everything around was burned by the dragon's breath. This terrifying power, even Ji-sun, who was a few miles away, felt a destructive burning sensation. But even with such a blow, the angel did not dodge or evade. It calmly raised the only broken mechanical arm, and an energy barrier suddenly appeared. Hua hua hua. The dragon's breath gushed on the barrier like a waterfall, and the angel was safe and sound. Ji-sun looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly his eyes became surprised. This energy shield is absolutely defensive. No, it's not a normal energy shield. After a closer look, the barrier protecting the mechanical angel was not a normal rebound, nor did it melt the dragon's breath. Instead, it was repelled and formed an isolation layer. Ji-sun always felt that this ability was inexplicably familiar, and suddenly thought of something. Repulsion? Chapter 348. Ji-sun looked at the barrier surrounding the broken mechanical angel in front of him, and immediately found that there was something wrong with the barrier. Normally, whether it was a card master or a mechanical armor, the essence of the body barrier was to form various energy barriers with stable structures. However, the white light circle in front of him, that completely shielded the dragon's breath, within a range of 1 meter, did not have any elemental fluctuations. It was more like using some special law to repel the elements within the range, forming a similar vacuum layer. A protective barrier? Ji-sun himself is very sensitive to gravity. So when he saw this posture, he felt at first glance that it was an opposite. Repulsion. He also instinctively thought of a question in his mind. This type of mechanical angel doesn't use the same gravitational energy system as the hunter god armor. It's strange. Why use a completely opposite energy system? Ji-sun's intuition told him that this must be some kind of special setting. Dong-chi's hunter god armor has proved the reliability of controllable gravity as an energy source, so there is no need to create a new energy system. But this broken angel mecha seems to be of higher specifications than the Titan seen in the mausoleum. Ji-sun felt that the only possibility was that the performance of this opposite energy system must be superior. Or, he glanced at the broken half of the angel's body again. Originally, it had both gravity and repulsion? Ji-sun observed carefully, his thoughts racing. During these few breaths of attention, the mechanical angel completely blocked the burning dragon's breath, standing in the air, safe and sound. Legion leader Bane was exhausted in one breath. Looking at his strongest attack that failed to hurt this broken armor, his face was ashen. The message has been sent out, and it will take some time for reinforcements to arrive. He knew he couldn't escape, so he rushed towards the angel again, with a frown on his face. Ji-sun also saw that the mechanical angel was obviously broken, causing many functions to not work properly. So even though it could have dodged at the first moment, it was hit hard on the head by the dragon claw. With a bang, the mechanical angel was smashed into the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a wave of earth more than 10 meters high. Bane saw that he had hit the mecha hard with one blow, and instantly felt that he was good enough. He flapped his wings and flew into the big pit quickly, wanting to pursue the victory. But he never thought that the battle would end suddenly in the next second. A black beam of light shot out from the hole. Bayu! With the speed of lightning, it pierced through the swooping red dragon. In the distance, Ji-sun looked at the black light beam that pierced through the 7th level dragon scales without any obstruction, and his eyes shrank suddenly. What is this? This special black light may be unfamiliar to others. But he felt familiar, wondering, why does it feel like the dark matter energy of the fallen angel? He still has a part of the dark matter crystal in his hand. This is a special energy crystal that is different from any known element in the material world. And the familiar dark feeling in the crystal core is almost exactly the same as the beam just now. It has both repulsion and dark energy. Looking at the form of the armored angel again, Ji-sun's eyes twitched, and he suddenly felt that his intuition might be true. Since the energy module of the God Hunter armor is the same as the source of the heavenly God meteorite, then according to his understanding, the dark energy that showed the repulsion is also very likely to be the lightless sun. In an instant, he suddenly understood why the Orlan royal family listed the hero sequence's magic secret method, the lightless sun, as a taboo. It may not only be because of the special fate of the hero sequence, or because this dark energy may be the key energy source for making mechanical angels. After all, the end of Talon 3,000 years ago was a chaotic era when the 7 lords of natural disaster were rampant, and ordinary combat mechas could not solve the disaster of the outer god level. This mechanical angel is probably some kind of ancient weapon with extremely high specifications. The battle ended faster than expected. The moment Ji-sun was surprised, the giant dragon in the sky had its head pierced, and its arrogance was instantly extinguished. The huge body fell rapidly, and quickly turned back into human form in midair. Bang! The body fell on the hard ground. There was no more sound in the empty wasteland, and it was dead silent. Although Bane and the other 2 were killed, the news had spread, and it would not take long for the top masters of the southern continent to catch up. The people in the underground secret base would definitely not dare to stay for long. Ji-sun listened to the hurried footsteps, and did not dare to go down. Having just seen the combat power of the mechanical angel, he did not want to offend him. After waiting for half a minute, he walked out. In the messy pit, the mechanical angel disappeared, and Bane's body was also taken away. Ji-sun said secretly. What a pity. Although he knew that there must be a lot of equipment and resources in the base that could not be moved in time. But he didn't dare to go in. Even if the people of the Orlan royal family evacuated, they would definitely leave some means to trap the enemies who broke in. And the most valuable things were also moved away. However, just as Ji-sun turned around to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a palm-sized white metal fragment left in the soil on the ground. Ji-sun took a look and thought it should have fallen from the angel armor. He touched it, and it was icy and very hard. He took it in his hand and tried it, and suddenly asked in surprise, why does it feel like it's made of the same material as the useless great sword? Apart from the useless great sword, he had never seen a second metal with this hardness. However, considering that it has to withstand the combat intensity of a top card master, it is normal for the material to be a little special. It was just a fragment, and not worth much, so Ji-sun didn't look at it for long and just put it away. Ji-sun asked through the communicator, Chi-Chi, have you found the exit? Dong-Chi responded excitedly on the other side of the communicator, I found it. I just happened to block a group of people who were trying to escape. Ji-sun, okay, prepare to kill them, I'd be there soon. The previous plan was that Ji-sun would stay where he was and observe the situation, while Dong-Chi would look for the traces of the evacuated laboratory personnel. Now that the mechanical angel was exposed, Ji-sun did not feel any danger, but felt that the timing for this kill operation was completely ripe. The one who killed Bane, and the other 2 just now, was a mechanical angel that was still under repair. So it is certain that there is no Titan armor in the base. As for the 7th level card master, there may not be many in the entire Orlan royal court. The probability of there being one in the base is extremely low. In this way, Dong-Chi is almost completely harmless. The ordinary God Hunter armor is no threat to her. As for the mechanical angel that can kill the 7th level in seconds, as long as the people of the Orlan royal family are not stupid, they will never let this secret weapon meet up with the main force. The top strongmen of the southern continent are not joking. If they really come after them, it will definitely be a complete mess. There is no other possibility. So Ji-sun felt that the mechanical angel should be busy running away. And it is better to use a route that is known by fewer people. The more secure it is. If the people of the southern continent want to chase, they are likely to chase this important target. In this way, when Ji-sun and his companions go to rob, all the force majeure factors are theoretically excluded. Everything is ready. Not long after, Ji-sun found Dong-Chi, who was fighting fiercely at an underground river mouth more than 10 kilometers away. This was a team of nearly 50 people. In addition to 20 or 30 researchers wearing base research uniforms, there was also a team of elite guards and 6 mechanical armors. As he expected, there were no particularly difficult masters here. Of course, there were also a lot of black iron boxes with white paint sprayed with the words PN44 base and unknown contents. Dong-Chi could find the enemy, and the enemy could certainly find her. In order to prevent this group of people from escaping with the stuff, the two sides fought fiercely. It can be seen that these Orlan royal family mechanics are also well aware of the shortcomings of the Hunter God armor. During the fight, they found that this armor number 007 was extremely brave, so they thought of using a defensive posture and wheel tactics to exhaust the energy of Dong Chi's mecha. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. After changing to the Power Gem Gold Ball, Dong Chi's Hunter God armor's combat power exploded. The performance of various equipment was maximized. Even if it was a 1-on-6 situation, it was not at all inferior. Dong Chi controlled the mecha, holding a hot melt knife in one hand, and deftly moved among the 6 mechas, occasionally cutting off a piece of the opponent's armor plate, or firing a fully loaded magic cannon at the enemy's mecha's head. It seemed that the end of the battle was a matter of time. Ji-sun couldn't get involved in the battle between the mechas. He had more important things to do. The boat on the river that was originally used for evacuation had been blown up, and the researchers were carrying boxes with mechanical exoskeletons, planning to go by land. However, quietly, a few cold lights flashed in the darkness, and the flying knives killed the elite guards in an instant. Ji-sun's sudden attack dealt a fatal blow to these people. Even the 5th-level guard captain couldn't hold on for long. He soon became a corpse on the ground. Ji-sun did not kill those researchers. Although he knew that they might have been contaminated by the Silver Moon faith, he saw a longer destiny in his eyes. The angel armor was still in the hands of the Orlan royal family. If these mechanics were alive, there would be more possibilities in the future. Although he did not kill them, Ji-sun was like a bandit who robbed them on the road, stripping them of all the valuable things. Only then did he realize that it was not that these people did not want to put the things in the box into the storage ring. Instead, all their storage equipment was already full. Time was short, and they had no better choice but to pack the rest of the important research materials in a box. The boxes were mostly filled with drawings and various research data. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a pile of waste paper. But for Ji-sun, it was a priceless treasure. Fortunately, his storage ring was big enough. When he went to see Katarina before, he emptied the spoils he brought out of the mausoleum, and there was still a lot of space. But even so, after stuffing dozens of boxes, there was still a pile. After Ji-sun cleaned up, the battle on Dong Chi's side was almost over. Although the 6 hunter mechas tried to stop Ji-sun from robbing during the period. But the gravitational control of the mecha had no effect on Ji-sun, so it was not a threat at all. Instead, it became the point of attack for Ji-sun and Dong Chi to cooperate. Of the 6 mechanical mechas, 2 had their necks cut off by the hot melt knife, 1 was penetrated by the artillery, and the kinetic system was down, and another was dismantled into several pieces, and only 2 escaped in the end. Ji-sun and the other 2 did not chase after them. After all, some people were needed as bait to attract the firepower from the southern continent and share the risk of being hunted down. Dong Chi controlled the mecha and carried the remaining pile of boxes, running wildly on the wasteland. The looted items were in hand, and now it depends on whether they can be kept. The golden ball gave the hunter mecha almost unlimited endurance. The 2 ran wildly all the way, took a break on the way, counted the items in the boxes, and threw away everything that might be tracked, including the boxes. Then, they continued to run for several hundred kilometers, and finally stopped in a valley in the endless wasteland. They were not caught up for so long, which meant that they were lucky. Neither the people from the southern continent nor the people from the Orlan royal family chased them. In the wilderness, a bonfire lit up. After a fierce battle, they needed to rest. Ji-sun set up a boiler, and made some hot marching food. The aroma of meat filled the pot. Ji-sun stirred it with a spoon, then sat down, and helped to look through the piles of drawings and materials around him. Dong Chi, who was standing by, was like a money grubber who suddenly became rich, and he kept exclaiming. After all, in the eyes of the mechanic, this pile of information was a rare treasure. At this time, she finally found something in the pile of information and exclaimed, "Wow, Ji-sun, our luck is really great. This is the Hunter God Energy Module manufacturing drawing. Ha ha ha. Didn't you say before that Fatty Song didn't have the drawings? It turned out that the PN44 base was making it itself. Now, with this drawing, we can basically make a complete Hunter God armor." Ji-sun was also delighted when he saw it. None of the boxes that Orlan's group brought out of the Research Institute contained waste. Diagram of the Hurricane Thermal Tracking Artillery, diagram of the T-0 Heavy Baffle Shield, diagram of the Jet Thrust Device Module, diagram of the Divine Mechanical Super Control System, drawings of hundreds of important equipment modules of the Hunter God Armor series. Nearly half of them are here. The people of the Orlan royal family are not stupid, and they did not put all their eggs in one basket. Ji-sun and his companions felt lucky that the most critical energy core module happened to be here. In addition to the drawings in the hands of the Song family, theoretically, they have mastered the drawings of the entire set of God Hunter armor. After the final inventory, the harvest was far beyond expectations. Among them, there are more than a dozen weapon drawings that have not been produced. Except for the basic armor, the other equipment of the God Hunter armor is optional. The heavy armor, agile assassin, and long-range gunner have different optional equipment and different effects. If this batch of drawings can be made into finished products, it will be the real God Hunter armor. With the productivity of the Song family, as long as there are enough materials, the mass production of the God Hunter armor is just around the corner. The mechanical army that could influence the future war situation was already vaguely visible. The data was roughly counted, and the food was cooked. Ji-sun and Dong-chi sat around the campfire, eating thick black bread with broth and having a very pleasant meal. Dong-chi was still immersed in the dreamlike state of sudden wealth. When she came to her senses, she also felt a little incredible. While eating, she also sighed. Ji-sun, why do I feel that we are lucky? We didn't encounter the Titan armor, and no one chased us. As she spoke, a thrilling and exciting aftertaste appeared on her pretty face. Haha, it's not just luck. Ji-sun smiled when he heard this. In Dong-chi's eyes, luck is the inevitable result after countless deductions. Because he guessed everything that would happen in advance, he didn't think it was thrilling. Ji-sun's eyes reflected a fiery red, and he said, I almost forgot to tell you that there is something more powerful than the Titan armor in that base. It's not that there is no existence, but the mechanical angel is not something that the two of them can resist. It was because Ji-sun had predicted that there was such a danger in the PN-44 base in advance that the people from the southern continent were attracted to wade through the mines first. Later, the two of them were so successful. I didn't have time to mention it before, but now I mention it. Dong-chi was also very surprised when he heard it. You mean, there's a kind of armor in the base that can instantly kill the 7th level Dragonborn card master? Yes. Ji-sun briefly talked about the battle process between the mechanical angel and Bane, and then said, the broken mecha should be found by the new king of Orlon in the Augustus royal tomb. Dong-chi was amazed. Ah, you also went to the mausoleum of Augustus? Ji-sun, yes. Now I am free and have plenty of time. He also talked about the situation in the mausoleum, and the Titan armors he encountered. The tone was light, but Dong-chi heard about the adventure, and knew that so many wonderful things happened to Ji-sun. He couldn't help but exclaimed, wow, Ji-sun, you are amazing. Miss Chi-Chi was more and more interested in listening to the story. Her eyes were bright and she asked, what is the situation in the old continent now? Also, how did you become so powerful during this period? She was really curious about what happened during the time they were apart. As she spoke, Dong-chi suddenly stood up, hugged Ji-sun's neck, and sat on his thighs intimately, as if she felt that the distance was too far. Ji-sun held her hips with both hands and smiled, this is a long story. Then tell me slowly. Dong-chi blinked, and her long eyelashes fluttered lightly with a hint of teasing. She suddenly asked a question that was unrelated to the topic. Weren't you curious about how to open this combat suit before? That's it. As he spoke, the liquid leather jacket on his body automatically retreated like the tide, turning into a functional wrist guard on his wrist. In the blink of an eye, large areas of white and tender skin were exposed to the air. Dong-chi smiled, very special, right? Yeah. Indeed. Under the leather jacket, there was only a thin combat vest, which was very close to Ji-sun. He felt that the tip of his nose was about to touch the majestic arc. He smelled a faint girl body fragrance in his nose. Dong-chi straightened his back as if on purpose, and asked, have you noticed any changes? Of course. Ji-sun's hand gently stroked the delicate skin, along the lower abdomen with clear waistline, and soon penetrated into a warm area. Before, it was restrained by clothes, and it was not clear enough. Now it looks much fuller. Gestured with her hands, the softness was more real. Dong-chi smiled when she heard it, and for Ji-sun's convenience, she raised her hand and took off her vest generously. In a blink of an eye, the whole upper body was exposed to Ji-sun's vision without reservation. The face was full of warm jade and rippling, and the blue waves were as clear as water. This Miss Chi-Chi did not forget to say playfully, speak slowly, I'm listening. Chapter 349. In the marching tent, there is a beautiful spring scene. Long time no see. Have fun. Miss Chi-Chi, who is naked, is now lazily lying on the soft army green blanket. After releasing the burning passion, she is a little tired and closes her eyes for a nap. The orange light of the alchemy lamp shines on her smooth skin, exuding a delicate and soft texture like silk. The posture of lying down is ambiguous and lazy, and the wonderful back line is also perfectly outlined. Ji-sun couldn't let go of the delicate touch. Dong-chi closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth, as if she was letting him do whatever he wanted. Lying beside Ji-sun, she felt the kind of physical and mental relaxation that allowed her to fall asleep peacefully without any worries. Both of them hadn't enjoyed such a peaceful time for a long time. Ji-sun is now at the 5th level, and his energy will recover quickly. After lying down and resting for a while, he sat up. In the wilderness, the breeze blew in, and the tent was a little cold. Looking at Dong-chi, who seemed to be fast asleep beside him, Ji-sun smiled slightly, and pulled up the blanket to cover the flawless back. He picked up the information seized from the EP341 base, and read it again. Although they were all obscure professional drawings, Ji-sun read them very carefully, almost word for word. He had to confirm what he had robbed in order to more accurately assess the dangers they would face in the future. Unknowingly, an hour passed. The hands on the pocket watch were exactly 5 in the morning. The beautiful figure under the blanket suddenly moved. Ji-sun glanced at her. Awake? At the same time he said, "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Dong-chi's pupils were filled with joy, and she stood up. Ji-sun immediately felt that his arms were deeply sunken in 2 soft balls. "No. My biological clock is used to waking up at this time." Not too disgusted, Miss Chi-Chi stood up and walked out of the tent, turning back and saying, "I'm going to take a shower." She didn't plan to put on any clothes, so she was naked. Ji-sun looked at the beautiful bare back, with a faint smile on his face. Not long after, the sound of running water came to his ears. There was a lot of drinking water in their storage rings, but now they had to use it to store the information, so it was piled all over the floor. It was just right to use it now. Dong-chi used bullets to punch a few holes in the water tank, and hung it on the mechanical arm to make a simple shower bucket. The water drops fell on her skin, and the darkness was like a natural canvas. The bathing girl was frozen into a beautiful oil painting in Ji-sun's eyes. Ji-sun was pleased to see it. Miss Chi-Chi also showed off her curvy figure naturally and freely. Dong-chi came over after taking a shower wearing a towel. She wiped her wet hair and asked, "What are you looking at so seriously?" She knew that Ji-sun had been reading those materials. And the materials in the box he was looking at now seemed to have something special, because from just now until now, there was a trace of doubt between Ji-sun's eyebrows. Ji-sun said, "This is an encrypted document. I'm trying to decipher it." "Oh!" Dong-chi also looked over. The laboratory was full of drawings and research materials involving the military, so it was not strange that they were encrypted. Ji-sun knew that she might not realize something, and added, "But the encryption level of this document is very high. Much higher than the Hunter God armor. I still can't find a clue to decipher it." Hearing this, Dong-chi looked thoughtful, as if he understood something. "What do you mean?" Ji-sun confirmed her guess, and gave the answer directly. "This may be some repair research data of the mechanical angel." Dong-chi was also obviously stunned when he heard it. She also realized the seriousness of the matter. Because of these boxes of drawings, the risks are completely different. If it is just part of the drawings of the hunting god armor, the Orlan royal family must have a backup. So even if it is lost, it may not cost much to find it back. After all, if the drawings fall into the hands of the South Continent, there is only one result: destruction. If they fall into the hands of other forces in the East Wilderness, such as the Song family, it may not be a completely bad thing. A certain degree of leakage can even lead to explosive growth in mechanical technology. Now that the East Wasteland is isolated from the Old Continent, the Orlan royal family has absolute control. If they really find the Song family's secret factory, they can wipe it out. Just like this time when they robbed the underground base. Maybe they can get a batch of finished products directly. However, with these mechanical angel research materials, things are different. The Orlan royal family will never let such a killer weapon be lost. Dong-chi thought of this, and his hand that was wiping his hair stopped in midair. He couldn't hide his worry and said, "Doesn't this mean that we may get into a big trouble?" "Yes." Ji-sun flipped through the drawings casually and responded, "If nothing unexpected happens, the people of the Orlan royal family should have the means to lock the location of these drawings. And they will definitely not give up chasing us." Dong-chi also thought of this terrible consequence. If the Orlan royal family really sent experts to hunt us down, the two of them would be in danger. While anxiously trying to think of a solution, Dong-chi turned around and looked at Ji-sun, who was calm as usual, and asked in surprise, "Why are you still so calm?" For some reason, she always felt inexplicably at ease looking at this guy. Ji-sun smiled. Since he thought of this possibility, he had already deduced all the possible dangers. Looking at Dong Chi's puzzled look, he explained casually, the situation is not that bad. It is still uncertain whether those guys from the Oran royal family have escaped the pursuit of the top masters of the southern continent. What do we have to worry about? Hearing this, Dong Chi murmured yes. They just snatched a few blueprints, and they went straight for those top-level mechas. If there are really masters, they must have gone to support them. Ji-sun said, besides, even if the other party can really lock our position, they still have to free up their hands to recover these research materials, leaving us plenty of time. Oh! Dong Chi was completely relieved when she heard this. But she looked at the batch of encrypted blueprints with regret. But what about this batch of blueprints? There are many different ways to track them. As long as you keep them in your hands, you will never be able to completely eliminate the risk of being found. The best option is to throw away the drawings. But Dong Chi, a mechanic, is definitely unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. Ji-sun has not thought of a good solution yet. Before he handles it well, he dare not entrust the drawings to anyone casually. Not only the Song family, even taking them to the old continent is not safe. So he thought of a compromise and said, there is a place in the East Wilderness now, where the people of the Orlan royal family dare not act rashly. Dong Chi instinctively asked curiously, where? Ji-sun uttered a place name, Innocent City. This is why he was not panicked at all. Innocent City is now the territory of those people in the southern continent, and there are many masters. Ji-sun felt that if they wanted to snatch the blueprint from him, at least a legend would be needed, right? But in the place of Innocent City, even a legend couldn't even make a bubble. Besides, Ji-sun didn't think that the Orlan royal family would be willing to give up such a level of death warriors. When Dong Chi heard this, his worried brows immediately relaxed. Yes. Because it was the enemy's base camp, she never dared to think about it. But she had seen Ji-sun's ability, and this plan was really feasible. Thinking of this, her nervous thoughts immediately relaxed. Dong Chi continued to wipe her hair. She had no clothes on her body. She stood in the tent, and a pair of long bare legs were just swinging in front of her. Ji-sun was sitting, and he could see a seductive spring scene just by looking up. Dong Chi saw his gaze, and she didn't shy away, and she didn't hesitate to show her graceful figure in front of Ji-sun. Instead, he blinked and said meaningfully, Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. This so ambiguous atmosphere, isn't it? Dong Chi was not reserved, and leaned close to him and asked, is there enough time? Having just taken a shower, his skin felt particularly warm, which was transmitted from the skin touch. Ji-sun held the beautiful buttocks and legs that he never tired of trying, and said, it's okay. If it is really the worst case, there will be at least half a day before someone chases you. Dong Chi smiled and said, that's perfect. The tent was suddenly filled with hot spring light again. It's been a long time since we last met, but I don't feel bored at all. An hour later, a motorcycle sped away in the wilderness. Dong Chi didn't expect that he would return to Innocent City in this way. Ji-sun disguised himself as a sergeant of the Iris Corps, leading a girl, and swaggered on the streets full of enemies. Walking on Downing Street, looking at the familiar street, Dong Chi's eyes were full of emotion. After all, it was where he grew up. Although the people in Downing Street have changed one after another, those familiar street buildings will still touch the images deep in his memory. Especially the Honglu that was rebuilt after burning down. The two did not wander around the street. Like other eager soldiers, Ji-sun took Dong Chi to find a luxury hotel. Oak Hotel, room 203. As soon as she entered the door, Dong Chi exhaled a long breath. She did not have the perfect performance and mentality of Ji-sun. She turned to look at Ji-sun, who had returned to his original appearance, and exclaimed, your disguise is too good. Ji-sun smiled and said, just practice more. No way. Dong Chi rolled his eyes at her and said, but then again, are those half-beast guys all dragonborn? Such a strong aura. How come each one is so strong? It was also the first time she saw so many dragonborn card masters, and she was shocked by the enemy's strength. It's okay for individual cases. The scary thing is that each one is very strong. The dragon's might was overflowing all over the streets. This was a suppression at the blood level. Ji-sun was not surprised that Dong Chi had this reaction, and explained, yes. The dragon bloodline made the card masters of the southern continent much more powerful than ordinary card masters. In addition, they inherited most of the extraordinary sequences of the Talon dynasty, and their strength and foundation were very strong. The intelligence of the southern continent was still unknown in the eyes of most residents of the eastern wilderness. Except for a few high-level officials, people did not have an accurate understanding of the threat of the enemies of the southern continent. Hearing this, Dong Qi's expression also became extremely solemn. She had been studying in the mechanical college, and later trained secretly in the base. She didn't know the situation very well, so she asked, "Is the South Continent strong?" Ji-sun said calmly, "Very strong." Dong Qi felt that this word was very harsh. Huh? After thinking about it, Ji-sun said, "The South Continent not only has truly top card masters, but also dragons that are comparable to the legendary gods, and some powerful beings that are incomprehensible. Even this war is not as simple as it seems, but may be a supernatural advancement ceremony for a 9th-level strongman. This is a secret that very few people in the South Continent are qualified to know." When Dong Qi heard this, it seemed as if her entire understanding of the world was shattered. She just knew that the South Continent was so strong, and war was actually an extraordinary ritual. Too much information beyond the current cognition poured into Dong Qi's mind, and she was confused. Anyway, there was enough time now, so Ji-sun told her some of the situations he knew, including this war, and the broken history of the collapse of the Talon dynasty. Dong Qi listened, and the solemnity on his face never disappeared. Before, Ji-sun also had this feeling of helplessness. But later, after he had a deeper understanding of the world, and with Jia Yu's guidance, he found a correct thinking logic, that is, to allow everything to happen. Only when you allow everything to happen subjectively, can you deduce the context of things in the most rational position, instead of not expecting or allowing something that is unfavorable to you to happen. That would subconsciously affect your judgment of the operation of the world's context. After this cognitive improvement, Ji-sun's troubles were swept away. On the contrary, he also felt that things were not that bad. No matter how bad the current situation is, it will not be worse than when the 7 outer gods rebelled at the end of Talon, nor will it be more terrifying than the chaotic era ended by Emperor Lanlingster. No matter what happens, the world will continue to operate, and civilization will eventually burn. Thinking in this way, the deduction context became clearer. Ji-sun and Dong Qi stayed at the Oak Hotel. It is also safe enough here. But Ji-sun actually knew that the people of the Orlan royal family did not dare to take action in the innocent city, which was only one of the possibilities. There was another possibility, that is, the other party really wanted to take action. If it was the second case, then the other party must have special means to ensure that the action would succeed. Therefore, the situation was not as absolutely safe as imagined. Ji-sun informed Dong Qi. But Miss Chi-Chi did not think so. She is now a qualified warrior who can face all crises. Just like that, 2 days passed in a flash. In the room, the desk was piled with blueprints. Dong Qi was writing and drawing on the blueprints, while tinkering with a mechanical arm that was being assembled. The reason why Miss Chi-Chi could reach such a high level in the field of mechanics was not only her talent, but more importantly, her concentration and hard work that ordinary people could achieve. Ji-sun was also meditating and practicing on the other side, while reading several classics. In the past 2 days, except for the intimate time, the two of them were in this state most of the time. It was like returning to the original Honolulu, and the two of them were each focused on their own things. Occasionally, when he encountered a problem he didn't understand, Dong Qi would chat with Ji-sun for a few words. Tacit understanding and intimacy. The time on the pocket watch ticked away, and Ji-sun took a look. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. He stood up and said, "Chi-Chi, I have to go out for a while." He would go out to inquire about information at this time every day. Dong Qi was used to it. "Okay, be careful." Ji-sun nodded, and just as he was about to go out, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. Huh? The two looked and saw that a scroll on the table suddenly lit up. Dong Qi asked curiously, "What is this?" Ji-sun's expression also showed a trace of thought. A contact scroll given by a friend. This is the contact scroll that Aragorn left for him before, saying that he would contact him after the secret method was translated. And from the situation, the rebel dragon army seemed to have some plans for the war in the East Wilderness. Now the scroll has responded, as if someone is knocking in the scroll. Is it translated? Ji-sun is also looking forward to it. After seeing the might of the mechanical angel before, he was full of curiosity about the magic secret method of the lightless sun. Without thinking too much, he opened the scroll. Then he took out a crystal core the size of a fingernail and placed it in the purple hexagram array on the scroll. Although the crystal core is small, it is indeed a priceless void magic crystal. This is the only void material Ji-sun has seen so far. You can imagine how precious it is. In an instant, the array on the scroll lit up, and the surrounding void seemed to be torn apart, allowing people to see a void. Huh? Ji-sun looked at this posture, and his expression changed slightly. He had seen space spells before, so it was not unfamiliar. But isn't this just a communication scroll? Why does it feel different from what was expected? Dong-chi on the side was also very curious. But before the two of them could be shocked, a figure fell out of the crack in a mess. Yes, it fell out. With a bang, it fell firmly on the floor. Looking closely, it turned out to be a blond boy wearing a one-eye patch, about 8 or 9 years old. What's going on? Ji-sun's eyes twitched for no reason. He had seen the scene of Nanjing channeling from the scroll, so he was not surprised that the scroll could bring people back to life. But this was not a spiritual technique, but came through a crack in space. What's wrong with this boy? Before he could ask, the boy patted the dust off his body, his single eye revealed a hint of clarity, looked at the two people in the room, bowed and said, "Hello, sorry to bother you. Are you Mr. Ji-sun? My name is Ivan. This child is very polite. Looks like a noble?" Ji-sun always felt weird, as if there was something wrong with the child, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. But he didn't lose his manners, and nodded in response. "Hello, I'm Ji-sun." Ivan confirmed Ji-sun's identity, and said to himself happily, "Ah, I almost thought I was in the wrong place. After all, it's my first time to walk so far in the void." As he said that, he seemed to get down to business. "Mr. Ji-sun, Uncle Aragon asked me to bring you something." "Ji-sun?" Dong-chi? Hearing this, both of them looked very strange. After hearing Aragorn's name, the second half of the sentence was expected. But the first half, walking in the void? Whose child is so outrageous that he falls out of the space cracks at any time? Also, can his parents be assured of this? Ji-sun always felt that the things in front of him revealed an indescribable weirdness everywhere. I have deduced countless possibilities, but I have never thought of this scene. But the other party was indeed here to deliver something. He also took the 2 jade slabs and said thank you. Before he could say anything, Ivan looked around with his curious eyes, unable to hide his excitement for going out for the first time. "Excuse me, Mr. Ji-sun, is this the East Desert? I have never been to a place so far away from home." Ji-sun's eyes jumped and he said, "Yes." Without looking at what the slabs were, he asked, "Ivan, did your Uncle Aragorn ask you to come here?" Ivan had an innocent expression on his face. "No. Uncle Aragon discussed with Mother, and said he wanted to send you something. I heard it, and wanted to come and see. Mother asked me to come. She said it was safer here." Ji-sun understood after hearing this. And after hearing the characters mentioned in this sentence, he suddenly realized the origin of this kid. He remembered Aragon's original words, "Go get the leader's secret method. If nothing unexpected happens, this person is the offspring of a high-ranking member of the rebel dragon army? Thrown to the East Desert for refuge?" Ji-sun frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. Also, he was a little confused about how to settle this little brat in the future. But when he looked at the 2 stone tablets in his hand, his pupil shrank slightly again. One of them was the secret method of the lightless sun translated by Aragorn. The other was a secret method called the Fantasy Universe. Ji-sun took a quick look at the introduction, and was also surprised. Spade 7 Painter, the exclusive magic secret method of the sequence, actually points to the law of space? Chapter 350. Ji-sun looked at the magical slate in his hand that recorded the magical secrets of the imaginary universe, and then glanced at the kid who fell out of the void crack not far away, and vaguely understood something. Painter, the ability of the sequence card master, is to use his own ability to depict the picture. The pattern on the canvas is not only 2-dimensional, but also 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, or even higher dimensional sensory world. This itself is a manifestation of the law of space. But this secret art is not only the law of space, but also some other things, which Ji-sun has not been able to understand for the time being. When he saw this secret technique, he instinctively thought of the empty moon divine thought of the Silver Moon sect. Both secret techniques have the common condition of empty imagination. One is a pure spiritual world construction, and the other is a visual level. Both require a rich imagination to construct their own world. The richer the thoughts, the bigger the world created. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Ji-sun's mind. This magic secret technique needs to be carefully comprehended, but there is no rush. However, he looked at the little boy in a moment, and his expression showed a hint of difficulty. It's not impossible to help look after the child after receiving such a big gift. However, Ji-sun's own situation is very dangerous. If something goes wrong, it will be unpleasant. However, Ji-sun also thinks that Aragorn and the leader of the Dragon Rebellion army dared to throw this child over, so they must not die so easily. At least, walking in the void. This ability is not something that ordinary people can do. Just thinking about it, the blond boy blinked his watery one eye, looked at Ji-sun, and bowed obediently. "Mr. Ji-sun, I'm sorry to trouble you these days." This guy obviously knew that the person in front of him was his guardian, for the recent period of time. He was so polite that Ji-sun was a little confused. He didn't know how to settle this little guy. He looked at the other's eye patch and asked, "Ivan, are your eyes hurt?" "No." Ivan shook his head and explained, "This is a seal. Mother said that it is sealed with something very dangerous and cannot be opened." When Ji-sun heard this, the indescribable strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Seal? What kind of adults would seal something weird in their children's eyes? And it's dangerous? But then I thought that this guy might have come to the East Continent directly from the South Continent through the space crack, so it seems understandable. This is not normal in itself. Although Ji-sun doesn't understand the laws of space, it doesn't mean that he has never understood it. The ability of space displacement, the farther the distance, the greater the risk. Just like the plague swamp encountered several 7th-level people from the South Continent before. Normally, being able to teleport a few hundred meters by one's own ability is already very powerful. Nanjing is special. She can complete long-distance space displacement because of some contract treasures of the High Priest lineage. And the kid in front of him can easily move across 2 continents, which has exceeded Ji-sun's understanding of space displacement. He doesn't think that the space crystal core the size of his fingernail has worked. At most, it can be regarded as activating a space coordinate. The key to the problem is Ivan himself. However, since the people have been sent here, Ji-sun has not figured out how to settle them, so they can only stay with him. He looked at Dong Chi, who was not far away with a bit of helplessness. Miss Chi-Chi didn't think so much. She seemed to like the child very much. She walked over and touched his head, praising him. "Wow, what a pretty boy." "Thank you, sister," Ivan responded politely. But his expression was hesitant. Her mouth was slightly pouted, like the spout of a teapot. After a moment of hesitation, she corrected the statement, "But, sister, I am a girl." Dong Chi, "Ah? Ji-sun?" After a long time, I still can't determine the gender of this person. I can't tell the voice at all. Looking at the short hair and overalls, I presume it's a boy. Dong Chi squatted down and took a closer look at Ivan's hair, and then confirmed it. Then he laughed heartily. "Oh, I said it's so cute, it must be a girl." She liked him more and more, with a big sister look, patting her chest. "You can call me Sister Chi-Chi. I protect you from now on." Ivan called out very obediently, "Sister Chi-Chi." Dong Chi also saw Ji-sun's embarrassment, and waved his hand. "Ivan, you will live with your sister from now on." "Thank you, Sister Chi-Chi, but..." Ivan's expression was a little tangled, and his little head seemed to turn around, and then he said, "But my mother said that when visiting other people's homes, we should be polite, and not sit on other people's beds. So I brought a bed." As she said this, the little girl took out something like an oil pastel from her pocket, and cut a hole in the air. As if unzipping the void, she pulled out a small bed as soft as a cloud. Ivan looked at the stunned Ji-sun and Dong Chi, and continued in a childish voice, "I can sleep in my own bed. Not only the bed, but also pink pajamas, plush toys, and toiletries." After pulling it out, the space crack disappeared again. Throughout the whole process, the surprise in Ji-sun and Dong Chi's eyes never disappeared. This is not a storage ring. Instead, so many things were taken out of the void. Hiss. When Ji-sun saw this, even with his current state of mind, he took a breath of cold air. If I'm not mistaken, that was a space spell just now. No spell cards were used, no special relics were used, just a casual drawing opened a storage space. Ji-sun suddenly realized that he might have misjudged many things because of the other party's appearance. For example, Ivan's strength. Ji-sun vaguely guessed why the rebel dragon army sent this little lowly to the East Wilderness. In an instant, Ji-sun didn't think this was a problem. Instead, he was full of curiosity about this little girl with a mysterious origin. But at the same time, Ji-sun suddenly had an idea in his mind, and suddenly found the highlight. Hey, space law equals storage space. The trick shown by the little Lolita just now gave him inspiration. If he learned it, wouldn't he be able to create his own storage space without being restricted by the storage ring? This thing is much more hidden than the storage ring. Moreover, can it even store things with high laws like disaster objects? If it is really as he thought, then it will be a big deal. At this moment, Ji-sun suddenly understood what the fantasy universe was. Also, this little Lolita was not only the rebel dragon army who came here to seek refuge, but also the rebels might have sent her here in a package. Skill trainer? Ji-sun looked at the little Lolita in front of him, and suddenly felt that she liked her more and more, and asked again, "Little Ivan, what else did your mother tell you?" Ivan shook his head. "Mother told me to listen to you, Mr. Ji-sun, and not to be naughty." As she said that, she thought of something, opened the storage space again, took out a bag, and said, "Oh, mother also said that this is my food allowance." It sounded crisp, like a bag of heavy gems and gold coins or something. Ji-sun looked at it and laughed, thinking it was really thoughtful. But he didn't need that little money, so he didn't accept it. He just patted his head and said, "Okay. Then you can live with us first." Oh, the little girl responded obediently. Coincidentally, a gurgling sound suddenly rang in the room. She touched her belly, looked at Ji-sun eagerly, and muttered, "Mr. Ji-sun, I'm hungry." Ji-sun smiled indifferently. There are many delicious foods in Wuzui City, but he dared not take this little Lolita out for a stroll before he figured out the situation. He casually took out his own rations from the storage ring and said, "Eat something to fill your stomach first. I go out and buy you some delicious food later." The little Lolita nodded obediently, "Yeah." When he spoke, Ji-sun did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Until half an hour later. Ji-sun and Dong-chi looked at the piles of food boxes in the room, and the little Lolita in front of him, whose stomach was as bulging as a ball, but licked her lips, and realized that things were more complicated than expected. The food in the East Wasteland is very different from the food in the South Continent. Even black bread, this girl eats with gusto. However, it is not just a good appetite. It is because Ivan eats too much. Normally, a piece of black bread is enough for an adult to get enough calories for a day. This girl ate 100 pieces in one go, and nearly a ton of canned meat and fruit. This little Lolita ate up all of Ji-sun's food reserves for nearly a week in one meal. Ivan didn't think there was anything wrong with her. After eating, she rubbed her belly in an unladylike manner and said happily, "It's really delicious. Thank you for the treat." But while she was talking, she suddenly couldn't lift her eyelids. "I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Mr. Ji-sun, Sister Chi-Chi." As soon as she finished speaking, the little Loli buried her head on her pink cloud bed and fell asleep in the blink of an eye. Ji-sun and Dong-chi looked at each other and realized that this girl might not even be a normal human being. But for the two of them, nothing mattered. Ji-sun shrugged, "It seems that I have to prepare more food in the future." Dong-chi looked at the cute girl with drooling mouth and replied with a smile, "Yes." He originally planned to go out to inquire about the information, but now he didn't have to. Ji-sun got the practice formula of 2 magic secret arts. While looking forward to it, time became tight all of a sudden. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the stone tablet and read it. The extraordinary secrets involve high-level fields, almost all of which are related to laws. Merely written records cannot accurately describe its contents. So there are many special carriers that can carry the description of laws. This is Obsidian Tablet, a very advanced information carrier. It is small in size, can record a large amount of information, and most importantly, can carry the description of mental power. It can be understood as an extraordinary mobile hard disk. Ji-sun picked up the piece of the lightless sun and immediately saw the message left by Aragon. Little Ivan's life experience is very special, and there is a bit of trouble in the southern continent. Brother Ji-sun, please take care of him for the time being. After reading it, Aragon did not mention too many details in the letter, so he was not curious. I have to help my friend. I continued reading, but before I got to the point, I heard Aragorn's warning. Brother Ji-sun, I have carefully comprehended this heroic secret. But I also found a very tricky problem. Didn't you almost get into evil last time? Later, I tried to comprehend it again, and still encountered the same problem. Finally, I confirmed that this secret has the hidden danger of infinitely magnifying the inner darkness and causing people to fall. It is a kind of dark energy pollution that I have never seen before. I suspect that it takes a very high heroic fate to suppress that kind of corruption pollution. So if you want to practice this secret, please be careful. Ji-sun read this and frowned in confusion. Aragorn was already very strong, and he was a hero, but he was almost contaminated by this technique, depravity. Ji-sun couldn't figure it out, so he continued reading. I'm not sure what it is. At least my current level can't control that kind of dark energy. So I'm sorry, the secret technique you see now is just a very superficial application. But it's very practical. I think you can get started easily, because it is a repulsive force that is completely opposite to gravity. Reading this, Ji-sun's eyes were stern, and he murmured to himself, "Is it really repulsive force?" Suddenly, the doubt just now seemed to have a reasonable explanation. He thought of the mechanical angel he met before, and both the repulsion and dark energy were almost exactly the same as described in this secret method. If nothing unexpected happens, the energy source of that mechanical angel is this lightless sun. Will that kind of dark energy pollute human nature? But why am I fine after absorbing so much? Ji-sun thought about it, and thought of the reason in an instant, clown mask. After Xia Muqing's advancement to the epic level, The clown mask gained an additional anchor of humanity. The most important meaning of this entry is to anchor you as a person. This is also the most important reason why Ji-sun has absorbed countless negative mental forces, and his main personality remains stable no matter how many negative selves appear in his own spiritual world. In other words, the clown mask suppressed the pollution of that dark energy on me. Ji-sun can only think of this possibility. So that means that he may not be like Aragorn, who needs a heroic fate to suppress pollution, and can practice directly. Ji-sun seemed to see a smooth road. But he was not sure about his conjecture for the time being, so he could only try the practical function of the repulsion as Aragorn suggested. The clown shadow appeared, and the mysterious symbols on the stone slab turned into understandable information, which poured into his mind. After seeing this, Ji-sun was immersed in the mysterious comprehension. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was 5 days. Dong-chi had moved out of the hotel, and moved to another place. Ji-sun went out to get some information. The people of the Iris 9th Legion did break through the Starfall City, but they did not intercept the mechanical angel. In other words, the people of the Orlan royal family had freed up their hands. Ji-sun also felt that if they really had a means of locking, they should have been ready and found. And if they wanted to fight in the innocent city, it would be absolutely impossible to fight head-on. The best choice is to kill quickly, or use some special relics, such as control ones. Since the other party knew that it was Ji-sun and a mechanic with a hunting dog mecha who did it, it would be almost impossible to kill quickly, even if the 7th level came. So it can only be the second possibility. In order to prevent being wiped out, Ji-sun asked Dong-chi to stay in another hotel on Downing Street. At that time, no matter which side had problems, the other side could provide timely reinforcements. This tactic was the best response he could think of. In the past few days, Ji-sun also tried his best to deal with the hidden dangers. He used a camera to copy all the drawings and materials that could be copied, and then packed them, and sent them to the Song family. The original version was dealt with. But there was a batch of data that could not be copied using images, so Ji-sun could only transcribe it bit by bit. After a few days, more than half of it was not copied. This also made Ji-sun's intuition feel dangerous. As for Ivan, this little Lolita was easy to feed. In addition to eating more, she was not picky about food, and could eat the marching rations with relish. She would fall asleep after eating. She was in this state most of the time. Ji-sun didn't need to worry too much. Except that time always felt very tight, everything was ideal. One day in the room, Ji-sun was floating in the air, chatting with Dong-chi on the communicator, while comprehending the secret method on the stone. A closer look showed that he was sitting cross-legged in meditation, but his body was 1 foot away from the ground. He was not flying in the air. He was just using repulsion to suspend his body. TSK. No wonder that theoretically repelling all matter can achieve absolute defense. Between Ji-sun's fingers, the 5 flying knives swam flexibly like fish in the water. As Aragorn said, after a deep understanding of gravity, it is easy to get started with this kind of opposite repulsion. With the blessing of super high comprehension, Ji-sun only took 5 days to find some tips on using repulsion. Now, he can not only increase the power of the flying knife, but also understand the principle of the mechanical angel's repulsion barrier. As for the corruption pollution mentioned by Aragorn, Ji-sun was cautious before, but later found that he really had no effect. It seems that as expected, the clown mask anchors human nature, and the pollution of this magic secret has no negative effect on him. However, Aragorn didn't comprehend much about the part involving dark energy, and Ji-sun had no way to learn it. Compared with repulsion, the progress of another magic secret method, the imaginary universe, was very slow. There was almost no progress. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at the little cutie with crystal saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth, who was lying on his head, and raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. Ivan's body is very special. She can eat food that is several times larger than her own size, and can also scale up and down at will. Now she was like a fatter cat, lying lazily on Ji-sun's head after eating. This little Lolita was quite sociable. After feeding her a few meals, the two of them quickly became familiar with each other. She didn't know why, but she suddenly found that sleeping on Ji-sun's head was more comfortable than sleeping in her own nest. It has been like this all the time. Ji-sun also felt good. Because this girl was around, he felt the improvement of spatial affinity. He guessed correctly that Aragorn sent this Lolita here not only for refuge, but also to give him a cultivation buff. Because the space law is really very difficult to get started. After all, it is the supreme law. If you want to get started quickly, you either need to have a treasure containing the space law to assist in cultivation, such as absorbing a large number of space crystal cores to improve the affinity of the space law and accelerate the understanding of the law, or you need some special guidance. The first method can almost be denied, because space treasures are very rare, and Ji-sun has only seen a small crystal core so far. The leader of the Rebel Dragon army sent the secret method, and of course he thought of this problem. So Ivan, the little loli, was sent here as well. The shadow of the law of space can be seen everywhere in her. Thinking of this, Ji-sun felt that the little cutie above his head was more and more kind. He gathered his thoughts, and continued to comprehend the secret method. The worst thing now is time. Give him a few more days, and those drawings will be copied, and the hidden dangers should be completely solved. But obviously, the enemy can also think of this. The change came without warning. Suddenly, Ji-sun opened his eyes suddenly, and when he looked again, he saw that the surroundings of the room seemed to melt, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a distorted world like an oil painting. Seeing this scene, he was not surprised at all, thinking, space barrier? Is it here? It was exactly the same as expected. The enemy chose to use the space barrier to control the target first and then kill. But the enemy may not have thought that Ji-sun was very familiar with this barrier, because he was trapped twice before. This barrier was nothing else but the disaster object X215 Monet's sunrise. Chapter 351. Ji-sun watched the hotel room turn into a distorted world like an oil painting, and immediately entered the battle state. He knew very well that the enemy's first wave of attacks was definitely aimed at a one-hit kill. There was no room for carelessness. The clown's phantom appeared behind him, and his whole body was covered with a flame-like aura, and his skin also had a bronze luster of a domineering body. As expected. At this moment, Ji-sun glanced at the distorted air around him, and a dagger with a tricky angle was already on his neck. His fighting instinct made him want to avoid it, but as soon as he exerted his strength, he found that his body was stagnant. He looked down, and saw a rune chain strangely wrapped around his body. Ji-sun understood something in an instant. There is no trace of the spell being released? Is this the spatial rule of the relic? Not only did the chain imprison him, but the chi shield also appeared around his body to double imprison him. This is the high-level control martial art of the Black Knight multiple shield imprisonment. This coordinated series of killing moves is obviously the work of a professional killer. Without giving Ji-sun any chance to resist, the cold and poison dagger had already cut his neck. Without any hesitation, his head and body were separated on the spot. Originally, this assassination was over. However, before the assassins could feel the joy of success, Ji-sun's decapitated body suddenly exploded into a ball of dark elements. At the same time, the shadow on the ground came to life. Ji-sun jumped up like lightning, and his punch with gravitational ripples hit the dagger accurately. Crack. There was a cracking sound in the air. Without seeing the enemy, Ji-sun's fist cracked the space around him like a spider web. The assassin was caught off guard. It was this punch that blasted out, and a muffled groan was heard. A translucent figure appeared in the void and disappeared immediately. It was obviously a big loss, but he also endured the injury and entered the stealth mode again. Seeing this, Ji-sun also pulled back and pulled away. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the twisted room with nothing around him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he murmured in his heart, "TSK, TSK, very strong." The killer's strength can be seen from the fact that he was forced to use his shadow substitute to save his life in a single encounter. He was not disappointed. It was because of this fatal crisis that made Ji-sun feel that this kind of battle was exciting. While retracting his fist, he also caught the little loli, who was still sleeping soundly. Seeing that Ivan had no intention of waking up, he stuffed it into his pocket. Obviously, the assassin gang did not expect that this wave of surefire killing moves could not kill the target. The main attacker was hit hard by a punch. The assassination rhythm was briefly interrupted for a few seconds. The air was filled with a strange silence, with hidden murderous intent. Ji-sun took the opportunity to scan the area with his eyes. But no matter the sense of vision, hearing, or chi, he did not find any trace of the killer. He immediately understood something and thought, using the spatial law of the relic to cover up the traces of existence? This situation is more dangerous than the previous 2 times. The assassination is tacit and professional, and it can be seen that it is an assassin trained by a professional organization. After just a face-to-face confrontation, Ji-sun immediately gave up the idea of hoping that the opponent would reveal some flaws. Even if there were, it must be a deliberate bait. He concentrated his energy and pushed his fighting will perception to the extreme. The senses can be distorted, but the sixth sense at the will level cannot. In that vague perception, Ji-sun found that there were at least 4 enemies in this space. But at the same time, Ji-sun also came to a conclusion that the professional ability of the person who used the disaster item Monet's Sunrise this time was more in line with this relic. Judging from the first wave of attacks, there are 4 enemies. A 5th level assassin, a 5th level black knight, a warlock card master, and one may be a painter. Anyone who wants to use a relic of the Cataclysm level has very strict requirements for the occupation sequence. Ji-sun had encountered it twice before, so he guessed that this Monet's Sunrise to achieve this kind of power, it is likely that the relic points to the exclusive sequence of painter. Thinking of this, he muttered in his heart, "It's troublesome. It's not that I think the 4 killers are difficult to deal with, but the space limitation will be a big problem. It's hard to predict the power of a disaster object in the hands of a card master with a high degree of fit. If I can't escape, this threat will always exist." Reality didn't give Ji-sun any time to think. In a blink of an eye, a distorted red sun slowly rose in the sky, and the scorching heat made the air distorted. The red sun was like the muzzle of a submachine gun, dripping and shooting out a rain of fire. Ji-sun was almost killed by this range attack, so it was not surprising. The hellfire on his body suddenly rose, and the burning sensation immediately seemed to dissipate a lot. Although this disaster object is of high grade, the power it can release is also directly related to the rank of the user. Ji-sun estimated that the painter who manipulated the relic should be level 6. That guy's understanding of the law is better than his own, but it is far from the level of being able to kill quickly. At least in the short term, there is no fatal threat. Just when Ji-sun's protective hellfire was released, and he thought that these fireballs were not a big threat to him, a strange scene took place. He watched the flames on his body extinguish without any warning. Not only the flames, but also the protective chi was rapidly decaying, as if there was an opposite extraordinary power that swallowed up the chi and flames. Ji-sun's pupil shrank, and he suddenly realized, elemental decomposer. At this moment, he finally determined the occupation sequence of the magician card master. The card masters of this professional sequence are best at element decomposition and spell reversal. The essence of their ability is to disintegrate the stable structure of spells and decompose them into free elements through a strong understanding of the laws of elements. More advanced card masters can also reverse spells through the target's original spells and severely injure the opponent. The ability is very tricky. Ji-sun's chi and hellfire were decomposed. When ordinary people encounter this kind of enemy, all elemental shields are almost useless, and they are completely naked. Ji-sun's current situation is similar. With his chi weakened, the enemy's attack can cause the maximum amount of real damage. This is a professional killer team. Once they attack, they will definitely use a series of killer moves. Sure enough, the spell chain appeared again. It doesn't take long to control it, just a moment is enough. This time, Ji-sun finally saw an enemy. He was imprisoned on the spot, and when he looked again, a black knight in dark red armor appeared out of thin air more than 10 meters away. His figure turned into a string of afterimages, and he launched a charging martial arts and rushed over. At the moment when Ji-sun was imprisoned, the small round shield in the black knight's hand hit him with a bang. At the same time as the dizziness hit his head, a short knife behind the shield had already stabbed his heart. Ji-sun's eyes were as sharp as a wild wolf, and the curse power he had just accumulated was just completed. He only heard a crackling sound of bones and muscles, and his body suddenly swelled up. At this moment, his perception had been extended to the extreme, and the cold murderous intent on the back of his head made him sure that the assassin was here too. The 2 fatal attacks were unavoidable. Ji-sun did not dodge at all, his expression was stern, and a field that was not an invisible field lingered on his body, spell rebuke. A strange scene was immediately staged. The Black Knight's set of secret technique shield strike kill was originally aimed at the heart, and because the protective chi was decomposed, the knife did not take much effort to pierce. Once hit by the shield, it never missed. However, even in this close-range knife, when the sharp short knife was 2 inches away from Ji-sun's body, the tip of the knife strangely seemed to slip. In a flash, the knife was deflected by a foot. Huh? The expression under the Black Knight's mask was shocked. He just felt an invisible force on his short knife, which made the knife's trajectory deviate. What was going on? Before the Black Knight could figure out the doubts in his heart, the tip of the knife had already touched the opponent's skin. He pressed down hard, wanting to pierce the man through. But a clang sound came from his ear, like a crisp sound of stabbing metal. How can there be such a strong body? The Black Knight couldn't understand why it was so difficult to stab him even though most of the energy had been dissolved and his relic-level dagger had the special effect of breaking energy. How strong is this guy's physical defense? The Black Knight had never thought that he would see such an outrageous scene on a 5th level card master, as if there was a monster hidden under this guy's skin. But even though he was shocked, he didn't relax his strength at all. He stabbed hard, as if cutting into a thick steel plate. It pierced through. Ji-sun was stabbed in the chest and groaned. But fortunately, at the most critical moment, he used repulsion to push away the tip of the knife and avoid the vital part of the heart. As long as he didn't die on the spot, the injury would be completely fine. The undead curse can heal instantly. However, the crisis was not over yet. Although the knife in the chest was not fatal, the assassin behind him also stabbed him in the back of the head. No matter where the head is stabbed, it will be fatal. This is also the most deadly part of the killer group's killing move in this round. However, at this time, the style of the painting suddenly became outrageous. The assassin only saw the light and shadow flashing in front of him, and then he saw the human head in front of him suddenly turned into 3 monster heads: a snake, a goat, and a lion. Ji-sun had already transformed into a golem. The 3 heads had no blind spots. The snake head and the goat head stared at the assassin with their tyrannical and weird eyes, which frightened him for a moment and made him hesitate. Which one should I kill? He stabbed the lion head in the middle with a knife. But just this moment of hesitation, an invisible repulsive force repelled the dagger, and the trajectory bent, and the tip of the dagger pierced the dragon's scales, and a spark of sparks flew. The head is much harder than the chest, so the knife slipped. Damn it! The assassin failed to hit him, and at the same time felt a few cold lights shooting at his forehead. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and retreated violently, disappearing in the twisted space in a blink of an eye. Neither gravity nor repulsion are elemental spells, so there is no question of being decomposed. However, this kind of excitement on the edge of life and death also made Ji-sun's blood boil. Feeling the murderous intent behind him disappear, he grinned. I have to admit that these assassins gave him a very pleasant experience. If I hadn't mastered the secret method of the lightless sun, it would have been really dangerous just now. Under normal circumstances, even without the disaster item Monet's Sunrise, the methods of this 4-man assassin team can already restrain almost all card masters. Control, decomposition, assassination. And they cooperate tacitly and are experienced. Almost impeccable. Just the danger of the 2 rounds of serial assassinations just now, not to mention a 5th-level card master. Even a 6th-level card master would have to lie down. It was a pity that he met Ji-sun. It was not just good luck. The killer sent by the other party was just a little bit weaker. It was also because of some preparations that the enemy misjudged his strength. After Ji-sun advanced to the 5th level, he had not exposed his strength. When he killed a group of people from the PN44 base before, he deliberately left some people alive. At that time, he actually considered that the enemy would come to hunt him down in the future, and would definitely use this to judge his strength. So the means he showed at that time were just enough to kill those people. Ji-sun estimated that the enemy would only regard him as a slightly stronger 5th-level warrior based on this, and the strength of the assassins they said would definitely not be too outrageous. The fact is just like the 4-man group in front of him. Otherwise, he would have been completely exposed at that time. Ji-sun felt that the one who came to assassinate him this time must be a legendary master. The little trick left at that time also became the opportunity now. Ji-sun looked at it and murmured, "It's my turn now." The most dangerous time for assassination is in the first wave. Because the target is unaware of the killer's methods and has not yet been alerted, he will maximize the chance. And the most important thing is that spells need to be prepared. Even if you use cards to release spells, there is a short time to prepare skills. The first wave of sneak attacks actually killed Ji-sun once, and this second wave almost killed him. But Ji-sun will not give the opponent a third chance. He looked at the stunned Black Knight in front of him through the gap in the armor and grinned, TSK, I caught you." Ji-sun couldn't avoid this knife. He didn't want to avoid it. Only by breaking the tacit joint attack of the 4 people can the situation be completely improved. Otherwise, this killer will come for the 3rd round. The Black Knight saw his arm being caught and immediately realized that something was wrong. He wanted to pull his hand out, but when he pulled it, he found that it didn't move at all. Absolute power crushing. Not only was his wrist unable to break free, but his whole body was sucked by a strange force. The Black Knight cursed in his heart, "Damn it." Whether it is gravity or repulsion, very few card masters in the East Desert have ever seen or even heard of it. Faced with this unknown ability, he instinctively felt that it was not good. Moreover, his eyes touched the face in front of him. Even though he was stabbed in the chest, he was still smiling. The Black Knight only felt a chill on his spine. In this moment of stalemate, Ji-sun's muscles had already exploded, and the spell chains on his body were also broken. Although the elemental decomposer hiding in the dark decomposed part of his body's chi, the other party could do nothing inside his body. In an instant, his fist was wrapped with circles of gravity ripples, and he rushed out with his fist, Ba fist earth rumble. The moment he punched, the scene in the Black Knight's eyes seemed to slow down 100 times. He only saw that the fist was still in the air, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space around him. The great terror before his death made him see the phantom of the law of natural disasters on his fist. When he punched out, he seemed to see a volcano erupting, a mountain collapse, and the destruction of everything. The oppressive feeling that made people powerless swept over his body, and he could no longer move. The Black Knight had only one last thought in his mind, so strong. Is this guy a monster? The moment his thoughts turned, the picture in his eyes returned to normal from slow motion. Then, like lightning, only a residual image remained in his vision. Bang! The fist hit the armor. The relic-level armor relieved some of the force, but the strange gravity poured into his body, penetrated his muscles and bones, and hit his internal organs firmly. The Black Knight felt as if someone had detonated a bomb in his body, and in an instant, his body collapsed into pieces of flesh and blood. This is a destructive energy that is completely impossible to defend and resist. Puff. The Black Knight couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his throat, and blood spurted out, staining his helmet red. His vision was all scarlet. He instinctively wanted to use the heavy blow to retreat and avoid it, but his body was sucked by a strange force, as if his body took the initiative to meet the fist, another heavy punch. Before his brain had time to digest what happened to his body, his expression was already dazed. He seemed to hear again in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous muffled blows. Oh, it seems to be hitting me. The Black Knight felt that his condition was terrible. But he no longer felt pain. Because the second punch just now seemed to have blasted his soul out of his body. Now his thoughts could not feel the pupils of his body at all. The heavy punch hit the armor, and the muffled sound like a bell was as dense as a rainstorm. I don't know how many times it sounded. The Black Knight's eyes suddenly went black, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Ji-sun held the Black Knight's arm with one hand and punched him with the other. In just a few breaths, he hit the Black Knight's armor 10 times in a row, until he was dented, and then he ran out of breath. I have to say, this guy's defense is really strong. He still has a breath after being hit 10 times. Ji-sun deliberately left this breath. Because he didn't die, his teammates came to rescue him. Ji-sun casually threw away the seriously injured Black Knight, who was like soft mud, tilted his head to look at the assassin, and another place. He found the hiding place of the elemental decomposer. The 4-man joint attack formation has been broken, and the threat has been greatly reduced. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Ji-sun took the initiative to charge forward with a snap sound. The rhythm of the battle has become too fast. Even the experienced Black Knife assassins had never expected it. Failure to kill the target in 2 rounds of attacks has never happened in their team's many assassination missions. Now, in the blink of an eye, the Black Knight with the strongest defense in the team is actually being beaten to death. At this moment, they realized that the intelligence they had obtained had greatly misjudged the strength of the target. But at this moment, everything was too late. The remaining 3 assassins looked at Ji-sun rushing towards them, and immediately changed their active attack tactics to defensive counterattacks. Unfortunately, Ji-sun's strength was far beyond what they could bear. The Black Knight couldn't withstand a few punches, let alone the others. Fireballs flew around in the sky, but they didn't hit the target, and the ubiquitous flying knives easily pierced the fireballs. Brilliant flames exploded all over the sky. Even with 3-1, they didn't gain any advantage. In the blink of an eye, the assassin, who was already injured and couldn't completely hide his traces, was hit hard again. If it weren't for the relic Monet's sunrise that helped distort the space, these 3 people would have no confidence to hold on for long in the hands of Ji-sun, in the state of the 3-headed golem. It's not easy to do it without showing your head. As the fight went on, Ji-sun also felt troubled. Although he felt that if he spent some time, he would definitely be able to kill the assassin and the elemental manipulator. But the one who controlled the disaster painter never showed up from the beginning to the end, and just used the space rules to fight. That guy was originally a 6th level, and his methods were a fatal threat to him. He also used some of the effects of the relics to put Ji-sun in danger several times. If he doesn't show up, there's no talk of killing him. The biggest problem is still the space limit. If he doesn't escape, the situation will get worse and worse. Ji-sun also always feels that things will change. The original plan was that if Ji-sun was attacked, Dong-chi would find out immediately whether the communicator signal was blocked or shielded. She would take action immediately to solve the problem, or expose the enemy. But now there has been no movement for such a long time. Ji-sun felt that there might be some unexpected situation. This disaster object is an oil painting. This thing can be taken away. If you really leave the innocent city, who knows what will happen? You must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. When Ji-sun thought of this, he became more ruthless and punched the assassin's hiding area again. At the same time, his eyes also observed this distorted space. He used to be completely helpless against this kind of enchantment-like relic, but now he can understand it a little. This Monet's sunrise is probably a relic exclusive to the painter sequence. Coincidentally, the magical secret method of the fantasy universe is also exclusive to the painter sequence. It feels like the relic comes with an instruction manual. The previously mysterious and obscure mnemonics now seem to be more specific with this real object. It's like it's hard to accurately describe a picture with words, but it becomes clear all of a sudden when you draw it. And this sense of urgency makes the mind extremely clear. In the battle, enlightenment is constantly refreshed. You have an epiphany in the battle, spatial law affinity +2. You have some understanding in the battle, lightless sun skill proficiency +182. You gain continuous understanding in the battle, compatibility resistance understanding +39. Ji-sun found that he seemed to be able to grasp some tricks of the secret method that he had no clue about at first. This feeling is getting clearer and clearer. Although I still don't know how to get out. But gradually, he found that he could actually find the three guys hiding in the twisted space. Suddenly, Chidi, you have a sudden enlightenment in the battle. Space Duanzhong, skill proficiency +1999. I understand. Ji-sun was happy, and at the same time Chidi appeared, a figure appeared in the twisted flame in his field of vision. He pulled out without hesitation and punched out. Bang. The figure fell out in a mess, looking at Ji-sun in front of him with fear and disbelief, as if to say, "How did you find me?" Ji-sun looked at this guy grinning, hee, that's how it is. The law of space is so magical, you think you are only 1 meter away, but the real distance may be 100 meters hidden by the space. This is also the reason why Ji-sun has not been able to kill the other two injured killers before. The misjudged distance made it difficult for his fist to hit the opponent's body. But now, this spatial confusion method is useless. On the other side, it is indeed as Ji-sun expected. There was a little accident outside. Dong-chi discovered the assassin at the first moment. But when she chased to the Oak Hotel, she did not see the battle, nor did she see Ji-sun. Instead, she saw a sneaky guy holding a wrapped oil painting and preparing to escape. The other party was obviously well prepared, and when he found that he was being targeted, he immediately ran into the sewer. The attack at Innocent City was not only against the people of the Orlan royal family, but also against Dong-chi, a mechanic. Even though Dong-chi had already judged that the other party could avoid all their preparations, and was probably a legendary strongman, he chased after him without hesitation. And judging from the means, it would not be someone else. It was most likely that Ji-sun had expected it before, the King's Four Knights, who came to make up for his mistakes, the god of play Domingo. Chapter 352. The overlapping space creates an illusion barrier, just like a fish swimming in a clear stream protected by light refraction. When the harpoon is pointed at the light and shadow, it will always be a little short. However, when people can see through that law, the effect of this protective barrier will be greatly reduced. Ji-sun likes the feeling of walking on the edge of life and death. To a large extent, it is because in this state, he can observe the world in front of him more clearly. With his super high understanding, he got a glimpse of the mystery of the law of space for the first time. This is a wonderful experience that is like a new horizon opened up and suddenly enlightened. Bang. With a sound, Ji-sun hit the hiding place of the elemental manipulator with a punch. The destructive gravity collapsed a large area of nearby space, like ripples in a pond, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. The penetrating gravity completely ignored the spell shield, and the violent after effects rushed through the enemy's body. The middle-aged card master immediately spurted blood and was seriously injured on the spot. In addition to the previous Black Knight and assassin, 3 of the 4 killers have been seriously injured. In a blink of an eye, Ji-sun looked coldly at the painter hiding in the twisted space not far away, kicked the ground hard, and rushed forward. The best way to deal with this kind of magician card master is to attack him face to face. Bang! 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 In the space, a figure flickered and changed positions like a ghost. His moving trajectory was like the steel bars of a cage, sealing the painter in a small space. Without the advantage of hiding in space, Ji-sun caught the painter and attacked him with firepower. It seems that he has the upper hand. But the fact is that the law suppression brought by the gap in rank is still a gap that is difficult to make up. There is also the space limitation of the disaster itself, which makes the actual damage of the magical power rumbling not ideal. This output is very limited to the threat to the enemy. Ji-sun can only hope that he can find the flaws exposed by the enemy during this high-frequency attack. But it is not optimistic. The opponent is a professional killer, and it is difficult to find flaws in his character. If such a person is desperate to complete the task, the situation will be very bad. Ji-sun's premonition of danger has always been very accurate. The situation suddenly changed. Not long after Ji-sun had this thought in his mind, the painter who was passive in every aspect finally saw the situation clearly. 3 of his companions were seriously injured, and the momentum of the joint attack was broken. If he wanted to kill the target by himself, he could only use his ultimate move. Before, Ji-sun deliberately left 3 people alive. In fact, he wanted this guy to be cautious. But now, looking at the situation, the painter quickly realized that if he continued to waste time like this, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable to him. Bang! Another collision, neither side got the upper hand. The painter was hit on the shield by a punch, and as his blood surged, he finally realized that ordinary means could not do anything to the person in front of him. He frowned, and a shadow of a demon holding a paintbrush appeared behind him, and his momentum suddenly rose. This guy decisively took out a dark gold card with a stern expression, Secret Flame Furnace. As soon as the spell came out, the red sun in the sky suddenly became hot. The field of vision was a fiery red that made people unable to open their eyes. The temperature soared at a terrifying speed, and the huge space gradually melted. Even the ground began to flow visibly, turning into a fiery red fluid like magma. The 3 seriously injured and unconscious killers on the ground were the first to be affected. Their robes quickly burned, and their skin became charred in the scorching heat. The air was soon filled with a strong smell of meat. Not dead just now. Dead now. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun thought to himself, "Did you see through it so quickly? Area spell coverage, this is troublesome." Just now, he deliberately showed weakness, was hit by several spells, and was injured. He just wanted to give the enemy a psychological hint that he could be killed. Delay a little time, and look for opportunities. But obviously, the painter has lost his patience. In his eyes, the life and death of his 3 companions is not more important than the mission. Finally, he gave it a try. In a restricted space, the most troublesome thing is the indiscriminate spell. At this moment, the situation reversed. As soon as Ji-sun landed, his feet stepped on the ground as if he had broken the ice, and a piece of magma splashed. High-temperature lava splashed up, burning through the protective chi, and sparks fell on the skin, leaving a few burnt black spots. Ji-sun stood in the air, feeling the strength of the spell, and a layer of mist filled his eyes. It's difficult. The sparks not only suppressed the enemy's 6th level rank, but also released some high-level fire laws of the oil painting relic itself. It was already a fatal threat. Under this kind of continuous damage, Ji-sun had to keep his whole body in a defensive state at all times, and the consumption of spell power was very exaggerated. But he couldn't get out. The only foreseeable result was that his spell power was exhausted and he was burnt. On the other side, the painter didn't give Ji-sun any chance. After killing 3 teammates, he had no scruples. He raised his hand again, 3 spell cards in his left hand, and a paintbrush appeared in his right hand. The tip of the pen quickly painted on the cards, and he chanted the spell at the same time. Molten Secret Spell Iron Rain. Secret Fire Storm. Domain Volcano. 3 spells were cast instantly. The sun in the sky splashed out small flames like a rainstorm. At the same time, the wind howled, and a huge fire tornado formed in the huge space. This is already the prototype of the domain. Within the scope of the domain, the pressure of the rank is everywhere. The fiery iron rain hit his body, and Ji-sun found that the free elements he could absorb from the outside world had been completely suppressed. In other words, it is now difficult for him to snatch the free elements from the opponent to restore himself. This unequal consumption of spell power will make the gap bigger and bigger as time goes by. The best way to deal with this kind of spell is to avoid the scope of the domain. But now, he was trapped in this oil painting space, with nowhere to hide, and could only fight hard. Ji-sun was still looking for opportunities with his attack. But the enemy had no intention of giving him a chance. Various spells were bombarding, and the temperature in the oil painting space continued to rise. The damage of the high-level fire law of the relic was getting more and more terrifying. The gap was like a wooden knife and an iron knife, which were cut immediately after a collision. Ji-sun's hellfire, and she could not stop the erosion of the flames. The robe had begun to burn, and the high temperature burned patches of red spots on the skin. However, as soon as the injury was exposed, a green spell power immediately healed the injury, and this repeated. If it weren't for the undying curse, he would have turned into a pile of ashes long ago. The situation is getting worse and worse. The strength and means of the enemy in front of him are all aimed at killing people, without any flaws. The only chance that Ji-sun can see at present is that this large-scale spell-covering attack is also a great burden on the painter, and it will definitely not last long. But his own situation is similar. At present, it seems that he must be the first to be exhausted. It seems like it's time to gamble your life again. Let's see if you can find a way out before you die. Ji-sun didn't think this situation was any different from the countless life-and-death adventures he had gone through before, even if he would die the next moment. At this moment, he would still go all out. The threat of death was getting closer and closer, but the great perception between life and death was becoming clearer and clearer. Enlightenment was still giving reminders. You had an epiphany in the battle, spatial law affinity +2. You had an epiphany in the battle, flame law affinity +5. You peeked into the secret of the spell firestorm in the battle, spell proficiency +31. It must be said that this kind of battle perception on the line of death brought Ji-sun extraordinary gains. His touch on the laws of space became clearer and clearer. But he still couldn't find any chance to escape from the painting space. Just as he was thinking, something seemed to move. Suddenly, he lowered his head and saw a little guy in his pocket stretching his body, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and asked blankly, "What happened to Mr. Ji-sun?" Ji-sun, this little lowly finally woke up. Ji-sun looked at Ivan, and his eyes twitched slightly. He had anticipated this assassination before, and originally wanted to let Dong-chi take him. But the girl didn't want to. She said her mother asked her to follow him. Ji-sun had no choice but to take her with him. After spending the past 2 days together, he also knew that once this little one fell asleep, it was almost impossible to wake up. Just like the fierce battle just now, Ivan still slept soundly. Now it seems that it was too hot, and he didn't sleep well, so he was woken up by the heat. Looking at the confused and dazed one-eyed man, Ji-sun's eyes twitched for no reason, and he thought, does it have a super high resistance to fire elements? The assassination just now was thrilling, and even he couldn't bear the scorching temperature, but this little one was not hurt at all. Ji-sun also asked some questions indirectly in the past 2 days, and confirmed that Ivan was not a card master at all. Most likely, she was not a human. At least not a normal human. But her intelligence did not seem to be high. She could not explain her situation clearly. Aragorn said it was foster care, and Ji-sun did not want to investigate further. His mind turned. While fighting, Ji-sun took the time to explain, "We are trapped. Now the enemy wants to kill us." Ivan looked around and asked, "Trapped? Is she locked up?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, not knowing why she made such an analogy. As soon as she said this, Ivan's little face suddenly showed an unhappy expression, with puffy cheeks, and she muttered to herself, "Ivan hates being locked up." Hearing this, Ji-sun vaguely noticed some details. Has this girl been locked up before? Before he could say anything, Ivan jumped out of Ji-sun's pocket. She took out her crayons, and then used the void as a canvas to draw a crooked shape of a door. An outrageous scene unfolded. The little girl twisted the door handle, and opened the door that looked like graffiti. Click. It was as if it was really a door. Just like taking out her bed out of thin air before, a space door appeared in front of her. The change came so suddenly that even Ji-sun was dumbfounded. How could it be like this? Monet's sunrise, this catastrophic relic, the space barrier was broken just like that. The painter on the opposite side was also shocked with his jaw dropping. On the other side, the underground pipe network of Innocent City is very deep. Even though Dong-chi grew up in Innocent City, if she hadn't been attracted by Domingo, she wouldn't have known that there was such a space underground. After all, the god of play Domingo is a legendary card master. If he was determined to escape, Dong-chi knew it would be difficult to catch up. When she was chasing him just now, she had already discovered that the other party deliberately left a chance and chose to escape underground. In fact, he wanted to attract him, the defector, and then kill him here. Just like now. Countless silk threads entangled the battle mecha, making Dong-chi's hunter god mecha unable to move. These dense puppet silk threads, like hair, are extremely flexible. Tied to the mecha, the absolute power of the mecha is completely useless. It made Dong-chi feel as if he was trapped in a sticky and stringy syrup, and he couldn't get out no matter how hard he pulled. Even if he self-destructed an energy boiler, the silk threads would break and get rid of the predicament for a moment. But soon, they were trapped again. It was obvious that the enemy knew everything about the hunting god armor, and had considered everything. Domingo even calculated the energy fluctuations caused by the self-explosion of the hunting god armor's magic boiler, and had already arranged a ban to prevent energy overflow. In other words, the movement of the battle here was almost impossible to be discovered by those people on the ground in the southern continent. At this moment, Dongqi tried all kinds of means, but he was still like a prey that crashed into a spider web and couldn't get out. But even if the situation was so bad, Dongqi was still not panicked. Although she couldn't do anything to Domingo, with the protection of the God Hunter armor, her own safety would be safe for a while. The most important thing is that this scene was one of the situations that was completely expected in the plan she and Ji-sun had discussed before. Thinking of this, Dongqi, who had cut off a large number of silk threads with a knife, murmured, "What's wrong with that guy's head? He can even think of this." Although the god of play Domingo is strong, he has already taken action many times. In Ji-sun's words, that guy has few secrets in his eyes. Whether it was the barrier, the thread, or anything else, there were no surprises. Dongqi was worried about something else. According to the plan, if she couldn't defeat the enemy, she would have to consider using the spiritual scroll left by Ji-sun. It was said that it could summon a very strong friend. But the reason why it was not used at the first time was also because of Ji-sun's instructions. He explained in advance that if the enemy could kill him instantly, it would be meaningless to use any means. If not, then it would be a battle worth enjoying. He wanted to try the enemy's methods. The best case scenario is that after he has a pleasant combat experience, if he still can't solve the problem, he will consider using the spiritual scroll. However, Dongqi was a little unsure. When is the right time? Now that it has been so long, should he use it or not? If he uses it too early, will it disrupt Ji-sun's plan? What if he uses it too late? Will the guy trapped in the oil painting be in danger? Just when Dongqi was struggling, Domingo, who was watching the show with a cold face opposite him, suddenly changed his face. The painting was in Domingo's hand. But just at that moment, he suddenly felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Before he could understand what was happening, he saw a hole burn through the coarse cloth wrapped around the painting. A terrifying flame that made him feel a fatal threat rushed out of the painting. What's going on? Domingo was burned by the painting and instinctively let it go. Just as he was about to pull it back with a silk thread, he saw a figure rushing out of the fire hole. Then, there was another person. He didn't know what the person in front was like, but he knew the one behind him. Wasn't he Pablo, the captain of the assassination team this time? He looked again, and the guy with a clown shadow behind him was the target of the operation. Domingo frowned when he saw that Ji-sun was still alive, and immediately realized that the operation had failed. But how could it fail? This was the top team in their Orlan Royal Court assassination organization, Black Knife. He knew the abilities of Pablo, and the other four very well. Not to mention a fifth level, even he himself might be killed. What's more, there is this oil painting disaster? Domingo glanced at the painter who came out later. The two looked at each other. Pablo had a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to explain. At this moment, he felt that unless he saw it with his own eyes, others would not believe what an outrageous opponent they had encountered before. Domingo saw that only one person survived in the four-man team, and he had to face the reality. Looking more carefully, the black aura of the guy opposite him was very familiar. Isn't this the unique secret method of the old man who almost killed him in the Shinshu treasure house? Seeing this, Domingo's face darkened. Across the street, Ji-sun was panting, but there was a playful smile on his face. The surroundings were finally not the kind of hot feeling that would burn through the respiratory tract. Breathing the cool air, he felt the coolness of thousands of pores dilating. The extreme pleasure of surviving the disaster washed over his head, and Ji-sun's mouth corners pulled up a high arc. He looked at the two guys across the street, and his heart was extremely comfortable. TSK, I survived. Dongqi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ji-sun was safe and sound. At the same time, she immediately used the communicator to quickly explain the current situation. We are now underground in Innocent City. Ji-sun nodded and responded, this is good news. Dongqi, Ji-sun said, I plan to give it a try. Dongqi listened to this crazy idea, and her heart was filled with turmoil. The person in front of her is a legend, are you serious? But this thought only flashed through her mind. Seeing Ji-sun's serious expression, Dongqi chose to respond without any doubt, okay. If he were outside the city, facing a legend, he would really try to escape. But here, the situation is completely different. After hearing the information Dongqi said, Ji-sun's thoughts turned, and he immediately figured out the other party's entire plan. The original plan of the people in the Orlan Royal Court was to use the assassin team to kill him, and then use this underground space to slowly trap Dong Qi to death, and recover the God Hunter mecha and the stolen information. The reason is that this underground space is a trap they carefully set up, and the noise of the battle will not affect it. It was a perfect plan. But that was before. Now that Ji-sun came out alive, it meant that there were only two possible outcomes. Either the enemy continued with their plan and killed him and Dong Qi, or they could not kill them and were forced to evacuate. Ji-sun did not think that the two men in front of him could kill them in the underground of Innocent City. No, from the beginning, the only chance for the other party was the first wave of assassination. Unfortunately, they did not seize it. There was only the second possibility. However, Ji-sun would not let these two guys evacuate so easily. Domingo was able to control the God Hunter armor, which was more of a restraint of his professional ability. Although Dong Qi could not do anything to this guy, he also limited most of his combat power. Once Domingo dared to let go of the silk thread, the God Hunter armor would teach him a lesson immediately. As for the other painter, Ji-sun had already experienced this guy's methods before. Although powerful, it was impossible for the same curse to kill him. With such a favorable time and place, Ji-sun had only one thought in his mind, that the opportunity was rare. He also wanted to try how big the gap between himself and the legend was. At least, it was impossible to let the two enemies escape without leaving anything behind. Chapter 353. The opposite drama god Domingo looked at Ji-sun, who escaped from the oil painting. His face darkened. The Black Blade team failed to kill the target, but lost 3 people instead. There is no doubt about its strength. In addition, with the defector's God Hunter mecha restraining him, Domingo knew that it would be difficult to kill 2 people. He saw his dilemma. After all, this is the Innocent City controlled by the southern continent. Fighting is very risky. If you don't fight and evacuate immediately, the risk is also very high. Once they escape, the enemy will definitely chase them. Leaving the enchantment area, the noise of the battle will easily attract the people above. His identity, as the 4 Knights of King Orin, is a walking military achievement, and the trouble can be imagined after being exposed. Domingo's thoughts were in a mess. He still couldn't figure out why the foolproof assassination plan failed. The two sides looked at each other, and were deadlocked for a breath or two. Suddenly, there was a pop sound in the air, and the battle began. Ji-sun took the initiative to attack. The ripples under his feet dissipated and disappeared on the spot. Domingo was still wondering why the Black Blade elite team could not kill a 5th level card master. Now, looking at the figure that was disintegrating on the spot, he immediately understood. His pupils suddenly shrank, and at the same time he was shocked. So fast! How can this guy be so fast? This is no longer the displacement speed that a 5th level card master can achieve in his cognition. Even among the 6th level card masters, few people can reach it. Just when Domingo was shocked at this moment, Ji-sun had already appeared 1 meter away from his face, with a hint of ridicule on the corner of his mouth. His physical agility was originally very high, almost at the top level of his class. Coupled with the Qigong master's skill in controlling Qi, he could walk in the air as if on flat ground, and even the wind resistance could be ignored. Now he also has a subtle control over the repulsion, and his body is less restrained by gravity. The 3 combined have reduced several resistances that affect displacement to the lowest level. Of course, his speed is extremely fast. When he first mastered the trick of repulsion, even Ji-sun himself was surprised by his own exaggerated speed. This is also his biggest confidence in wanting to test the strength of the legendary card master. This speed is definitely overwhelming for a puppet master, even if he is a legendary one. Based on the current intelligence, as long as he does not make mistakes, the opponent will never be able to catch him. Bang! Ji-sun punched Domingo's shield. Before in the Shinshu treasury, Gongwu personally demonstrated the correct way to deal with a puppet master. Don't pay attention to the fancy puppets, just chase the opponent's body and hammer it hard. However, his methods were far inferior to Gongwu's, and he was far from being able to make the opponent escape and save his life with just 1 punch. Baquan Earth rumbled, a strange tearing force triggered by it violently poured into the spell shield, and Domingo's expression instantly became solemn. He exclaimed in his heart, "Is this the law of natural disasters?" He didn't take Ji-sun in front of him too seriously. After all, there was a gap in rank, and even if he didn't use puppets, the opponent's attack would hardly cause substantial damage to him. But this punch actually made his blood boil. Just with this punch, Domingo knew how the other 3 members of the Black Blade team died. It is hard for anyone of the same level to handle the natural disaster magic that can almost ignore defense. But this is just the beginning. With this punch, Ji-sun smashed, and the figure in his vision collapsed on the spot and disappeared. The back of the head, the heart, the side of the waist, the tailbone, the fists poured out from all angles of the cursed shield like a storm, and the space nearby was distorted. Domingo also used spells to counterattack many times, but Ji-sun's speed was too fast. Even the fastest poison needle shot by the puppet could be avoided. Not only is it fast, the most important thing is the terrifying predictability. As the fight went on, Domingo discovered this big problem. No matter what feints or calculations he made, the opponent could always see through them in advance. Even most of the time, it was the opponent who controlled the rhythm of the battle. Often after a punch, no matter what counterattack he made later, it seemed to be within the opponent's expectations. Only then did he realize that the opponent he was facing was a guy who had almost absolutely calm thinking in the battle. This absolute control over the rhythm of the battle also made the opponent completely error-free. No mistakes, and with that outrageous speed, even Domingo, the legend, felt helpless. When the battle started, he immediately entered the most intense frontal melee. It turns out that the legend is so strong. The first time he fought with a legend, Ji-sun became more and more excited. There is no such opportunity on weekdays. But he is also very self-aware, and does not think that his strength can force this legend to be helpless. Now he can have the opportunity to attack in close range because most of the energy and combat power of this legend are consumed in controlling Dong Chi's hunting armor in the distance. But this is Ji-sun's plan. He tried it just now, and it was exactly as expected. The legendary card master's comprehension of the law is much stronger than the 6th level. That was a situation where even if Ji-sun used all his strength, he would not be able to break through the gap in the opponent's domain in a short period of time. But Ji-sun was not fighting alone. His attack was just a scraping to the legend, but it was not the case with the hunting god armor. As long as Dong Chi was free, the situation would be reversed immediately. All the plans in Ji-sun's mind at this moment revolved around this goal. And this was the underground of Innocent City. The longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Domingo. Therefore, dragging it out is Ji-sun's goal. He can always make the enemy reveal a flaw. Bang! 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 Ji-sun frequently provoked Domingo around him, and the opponent did not fail to fight back. Poisonous smoke, flying needles, noose, mechanical knives, various elemental spells, and 6 wooden puppets with creaking jaws all used various means. Counting Domingo and the painter Pablo, Ji-sun is now 1 against 8, and there are many dangers. But as long as he doesn't die on the spot, he can recover immediately. As I said before, now, as long as he has seen the means before, it is difficult to put him in a deadly situation. The 6 puppets controlled by Domingo at this moment are the famous dark gold puppet group Walnut 6. Although there are not many people who have actually seen it alive, Ji-sun happened to have seen it twice. Whether it is the attack means or ability of the puppet, he has remembered it firmly in his mind. And the ability of the puppet is fixed. This makes it easier to predict. In addition, with the deduction of I am the world, no matter what means the puppet uses, it will not be beyond his expectations. The most important thing is that puppets have a very obvious shortcoming. That is, skill pre-swing. The puppeteer needs to control the joints of the puppet through physical threads or mental threads, and then make it move. Just like shooting a gun requires a finger to pull the trigger before it will fire. This control mode with obvious intervals is a fatal shortcoming in the field of high-level card masters. The skill pre-swing is too long and can be easily predicted. The reason why Domingo is invincible is that his professional sequence can control a large number of puppets at the same time. Multiple puppets cooperate with each other, and the number makes up for this shortcoming. Under normal circumstances, Domingo can control hundreds of puppets at the same time. This allows him to fight even if he faces a legion. Unfortunately, there are only 6 now. For Ji-sun, 6 puppets are completely within the range of mental calculation. With his current speed, he can predict the pre-swing action of the puppet's skills, so it is not too difficult to avoid it. As long as he does not make mistakes actively, it is impossible to be hit. It is precisely because Domingo is a puppeteer that his main ability is not ridiculously strong. Ji-sun dared to try. Otherwise, if it was the other 3 Knights of the King, he would definitely choose to run away when he saw it. But then again, if the other 3 encountered Dong Chi's hunting god armor, it would be impossible to control it in place. It is hard to say which of the 4 knights is stronger. The 52 professional sequences have their own strengths. The battle fell into a stalemate. Domingo also found that his 6 puppets were completely helpless against the opponent. Although some methods hurt the opponent, as long as they did not kill him on the spot, the opponent could recover immediately. And the most outrageous thing is that any means used before will be completely useless the second time. At this moment, Domingo also understood the helplessness of the painter Pablo before. Facing this kind of opponent, who can heal infinitely, and never leak any flaws, there is really no chance unless he is crushed to death. Domingo also saw that the opponent in front of him had an almost crazy obsession to fight with him. It seemed that being able to challenge this legend made him feel a kind of enthusiasm that he would die without regrets. Domingo has encountered all kinds of opponents in his life, but this is the only one who is still alive after such a sudden attack in front of him. If it were somewhere else, Domingo would never let such a potential enemy leave. But at the moment, he is somewhat powerless. Domingo is not wrong. On the other side, Ji-sun has fallen into a state of fighting with blood surging all over his body. Being able to fight with a legendary card master has put his brain and body into an overloaded state. But it was this state that made his mind extremely clear. In the previous fight with the 4-man assassin team, there were only 2 moments of death, which made him feel the tingling stimulation. But in front of Domingo, Ji-sun was always on the edge of a knife, with 1 step of life and 1 step of death. The slightest mistake would lead to death. For others, this state would have made them sweat all over their backs, but for Ji-sun, it was the best stimulant. With the blessing of the magic release state, the world in his eyes was extremely clear at this moment. Every move of the enemy was recorded in his mind like a video. Fields, laws, skills, spells, and extraordinary mysteries were unveiled in his eyes, and the truth was in front of him. Ji-sun's brain at this moment was like a sponge absorbing water, rapidly absorbing the knowledge that he had never mastered. Fighting was like the best catalyst, turning this learning efficiency into enlightenment. He learned a lot just by looking at it. Enlightenment was also flashing rapidly. You comprehended the secret of magic in battle. 10 points of accusation, skill experience plus 29. You observed the 6 walnuts. Ji Zong Ji Ju in battle, puppet control proficiency plus 33. You comprehended the secret of domain, puppet theater in battle, domain understanding plus 8. You had an epiphany in battle, and captured some secrets of Qian Ji Guishan Min. The most important reason why Ji-sun wanted to fight Domingo head-on was that he was very curious. How could this guy control so many puppets at the same time? The magician of Domingo's lineage is a secret of the palace, and no one in the outside world knows what it is. At this moment, the secret of this professional sequence is hidden in the actions of the group of puppets. The more he fights, the clearer it becomes. Finally, Ji-sun saw some clues, but some other thoughts came to his mind. Why do I feel that the magician sequence is a good choice for advancement, whether in terms of ability or professional means? He suddenly felt that his 6th level career choice, this magician sequence, is ideal, multitasking plus mental power plus understanding of multiple laws. Except for a weak body, there are almost no shortcomings. And Ji-sun's body is strong enough now. On the contrary, he needs to improve his brain power a lot to master the magic secrets that he is learning more and more now. Based on his previous understanding of the sequence 7 of Hearts Magician, this sequence of occupation cards itself has a clear direction to improve the rare ability of multitasking. For Ji-sun's current situation, this even takes precedence over other ability improvements. Fusion of this sequence of professional cards will not only increase learning ability as expected. Ji-sun has another idea that has never been proven. That is, with Shadow Trick, can he achieve the theoretical picture of controlling hundreds of shadows, like Domingo controls hundreds of puppets? Even if not, just a few more shadows will be a qualitative leap for Ji-sun. The thought flashed away. The premise of everything is that he can get this secret sequence of the Oran Royal Court. In the fierce battle, Ji-sun looked at Domingo in front of him, and the corner of his mouth raised a little higher. It's not easy to kill this guy. The magician can do many things, and his mind is so meticulous that Ji-sun couldn't find any flaws. At least those small flaws are not enough to put the opponent in danger. However, this guy still has a teammate. After trying for a while, Ji-sun set his target on the painter Pablo. As time goes by, the oppression brought by the fierce battle will have a greater and greater negative impact on people's judgment. Finally, the opportunity came. No matter who you are, you will have some response inertia in the battle. Just like the boxers in the boxing ring, many times their evasion behavior is not controlled by the brain's active consciousness. It is the instinct of body consciousness, and the evasion is done with muscle memory. That is the instinct and subconsciousness of the human body, which takes precedence over active consciousness. Once this inertia is observed, the target's response can be predicted. However, the higher the level of the card master, the more cautious he is about this inertial shortcoming. To observe the tiny flaws, it requires a huge amount of calculation and keen observation ability. Coincidentally, Ji-sun has both. After fighting for so long, he also found that the painter Pablo has an obvious fighting inertia. Once attacked in the blind spot of vision, that guy will most likely use an instant lava barrier spell card to ensure his own safety. But when using this spell, there will be obvious intermittent stagnation of spell power condensation. The full body coverage of almost absolute defense will also make him lose vision and ability to move. When Jisun saw this, the plan came into his mind instantly. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he shouted into the communicator. 1 second later, at the 7 o'clock direction, self-destruct the number 2 energy module, charge. Okay. Dongqi didn't see these tricks at all, but she absolutely believed in Jisun in her heart. Just as the communication ended, Jisun suddenly appeared behind the painter, punching with both hands, Yulu waterfall. The high-pressure airflow formed a waterfall like a oppressive explosion, shocking people. At this moment, the painter was holding a drawing on the ground as prison group control spell in his hand, and suddenly felt the murderous intent behind him, and was horrified. Almost instinctively, he took out a lava barrier card and released it. The strong airflow instantly hit the barrier, and he flew out like a cannonball. The stiffness of his body caused by the spell made it impossible for him to fly out of the trajectory, but he didn't expect to hit Domingo, not far away. Originally, this collision had no harm at all, but the group control card drawing on the ground as prison in the painter's hand was released. Seeing this, Domingo's thoughts also reacted, and the expression in his eyes suddenly changed as if saying 2 words. Not good. Jisun was 1 level lower, so the spell had little effect. But this painter Pablo was at level 6. The indiscriminate group control spell could no longer be reversed. When it was released, the puppets and domains around Domingo stagnated. Before the shocked expressions of the 2 enemies appeared on their faces, there was a violent explosion not far away. The hunter armor had already exploded its boiler, and took advantage of that moment to rush out. At the direction of 7 o'clock, it just hit the painter's body, which was still in the thick shield. Dongqi had completely understood Jisun's plan at this moment. The gravity field instantly controlled all people and puppets within the range. The enemy's head was sent to the edge of the knife. The hot melt knife in her hand almost chopped it off and hit the painter's shield. Clang! The shield was cut open. The painter Pablo wanted to withdraw, but the gravity field made his body stagnate, and he was hit hard by the knife. Jisun said again, T5 rocket, directly launch. Dongqi listened, without aiming at all, and raised his hand to press the launch button of the rocket. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several rockets shot out rapidly, and hit somewhere in the underground space. Domingo's expression changed, and when he saw the location where the rocket landed, he realized that the other party had seen through the key node of the wire control field. Bang! A series of explosions exploded. The hexagram barrier in the sky that had been lit suddenly dimmed. Domingo looked extremely gloomy, because at this time, he completely lost control of the God Hunter armor. If he wanted to condense this large-scale control barrier again, the opponent would never give him the opportunity. Dongqi controlled the mecha and slashed twice, killing the painter, who was already seriously injured. Domingo pulled away and retreated, watching coldly, not wanting to help, and unable to help. He knew the properties of the God Hunter armor too well. Once it got out of trouble, he couldn't stop it at all. Jisun also went over in an instant, and grabbed the oil painting Monet's sunrise next to the corpse. He didn't want someone to use the disaster object to control him for the 4th time. And this relic is very useful to him now. The situation seemed to have suddenly improved. Dongqi was out of trouble. Even if Domingo wanted to control the hunting god armor again, the chance was not great. Jisun felt that if he were the guy, he would definitely choose to escape. However, seeing the other party's indifferent expression, Jisun suddenly realized that something was wrong. This guy didn't run away. Reinforcements. His thoughts turned, and he immediately thought of something, and quietly injected a strong sobering potion into his arm. Not long after, enlightenment appeared. You are exempt from the Silver Moon illusion. King's Fall. Seeing this, Jisun realized that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived. However, this situation would not be reinforcements in the normal sense. Before the person arrived, Jisun had already guessed the identity of the person coming, thinking, TSK, is it the Princess Betty from the Black Dragon Kingdom? The one who could support in the first time in the City of Innocence, dare to come, and knows the Silver Moon's secret art, it is likely to be this person. Chapter 354. After the death of the painter Pablo, the Orlan Royal Court's ambush operation was basically declared over. Although the god of play Domingo was not afraid of Jisun and Dongqi, he was not sure that he could capture them under the eyes of those people in the southern continent. Originally, Jisun wanted to experience the true means of the 4 Knights of the King. Unfortunately, The sudden silver moon illusion disrupted the original plan. The next moment after the exemption spell, he immediately realized the fatal crisis and decisively used the communicator to send a message, directly ahead, full firepower coverage. This time, a legend came to assassinate, and an elite assassin team also came. They were already highly equipped, enough to kill Ji-sun and the other person in the intelligence. Normally, there would be no backup. But now they came. And when the opponent's plan was about to fail, they were obviously here to save the situation. And if they dared to come, they must have the ability to save the situation. Ji-sun felt that if it was really as he guessed, the person who came might be the Black Dragon Princess Betty, who was contaminated by Silver Moon. This matter was even more problematic. He always felt that the Orlan Royal Court was setting up a very big plan, and this Betty was a very important part, so there was no need to expose her here. So, if that woman showed her face at the risk of being exposed, she must be very sure that Ji-sun and the other two would die here. Ji-sun's intuition told him that it was better to leave first. Okay. Dong-chi in the distance did not hesitate at all. The magazine on the armor popped up with a click, and more than a dozen micro-magic missiles flew out. The blue fireworks from the missiles exploded violent shock waves in the underground space, and the destructive energy spread out in the corridor. Domingo saw that the two were likely to escape, but he had to reinforce the domain barrier to suppress the shock wave. Retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji-sun had dispersed and appeared beside Dong-chi, and hurriedly said, "No matter what abnormal behavior I have in a while, you take me away directly." This battle command was too jumpy, and Dong-chi didn't understand what happened for a while. Just when she was stunned, a small hand holding a paintbrush stretched out from Ji-sun's pocket and drew in the void, and a space crack appeared. Huh? Dong-chi had seen Ivan's space ability, so she couldn't hide her surprise when she saw this scene. That little girl could actually lead people to travel through space? Oh, I almost forgot, that's how they got out of that oil painting just now. Without thinking about it, she knew what Ji-sun was talking about, and she was going to crash into the space crack. But at this time, she glanced at Ji-sun beside her, and saw that he seemed to be disturbed by some mysterious force. His pupils were instantly dilated, and the whole person suddenly stood there in a daze. Controlled by the spirit spell? Dong-chi finally understood why he had said that, and suddenly realized. It turned out that a very strong mysterious enemy had come from a place he could not see. Since Ji-sun was hit, the enemy must be very strong. Dong-chi was protected by the God Hunter mecha, and was not affected. After she found that Ji-sun was abnormal, she did not delay at all and grabbed him in her hand, then rushed into the space crack without looking back. The crack merged, and the two disappeared on the spot. In a blink of an eye, at the end of the corridor not far away, the sound of footsteps was heard. A mysterious man in a cloak slowly walked out. Seeing the target escape, the pretty face under the brim of the hat was gloomy, and she exclaimed, "You left so decisively. Strange, how did you find me?" If there was any hesitation, these two people would not be able to leave today. It was a pity that Domingo did not dare to neglect it. When he saw the person coming, he immediately protected his chest and saluted as a knight, and said respectfully, "Meet Her Majesty the Queen." The plan to kill him failed, and I let this guy show up to save the situation. I was already derelict in my duty. Yeah. The cloaked man responded lightly, and the white moonlight emitted by the moon in his hand also dimmed. She glanced at Domingo and said lightly, "No need to chase. Someone up there has already noticed the movement here. You find a way to leave first. Also, the matter of the moon goddess's coming cannot be allowed to go wrong." Domingo's expression became stern. Yes. Trample, tramp, tramp, tramp. The splashing sound of boots stepping on the sewage echoed in the dark pipes, clearly audible. Dong-chi carried the limp Ji-sun and ran wildly in this complex underground pipe network. After a moment, Ji-sun's pupils gradually focused. Only then did he wake up from the illusion. He looked at himself on Dong-chi's shoulder and immediately understood something, saying in his heart, that was a close call. He was injected with a sobering potion and still got hit, which means that the person's means were as strong as expected. It was also thanks to the decisive evacuation just now, otherwise it would really be a big loss. Pupils focused, as if the soul had just returned to the body. Ji-sun said, "I'm fine." Dong-chi was relieved to hear this. At the same time, she was full of doubts and asked, "What happened just now?" "I was hit by an illusion." Ji-sun also lost consciousness for a moment, but looking at the situation, it was not difficult to guess what happened, and said, "It should be the masters of the Silver Moon sect." People from the Silver Moon sect? Dong-chi was obviously surprised to hear this, and then thought of the brainwashed mechanics in the base. Yeah. Ji-sun expressed his guess. the Orlan royal family is not completely unprepared for this war. They have planted some very important hidden men in the upper echelons of the southern continent. I suspect that those guys may be plotting something. He had been undercover in the Silver Moon sect, and was very familiar with the nature of these old god believers. The purpose was clear from beginning to end, which was to make the gods come and spread the faith. In the previous battle at the Shinshu treasury, Jia Yu's plan not only severely damaged the Scarlet sect, but also cleared out the little power that the Silver Moon sect had accumulated with great difficulty. But those Silver Moon believers would never give up. Besides, the new king of Orlan also needs faith to consolidate his royal power. Oh! Dongqi frowned as she listened. She never liked those complicated conspiracies. She seemed to understand but didn't ask in detail. If we really talk about the familiarity of the water pipe network under the City of Innocence, there are really few people who can compare with Ji Sun. This was also one of the planned evacuation routes. As they ran, they heard that no one was chasing them, so they slowed down their pace. It seems that the enemy has no intention of chasing us. This is expected. After all, without the barrier, if they fight in any other place, no one will be able to please them. Originally, they could escape directly from the city through the sewer, but suddenly Ji Sun stopped. Dongqi thought he had discovered something unusual, and immediately asked vigilantly, "What's wrong?" Ji Sun showed a trace of thought between his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, and said, "I think we don't need to leave the city. Just stay in the city." The original plan was to leave if they were exposed, but now he changed his plan. Ah? Dongqi was a little confused. Not going out? But if we do this, won't we be discovered again sooner or later? Since the assassin came to our door before, it means that the people of the Orlan royal family do have a way to locate the drawings. No. That was before. Ji Sun shook his head and explained, "It's safer to stay in the city now." Although the assassination came very suddenly, the only thing that really made him feel it was an accident from beginning to end was that the mysterious Silver Moon Master came to the rescue. So Ji Sun suddenly thought of a key question. Since Princess Betty is a very important hidden card of the Orlan royal family, why would she show up for an assassination? There are many military masters from the southern continent in Wuzui's city. Any trace left behind may be a fatal hidden danger. So it is definitely not to recover some backup drawings or to kill some defectors. She did this, which means that there are gains equal to the risks. After deducing, Ji Sun felt that there was only one possibility. That is, the drawings are more important than expected. Dongqi immediately understood and said, "You mean, there are some materials in these drawings that the Orlan royal family regards as top secret?" Yes. Ji Sun had previously suspected that those highly encrypted drawings might be research materials for the mechanical angel. Now it seems that it is not just that. It may also involve some secrets that the Orlan royal family does not want outsiders to know. For example, the dark energy ancient weapon that can kill the 7th level dragon in seconds. The data being stolen was an accident. But if it fell into the hands of Ji Sun and his team, it would not be a big problem at least. At most, it would be considered that the technology was stolen. But if it really fell into the hands of the people of the southern continent, it would alert the enemy in advance, which is definitely not what the Orlan royal family wants to see. Dongqi stayed in that base for a long time, and saw some scrapped objects from the testing of secret weapons. She also understood something immediately, and looked a little excited. For a mechanic, there is no temptation more attractive than an unknown and powerful mechanical blueprint. But she thought of something, and turned to look at Ji Sun again. What should we do with those drawings? The original plan was that once they were exposed, they would immediately abandon the drawings, so that they would be completely safe. But now that they knew the drawings were special, how could they be easily abandoned? Ji Sun had the same idea. He had just thought of a plan and said, "Let's act according to the original plan. We should go to the city to find 2 places to stay later. Just like before, in case of any problems, they can take care of each other." Dongqi was worried about his safety and asked, "But the enemy won't come again?" The enemy failed to assassinate him this time, and they will definitely be more prepared next time. No. Ji Sun shook his head and said meaningfully, "They dare not act rashly. If I were Princess Betty, I would never cause trouble for myself now." Dongqi didn't understand and asked, "Why?" Ji Sun explained, "They didn't succeed in intercepting and killing him this time, and the risk of them taking action again is countless times greater. Originally, Betty had just killed me, and everything would be fine. But unfortunately, she didn't kill me. As long as we are still in the city, if we really fight, both sides may be exposed. Compared with a few drawings, some plans are obviously more important. And after being assassinated, The other party also guessed that Ji-sun would have some other tricks. If he assassinates again, do you think I will report you? The other party doesn't dare to take that risk. Correspondingly, even if Ji-sun knows that Princess Betty has problems, he will not take the initiative to report it, because reporting this is meaningless to Dongwon and himself. Unless the other party wants to kill him. For both parties, the best way to get along now is, you don't go to inform and make trouble, and I won't come to you. Although there was no communication. But it seemed like a tacit agreement was made across the air. Dongqi heard his explanation. His expression was a little strange. Isn't this all your guess? What if those people in Orlan don't think so? Ji-sun shook his head and said firmly, no if. Dongqi frowned as she listened. She glanced at Ji-sun, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. This was the old friend she was familiar with. He had an almost crazy arrogance. Once he was determined on something, he would bet everything on it, including his life. If it were Dongqi herself, she would never dare to stay in the city because of some assumptions. But this guy dared. Ji-sun knew that Miss Chi-Chi was worried about him, so he smiled and explained, besides, I left the drawings in the space of this relic Monet's sunrise. They may not be able to determine our location now. He has not yet confirmed what means the other party used to sense the location of the blueprint, but no matter what method it is, the difficulty of detecting it through this disaster object will increase sharply. Hearing this, Dongqi glanced at the oil painting, and his expression improved a lot. As the two were chatting, Ji-sun suddenly felt a flutter in his pocket, and a little head popped out. Ivan looked at Ji-sun with her big watery eyes, a little embarrassed. Mr. Ji-sun, I'm hungry. Ji-sun smiled, yeah. There was another reason he didn't say. After knowing that this little Lolita could travel through space so easily, he felt that this innocent city could be kept. A few days later, Ji-sun and Dongqi continued to live in Innocent City. As expected, life suddenly became stable. It is not known whether the people of the Orlan royal family really couldn't determine the location of the drawings, or whether it was some kind of tacit understanding that Ji-sun guessed. Anyway, the assassin didn't come to the door again. In fact, there was no accident on the day of the assassination, so Ji-sun knew it was safe. But for the sake of safety, he and Dongqi lived separately for a few days. During this period, Ji-sun worked hard to copy the encrypted data every day. It took 5 days to copy it completely. After destroying the original version of the data, the last hidden danger was completely eliminated. It must be said that the last assassination was a great gain for Ji-sun. Not only did he get a disaster-level oil painting, but more importantly, it allowed him to touch the threshold of space law. Learning this high-level law requires extremely high talent and understanding, as well as great opportunity. Ji-sun always felt that it was not good enough before. This assassination made him feel the key. Sometimes, understanding the law of space is like learning to swim. You can't find a key, and you can't keep your balance no matter how you swim. But at a certain moment, you can do it all of a sudden, and the future direction is suddenly clear. After getting started with the law, Ji-sun can really understand the mystery of the exclusive magic secret method of the painter sequence, the imaginary universe. And after getting started with this secret method, the benefit is that he can directly use the exclusive relic Monet's sunrise. The attacking properties of the oil painting, such as space barrier, are not yet fully understood by Ji-sun. However, the storage function has been used. The oil painting has a huge space of about a block. It can also be expanded according to its own understanding of the laws of space. It is like a balloon that can be blown up by itself. Theoretically, it can be several times larger. The most important thing is not the size of the storage space. It is that the laws of space in this oil painting are perfect, not the fragile space like the glass in the storage ring. This oil painting can hold all kinds of items. For example, the pottery jar that he had to carry with him before, the useless sword and other high-law items can also be put in. For Ji-sun, it is much more convenient to carry items. It is also much safer. Time flies. These days, Ji-sun is immersed in thinking about several magic secrets and studying the law of space. And Dongqi is obsessed with cracking those encrypted data all day long. The encryption level of that batch of research data is indeed very high and extremely difficult to crack. But mechanical data is different from ordinary encrypted documents. Many things in scientific research data can be traced and deduced. Dongqi's attainments in the field of mechanics are not low, and she knows some mechanical mystical methods, and has the relevant understanding blessed by the professional sequence demon god. Although the cracking is slow, there is progress little by little. Although only some simple descriptions were cracked in a few days, it was that little content that allowed the two to confirm a very important fact. As they guessed, this is mechanical angel research data. There are not only some drawings of mechas that are more advanced than Titan mechas. More importantly, there is an ancient weapon that is completely beyond the current level of technology. According to calculations, if such a weapon is really manufactured, its power may be beyond imagination. After discovering this, Dongqi worked harder to decipher it. The two seemed to have returned to the time when they were together in the Red Mansion, tacit understanding, busyness, and intimacy. In the evening, they would take a bath together and enjoy a rare happy time. Oh, then, there is feeding the little Ivan who only knows how to eat and sleep. The two of them were a little uncomfortable with the addition of such a light bulb. But later they found that the little lowly would not wake up at all when she fell asleep, so they lived as usual. Half a month passed in a flash. These days, Jason not only stayed in the room to practice, but also went out to inquire about the news every day. He used the disguised identity of an intelligence merchant to pay attention to the development of the war in real time. There are more and more Southern Continental troops in the City of Innocence. Dozens of cities have been captured in the past few days, and a large amount of treasure and war slaves are transported to Innocence City every day. It seems that the Southern Continent is unstoppable, but slowly, the war has become like a quagmire and has become more and more difficult. The Eastern Wasteland is vast and populated, and once the battle line is extended, the number of soldiers in the Southern Continent is somewhat stretched. If you want to attack one city after another, it may not be possible to end this war in decades. Since Jason knew what the Silver Moon sect was planning, he has been more careful about the movements of the Southern Continent army. From the intelligence, he deduced that a war was about to take place. The center of the battle between the two sides was most likely in the largest city in the southern part of the East Wilderness, the Tailong Mobile Mechanical City. The three kingdoms of the Southern Continent assembled more than 20 legions, nearly 400,000 troops, ready to attack the Tailong Mechanical City. The Orlon royal family also stationed 1 million troops, and it seemed that they were determined to defend the city. To others, this was a normal offensive and defensive battle when the war reached a certain stage. However, Jason vaguely realized that there might be some unknown secrets hidden in it. For example, the Battle of National Destiny. Jason originally wanted to mix in the mercenary group and go to the battlefield to see the situation. But he didn't expect that Qin Rushi would come to the City of Innocence before setting off. Chapter 355. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, is Mr. Thompson staying here? The hotel door was knocked, and a female voice asked softly outside the door. In the room, Ji-sun and Dong-chi were busy. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Dong-chi looked in the direction of the door, and his eyes immediately became alert. Ji-sun thought of something and exclaimed, Thompson. It was the codeword he left in the Hunters Guild. Only a few people could decipher this encrypted message. After hearing the familiar voice again, Ji-sun vaguely guessed who it was. He signaled to Dong-chi not to worry, and stood up and walked towards the door. As soon as the door opened, the two saw a woman dressed as a noble lady standing outside the door. The close-fitting burgundy dress outlined her graceful and slightly plump figure, and she wore a wide-brimmed hat with exquisite feathers on her head. She stood quietly at the door, but her whole body could not hide her dignified, elegant, and mature charm. Because the hat covered most of her face, Ji-sun's perspective was just right to see her slightly raised big red lips and soft jawline. Just by looking at it, he recognized the person, and greeted her warmly while being surprised. Auntie Qin, why are you here? The woman outside the door looked up. Her face seemed like an illusion. Her facial features had not changed. But at this moment, she became aware of it in her mind, and joked, why, it's not convenient. Ji-sun was amazed at this fairy disguise, and knew what she was joking about, and smiled and shook his head. Go inside and talk. In the house, Dong-chi saw that the visitor outside the door was Qin Rushi, excited and surprised, and covered his mouth and whispered in surprise, Auntie Qin. It had been too long since they last saw each other in Honolulu. Looking at this close aunt, who had watched her grow up, she couldn't hide her excitement, and went up to give her a warm hug. Qin Rushi looked at Dong-chi with a gentle smile on her face, touched her head, and said with emotion, It's been a long time since we last met. Chi-chi has grown a lot taller. Yes, we haven't seen each other for a long time. While talking, Dong-chi also looked at Qin Rushi's plump figure. Facing this aunt, who had taken care of her since she was a child, she spoke without hesitation and praised, Wow, Aunt Qin is more beautiful than before. As soon as the words came out, he felt that he couldn't tell what was different. She was obviously very beautiful before, but now she is different. Ji-sun also noticed the subtle changes. It's not her appearance, but she has a very special temperament, giving people a feeling of being ethereal. Thinking about the last plague swamp incident, maybe it was because of the fairy spirit of the Bai family's ancestral fairy, and Ji-sun noticed from the subtle details that Qin Rushi was much stronger than before. Dong Qi's perception was very sharp. She sensed it, but she didn't understand why there was such a magical change. So she just started, touching the proud figure through the soft skirt, and finally landing on the perky buttocks. The wonderful touch instantly made Dong Qi's eyes light up. Like a little girl acting coquettishly, pretending to be envious, the figure is even sexier. As she said that, she deliberately glanced at Ji-sun and gestured, "Why don't you try it? It's really true." Qin Rushi listened to this, and was used to the wandering slender hands. She just smiled and shook her head, scolding, "You girl." Ji-sun, who was standing by, smiled and said nothing. "Aunt Qin, what would you like to drink? Or tea?" Qin Rushi smiled and nodded, "Yes. Thank you." This was the first time the three of them met after the burning of the old Honglu. It was still in this innocent city, but it felt like a lifetime ago. It had been a long time since we last met, and Dong Qi had a lot to say. Qin Rushi also listened with a doting look on her face. "I heard that Chi-Chi is now a very good mechanic." "Hey, how did Aunt Qin know that? I was wondering when I would give you a surprise." "I received a message from the Song family asking for help, saying that the Oran royal family was preparing to take action against the Song family. But I was still in the old world at the time, and didn't have time to rush back. When I arrived, I heard that the matter had been properly resolved by you. I just realized that our Chi-Chi has become very powerful." "Oh, so Aunt Qin, you are here for the Song family's affairs as well?" "Yes. But not entirely." Qin Rushi sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and directly stated the destination. "This time, we are going to Tailong Machinery City." Ji-sun was familiar with this place name, and a lot of recent intelligence was about this city. A decisive battle was about to take place there. He asked directly, "Aunt Qin is going to join the battle?" "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded and explained, "The main force stationed in Tailong City, that is, the former Marshal Lei Meng of the 3rd Federal Mechanic Division, was my grandfather's old subordinate. Uncle Lei secretly contributed a lot to my survival, and the survival of the Revolutionary Army in the cracks over the years." After hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood why she came to the East Wasteland. But at the same time, he also fell into deep thought. Now in Tailong Mechanical City, the Orlan Royal Court and the Southern Continent have more than 1 million troops stationed. If they really fight, it will be like a meat grinder, and there will definitely be a huge number of casualties. Although Qin Rushi's combat power is unquestionable. But in such a large battlefield, high-level card masters are cannon fodder, and personal combat power can hardly change anything. The most important thing is that from the current intelligence, the decisive battle in Tailong Mechanical City is more complicated and more treacherous than it seems. Qin Rushi has been fighting for many years, so of course she knows this. She added, "This decisive battle is related to the fate of the East Desert. Once Tailong City is lost, there will no longer be such a good military fortress to defend in the entire South, and the people of the Southern Continent can march straight in. Uncle Lei has a strong temper. Whether for the sake of his people or his duties, he will definitely stick to the end. If possible, I want to help a little bit. Just like when my grandfather's generals secretly helped the Qin family. No matter what the result is this time, I will always try." After a pause, Qin Rushi's eyes shone with light, and she said, "Besides, I'm going to advance to the 7th level. I need some insights." "Oh!" Ji-sun's expression brightened up when he heard it, and he also looked up. No wonder he felt that her aura was different just now. If I say that, isn't that the changing invisible aura, the indescribable feeling of divine power that Gongwu mentioned? Since Qin Rushi said that, it means that she is not going to take a shortcut to advance. Instead, she chose Gongwu's more rigorous promotion path. This road is not easy to walk. And it is not possible to walk just because you want to. It seems that Qin Rushi has encountered some special opportunities during this period. After Ji-sun knew that this war was the extraordinary advancement ceremony of the Red Dragon Kingdom's Marshal Andre, his perspective on the universe and everything in it has changed. After hearing this, he immediately understood what this meant. Qin Rushi Valkyrie, the main law of the sequence is the law of war. If you want to feel the embodiment of the law, there is no better way than to actually experience a cruel war. Dong Qi was very surprised to hear this. She was in the East Wilderness, and had no idea about the super-level realm of the 7th level, so she asked directly, "Aunt Qin, can you break through the legendary level? What does it feel like to be at the 7th level?" As she spoke, she thought of something and said, "I heard Ji-sun say that it seems that he needs to practice some kind of divine power?" "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded, looked at Dong Qi's curious eyes, and explained, originally, as long as the foundation is a little stronger at the 6th level, use the blood crystal of legendary creatures to improve your life level and enter the semi-god, there is also a chance to advance. Legends use this method to advance almost 100%. But it turns out that this shortcut is far inferior to the extraordinary power obtained by tempering the fighting spirit. She paused and thought for a moment, then said, Chi-Chi, you should also pay more attention to the cultivation of this aspect. This is the only way to explore the top-level extraordinary secrets. The cultivation path of the mechanic lineage is very special. Although the improvement of combat power mostly comes from machinery, it is equally important for the cultivation of the will. You may have felt that the real top-level machinery is not a dead object. They have their own spirituality. If you can't anchor your own personality, you may become a mechanical madman like the card master's distortion. Dong-Chi heard this incredible statement for the first time, and she was surprised and said, Huh? This was completely beyond her cognition. Mechanical madman? Even Ji-sun was very curious about this statement. It sounds a bit like the principle of being contaminated by those extraordinary relics. So the same situation also exists in the mechanical field. Just looking over, he met Qin Rushi's eyes, and the two smiled knowingly. Ji-sun also knew that these high-end secrets were probably obtained from the old world. After the separation in the Plague Swamp, Qin Rushi said that she would look for some relics of the Bai family during the Talon period. Now it seems that she should have found them. Facing Ji-sun and Dong-Chi, Qin Rushi did not hesitate to explain her current insights in detail. At the threshold of the 6th level, this is still far away for Dong-Chi. But for Ji-sun, it is a rare experience. He had heard Gong Wu's advice before. But at that time, my rank was too low, and I was confused. Now that I have advanced to the 5th rank, I listen again, and my understanding is completely different. And although the 52 sequences are all ways to the gods, everyone takes a different path. The path Qin Rushi took gave Ji-sun a lot of inspiration. After listening, he wanted to ask about his current situation, so he asked, Aunt Qin, I have an idea now. The direction of my field may be Wanxiang. Wanxiang is very suitable for you. Qin Rushi hadn't thought that Ji-sun had changed that much before, but after thinking about it for a while, she turned around and couldn't hide her surprise when she heard that he was asking about the domain. You can already touch the domain? She knew Ji-sun's strength. It was obvious that he was still a long way behind when they parted last time. Even if he had advanced to the 5th level, the extraordinary ability that required comprehension could not be touched just by touching it. This question was obviously beyond the scope. Yes. Ji-sun nodded and gave a positive answer. He knew the magical power of earth rumbling, which originally pointed to the earth rumbling domain, so it was not difficult to touch the domain. The recent hard training and fierce battles had made his understanding soar. He also unexpectedly discovered that after learning the opposite lightless sun, his proficiency in attracting the gods to fall rapidly. So he suddenly had some vague ideas about the feeling of controlling a small world within the scope of the domain. However, the earth-rumbling domain alone was not what he pursued, but the all things. That's why I asked just now. Ji-sun heard Qin Rushi's tone, and knew what she was wondering about, and explained, I went to Rune Highlands, and saw the Emperor's steel. That's why I had this idea. This made Qin Rushi even more surprised, and asked, You actually saw the Emperor's steel? Ji-sun nodded and asked, And Qin also knows about that steel? Yes. Qin Rushi looked at him. A strange color flashed across her crystal eyes, and said, I have seen relevant records in some of the Bai family's inheritance secrets. It is said that it is the great rune left by the great Emperor Lanlingster, the founding emperor of the Terran dynasty. It is said that the stone tablet hides the ultimate secret of the 52 sequences. You know, this was a palace secret during the Terran period. She knew all this, but she only came into contact with it under the guidance of the ancestor spirit. Ji-sun actually saw it with her own eyes. Hearing the guy in front of her say it casually, she looked indescribably strange. Dong-Chi on the side also cast a curious look. This topic is a bit high-end. Ji-sun explained, Aunt Qin, didn't we separate in the Plague Swamp last time? Later, I went to the Rune Plateau. And the tomb of Augustus is on the plateau. He briefly described his experience. When Qin Rushi heard about that experience, even though she had come into contact with a large number of ancient relics during this period, she was still shocked. She said, You mean, there is still a remnant of a gravekeeper from 3,000 years ago on the Talon Plateau? Ji-sun, yes. It was also that senior who told me about the 7 lords of natural disaster. And the Emperor's steel. It was only after I saw the steel that I had the idea of the universal realm. After hearing this, Qin Rushi could understand. After thinking for a long time, her face regained its gentle expression. But the Emperor's steel can be discussed later. Instead, she focused on something else and said, "But by the way, I should have seen the Nan priest you mentioned." Ji-sun, oh? Qin Rushi's crystal eyes flashed with a teasing luster, and said, "When you killed Xiao Yu, the lord of Wuzui City, the little girl risked her life to save you. I still remember that she brought a Inemo Luo with her." Ji-sun, oh? If you really want to consider the domain, you can only truly understand many things when you reach the 6th level. Yeah. The three chatted for a long time. Ji-sun asked all the problems he encountered in his practice recently, and got accurate answers from Qin Rushi. On the path of transcendence, someone can guide you on the right path, which is the best shortcut. Ji-sun also found out from the conversation that Qin Rushi had a completely different understanding of the inheritance of the Bai family's stealing god lineage, which was profound and solid. He was also very curious about how strong Qin was now. Not to mention that the main combat power of the god stealer sequence came from Xianjia. Ji-sun did not forget that her contracted Xianjia was the Baiqiu Xianling who had lived for more than 3,000 years. Similarly, Qin Ru was also very surprised by Ji-sun's changes. The speed of advancement was far beyond expectations. The atmosphere of the chat was warm and harmonious. Both teacher and friend. It was also as close as a family. At the end, Dong Qi asked again, "Aunt Qin, when are you going to Tailong Machinery City?" Qin Rushi said, "I was planning to leave today. I just saw the code you left at the Adventure Guild, so I came to see you." Dong Qi, oh. Qin Rushi, there are a lot of things to do this time. In addition to Uncle Lei, there are also some things about the Bai family. In addition, the drawings of the Hunter God armor that you intercepted before have been sent to the Old Continent by the Song family. The Alliance Army is stepping up its research and development. However, although the Old Continent is not short of resources now, there is a huge gap in mature mechanics and equipment. Tailong City is the most important mechanical city in the Federation. There are still a large number of mechanics and equipment in the city that are blocked and cannot be transferred out, including several super factories of the Song family. I came here this time to see if I can find an opportunity to get a batch of equipment over. Dong Qi, and Qin Ji-sun, who was originally going to go, said that there might be some changes in the war. Qin Rushi, oh? The original plan of Ji-sun and the others was to go to the battlefield to see the situation. Now that Qin Rushi is here, it's just right for them to go together. Not only can they take care of each other, but they also have a powerful teammate. Ji-sun had thought that he and Dong Qi would not dare to go to the front battlefield. But now with Qin Rushi, the plan can be bolder. The combined strength of the three of them may still be very risky in front of those people in the southern continent. But there are not many enemies in the East Desert who can do anything to them. For example, if they meet the god of play Domingo again, it will not be their turn to run away. In Ji-sun's eyes, Tailong Machinery City has become the center where countless threads of fate converge. It is the end point of countless destinies. It is also a new starting point. Chapter 356. 2 days later. On a hill 50 kilometers away from the outskirts of Tailong Mechanical City, three figures disappeared in the darkness, carefully observing the war camp that stretched for more than 10 kilometers in the distance. The camp was lit up by bonfires, and various battle flags with dragon patterns fluttered on the tops of large and small tents. That was the base camp of the 400,000-man army of the southern continent. From time to time, Asian dragons with huge flesh wings flew in the sky, and dragon roars and gusts of wind whistled by. The one flying in the sky is a pterosaur, whose night vision ability is comparable to that of a thermal imager, and can easily detect traces of human activities within a radius of several kilometers in the sky. Also, the reconnaissance team is usually equipped with corrupted dragonborn, and those guys have a very keen sense of smell. And the reconnaissance team is a joint defense system. Once one of the teams is killed, it will be discovered immediately. So it is very risky to sneak in. The South Continent Army has now blocked the Tailong Mechanical City, and the risk of entering and leaving is very high. From the intelligence, it should be able to assemble in the next few days, and the general offensive will be launched within 7 days at the latest. Ji-sun has been in the South Continent Army for a long time, and is very familiar with the army structure. The Iris Corps in front of them is the elite of the Red Dragon royal family, and their personnel and equipment are all high-end. Although 400,000 troops are far from enough to completely besiege the huge city of Tailong. But in fact, countless reconnaissance teams have surrounded the city. After carefully observing the various flags on the tents, Ji-sun said, and it is certain that at least 2 8th-level marshals have arrived, including the deputy commander of the Iris Corps, the Fire Demon Farron, and the Iron Wing Paris of the Iron Wing Corps. More than a dozen army commanders and deputy army commanders are also veteran 7th-level warriors. Once exposed, there is almost no chance of escape. Qin Rushi, who was beside him, listened and nodded seriously, and replied, yes. The military strength assembled in Nandalu has reached a point where it sounds like there is no chance of winning. At the same time, she was really impressed by Ji Sun's intelligence ability. Because the army of the southern continent is almost all dragon descendants, it is very difficult for spies to infiltrate, so the intelligence obtained is also very limited. But what she never expected was that Ji Sun told her all about the tents in the distance. He also analyzed the possible situations that might be encountered next clearly. Qin Rushi felt that if she really came alone, she would really plan to sneak in. If it didn't work, she would force her way through. Now it seems that the risk is very high. Dong Qi on the side also said, then how do we get into the city now? Ji Sun looked at the sky in the distance and said, wait. Upon hearing this, Dong Qi and Qin Rushi both cast doubtful eyes. Ji Sun added, wait for the bombardment. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, a thunderous sound like boom, boom, boom was heard in the sky. In a blink of an eye, Ji Sun and the other two saw blue light barriers appearing above the South Continent army camp in the distance. Looking closely, shells hit the barrier, creating ripples. The shells were as dense as raindrops. The people of the South Continent seemed to be accustomed to it, and they all hid in the area covered by the barrier. This is the opportunity Ji Sun has been waiting for. His expression was stern, and then he said, now, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them rushed into the temporary chaos created by the roaring artillery fire. The three of them had just run a short distance, when suddenly a shell landed 100 meters away, blowing up a large hole with a diameter of tens of meters. Don't expect any accuracy from the artillery 50 kilometers away, it's just a fire coverage. Ji Sun had received detailed intelligence on the front line of the battlefield before he came. He knew how many times the artillery bombardment would happen every day in Tailong Mechanical City. Hundreds of thousands of shells fall on the military camps of the southern continent every day. In the center of the pit is an enchanted warhead. Magical artillery only has considerable lethality within a certain distance. The farther the distance, the greater the energy attenuation. Such ultra-long-range artillery is usually conventional projectile artillery. This kind of artillery shell is basically impossible to break the military unity boundary in the southern continent military camp. Only occasionally a few unlucky people who don't have time to hide will be hit. However, this kind of artillery battle does not expect to destroy the enemy. The greater significance is consumption. Compared with the magic energy crystal cores consumed by the barrier, the cost of artillery firing is countless times lower. Because of the need to avoid artillery fire, the pterosaur scouts in the sky disappeared in an instant. With Qin Rushi's immortal secret technique to help hide, and Ji Sun's familiarity with the enemy's reconnaissance corps, the three of them also took advantage of the noise covered by artillery fire to sneak in quietly. Although the warning trap was still triggered on the way, they ignored it and accelerated. In the end, they rushed into the 5-kilometer range of Terran Mechanical City without any danger. This is already covered by the firepower of close defense artillery, and the card masters of the southern continent dare not easily set foot in it. It is basically safe here. Morton City is the largest mechanical city in the southern part of the East Wilderness. It is a heavy industrial city. In addition to the main city, there are dozens of large and small mechanical cities. These days, this city has experienced more than a dozen sieges of varying sizes. When Ji Sun and the other two came, the outside of the city was already a mess. The railway network has been destroyed, and there are charred craters and scrapped mechanical war vehicles everywhere. It was visible to the naked eye that a huge city in the distance was lit up with bright lights. The bombardment continued. The three looked up and saw countless dense sparks flashing everywhere in the city. The three walked another 2 kilometers under the cover of the night. When they looked up, the city of Tailong was already in sight. It was a huge steel city with a wall as high as 100 meters. The towering chimneys poked at the gray sky like the fingers of a giant, constantly spewing out billowing smoke. The wall was made of heavy and huge iron plates spliced together with rivets, covered with mottled rust and holes left by the war. The most exaggerated thing is the countless cannons. The diameter of the muzzle is several meters, and the barrels extend for dozens of meters. They are as dense as the spikes of a hedgehog. The whole city is a war fortress. Although Ji Sun had seen photos in the newspaper before. But seeing this exaggerated mechanical city with his own eyes, he was also shocked. This dark pump mechanical city gives people an indescribable sense of magic. At this moment, countless cannons are firing intensively, and the fire is flickering. The endless firepower seemed to temporarily dispel the fear of war. It made Ji-sun's instinctive awe of power arise in the depths of his soul. In front of such a war machine, personal strength is really like seeing a god, small and powerless. Just as he was thinking, the guards in the mechanical city not far away also discovered the three people. At this critical moment, no one would come to Tailong City to die. When they found the people coming, a small group of people in the mechanical city took the initiative to meet them. Ji-sun knew that they were coming to pick them up. The person asked from a distance, "Is it Xiao Qin?" Qin Rushi also lifted his cloak, and was also very surprised. "Uncle Lei, why did you come out of the city?" The person who spoke on the other side saw that it was really Qin Rushi, and sighed, "Hey Xiao Qin, you shouldn't have come. Forget it, let's go into the city first." He was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a resolute face. This was the Marshal Lei Meng of the 3rd Federal Mechanic Division, and now the commander-in-chief of the battle in Tailong City. The Lei family was once the old subordinate of Qin Rushi's grandfather, and the friendship between the two families cannot be explained in a few words. Otherwise, Qin Rushi would not have risked her life to come to reinforce. Qin Rushi went to the city lord's mansion, where she had to check some war intelligence with the Lei family. Professionals should do professional things, and Ji-sun didn't know much about war command. He and Dong Chi went to the city. There was one more thing to do when he came to Tailong City this time, which was to check the situation of several super factories of the Song family. If there was a chance, he would try to see if he could take away some equipment and mechanics. The daily bombardment continues. Walking on the streets of the city, you can feel it more clearly. In addition to the deafening sound, even the ground is shaking, and the air is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. More than 1 million troops, and nearly 2 million residents are gathered in the main city of Tailong and several mechanical cities. It has the largest and most mechanical factories in the Federation. After the people of the South Continent found that a small-scale charge could not break through the city, they only used long-range magic to consume for many days, and did not attack the city again. The residents of the city seemed to have gotten used to the bombardment. On the streets, pedestrians wearing gas masks and mechanical equipment can be seen everywhere. Some shops are still open. Most of them are shops that modify machinery and sell arms, and there are also official supply offices that sell black bread. Occasionally, children who are curious about the war can be seen looking into the distance by the windows of some houses. Ji-sun walked on the street. With the blessing of the clown mask, he clearly saw the negative emotions of fear, despair, and pessimism that permeated the city. It was as if some mysterious force was swallowing up this negative emotion, like pulling out a thread, absorbing it to an unknown place. Seeing this, Ji-sun murmured to himself, "The new king of Orlan is really absorbing the law of fear." The power of the law of terror gathered by the negative emotions of millions of people really made people see the law in reality, as if it were a real object. In this environment, the efficiency of comprehending the law is definitely twice the result with half the effort. Ji-sun is now at a higher level, and he also vaguely understands the principle of this method. It's not just the law of fear. If you look closely, you can see the existence of certain rules of the universe everywhere. War, famine, gamblers, order, peace, money, royal power, courage, because of the turmoil of the world, are all present before your eyes. Ji-sun lowered his eyebrows and looked thoughtful. Before, he only thought that this war was the promotion ceremony of Marshal Andre. Later, he found out that it was more than that. This war is like a surging torrent, and the card masters are just fish in the torrent. No matter how powerful a card master is, he is just a bigger fish. Countless fish are swept by the torrent, swimming towards their destiny according to some irreversible trend. Starting a war is more like opening a gate valve. It is not creating a flood. Water is always there. It is just that a pool of stagnant water accumulates in low-lying areas on weekdays, and few people notice it. As he walked, Ji-sun also felt and absorbed those negative emotions, and was in a very subtle state of enlightenment. Unconsciously, the two of them arrived at number 331 Huyo Street, Beicheng District. There are dozens of factories of all sizes in this block. Several super factories of the Song family are here. Dongqi looked around and pointed to a small Western-style building with a signboard of Dekai First Machinery Company and said, "This is what Fatty Song told me. The Song family has many industries, and in order to conceal their identities, not all of them have the Song family's signboard. This Dekai Company is one of them." Ji-sun looked at them and nodded. The two of them walked in. Because of the war, no one came to discuss business, and there was not even a receptionist at the door. Or maybe they were sent home. I contacted Song Kim before and informed him that someone would come to pick them up. But for safety reasons, I don't know if they will arrive today. Ji-sun and Dong-chi went straight upstairs. As soon as they came up, they heard a fierce argument coming from a room. "Father, why are we still waiting here? It is important to find a way to escape before the enemy attacks the city. Ordinary people don't know how powerful those people in the South Continent are, but I do. This time, the city will be broken, and the people in the South Continent will definitely massacre the city. If we don't find a way to leave, we will have no chance." The head of the family sent a message saying that someone will come to pick us up in the next few days. "I will wait for them here." Head of the family, that fat guy, if it weren't for his ancestors, would he be here today? Our Luo family can be here today because of the hard work of your grandfather and father, not the damn Song family. Shut up. Without the Song family, your grandfather would still be a slave in the farmer's house. There would be no Luo family in Tailong City now. Father, can't you see the situation clearly? Is there anyone who can enter the city now? Who will come to die? Even if someone really comes, what can they do? Yes. Old Luo, Shinger is right. There is still a chance to leave now. I heard from Mrs. Finn that someone on the black market has a smuggling channel. As long as there are 3 boxes of gold coins, the gangsters can send people out of the city through the secret passage. The price is rising all the time. I have asked someone to get a few places. We will sneak out of the city tonight. Yes, father. What time is it now? Even if the Song family's grandmother is still alive, she should be able to understand us, right? Hee. I have also heard about the channels of the bootleggers. They did send some people out before. But do you really think that they only care about that little bit of gold and will give up the rich people who fled with all their wealth? Once the news spreads widely, it is no longer safe. And do you really think that how many people can escape through a smuggling channel? But it's better than waiting to die. You don't need to tell me. I know the information in the city better than you do. The factory equipment and those more than 1,000 senior mechanics, including me, will follow the family's orders until the last moment as long as they are not dead. As for your uncles, they can escape if they want. Don't worry about them. Compared with any gangs, I trust the arrangements of the head of the family more. Father, you are really confused. Hearing the sound of cups being smashed and doors being banged in the room, Ji-sun and Dong-chi looked at each other outside the door and smiled bitterly. Without further delay, the two knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and hurried footsteps were heard from inside. A middle-aged fat man with a mustache opened the door. There were 2 women and 1 man in the room. A wealthy lady, a pretending young girl, and a young man in a suit. It looked like a family of 4. The mustache looked at the 2 young men in front of him, who seemed to be different from what he expected, and hesitated. "Who are you?" Ji-sun said calmly, "Hello, Mr. Luo. Song can notified us to come." As soon as he said this, the fat face of the man with the mustache trembled with excitement, and said, "You guys are really here?" Although he believed in the Song family. But he didn't dare to think that someone could really come to support them in the siege of hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. As soon as he said this, the other 3 people in the room also showed an unbelievable look. But the young man in a suit was disdainful, glanced at Ji-sun and the others, and said nothing coldly. That expression seemed to be saying, "I want to see who the Song family has sent to resolve this deadlock." The man with the mustache looked at the token that Ji-sun took out, and he was even more certain. He quickly greeted, "Please come in, both of you." Ji-sun took a look and waved his hand. "Don't be too polite during this special period. Just take us to the factory directly." The man with the mustache looked at the momentum of Ji-sun and the other man, and he also put away his first doubts because of their youth, and said, "Okay, please come this way, both of you. The general attack will begin in a few days. The ammunition equipment in Tailong City is already very sufficient, and the factory has basically stopped working. Song can inform the Luo family in advance, and according to Ji-sun's request, some high-precision equipment was concentrated in the underground bunker of the factory." Ji-sun and Dong-chi followed the mustache all the way underground. Soon they arrived at the super factory of Dekai Company. Here are the most advanced mechanical armor manufacturing production lines in the entire East Wilderness, as well as a team of high-precision instruments and equipment. Here are the equipment entrusted by the family, and there is another floor downstairs. Mustache didn't understand why Ji-sun and the others came to the factory for an inspection as soon as they arrived, but he didn't ask along the way. Now I have to ask. Even if the train is loaded with these equipment, it will take hundreds of carriages. In the current situation, it is impossible to transport them out. Although it is a pity, it is no different from scrap metal. The man with the mustache said, glanced at Ji-sun, and pointed to the equipment in a tactful way. What does the master mean?" Ji-sun did not respond directly, but said lightly, "Yeah. Thank you. You go wait outside." It's not that he doesn't trust these people, but he doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Although the mustache man was puzzled, he didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to leave, Ji-sun reminded him, also, the enemy's encirclement outside the city has been completely formed. Don't try any channels to get out. You and the mechanics should gather first, and I will inform you later that there will be other arrangements. Remember to keep everything here confidential. Yes. Although the mustache man was puzzled, he didn't ask much. Then they turned around and left. In a blink of an eye, Ji-sun and Dong-chi were the only ones left in the factory. Looking at this batch of equipment, Dong-chi's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Wow, if we really have this batch of equipment, I'm afraid we can make a complete set of hunting god armor in a few days." Yeah. Ji-sun also smiled when he heard it. Equipment also takes time to make. If there is no ready-made equipment in this super factory, it will probably take a year and a half to remake such a high-precision mechanical armor production line. Now the war situation changes every day, and delaying for one day will reduce the chance of winning. This is just the solution to the urgent problem. As long as the materials are sufficient, these production lines can produce mechanical armor in large quantities. Without much delay, Ji-sun shook his hand, and a rolled-up oil painting appeared in his hand. When he unfolded it, it was Sunrise by Monet. This was his plan. Before he got this disaster object, he never dared to think that he could move these huge iron lumps. Now, the storage space in the oil painting that is the size of several blocks can be used. He said, "Let's get to work. It's not easy for the two of us to empty the equipment on these 2 floors. Okay." Dong-chi was already very excited. As soon as he put on the mechanical armor, he lifted up a piece of equipment weighing tens of tons. Chapter 357. Ji-sun and Dong-chi are busy installing the instruments in the underground factory. On the other side, in the building of Dakai Machinery Company, the dispute of the Luo family is still going on. "Father, do you really believe those 2 guys of unknown origin? They have a token given by the head of the family, and their identities are beyond doubt. But, even if they are from their Song family, so what? In this situation, only 2 people came. What can be changed? The bootleggers have sent people to urge us to go to the assembly point as soon as possible. My mother used her connections to finally get a few tickets. If we don't leave now, we have no chance." Mustache Lulton is the head of the Luo family. He not only has to consider himself, but also his family and mechanics. Listening to his wife and children's anxious urging, his expression also showed some entanglement. Rolton sees the current situation of Tailong City more clearly than most people. In fact, he has asked through his connections, and even Marshal Lei Ming, the commander-in-chief of the city, dare not guarantee that he can send anyone away alive. When he received the message from the Song family, he still held a glimmer of hope. After all, he and his father's generation had personally experienced the Song family's great-grandmother's methods of turning the tide. He thought there might be some unexpected arrangements. But now the people arranged by Song Jia have seen it. Some uncertainty in his heart turned into certainty. It's just that the 2 young people are a little different from expectations. At least Rodden didn't see the possibility that these 2 people could change any situation of the Luo family. But what did they want to do in the factory? And what was the meaning of gathering all the mechanics? Rolton was very confused now. He had held on to his belief until the last moment, and he had a clear conscience. But when he turned to look at his anxious family, his eyes trembled. He could be indifferent to life and death, but he couldn't bear to see his children die like this. Rolton sighed slightly and said in an extremely solemn tone, "Zheng'er, Luna, you have passed the adult ceremony and are old enough to make decisions for your own lives. You can see the current situation. To be honest, I think the probability of us surviving this war is not high. I can't arbitrarily decide your fate and let you trust my judgment. But I still say that I will stick to the end. As for you, you can choose your own way." After saying this, the 3 people in the room immediately fell silent, and their eyes flickered with struggle. When the right to choose really fell into their hands, they didn't know how to choose. When Rodden said this, he seemed to have seen the future in pieces. He sighed and said, "I have divided the family property and put it in the safe. You each have a share. No matter what you choose, I will not blame you. If you can survive, live well." He looked at his 2 children and his wife. He knew that his wife had never liked him, and that she had several lovers. But marriages between families have always been about interests, and there is no deep affection. After all, there are 2 children like this, and I can't let them go. What if someone can really leave alive? The Luo family can be considered to have a successor. Speaking of property, the heavily made-up lady seemed to finally have a reason to leave. "Old Luo, it's not that I don't trust your judgment, I don't trust the Song family. I won't die with those iron lumps and mechanics. Since you insist on staying, I know I can't persuade you. Take care of yourself for a long time." As she said this, she pulled her children and prepared to leave. Although the little daughter was reluctant, she followed her mother after all. Rodden looked at his wife and reminded her, "I know your family contacted the bootleggers. But I will remind you one last thing, be careful. Although I don't know what the situation is over there, my intuition tells me that the smuggling route is definitely not that easy. In the face of desperation, human nature is the least trustworthy." The lady didn't say anything, turned around and walked out the door. The young man in a suit watched his mother and sister leave, and then glanced at his old father who stayed there. After all, he gritted his teeth and stayed there. "I accompany my father." On the other side, in a valley outside the city of Tyrone, there is an exit to an underground river here. This used to be the secret smuggling passage of the largest gang in Tyrone, the bootleggers, and now it has become a way to make money by smuggling people out of the city. At this moment, a group of people are guarding the exit. The boss of the bootleggers with a venomous snake tattoo on his arm is nodding and telling the group of soldiers something. "Sir, the message has been sent over there. In at most an hour, a new batch of people will be sent over. This time, they are all several wealthy people in the city, and they definitely have a lot of good stuff in their hands. Don't worry, I have asked them to send a message to the city saying that the people captured here have escaped safely. And even if they are suspicious, they have no choice. Now those who are eligible to afford the smuggling ticket are all big fat sheep. The garrison in the city is the former Marshal Lei Ming of the 3rd Federal Mechanic Division. Some people in the Lei family are also contacting our gang to smuggle out. When the time comes, we will definitely be able to help you find out some information." Hearing this, the soldiers of the 100-man team all showed a sarcastic smile on their faces. If Ji-sun was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the elite of the Iris 10th Legion. The leader was the 7th level Legion commander, Kai Ball. With this person here, no one can escape. The purpose of war is largely to plunder. Whether in the East Wilderness or the South Continent, resources are concentrated in the hands of the top dignitaries. What way of robbery can be faster than waiting here? And the dignitaries with all their wealth will fall into the trap. During the days of the city lockdown, they have waited for many big fish here. Ji-sun and Dong-chi spent several hours packing all the machinery and equipment in the factory and stuffing them into the oil painting. When they came out, they went to the Kai company again and found that only the Luo family father and son were left. They didn't say much. They only talked about their own arrangements. Ji-sun actually guessed the situation of the Luo family before he came. If possible, he would like to take everyone out. After all, this is the industry left by Song-yu. However, it is not enough. Ji-sun's plan is to use the disaster artifact Monet's Sunrise to send people out of the city. The biggest problem is that this relic has no limit on the inanimate objects, such as equipment. Like compressed files, you can fill them up. But to put living people, you need to constantly infuse magic power and maintain a complete space barrier to prevent people from being excluded. The more you put in, the more energy you need to consume, and the shorter the time you can maintain. Ji-sun had previously tested and estimated that his current ability can only take away a few hundred people at most, and it can't last long. But this is the best result. That's why he didn't tell the Luo family about his plan before. It's because he knew that if he couldn't take everyone away, there would be conflicts. And once the plan is announced in advance, the risk of leakage will be unpredictable. If he doesn't tell them now, some people will choose to leave. And only those who really choose to believe in the Song family will stay. Ji-sun originally only planned to take away those who believed in him. And he didn't think that he would definitely survive if he stayed with him. Now that Tailong Machinery City has been blocked by the army, it is not difficult for Ji-sun and the other two to enter the city, but it is basically impossible to get out. The only chance is to wait for the war to start and go out in the chaos. If a war really breaks out, taking the Luo family with him means that everyone's life is tied to himself. Once he dies, everyone will die. There is no need to involve the cause and effect of some people who don't trust him. The main goal of coming to Tailong Machinery this time is the batch of equipment and mechanics. Now that things are done, Ji-sun and Dong-chi are also relaxed. The two walked on the street wearing gas masks, chatting as they walked. Dong-chi was very excited to have received a batch of the most advanced equipment. But after the excitement, she looked at the various residents on the street and suddenly asked Ji-sun, "Who do you think will win this war?" It's hard to say. Ji-sun saw more in his eyes. He saw the panic in the city like a spreading plague, and also saw the broken ends of countless fate lines. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "It is likely that both sides will suffer losses." Dong-chi, Both sides will suffer losses? Ji-sun, yeah. The combat power of both sides has almost been exposed, and the combat power assembled on the South continent has an overwhelming advantage. No matter how many times he deduced, Ji-sun did not see any possibility of victory for the East Wilderness. However, the Orlan Royal Court added a variable to Ji-sun's deduction. After returning from the Rune Highlands last time, Ji-sun had a new understanding of the foundation of the Augustus family. Although it is a fallen royal family, it is after all a legacy of the glorious Talon Empire 3,000 years ago. Any background is a mysterious trump card that ordinary people cannot touch. For example, Titan armor. If the new king of Orlan does not want the throne, he is just secured to collapse. He will definitely not let this decisive battle that will determine the trend of the war for a long time in the future end in a tragic defeat. So there must be some arrangements that outsiders don't know. However, from the information Ji-sun currently knows, he can't think of any possibility of a reversal. The result of both sides suffer is just intuition. But it is this uncertainty that makes Ji-sun full of interest in this battle. Dongqi frowned when he heard Ji-sun's analysis. Yeah. It's really bad. I don't know what's going on with Aunt Qin. Ji-sun didn't know either. The two walked aimlessly on the street. Tailong City is an old city with a history of thousands of years. There are old magical traces in the city, and there are also industrial styles of steel and steam. The dim gas lamps illuminate the streets, and the Gothic-style pointed houses stand on the streets and alleys. The steam pipes on the walls are as dense as creepers. The steam train shuttled through the city, and the wheels rubbed against the cold and hard metal tracks, making a harsh hissing sound. The diffused smoke was like the smoke of war, always shrouding the city, giving people a heavy sense of oppression that made it difficult to see the future. In Ji-sun's eyes, the whole city was filled with negative emotions like a tide. But this was a good thing for him. The clown mask could absorb these negative emotions and help him improve his understanding of various laws. Although the emotions of individuals were as subtle as dust, but millions of them gathered together, like a sandstorm, covering the sky and the earth. The closer they were to the edge of the decisive battle, the stronger this negative emotion became. Ji-sun felt like he was always in a very mysterious state. It was a bit like the temporary enlightenment blessing in the Shinshu treasure house. He enjoyed the feeling of his thoughts being immersed in ice water, clear and efficient. It made him feel the existence of the laws of the universe more clearly than anywhere else. If he could practice in this environment, he felt that even the most difficult law of space would be within reach. Now it seems that the ability of the Crown of Thorns, one of the 4 great royal sacred artifacts, to gather the law of fear seems to be a kind of promotion ceremony. This is what allowed the new King Arthur to quickly advance to the 7th level. Other cities can surrender and become slaves, but the people of the southern continent will never leave Tailong City, the largest mechanical city in the southern part of the eastern wilderness. The only good news is that now the people in the city know that the city is going to be massacred, and most of them are prepared to fight to the death. The whole city is now in a state of war preparation. Official recruitment points can be seen everywhere on the streets. Residents, young and old, can sign up for the war and receive their own combat equipment. Most of them are mechanical exoskeletons and guns. Although the individual combat power of the Dragonborn Card Master in the southern continent is very strong, the machine can minimize the gap. There is no difference between bullets fired from the gun in the hands of a child and from the hands of an adult. Originally, he was just strolling, but as he walked, Ji-sun suddenly stopped, because he saw the flag of the moon and cross star fluttering in the wind at the biggest intersection in the block. Huh? Ji-sun looked at the symbol and felt familiar with it. Isn't it the symbol of the Moon Cross Legion of the Terran dynasty? He had seen it before. It was in Shangbang prison, where Arthur summoned the armor of the Death Knights, who had once guarded the Terran dynasty. This legion was very special, because it was not only the most powerful legion of the Terran dynasty, it was also the direct force of the Silver Moon Queen. Silver Moon sect? Seeing those military flags, Ji-sun suddenly found a bright spot in his mind. The one who attacked him with the Silver Moon secret technique in Innocent City before was most likely Princess Betty. Coincidentally, Ji-sun was one of the few people who knew that she had come into contact with the remains of the Silver Moon Queen 3,000 years ago in the Mausoleum of Augustus. Ji-sun himself had been an undercover agent in the Silver Moon sect, and was no stranger to the methods of those families. Suddenly, he had an idea that made him gasp. Is the Silver Moon sect planning to bring down the old gods again? Previously in the Shinshu treasure house, Jia Yu's ultimate move forced the Silver Moon sect to create a Silver Moon sacred tree. Later, Ji-sun and the mushroom-headed man talked about this, and guessed that it should be some kind of ceremony for the advent of the old gods. It was just thwarted at that time. All the preparations of the sect before were burned. Ji-sun had read the Silver Moon's secret book, and knew that the advent of the old gods required enough mediums and carriers. Now it seems that Princess Betty may be the body chosen by Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Pleasure, to descend. But the advent requires a large number of mediums. This thing is not easy to find elsewhere. But right now, there are a lot of them. Human beings, highly intelligent creatures, are one of the best sources of blood mediums. If you want to raise blood mediums, what way can be faster than a super large war? Thoughts flashed frequently. Ji-sun thought along the way, thinking, the people of the hissing Silver Moon sect are going to sacrifice the people in this war as blood mediums? It's really possible. After reaching a conclusion, and then deducing from this conclusion, he felt that he might be very close to reality. If it was just the plan of the Orlan royal court, the people of the southern continent might not be fooled. In other words, Princess Betty must have arranged some means in the southern continent legion. Those people in the Orlan royal court are really planning to make a big mess. Thinking of this, Ji-sun seemed to have seen a big drama that was about to be staged. Now few people know that Princess Betty's identity is problematic, and this plan is highly feasible. Moreover, even if Ji-sun guessed it, he couldn't stop it. The army of the southern continent has already gathered outside the city, and it is impossible to stop the war because of some rumors. And Ji-sun, one of the few people who knew about it, could not stop it, and there was no reason to destroy the plan. After all, compared with the two evils, the threat of the Silver Moon sect is much lower than the invasion of the southern continent. The old god is coming? For some reason, when thinking of this, Ji-sun felt an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. Since the coming of the moon god is something that cannot be changed, the thoughts in his mind automatically extend to some directions that are beneficial to him. The previous plan was that Ji-sun would find an opportunity to send people and equipment out, and might encounter some small-scale pursuit. With two strong teammates, Qin Rushi and Dong Qi, the three of them would definitely get a lot of benefits. But now that they have guessed this, the plan is different. Since the Orlan royal family dared to do this, it seems that they have abandoned the millions of people in Tai City. And accordingly, they must be sure that they can solve it after the moon god descends, or at least severely damage the 400,000 troops in the southern continent. This ending, I am afraid no one could have expected. The wheel of war has already started rolling, and it cannot be stopped by human power. But Ji-sun's career sequence is different from others. He can absorb divinity, and has blood medium. His intuition tells him that the coming of the moon god this time is a fatal crisis, or it may be a great opportunity for him. Chapter 358. Opening his eyes, the delicate and soft light of the crystal chandelier on the white ceiling came into his eyes. Ji-sun woke up from the warm bed. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. His spirit was floating in the clouds, in a state of continuous pleasure. Outside the window, there were birds singing and flowers blooming, and the sun was shining brightly. The fragrance was still in his nose. Ji-sun leaned slightly to the right. The goose-down quilt was mostly opened. Next to him was a beautiful body with a curvy figure. The skin was glowing white under the light, plump and charming. Even if she was just lying there, she gave people a lazy and extremely elegant feeling. When their skins touched, the perfect support and resilience were like the waves gently lifting a boat, making people feel comfortable being hugged, slapped and swayed in the waves. Unconsciously, she was ready to move again. The person beside her noticed it, snorted lightly, turned over and tried to suppress Ji-sun's wandering hands, but just happened to lie flat. The quilt was just opened, and the wonderful figure was exposed. Ji-sun couldn't let go of it. It was so smooth that it made people feel like they couldn't stop using their hands. Plump and full. The person beside her was disturbed by the gentle touch, as if she was still tired after a night of tossing and turning. She didn't open her eyes and scolded, "Stop it." Ji-sun smiled slightly, looking at the beautiful and charming face. It was Qin Rushi. The air was filled with an ambiguous smell of hormones. After all, she couldn't sleep. Qin Rushi turned over and lazily lay on Ji-sun, pressing him, and said in a daze, "I want to sleep for a while." The two of them kept each other's body temperature, and their heartbeats matched each other thumping. At this time, Dong Qi, who was naked and wiping her wet body with a bath towel, walked into the bathroom with a smile. She looked at the intimate posture of the two people on the bed and joked, "Oh, you are so interested so early in the morning?" It seemed that the three of them were already familiar with this kind of scene. As she spoke, the eldest lady of Honglu came over, her crystal eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, looking at the excited Ji-sun, and said, "I said and Qin's figure is super sexy, right?" She also felt that the atmosphere was strong, so she sat by the bed and watched openly. Ji-sun pulled her over. It was another joyful and addictive spring scene. I don't know how long the joy lasted. It seemed like a long time. There was already a bright white moonlight outside the window. Ji-sun finally woke up. He glanced at the two beautiful women on the bed and smiled slightly. If you indulge in something that makes you happy, your will be weakened quietly. This kind of indulgence will make people greedy and unwilling to wake up. But Ji-sun is not very different from ordinary people. He also likes and enjoys this kind of happy time. But not every personality will indulge in happiness. Routine practice, this is now a daily compulsory course, like a biological clock. Ji-sun sat cross-legged and began daily meditation. For him, breathing method is a survival instinct like breathing. Then he took out the classics from the storage ring and read it. He looked at the memo he wrote last time on the bookmark. What should be done today? Photographic memory is indeed a God-level learning ability. But there is also a big problem. That is, the brain collects too much information every day. If it is not sorted out in time, the main and the secondary are distinguished, and some memories are actively put into deep memory. The consequence is that it is easy to make thoughts confused and the brain operation will become slower and slower. Ji-sun also habitually records some of his thoughts in the daily must-read bookmarks. Many times, it is already an instinct like muscle memory. There is no need for subjective consciousness to issue instructions. Anchin said that the garden at home is empty, and she wants to plant something. I'm going to the market to buy some flower seeds today. I'm going to train the artificial intelligence control system for Chi-Chi's armor. I'm going to visit Master Merlin today to see if I can make a biological AI. These memos look very strange, and even conflict with the world. But at this moment, Ji-sun didn't notice anything unusual. There are also some fragments. For example, war, silver moon, be careful of illusions. I glanced at them and originally wanted to ignore them. But I instinctively deduced and suddenly found. World. Conflict. This is the passive ability brought by practicing the magic secret method of I am the world. War, illusion? Why do I need to record these? Oh, if the Silver Moon sect wants to prevent certain illusions, I need to record them frequently. After thinking for a moment, as if digging something out of the soil with great effort, Ji-sun found the reason from the depths of his dusty memory. When a world has a logical flaw, it needs countless patches to make up for this logical flaw. The memory dug out from the depths of cognition found an explanation to fill this gap. But why did I mention the Silver Moon sect? Ji-sun suddenly felt dizzy, as if some mysterious force prevented him from thinking about this question. It was a very painful thinking process. It seemed that only by breaking this pleasant and perfect world with one's own hands could one see the truth. Just thinking about it, the moonlight outside the window was bright. Qin Rushi and Dong Qi on the bed woke up at some point. The two women walked naked to Ji-sun, helped massage his shoulders, and gently asked Ji-sun, "Why don't you sleep for a while?" A harmonious and perfect scene. The bone-eroding softness made people feel completely irresistible, and the air was immediately filled with an ambiguous atmosphere that made people depressed. Compared to boring thinking, joy can always solve all problems. But the logical loopholes of I am the world made his thoughts feel a crisis, and he instinctively had an intuitive feeling, hey, could it be that I am under an illusion now? As soon as this thought came to his mind, it was as if the ice surface was shattered, and Ji-sun felt that he had fallen into a freezing cold cave. His thoughts became clear in an instant. The space around him seemed to be distorted, but Ji-sun did not feel anything unusual. At this moment, he felt that everything that appeared in his vision was still the normal world. Because this was an illusion world constructed according to his own consciousness. The tricky thing about illusions is that if you cannot be immune, you will be unaware of it if you are hit. But since it is a supernatural ability, the card masters have studied it thoroughly. It's just that the method to crack it is difficult to do. Ji-sun understands the methods of the Silver Moon sect, and has studied relevant countermeasures before. To break the illusion, first of all, you must realize that you are in an illusion. Just like in a dream, you can't realize that you are in a dream. But once you realize it, then it is called a lucid dream. Some dreams can also be controlled by subjective consciousness. In addition to mental strength, these are some abilities that require targeted training. When Ji-sun thought of this, his brain began to calculate. He began to try to construct some complex scenes to confirm his judgment. For example, calculating a complex arithmetic problem. The world in a dream also needs a certain logic to maintain. It is easiest to create an environment using instinct, such as joy and fear. This is why people usually have nightmares and spring dreams. Because only by satisfying these simple emotional needs, the body can indulge in the fantasy world and cannot extricate itself. Soon, Ji-sun found that no matter how he calculated, the numbers on the pen and paper in his hand were all messy, and he could not get an accurate result. At this moment, he had already confirmed something: I am in a dream indeed. The trouble is that even if you realize that you are in a dream, you may not wake up. He turned his head, and saw that Qin Rushi and Dong Ji's two beautiful bodies, with their own charm, were still around him, and happiness was within reach. This scene still made Ji Sun see nothing unusual. In this case, the grade of the spell is very high. Ji Sun thought of something and tried several ways to wake up from the environment, but it still didn't work. This also means that the grade of the spell is much higher than his level. Just like when Katarina was hit in Xiaomacheng, her professional ability allowed her to realize that she was in an illusion, but she couldn't get out of it. Without external force, it is almost impossible for the person who was hit to get out of the spell by himself. Ji Sun's expression was stern, and he murmured to himself, "This is troublesome. I must have forgotten something very important." He couldn't remember when he was hit. He didn't even think about it. This was the shield patch that the illusion itself put on the illusion world. It was to prevent the person who was hit from imagining some logical things, so as to analyze the cause and effect of the spell. The idea of forgetting was the result of the calculation of the loopholes deduced by the world, not the subjective consciousness. Usually the fastest and most direct way to get out of the illusion is to let the self in the dream die and wake up in shock. However, there are also some masters who will specially create illusions that make people mistakenly think that they are in a dream, inducing the target to commit suicide to escape from the illusion. Ji Sun is not sure what his current situation is. But intention. This sixth sense tells him that he can't do this. Since I will be tricked, then I must have thought of a solution before. In a dream, consciousness is incomplete. Although Ji Sun doesn't know how to escape, he has a certainty in his heart that he must have considered a solution when he wrote a memo in his notebook. Thinking of this, he began to search his mind. The essence of illusion is illusion. It is not really erasing cognition. At this moment, the knowledge in his memory was sealed by the spell, like the books displayed on the bookshelf of the library. The knowledge is still in his mind, but he needs to unlock it one by one. This is a tedious and time-consuming process. Ji Sun resisted the temptation of pleasure, and decisively opened the dusty door of cognition in the sea of consciousness. The human memory system is amazing. Whether it is the brain or the soul, everything you experience will leave traces. Even if you forget it, it is actually just buried deep inside. But just like a deleted computer hard drive, no matter how clean the method is, some traces will be left. Psychological card masters have studied this aspect very thoroughly, and have a lot of special training. Whether it is tampering with memory or loss caused by memory overwriting, as long as you can find those traces, you can find clues and break the illusion. After Ji Sun realized that he was under an illusion, his mind became clearer and clearer. Those personalities that were suppressed by joy finally woke up. He flipped through the books in his sea of consciousness one by one. It was like awakening his memory bit by bit. Finally, he found the traces of his memory being covered. He opened a book and it said, "When you see this sentence, you should realize that you are in a dream for the fourth time." When I saw this sentence, it said second time above, and I third time for me. In other words, you have been trapped in the illusion for a long time. After I realized it, some of the memories that were sealed fourth time? Ji Sun saw the words he left for himself, and then he realized that it was not the first time that he realized that he was in a dream. And deep in his memory, he left another memo. This is the fourth time. Then the question came. Why didn't he wake up completely in the first 3 times, but left a message for himself and continued to fall into the dream? But it was not in vain, but left some traces. So how can I wake up completely now? What happened recently? Why am I in a fantasy? Where am I? Did I fight with the enemy? Who could it be? Questions popped up in his mind one after another. Ji Sun couldn't remember anything at all. He could only flip through the pages bit by bit. At this moment, the scene in front of Ji Sun changed from a cozy room to a library. The vast amount of books surrounded him, countless. The library in his sea of consciousness was the knowledge accumulated over countless days and nights. How could he finish reading it in a short time? Ji Sun saw the clues he left for the 3rd time. I have read the contents on the 87th row of bookshelf. Time is running out. The sober state will be worn away by the passage of time. This is the reason for infinite sinking. Remember, hurry up. Seeing the clues he left last time, he decisively started reading from the 88th row of bookshelf. But after reading for a long time, Ji Sun still did not find any clues. He remembered a lot of knowledge from the books. About literature, history, art, childhood circus experience, supernatural, cards, 52 demons, spells, and so on. A lot of content seemed to be flooding into his mind like a tide. But after careful consideration, he found that it was of no benefit to his situation. The infusion was rough and large. Like useless content was stuffed into it, occupying the brain's thinking ability. And to finish reading those books like this, I'm afraid I have to reincarnate hundreds of times. The more knowledge in his mind was restored, the more drowsy Ji-sun felt. But if he didn't read it, it would be impossible to find clues to crack the illusion. Ji-sun became inexplicably irritated. This stupid method that you can't see hope made him instinctively resist. Suddenly, he had an incredible thought. Could it be that the third time I left these messages, it was originally a part of the illusion? Realizing this, Ji-sun was like being struck by lightning just now, when he realized what he was doing. When he realized it, it was like climbing a step, and what he saw in front of him was different again. A brilliant illusion has a very unsolvable ability. That is to suggest the target's subconscious mind to perfect the logic of the dream. In other words, it is called self-braining. Everything that Ji-sun is thinking about now may be the logic patch that the illusion itself puts on the illusion in order to trap himself. It is all fake and easy to distinguish. I am afraid that most of it is real, with some fake mixed in. Or it is all real. It's just that the key point of breaking the situation has been overlooked, and it points to the wrong direction of thinking. Ji-sun deduced it. One thing is certain. That is, he may have really woken up 3 times, and it is likely that he has read all 87 rows of bookshelves. But it does not necessarily imply that I should start from the 88th row. So, the memories left by the third me cannot be fully trusted. Now realizing this, Ji-sun felt that it was probably the logical loop of the spell itself, trying to trap him here indefinitely, making him waste his waking time reading those books. Now his head was dizzy, and he seemed to be sinking again. It seemed that it was a little too late to wake up. Ji-sun's eyes were confused, and he would be distracted and lose focus from time to time. He had no idea how to get out of the current situation. He was not sure if he could get out. As soon as he thought about it, a pen and paper appeared in his hand, and he left a message for himself. When you see this sentence, you should realize that you are in a dream for the 5th time. He wrote down his findings in his notebook. If he has a chance to realize that he is under an illusion next time, he can take fewer detours in the sealed sea of consciousness. Then, the next chance will be greater. After doing all this, Ji-sun looked at the densely packed bookshelf in front of him, and still felt that only by finding the certain key memories that he had sealed up could he break the situation. He sighed slightly. It seems that I can only rely on luck. With such a huge amount of classics, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find that memory. The light in the library is like the moonlight, gentle and bright, and there is a kind of charm that people cannot detect. It seems that as soon as he relaxes his mind, he can return to the warm bed, surrounded by any beauty he can think of. Songyu, Qin Rushi, Dongqi, Chujio, Nanjing, Katrina, why did the Silver Moon Leader and Princess Betty appear too? Oh, humiliating the enemy seems to be a different kind of experience. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Ji-sun shook off the enchanting picture in his mind and continued to search. But he didn't read books from the bookshelf in order. Instead, he walked through the forest-like bookshelves, occasionally pulling out a book and taking a look. Then he continued walking, looking at a face full of books on each bookshelf. It was all based on intuition and luck. Ji-sun's body became heavier and heavier, and he was about to fall asleep. He forced himself to take every step, and it was extremely difficult. TSK, I'm really curious about how I got caught. My consciousness was hazy. The thought of pleasure was like a tiger in a cage that could no longer be suppressed. Ji-sun also knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Most people would think that if they had to die, it would be nice to die in such a beautiful dream. But Ji-sun wouldn't think so. The self-deprecating arc at the corners of his mouth became higher and higher, mocking himself for his greed for pleasure. The cowardice and greed of human nature are so ridiculous. That was me. But not the complete me. He was not afraid of death. But he did not want to die in such a muddle. Since he had seen through a layer of illusion, the desire for the truth overwhelmed everything. The 4th time? Maybe there will be no next time. Even in the face of despair, Ji-sun could still grin. Even if he saw the god of death waving at him as promised, he was still fearless. The charm of the truth overwhelmed the fear of death, and the joy of escaping from the predicament overwhelmed the temptation of pleasure. It was also to prove that his existence was not just an empty dream. Although Ji-sun's eyes were covered with fatigue, they still burned with a determined light. Give up? No. I would rather dance on the edge of a knife at the last moment of my life. Ji-sun's belief was extremely firm. I don't know if it was because of the unlucky gambler. At a certain moment in the desperate situation, it seemed as if a mysterious force descended. When his consciousness was lingering, Ji-sun took out a book by intuition. The moment he opened it, the change came without warning. The world in front of him was like a mirror shattered. Awakening from a dream. His consciousness, which was already blurred, suddenly saw the text clearly. The book said something like this: the South Continent launched a general offensive, and the Talon Mechanical City relied on artillery and heavy armored vehicles to fight for 2 days, and finally broke the city. This was a sealed memory. It turned out that he had come to Talon Mechanical City 7 days ago. 2 days ago, 400,000 troops from the South Continent broke through the city and entered, starting fierce street fighting and massacres. The blood dyed the streets red and soaked the ground. Fanatic believers sacrificed millions of lives, and a bright silver moon rose in the sky. The 1,000-meter-high silver moon tree appeared again. In a trance, the indescribable, incomprehensible, and unseeable moon god Arachne, the lord of dreams and pleasure, descended. Chapter 359. So the army of the southern continent has already broken through Tailong City for 2 days? That is to say, I have been immersed in the joyful dream for 2 days? Ji Xuan found the memory buried deep in his cognition, and his eyes gradually became clear. He finally got rid of the illusion of sinking. Just like waking up from a big dream, the thoughts in the brain also became clear in a very short time. Ji Xuan found himself. When he got rid of the illusion, he also felt a kind of pleasure from a good night's sleep and an unusually full spirit. He looked at the attribute panel, and his mental power value actually increased a little. Seeing this, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows and sighed. This silver moon dream is so effective in tempering mental power? This data change alone is equivalent to his several months of hard training. It's a blessing in disguise. His mind seemed to recall the dream, and some pictures flashed. A half smile appeared on his face again, and he said to himself, but then again, the joyful dream is really interesting. Apart from other things, the joyful scenes in the spiritual world are really no different from the real experience. Ji-sun collected his thoughts and looked around. He was in a thick steel-cast battle fortress. In order to prepare for the war, Tailong Machinery City had long expected that there would be a massacre in the streets, so all the city defense facilities in the city were reinforced. Such battle fortresses are all over the street. It is not eye-catching. Ji-sun also remembered that after the city was broken, the two sides started a fierce street battle in the city. He also fought for most of the day, and finally ambushed and killed several elite teams led by the enemy's 5th-level card master. The city was full of blood and flying dragons, and tens of thousands of people died at all times. Later, the main army of the southern continent attacked in large numbers, and they hid in an inconspicuous fortress in the northern city. Normally, the main battlefield of Tailong City this time has nothing to do with them. The evacuation plan is the next step. Qin Ru learned about the battle arrangement of the 3rd Federal Mechanic Division from Marshal Lei Ming. Once the city is breached and there is no chance of a comeback, the army will break out. Ji-sun and his team's original plan was to take advantage of the army's breakout to attract firepower and then find a chance to escape. However, before they could wait for the army, the silver moon tree descended. Then, I woke up and it was now. Ji-sun recalled the whole process of the incident and understood everything. He said to himself, it seems that those guys from the Silver Moon sect also calculated the time of the breakout to launch the sacrifice, and it just happened that both sides were caught in one fell swoop. Oh right. Where are Qin Rushi and Dong Qi? I remember they were together. Ji-sun didn't have time to think about it, because the fierce fighting outside attracted his attention. Looking out through the observation window of the fortress, there was a silver light outside. What caught my eye was the giant tree that was 1,000 meters high and shining with silver light. There was also a white silver moon in the sky. The moonlight shone into the vent, and Ji-sun was inspired as soon as he touched it. You are exempt from the pollution of faith directed to Arachne, the lord of dreams and joy, and you are exempt from the erosion of the divine art of joyful dreams. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. While the clown mask covered his face, the shadow of the demon behind him had already appeared. After all, Tailong Mechanical City is a super city with a population of 2 million, and the urban area is very large. After observing for a while, the fighting was far away in the city center. Looking at the aftermath of the battle, Ji-sun judged that the master who was fighting with the god tree at the moment might be more than the 7th level. Maybe even higher. In other words, the 2 8th-level marshals of the South Continent seemed to be trapped in Tailong City? Seeing this, Ji-sun felt that the Orlan Royal Court really played a big game. Sacrificing millions of people to make the moon god descend is a bit of a high price. But if it can really defeat the 8th level card master, there is indeed a chance to reverse the situation of future wars. Just like now. It is clear that the Battle of Tailong Mechanical City is a sure defeat for the East Wilderness. But now it seems that it is not necessarily the case. Moreover, the moon goddess Arachne is one of the 52 demon gods, and was the god that the Augustus royal family used the royal power contract to deal with the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster. I am afraid there are some unexpected means. But there are pros and cons. The old gods need to gather faith and blood media to gather their power. It is hard to say whether this person has any pros and cons for the Kashi civilization. When Jisun saw this, his thoughts turned and he quickly gathered them. The battle in the center of the city was not something he could get involved in. Judging from the current situation of fierce fighting, the two sides were still in a stalemate. While the enemies on both sides were restrained, it was important to find a chance to slip away. But before that, he had to find his friends first. Jisun used the communicator to contact Dong Qi, but there was no response. It seemed that Dong Qi was trapped in an illusion, which was expected. He contacted Qin Rushi again, and this time there was a response. The God Stealer sequence is also difficult to be contaminated by divinity. Qin Rushi is now integrating the source card of the God Stealer sequence, and the inheritance of the Bai family. It is reasonable that he can escape from the illusion. Qin Rushi was also surprised when he heard Jisun's communication. "You woke up?" The hesitant tone seemed to doubt whether he was still in the illusion. After all, only by experiencing it personally can you know that it is almost impossible to escape from the magic level illusion. Jisun did not explain much and asked, "Well, Aunt Qin, where are you? Where is Chi-Chi?" Qin Rushi responded very quickly, "I am facing a very strong enemy now, and cannot get away. Be careful, leave first if you have a chance." Jisun heard this, and realized that one of the fierce battles in the city was caused by Qin Rushi. But after thinking about it, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Before he could think about it, Qin Rushi sent another message, "Number 17, Die Casting Street, North City. She should be with the people from the Song family. Also, the moon god has descended, and the sacred tree is strange, be careful." "Yes. Auntie Qin, you should be careful too." When Jisun heard this, his eyes became deep. He couldn't help with the battle over there with Qin Rushi. The first priority at the moment was to find Dong Qi first. Knowing the coordinates, a detailed map of the entire city instantly appeared in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Jisun turned around and quietly left the bunker. After leaving the bunker, Jisun realized that there was no need to hide his tracks. The streets were dead silent. After the people from the southern continent entered the city, they had been fighting in the streets for nearly 2 days. Those Dragonborn card masters did not intend to leave any survivors. The massacre after breaking into the city left almost every street in the Terran Mechanical City filled with corpses. The blood had dried on the ground and condensed into black. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and corpses mixed with corruption. There was only one living person left in the city. But the living ones all had dull eyes, all looking in the direction of the moon. They all had an obsessed smile on their lips, and their cheeks flushed, as if they had encountered a pleasant scene in a dream, or some kind of deep desire in their hearts was satisfied. Excitement, surprise, and enthusiasm. The streets were filled with a dreamlike atmosphere of mystery and strangeness. Jisun walked along and met hundreds of people who were trapped in illusions. Seeing this weird scene in front of him, he was also frightened. This illusion is really unsolvable. Large-scale, indiscriminate group control is really a killer on the battlefield. If I hadn't noticed the abnormality and escaped from the illusion before, I would probably be like these people, controlled to death and unable to wake up. Jisun didn't stay for long, nor did he take any benefits from the enemies, who were under the illusion, for fear of attracting the attention of the moon god. He also tried his best to hide in the darkness, where the moonlight could not shine, and quietly rushed towards the die-casting factory street. However, not long after walking, an accident still happened. As Jisun was walking, he suddenly saw a group of guys wearing white cloaks, long hats, and cross patterns on the front of their cloaks. These guys were looking for survivors along the street, and then killing them one by one. Moon Cross Legion. Jisun's eyes narrowed when he saw the outfits of those people. It was this glance that caused an accident. "I've been discovered." Jisun didn't dare to take any chances, and decisively turned around and merged into the darkness, quickly evacuating towards the retreat route he had planned all the way. However, while running away, he was also confused. How did they find out? Jisun felt that he had been careful enough to avoid any possibility of being exposed. Normally, even if he was at the 7th level, his current means might not be easy to find out. But for some reason, the group of guys in white cloaks suddenly turned around and looked at the alley where he was hiding. Is it because the other party is too strong? No, the chi of those people just now was not strong. After a little deduction, Ji-sun also ruled out his own reasons. Not just me. Thinking about it again, Qin Rushi and those who were fighting were more powerful than me in rank and means, so how could they be discovered? Thinking about it again, Ji-sun came to a conclusion. In other words, it was most likely not because of his body movements and means that he was discovered, but because the moon god had some ability to wake people up from illusions. But what kind of ability was it? Since he had the ability to discover the awakened person 100%, it must not have been discovered out of thin air, but through some means. Ji-sun searched all the means in his mind, but still couldn't understand how the moon god found him. But if he didn't want to understand this, he couldn't escape danger no matter where he was. However, reality didn't give him the opportunity to think more. Just when Ji-sun hadn't escaped half a block, he suddenly sensed the coming of murder. He punched forward without hesitation. With a bang, the earth roared in the void in front of him. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space, and an assassin in a white cloak spurted out a mouthful of blood before he could swing his dagger, and died on the spot. This punch also announced the beginning of a fierce battle. Ji-sun turned around, and found that the Moon Cross Knights had surrounded him. Ji-sun was not afraid of fighting against many enemies. With his current strength, he was still a little confident of survival below the 7th level. Now in the entire East Wilderness, the only one who has been confirmed to advance to the 7th level is the new King Arthur. Thinking that his luck is not that bad, he will meet him. Even if he encounters a legendary card master like Domingo, there is still some hope of escaping. The fact is that the leader of this team is only level 4. Ji-sun killed him without much effort. After quickly clearing the threat, he sneaked into the darkness again. However, the situation was as bad as expected. No matter what method he used, his whereabouts were completely controlled by the enemy. Ji-sun didn't run far before another team of Moon Knights surrounded him. This time, the leader was a level 5 Black Knight. Ji-sun used a few more moves, and still killed them all without much effort. Then he ran again. Not long after, he was caught up for the 3rd time. The leader of the chasing team, this time was a level 6. Ji-sun was caught in a tough fight. Bang! 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 That level 6 was also a fighter, and both his strength and fighting skills were very strong. Between the peers, every punch hit the flesh. The two fought each other, and from time to time a figure flew backwards and smashed a building. After just a few encounters, Ji-sun confirmed that this was a master he couldn't get away from. If he met such a master elsewhere, he would definitely be interested in a hearty fight. But now that he was being held back, Ji-sun felt that things were not going well. Not to mention whether the enemy had reinforcements. If he was a little later, something unexpected would happen. Thinking of this, Ji-sun became even more ruthless. He wanted to try to kill this opponent. But the truth was cruel. No matter what means Ji-sun used, the opponent could take it. Ji-sun had never experienced the feeling of being suppressed before. Strange, when did Dongwang have such a master? He was more and more surprised as he fought. At the same time, he was also very confused. The 6th level card masters in the East Wasteland are more or less famous. This guy is also a fighter. How come I have never heard of him? And this boxing style is so retro. Why doesn't it feel like a current inherited style? Is it another secret master cultivated by the Oran royal court? The opponent is too strong. This is far beyond the level of a normal 6th level card master in the East Wasteland. And as a half-colleague, those fighting skills and boxing techniques are very retro at first glance. It's more like an ancient style thousands of years ago. The only possibility that Ji-sun can think of is that this is a master secretly cultivated by the Oran royal family. The pace of the battle was too fast, leaving him no time to breathe. Ji-sun had no intention of escaping Taong City after not finding Dong Qi. Moreover, his increasingly solid will gave him a very strange sense of crisis. No matter where he fled, the crisis would not be resolved. In this way, before he knew it, the two sides had been fighting for nearly 2 hours. You observed the ancient martial arts crane style, and gained plus 194 combat comprehension. You learned the advanced chi control secret method, and gained plus 33 proficiency. You gained plus 332 experience in the battle, waterfall fist LV1, 8/300, gain comprehension in the battle, crane needle shadowless body skill proficiency plus 113, and the enlightenment was constantly refreshed. The battle was in a very delicate state of balance. The opponent couldn't kill him. Ji-sun couldn't do anything to the opponent either. The stalemate continued. Ji-sun's comprehension allowed him to easily understand and master some of the opponent's martial arts in the battle. So, when he saw through the details of so many moves he had never heard of, his suspicion grew stronger and stronger. But he didn't know where this strange source was. I am the world automatically deduced a contradiction. It's okay for a secret master to know some unique skills, but he can't be full of martial arts that he has never heard of, right? Intuition told Ji-sun that he might have overlooked something. Ji-sun gave up his own thinking and judgment, and started to deduct with almost numbness. When he was chatting with Jia Yu before, the leader of Zhuguang had deliberately pointed out the specialness of the secret method of I am the world. That is, deduction is closer to the facts and truth than the conclusions obtained by subjective consciousness. People's subjective consciousness will be affected by their positions and environment, and there will be errors in judgment. Deduction is like the formula of a math problem, which is objective and real. For example, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. This conclusion does not need to be judged subjectively, and will not be changed by the environment. This is why some scientists in the previous life said the famous saying, "The truth of the universe is hidden in mathematics." It may not be that I can't think of it, but some of my cognition is blocked like in a fantasy. Thus, some necessary factors are ignored. Ji-sun continued to deduce along this line of thought while fighting. Suddenly, he deduced a conclusion that the subjective consciousness would not think of at all. Hey, could it be that I have not awakened at all, and am still in a fantasy? In a dream, you will never reflect on whether your cognition is perfect. But I am the world bypasses subjective consciousness, and deduces the result. This conclusion is like a wake-up call. Ji-sun once again felt the excitement of falling into an ice cave. It was like waking up from a happy dream before, as if he was awakened all of a sudden. His expression suddenly became stern. I understand. People's perception is limited at all times. Even in the real world, the world you see is always a part of the world that you can understand. This is also one of the principles of illusion. By constructing a fantasy world based on your own cognition, you will never be able to see the logical flaws of the world. You will never be able to wake up. In order to confirm his thoughts, Ji-sun dialed the communicator. Aunt Sheen, are your opponents invincible and inexhaustible? Yes, you also encountered it. After you woke up, did the battles in other places never stop? Yes. I think I roughly understand what's going on. Ji-sun hung up the communicator, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. He wiped the blood he had just spit out, looked at the 6th level Moon Knight opposite, and grinned wantonly. At this moment, he finally understood. Why did he encounter such an enemy, who could not kill him, and he could not kill the other party? Seeing the enemy coming fiercely, Ji-sun did not dodge again, and did not even intend to block. He just watched calmly. If he did not dodge, this punch to the head would definitely kill him on the spot. The strong wind has come, and the air like needles has made people's scalps numb. The instinctive fear of death will make people avoid it, and choose all means to survive. At this moment, Ji-sun did not, He grinned like the clown phantom behind him, and his eyes were burning with crazy arrogance. The madness in his heart suppressed all other thoughts. If I guessed wrong, then I'd better die. At this moment, the Moon Knight punched him in the head. Ji-sun didn't even blink. He clearly watched this bizarre scene unfold. The punch that was enough to blow his head off did not cause any damage at all, and even the Moon Knight turned into an illusion and passed through Ji-sun. It was clearly a close fight just now. Now it has become an illusory light and shadow like a movie. When Ji-sun saw this, there was no more surprise on his face, but instead a trace of the truth of the flow of laws. Because the enemy is an illusion. At this moment, he saw through everything. This is not the real Tyrone Mechanical City. It is still the fantasy world of the moon goddess Agnila. This is a multiple dream. The first dream is to restore self-awareness, and know that you are in an illusion. The second dream is the fantasy world created by the Dream Lord Acne. Ji-sun now sees through the second dream. This is why, no matter how he hid just now, he was discovered. Because from the beginning to the end, Ji-sun and his friends did not escape from that illusion world. The enemies encountered were balanced just right, in fact, because of this reason. Even just now, Ji-sun knew that he would not die no matter how clumsy his body movements were if he dodged that punch. Then the stalemate would continue. Just like Shin Rushi and the other awakened ones, who were fighting. It has been 2 days since the city was broken, and it stands to reason that the battle should be over. But why is it not over? Why haven't the spell power and physical energy been exhausted? Those awakened ones have been fighting fiercely, not because they are strong, nor because their opponents are just right. The truth is, they won't die at all, because all enemies are actually created by themselves. It's like you are in a nightmare. You will encounter all kinds of evil spirits chasing you, but as long as you don't wake up from the dream, You will never die in the dream, and you will always be trapped in the nightmare. This illusion is much more advanced. In addition to people's own cognition, it is also a fantasy world created by the moon god. Precisely because it is the fantasy world of the moon god, people who fall into it are also blocked from some cognition. For example, why do I keep fighting? The essence of illusion is control system. Mental spells, which cannot directly kill the target in the fantasy world. This nightmare of endless fighting is a kind of sinking. It makes people always exhausted in fear and crisis, and unable to think. Ji-sun can see through it, in addition to the deduction of I am the world. There is another indispensable condition. That is, he also knows the unique magic secret method of the moon god Ikinla, Kongyueshan thought. Ji-sun has practiced this magic secret method, and his attainments are not low. He is probably the only card master in the world who practices this secret method, but is not a follower of the moon god Ikinla. Therefore, he may also be the only one who has the opportunity to actively break the illusion with his own consciousness. Chapter 360. At this moment, Ji-sun has completely seen through the essence of this illusory world. The spiritual world, like the real world, needs basic laws and logical rules to build. The operating rules of this world gradually became clear in Ji-sun's eyes, turning into familiar spell patterns. He knew those spell patterns, which were the magic secrets of the sky and moon. Everything in the illusion is based on his own consciousness, and the spiritual world of the moon goddess Arachne. Ji-sun knew that his opponent, the 6th level Moon Knight, was also an imaginary creation of his own. He just happened to be able to fight with him in a stalemate, but neither of them could kill each other. The essence of illusion is to torture your mental consciousness, make you crazy, addicted, and insane, but it is impossible to destroy your soul. Therefore, all illusions are spells at the consciousness level and cannot really kill people. Since you can't die, then there is no need to consider the problem of survival in the illusion. Ji-sun figured this out, suppressed the instinctive fear in his heart, and the 6th level murderous Moon Knight in front of him suddenly disappeared. Ji-sun's control over consciousness is far beyond that of ordinary people. He is very clear about his current state. It's like hearing the alarm clock ring in the morning. The brain has realized that he is in a dream, in a state where he can continue the dream or wake up immediately. Enlightenment also appears, and you wake up from the fantasy world, and your fighting spirit is condensed plus 221. Even without enlightenment, Ji-sun can clearly feel the condensation of his will. This dream can actually temper people's will? To his surprise, this kind of improvement felt greater than any life and death test. Thinking of this, Ji-sun instinctively had a bold idea in his mind. Hey, can this be considered a shortcut to practice? It allows people to have a sense of death without actually experiencing death? The first time he realized the importance of fighting will was from Gong Wu's guidance. But the old man said that tempering fighting will can only be improved by the perception of life and death. Ji-sun also agreed. But this method is very risky. You might die sometime. It was not until now that Ji-sun realized that since it was an ability at the consciousness level, it seemed that there were other ways to improve it. He looked at the attribute panel, and the ancient martial arts he learned in the previous battle were also truly engraved in his mind. Before he woke up, the great understanding between life and death was also real. This is how he improved. So theoretically, can the dream world really be used to temper one's will? But on second thought, it is only a theory. The conditions required are very harsh. First of all, the illusion world must be heightened enough to create a real danger beyond one's cognition. This is not an ordinary illusion, but a divine art. This requires a strong enough main consciousness to create a fantasy world that is above the cognition of the trialer. Ji-sun doesn't think that there is a second moon goddess Arachne. He is also willing to help lower creatures create illusions for training. Moreover, if a card master wants to hone himself in the illusion, he must also have the awareness of facing death. Both are indispensable. Will the career sequence of Q of Plum Blossoms and Moonlight Queen be used to assist in creating top-level card masters? Ji-sun thinks it is very likely. If there is a Q of Plum Blossoms card master above level 7, who has mastered this ability, it is theoretically feasible. Tempering the will, and then comprehending the divine power, the threshold of level 7 does not seem to be so difficult to break through. Thoughts raced in his head. Ji-sun did not think about the information that was not useful at the moment. He did not choose to wake up immediately. Instead, he quickly deduced a series of plans. Now it seems that the moon goddess Arachne did not say whether she had discovered Ji-sun, a sober person who had seen through the double dream. Even if she had discovered it, she might not have the heart to trouble him, little Karami. The fierce battle in the fantasy world indicated that the current battle situation might be in a delicate state of balance. The moon goddess who just came here is probably too busy to do anything. Since the situation is still at a stalemate, it means that he has not solved the problem. 2 8th rank marshals came from the South Continent this time, as well as many 7th rank and 6th rank Legion commanders. If the moon goddess had the ability to directly eliminate these enemies, he would have solved them long ago. If he didn't solve them, he wouldn't be able to solve them in a short time. Of course, there is only one possibility. That is to use some mysterious means to control these strong men. Ji-sun thinks the second one is more feasible. The old gods need strong believers to support the belief system, and only in this way can the Orlan royal family take some initiative in future battles. Perhaps there are some unknown purposes. However, the life level of the Dragonborn card master is much higher than that of humans, and the rank is high, so it is not easy to control it with faith. So, it seems that there is a lot of room for operation. Ji-sun suddenly thought of a lot in his mind. Since he is not dead, no matter which possibility it is a good thing for him. He thought of something and decisively picked up the communicator. "And Qin, listen to me now, we are still in the spiritual world of the moon goddess." Ji-sun knew that Qin Rushi's consciousness must have blocked a lot of cognition. But the second level of dream has been awakened once, and the awakened person has most of his subjective consciousness. With external force guidance, it is easy to wake up the dreamer with a word. After trying many methods, she finally realized that she was in an illusion. Ji-sun told his plan, "I have an idea. I will leave the dream world first. And Qin, please don't come out yet. If you feel something is wrong with your body, it means I am stimulating your body in the real world. Then, find a way to wake up those people in the southern continent immediately." Qin Ru had absolute trust in Ji-sun and agreed without hesitation, "Okay." He woke up, but the real world was controlled by the descending moon god, and he might not be able to leave alive. So, they have to be prepared. On the other side, Ji-sun slowly opened his eyes. This time it should be the real world, right? When you can have this thought in your mind, it is most likely no longer an illusion. At first glance, it is still the familiar steel fortress. The bright white moonlight shines in from the window, and Qin Rushi and Dong Qi lie peacefully beside them, breathing evenly. Ivan above his head is also sleeping soundly. Ji-sun is relieved to see that the two girls and the little lowly are safe. But the moment he came out, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in the bunker, and he immediately became alert. Something was wrong. Almost at the same time, it seemed that the void heard a slight exclamation in response. It seemed that the voice was also surprised that someone could wake up on their own initiative. Ji-sun looked carefully, and his eyes instantly changed from alert to relieved, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Because at this time, a white snake was looming above Qin Rushi's head. Ji-sun recognized this ancestral spirit, who had lived for 3,000 years. He was not unfamiliar with it after seeing it twice, and he took the initiative to greet it respectfully, "Senior." Seeing this person, I was a little surprised. But I was not completely surprised. Ji-sun likes adventure, but he doesn't like to die. He had guessed that Tailong Mechanical City would definitely fall, and there was also the Silver Moon sect that was secretly planning, but he still dared to stay here. The most important thing he relied on was Qin Rushi. It's not just the combat power of Aunt Qin. It's also because of the contracted fairy behind her. Qin Rushi said that this ancestor fairy was completely free-range to his host. After signing the contract in the Plague Swamp, Bai Qiu never appeared again. Although they said so, in fact, both of them knew that a compatible host was equally important to the immortal family, and the other party could not completely ignore it. Now it seems that it is true. This person has been guarding here. Even if he can't wake up, Qin Rushi will probably be fine. However, it's hard to say about others. Bai Qiu glanced at Ji-sun, and looked at him for a moment with his vertical pupils. After all, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boy, how did you wake up from the Divine Art Infinite Starry Night? How could a mere 5th level person trap those 7th level and 8th level people who had not yet awakened?" There was nothing to hide from this person, Ji-sun said truthfully. "I know the I am the world, and I deduce some flaws in the dream. Then I also know some void moon divine thoughts. So by chance I realized that I was in an illusion." These simple words. Bai Qiu listened to his pair of snake eyes showing deepness. Theoretically, knowing these two magic secrets can indeed break almost all illusions. But in his eyes, it is not that simple. This is a genuine divine art, which can break not only the magic and secret magic he said, but also the individual will is probably ridiculously strong. For a moment, Bai Qiu looked at the young man in front of him, his thoughts flying, as if he thought of the conversation with the mysterious monument erector 100 years ago. After all, he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Seeing someone wake up, Bai Qiu didn't continue to guard Qin Rushi, and the phantom disappeared. Don't wake her up in the real world, it will. It may not be a bad thing to experience the fantasy world of the moon goddess Arachne once. Yes, senior. Ji-sun listened to the reminder and responded. It seemed that the other party must know what this magic was. Ji-sun stroked his chin and thought, so, my previous guess was correct. Can this illusion world really be used to hone one's will? Otherwise, Bai Shi would not have reminded him not to interrupt Qin Rushi easily. Ji-sun thought of this, and directly carried Qin Rushi and Dong Qi on his shoulders, and walked out of the fortress. If my plan just now still had a great risk of gambling on luck, then now that I have seen this immortal, it is basically no problem. Ji-sun walked to the street. There was a white moon hanging in the sky like a silver plate. The moonlight was like water, coating the buildings of Tailong Machinery City with a layer of silver gauze. The whole city was shrouded in a layer of quiet and mysterious atmosphere. No, the area within 100 miles, where the moonlight shines, is probably the range of the illusion barrier. The street is still the same as it was 2 days ago, with blood-dried corpses all over the street, and the whole place was devastated. The sacred tree in the center of the city was shining brightly, just like in the illusion. Ji-sun carried 2 people on his shoulders, without any intention of hiding his tracks, and walked on the street in a swaggering manner. He didn't think that his whereabouts could be kept secret in this magic-covered barrier. After walking for a while, no one came up, and Ji-sun gradually showed a playful smile on his face. As it turned out, he guessed right. The enemy discovered him. But he didn't come to cause trouble. There is only one possibility. That is, the other party wants to let him go. Ji-sun knows very well that the moon god is not afraid of him, but afraid that he will cause trouble. Fight? No, Ji-sun has never thought of this plan. If they really want to fight, unless the immortal family takes action, otherwise, together with Qin Rushi, they have no chance of winning. What the moon god is afraid of is the 2 8th-level marshals and other masters of the southern continent who are now trapped in the illusion. Ji-sun does have the idea and ability to cause trouble. This was originally a backup plan to save his life. The 2 people on his shoulders were the best hint. As long as the other party was not stupid, he would have thought that he had the ability to wake up the 2 people in the real world. But he didn't. He could only have made some plans. When masters play chess, at a certain level, it goes without saying that they can see through each other's chess moves. Ji-sun knew that the more arrogant he acted now, the more he would make the other party afraid to act rashly. On the contrary, the more cautious he acted and wanted to escape, the more likely the other party would try to get rid of this hidden danger. Ji-sun was not afraid of the mental game. After all, he really had a trump card. Now you asked me to leave, but I would not leave. Ji-sun looked up at the position of the moon and the sacred tree. This was the 4 pillars god boundary that he had seen many times before. The center must be the place where the moon god descended. He did not intend to go there to make trouble. There must be 4 altars in the direction of the 4 pillars. After calculating the location of the altar in his mind, he took out a motorcycle from the storage ring and rode towards the target location. Anyway, he was already offended, so Ji-sun planned to find something first. Not long after, the motorcycle arrived at Bai's Street in the North City. Ji-sun looked at the signs of the strong supernatural characteristics overflowing, and easily found the 4-pillar altar. This is a military stronghold, with the flag of the Moon Knight hanging on it. No wonder no one suspected it before. Ji-sun directly blasted open the door, and a strong and choking smell of blood rushed straight to his head. You listened to the demon whisper pointing to Arachne, mental confusion exemption, you touched the old miracle. At the same time as the enlightenment emerged, a drowsy mental pollution came over. Looking again, in the room in front of him, there was a mountain of transparent crystals. Ji-sun saw the strong extraordinary characteristics, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Tisk, it's really here. This is an old tradition of the Silver Moon sect. The millions of people who died in the Tyrone Mechanical City were condensed into mithril mediums to provide energy for the moon goddess's descent. Although most of them were absorbed by the moon goddess, even the remaining ones were already a huge amount for Ji-sun's current rank. He was not polite, and started packing. Like cutting tofu, he cut and stuffed it into the painting. At the same time, Ji-sun also devoured it crazily. Now the 4th-level Devil's Feast swallowed the extraordinary characteristics like a whale. You use the feast to devour. Constitution plus 0.3. You use the feast to devour. Strength plus 0.39. You use the feast to devour. Toughness plus 0.12. The purity of the extraordinary characteristics. It can almost be said that Ji-sun has encountered the most. He was just digging into the moon goddess's corner, without paying attention to anyone. Finally, the person who had been watching him from behind couldn't help but show up. Do you know what you are doing? Ji-sun was not surprised at all when he heard the cold questioning from behind. He didn't even stop what he was doing. While digging into the corner, he casually responded, "Should I call you Princess Betty or Lady Arachne?" He glanced at the corner of his eye and saw a girl in a black princess dress appearing behind him. It was the princess of the Black Dragon Kingdom that I had seen in the mausoleum of Augustus before. Her eyes were as bright as the moon, emitting a mysterious luster. Her hair had turned silver and was swirling in the wind, and her whole body was filled with an indescribable sacred aura. Ji-sun knew that Betty was not just a human being now, but a special existence that carried the will and power of the gods. Hearing Ji-sun's question, Betty did not respond, but could only look at him coldly. Her beautiful face was filled with the indifferent expression of a superior looking down on a lower creature, as if she felt that a weak human was not qualified to talk to her. Ji-sun didn't mind, and stuffed 2 more mediums the size of door panels into his hands. The old gods descended? No, it's far from it. Although Ji-sun didn't know what the concept of god level was, he had seen some descriptions in the classics. He estimated that the blood mediums brought by the millions of people who sacrificed in Tylon Mechanical City would definitely not be able to support the complete descent of an old god. If he really wanted to describe it accurately, Ji-sun felt that the Betty in front of him was just like the power of the demon god projected on the card master after the magic was released. It's just that the level of magic solution of this person in front of him is a bit high. Ji-sun couldn't understand her current state. But he was not afraid. After all, the contracted immortal family of his golden thigh was not necessarily worse than this one. Moreover, this Princess Betty had been paying attention to the people of the southern continent from beginning to end. Ji-sun didn't think that the other party wanted to fight to the death with him just because of a little psychic. Moreover, if the other party was really sure that he could kill him, he would have done it before. If he didn't do it now, it would be impossible for him to do it again. He was very sure of this. Seeing Ji-sun ignoring her and wantonly poaching her, Princess Betty finally couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, "Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Ji-sun smiled indifferently and said, "To be honest, you have killed me several times. Threatening him with anything is fine. Threatening with death is the least original. Besides, if I don't make trouble, you won't be hostile and hunt me down?" Ji-sun has had life and death conflicts with the Silver Moon sect more than once. If there is a chance, both sides will kill each other. They don't care about a little more conflict. Betty looked at Ji-sun's calm pupils, as if she saw through his calmness, and she didn't say anything. Ji-sun also knew that the other party was not talking nonsense, but was observing and testing him. If he found a flaw, he would take action immediately. But he didn't care. His confidence was because he was sure that he could make trouble, and there was also the ancestral spirit. Although he was not qualified to let the big snake be his thug, the effect of the fox pretending to be the tiger was enough. Mystic card masters have very strong perception abilities. Ji-sun felt that Princess Betty would definitely be able to sense his confidence. As expected, Betty looked at him, and although her face was gloomy, she did not speak again. The two sides faced each other silently. Ji-sun continued to dig out the mediums. In the end, he dug enough mediums for him to devour for a long time, and then felt the murderous intent behind him like the edge of a volcanic eruption, and he knew that it was almost time. If he continued to move, the other party might really go berserk. In addition, this medium is the energy to maintain the illusion barrier, and it would not be good if the formation really collapsed. Ji-sun stopped and said to Betty behind him, "Let's consider these psychics as a holiday. We won't owe each other anything in the future. How about that?" The other party would definitely not respond. Ji-sun smiled and was not bothered by the other party's arrogance, but said politely, "See you later." He thought it was inappropriate, so he changed his words and said, "Forget it. It's better not to see each other in the future." Betty behind him looked at Ji-sun coldly. If eyes could kill, they would have killed hundreds of times. But he didn't make a move and disappeared on the spot. In this way, Ji-sun collected a large number of psychics and some spoils along the way. Then he rode a motorcycle to a few blocks away and put the people who had been gathered by the Song and Lei families in the bunker into the oil painting. Then he found a jeep and drove away. Although there were still some living people in the city, there was only so much he could do. Moreover, when he left Tylon Machinery City, the pursuit would come. Chapter 361. Ji-sun drove the modified steam jeep and catapulted down from the broken walls of Tylon Machinery City. Clang! He landed. Then he rushed towards the north without looking back. When he really left the city, he saw the whole picture of the Silver Moon God tree that illuminated the entire underground space from the rearview mirror, which gave him an indescribable sense of mystery. The light was flowing between the branches and leaves, as if it was not a tree, but a fantasy world. A special field that is so large that it is endless, and people will sink into it infinitely. Not only the survivors in the city were still trapped in the dream and unable to wake up, but the soldiers outside the city were also stunned with joy on their faces. The bright moon in the sky was like the eyes of the devil, shining a psychedelic white light everywhere. Ji-sun's back felt cold all the time. He knew that if he left the city now, the crisis would just begin. The moon god who came down did not take action just now, because he was afraid that they would make trouble in the city. If he left the city now, once Qin Rushi also got out of the dream, then the moon god would have nothing to worry about. There is a well-connected road network outside Tailong Machinery City. The jeep sped along, and in a blink of an eye, it drove dozens of kilometers and plunged into a dark tunnel that was not illuminated by the moonlight. After running for a long time, he saw that no one was chasing him. His heart gradually settled down. Without the continuous illusionary erosion of the moonlight, Qin Rushi in the back seat suddenly opened her eyes. She looked around vigilantly at the first time, and when she saw that she was in the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Rushi turned to look at Ji-sun who was driving, and asked cautiously, "Is it out?" "Yeah. But the trouble may not be over yet." Ji-sun nodded, and briefly explained the previous situation. He thought he had handled it well, but Qin Rushi said something surprising after listening to him, saying, "They probably won't come after us. The moon god is now using the divinity in the jar to suppress the 2 8th-level dragon descendants. During this process, he dared not be distracted or cause any more trouble." When Ji-sun heard this, he asked in surprise, "Jar?" He thought that the moon god was afraid of his confidence, or that the ritual of descent had not yet been completed, but he did not expect that there was another hidden secret. "Yes, it is the spell pottery jar." Qin Rushi nodded, her expression a little solemn. She had learned from Ji-sun that the outer gods of the 7 lords of natural disaster were sealed in the jar, so she knew the specialness of this thing. She added, "After you woke me up that it was a dream, I was no longer hindered in the dream. Then I found some anomalies, so I went to look around. Finally, in the depths of the dream, I found a jar with divine power overflowing from the sacred tree. That is also the energy source of the entire illusion world. Other professional sequence card masters may find it difficult to face the divine pollution of the moon goddess Akinala, but the God Stealer sequence has great professional restraint. The Bai family has inherited many methods against divine arts and divine pollution." After waking up, Qin Rushi was of course difficult to be trapped by the methods in the dream. Besides, the moon god in the dream couldn't really kill people. Although some conflicts occurred, the moon god who had just descended not long ago could not do anything to Qin Rushi. After listening to these words, Ji-sun finally completed the missing puzzle in logic and said, "So that's it. I said it was almost there." He was confused before. If just sacrificing the population of a city could revive an indescribably powerful old god, then those crazy believers would have done it long ago. But there has never been such a case in history. It turns out that some special sources of divinity are needed. Ji-sun thought of something and said, "The jar should have been found in the tomb of Augustus." Although the Tarun dynasty collapsed because of those foreign gods 3,000 years ago, after so many years of struggle, they must have summed up some targeted means to restrain the old gods. For example, what we see now is that the moon goddess Arachne absorbs the divinity in the jar to enhance herself. Ji-sun even thinks that people in the southern continent collect jars for this reason. After Qin Rushi woke up, Ji-sun also felt completely safe. But he also felt that Qin Rushi gave people a different feeling, so he asked, "Aunt Qin, have you made a breakthrough?" Especially when he just opened his eyes, Ji-sun felt an invisible pressure from her, as if he saw Gong Wu. "Yeah." Qin Rushi nodded, her eyes flashed, and said, "I have gained something in the dream. Finally, I have touched the threshold of Shenwei." "Oh." Ji-sun also looked happy when he heard it. Not only did they fight several fierce battles when they were attacking the city, but they also experienced life and death in their dreams. Qin Rushi majored in the law of war. In this cruel large-scale war, she understood more and higher laws than Ji-sun. If she really touched the divine power, the 7th level would be a sure thing. This is good news. Qin Rushi glanced at Ji-sun and said, "Thanks to you. If you hadn't awakened me in the dream, I could have explored the mysteries of the spiritual world more deeply. I might not have been able to cross that threshold." Although she wanted to take the path of understanding the power and enter the 7th level, but she didn't dare to guarantee that she would be able to step into that threshold. Maybe she would be trapped for a lifetime. But she didn't expect that this time, by chance, she would be enlightened in a fight to the death in the dream. "Because of me?" Ji-sun listened and smiled. It seems that it is not easy to meet someone who can wake you up in a dream. At the same time, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, confirming his previous guess. Thinking of this, he directly put forward his guess. But then again, if you can control dreams, can you guide people to understand cultivation in dreams? No form of expression can compare to thinking, especially some extraordinary abilities that cannot be described in words, such as laws. Theoretically, dreams can be used to impart insights in all forms of expression. If it is really feasible, this is a big shortcut. It was originally a guess. Qin Rushi glanced at him with crystal eyes, and said in affirmative answer, yes. Ji-sun, is it really possible? Qin Rushi didn't know what he thought of. He pondered for a moment and said, yeah. There are some similar secrets in the Bai family's secret art. When Ji-sun heard this, he said casually, well, isn't it said that Aunt Qin can let me feel the power of God in the illusion world? Hearing this, Qin Rushi's eyes quietly disappeared with a strange color, and said, theoretically, it is possible. The second half of the sentence was not said, and there is also field. In fact, she had mentioned it before. When Ji-sun heard this, his thoughts became active. There was no need to be polite with his own people. He said directly, then when can you help me try it? Qin Rushi's eyebrows moved slightly, and he didn't say much, just responded softly, okay. The steam car ran all the way, and soon arrived at a small town called Heishui Town. This is the place where they had contacted Song Kim before, and they would have someone to pick them up. When the war came, people had already fled their homes, and the town was empty. Ji-sun stopped the car, got out of the car, took out a flag and placed it in front of the car. In a blink of an eye, there was a sudden movement in the dead silent town. A fully armed team walked out of the darkness. The leader looked at the flag, then sized up Ji-sun, and asked tentatively, is this Mr. S? Ji-sun nodded. This was the signal for contact. The team members looked suspicious, as they only had one car. Weren't they asked to pick up the mechanic? Where is he? The bearded leader was very tactful and didn't ask directly, but asked indirectly, sir, excuse me, did you just come from Tailong City? I heard about the war over there. There were many things that Ji-sun couldn't say openly, otherwise it might not be a good thing for these people, so he simply said, Tailong City has fallen. But the situation over there is very complicated, you must not go to inquire. He will communicate the rest directly to Song Kim. When they heard that Tailong City, with 1 million elite soldiers, had fallen, the faces of the entire support team changed. This means that the future battle in the East Wasteland will be more difficult. Before everyone asked more questions, Ji-sun took out the oil painting, poured in the magic power, and opened the space barrier. In the surprised eyes of everyone, hundreds of people fell on the street like beans. It was the mechanics of the Luo family, and several descendants of the Lei family. Qin Rushi, who was standing aside, looked at those people, and felt strangely moved. The commander of the third mechanic, Lei Ming, led a group of soldiers to hold on until the end of the city was broken, fighting to the death. It was because of Qin Rushi's advice that the Lei family only had this little bloodline left. Before the support team could be confused, Ji-sun explained directly, these people have been under mental illusion. The support team looked at the hundreds of people who appeared out of thin air, and although they looked shocked as if they had never seen the world, they didn't say anything. A group of people quickly took out the medicine and injected it into the people. Hundreds of people woke up one after another. These mechanics were non-combatants. They had been hiding in the bunker before, and had no idea what happened. Now they heard that Tailong City had fallen. Except for these few hundred people, there might not be anyone alive. They were all scared. They were also glad that they chose to believe in the arrangement of the Song family. Ji-sun didn't care much about the thanks from the crowd, and urged them to leave quickly. In this situation, there might be other unexpected changes. After sending the mechanics away, Ji-sun and his team continued on their way. Those people had the follow-up support from the Song family, so there was no need to worry too much. Instead, Ji-sun and his team planned to create some traces to mislead the pursuers who might come. They drove for several more hours. During the journey, Qin Rushi was meditating the whole time, consolidating the new realm that he had finally touched. Dongqi still did not wake up and slept all the way. In the evening, they stopped in an uninhabited wilderness. They needed to find a place to rest for the night. Also, Ivan, the little girl, woke up hungry again. In the dark wilderness, a few bonfires were burning. Ji-sun set up several large pots, and put tons of ingredients in them. Little Ivan, who was standing next to her, had drool on the corners of his mouth since he started preparing the ingredients, and his eyes were fixed on the pot. When she smelled the aroma and knew the food was cooked, she would secretly reach into the boiling pot with her little hands from time to time, and take out a piece of meat to eat. She looked sneaky and well-behaved. Ji-sun also turned a blind eye. These days, he has been used to being a nanny for this little loli. Besides being able to eat, she doesn't cry or make a fuss, and is easy to take care of. Hanging it on the head can also enhance the perception of the law of space. Ji-sun also enjoyed it. The bonfire dispelled the darkness and the coolness of the wilderness. Soon, the barbecue was cooked. The golden sizzling oil was overflowing with fragrance. Ji-sun took a piece of meat weighing dozens of kilograms and put it on the plate. Little Ivan, who had been impatient for a long time, bit the piece of meat that was much bigger than his head, and his mouth was full of grease. Chin Rushi, who was standing by, smiled gently. Ji-sun also handed over a piece of barbecue. Chin Rushi nodded, thank you. Originally, he didn't plan to wake Dong-chi up, so he let her sleep a little longer. After all, having experienced the illusion, Ji-sun knew that it would be of great benefit to her. But perhaps because she had been away from the spell for too long, the influence of the spell had completely lost its effect, or perhaps the aroma of the food drifted into her dream. Miss Chi-Chi suddenly woke up. Why am I here? Looking at the wilderness around her, Dong-chi was stunned for a long time. As if she didn't understand why she was in the white apartment just now, but now she ran to the wilderness to camp. Seeing Ji-sun and Chin Rushi looking at her, Dong-chi seemed to remember something, and was suddenly shocked. Oh, the city is broken. She then shook off those spring-filled images from her mind, and linked the reality to the last fragment of memory. Dong-chi looked at Ji-sun, and the leisurely wilderness camping scene, her eyes full of confusion. What happened? At this moment, the dreamlike feeling had not completely faded away, and she even suspected that the previous battle was an illusion. Ji-sun smiled and explained, the city was breached before. Then Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Joy of the Silver Moon sect, descended, and we were caught in an illusion before we could evacuate the city. Ah, illusion? Before she finished speaking, Dong-chi was surprised. So that's it. She also understood why she had dreamed of those scenes before. Ji-sun said again, yes. Later, I accidentally escaped from the dream, and then I brought you out. Dong-chi asked in detail, so he carefully told some details. After all, after recognizing the other party's methods, he would be more vigilant in the future. Multiple dreams? Dong-chi suddenly realized and blushed a little. No wonder he slept all the way. It turned out that he didn't even see through the first dream. It was definitely a drag. Ji-sun and Chin Rushi didn't think there was anything wrong. The two of them were able to see through the first dream, all thanks to various opportunities and abilities. It was normal for Dong-chi to sink. Seeing her wake up, Ji-sun also cut a piece of barbecue and handed it to her, and asked, being hit by the silver moon illusion is not all bad for the card master. By the way, Chi-Chi, what did you encounter in your dream? Did you feel anything different? In order to verify some ideas, he needed more reference cases. Different? Dong-chi had completely woken up from the dream at this moment. The feeling of clear thinking made her immediately discover the difference, and she couldn't hide her surprise and said, hey, it's true. I feel that my mental power and perception have improved a lot. The mechanic also took the extraordinary growth route in the spiritual direction, and this dream was a great benefit to her. Even the cultivation perception, including mechanical deification, was greatly improved. Ji-sun listened to her description, thought for a moment, and explained to the two girls, it seems that my guess is right. Plum Blossom Q Moonlight Queen. This sequence may also help people to temper their mental power and will. Chin Rushi also nodded in approval. Yeah. The Bai family had similar secrets, so it was not difficult for her to understand. Dong-chi didn't think as deeply as they did. She blinked and felt that this improvement was a bit confusing. She still remembered most of the contents of the dream. After thinking about it carefully, she didn't know what she thought of, and her cheeks turned red. Ji-sun and Chin Rushi's perception was so sharp. They immediately caught Dong-chi's abnormal expression and looked over unconsciously. They thought that the influence of her illusion had not completely faded. Dong-chi is not a shy person, and she thinks it is strange if she hides it. She met their gazes and asked her doubts openly. I only dreamed of some happy scenes. Can this be improved? Yes. Ji-sun did not feel surprised and explained. Being able to wake up in the midst of decadence is a kind of experience. It's just a matter of more or less. The ability of the moon god is to induce the deepest desires of human nature to create a happy illusion. Even he himself was almost unable to wake up, so it was normal for Dong-chi to dream about anything. Dong-chi suddenly understood. Oh. This was originally a serious question, and Ji-sun was also deducing his own assumptions in his mind, and didn't want to ask about any details of pleasure. However, he didn't ask. Dong-chi's eyes turned and asked curiously, Ji-sun, what did you dream about? Ji-sun responded calmly, a happy dream is of course happy. As he said that, he glanced at Dong Qi, and when their eyes touched, the other party immediately understood. Hearing this, Dong Qi's pretty face immediately perked up, and she muttered, "So Ji-sun, you've also been tricked. I thought you were different. It turns out I'm not the only one who's so superficial." She seemed to have let go of a huge psychological burden, picked up a piece of barbecue and ate it happily. While eating, she also shared her dream as if chatting, but by the way, that dream was really interesting. There were no outsiders here, and Miss Chi-Chi looked at Ji-sun and said directly, "I dreamed that we were in a beautiful white apartment, and there was a garden that was exactly in line with the scene in my dream." Ji-sun didn't think much about it. The Silver Moon Divine Art is a dream constructed by the most primitive desires of human beings, and it can even be said that it is a place where dreams come true. But he felt inexplicably familiar in his heart, and wondered, a white apartment with a garden? It seems that I dreamed of a similar scene? Qin Rushi, who was listening to the side, obviously thought of something, and the corners of his eyebrows twitched slightly. Dong Qi rolled his eyes, thought of something, and suddenly turned to look at Qin Rushi, with a teasing look in his eyes. "Yes, I also dreamed of Aunt Qin." Dreaming about Qin Rushi? What else could there be in a joyful dream? Miss Chi-Chi's playful expression said it all. After hearing this, Ji-sun stopped cutting meat, and felt that he seemed to understand something. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, listened to this, and rolled her eyes at Dong Qi in a reproachful manner, but said nothing. Dong Qi always treated Qin Rushi as the closest person, and spoke without scruples, jokingly saying, "Auntie Qin's figure is really superb." Qin Rushi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had taken a bath together many times before, so there was nothing to be shy about. But at this moment, she didn't think it was just a simple compliment. As she spoke, Dong Qi was also very curious, and asked with expectation, "By the way, Aunt Qin, what did you dream about?" She was really curious about what Aunt Qin, who was usually dignified, intellectual, and super sexy, would dream about. Although Qin Rushi's expression was the same, there was still a little strangeness in her crystal eyes. Ji-sun didn't say anything, because he guessed a possibility that the spiritual world of people in dreams affects each other. The white apartment that Dong Qi dreamed of was most likely the scene he dreamed of. Not necessarily exactly the same, but there are probably some overlapping scenes. Qin Rushi also thought of this. She guessed that Ji-sun had guessed it too. The two of them didn't speak tacitly. A cool breeze blew in the wilderness camp, and for a moment, the swaying campfire seemed to be graceful. Dong Qi didn't understand, and blinked his curious eyes and asked him. Qin Rushi was a little helpless, and the strange look was instantly restrained, and she finally replied. She smiled gently, as calm and elegant as ever, and said the same answer as Ji-sun just now. A joyful dream is of course joyful. Chapter 362. Auntie Qin was also under the spell of pleasure? Yes. Qin Rushi's frank answer extinguished Dong Qi's gossiping heart. A pleasant dream is of course a pleasant dream. The answer was very direct. Although the three of them were very familiar with each other, they did not deliberately avoid these topics on weekdays. But if they asked more questions, the atmosphere would seem strange. Dong Qi was very tactful, and did not ask any more questions. Ji-sun did not care much. Although he guessed some of the operating mechanisms of the moon goddess illusion, for him, those charming thoughts were just some colors in his memory, nothing more. The tacit understanding that has not been broken is more subtle. The three people, and a little lowly, had dinner by the campfire and chatted. The topic of the chat returned to the previous battle of Tile on Mechanical City. Although the largest defense line in the southern part of the East Wasteland was breached this time, the southern continent also lost hundreds of thousands of main forces. For a long time in the future, if they want to continue the attack, the number of people will obviously be very difficult. In addition, the moon goddess Arachne has descended, and the Orlan royal court has another powerful and mysterious trump card in its hand, and the future battlefield will be more variable. From the perspective of ordinary people, this is a lose-lose situation. Even Dong Wang has a slight advantage. But in Ji-sun's eyes now, he sees more. Since he knew that the essence of this war was the promotion ceremony of the top-level extraordinary, his perspective is that of a chess piece, and also a bystander outside the two chess players. From this perspective, the top leaders of the southern continent may not have no means to respond to the coming of the moon god. But it is likely that they did not take it seriously, and just let it go. Because the East Wasteland is too weak. There are really god-level dragons in the South Continent, and the awakening of an old god, who has not yet become powerful, is not necessarily a big threat to them. Moreover, a war has just begun, and it is possible that some high-ranking officials want the royal power of the Orlan royal family to be stronger, and they have the idea of feeding them up before killing them. There may be some more far-reaching plans. Moreover, no matter who wins or loses, the laws of war have already been manifested, and the war disaster is getting worse. That's enough. Ji-sun, a bystander, also saw some future trends of this war from the deduction. He felt that this war was far from as simple as it seemed. The three talked about the situation and felt that working hard to improve their strength now was the best preparation for an uncertain future. The atmosphere in the outdoor tent was warm. The three also drank some wine with interest. After a good meal and a good night's sleep, Qin Rushi, the legendary card master, was only a step away from breaking through the realm. She had touched the threshold of divine power before, completing the last link of breaking through the bottleneck. Now that she has stabilized a little, she is confident that she can advance to the 7th level. The career card has been prepared, so she plans to complete the career advancement as soon as possible. So in the next few days, the three of them deliberately searched for some remote caves in the wilderness, and found a safe place to retreat. Ji-sun and Dong Qi helped guard. The good news is that no pursuers came to the door. During this period, Ji-sun was not idle. He dug into the moon goddess's corner, and got a large number of secret cause mediums. In the past few days, for safety, he stayed several kilometers away from Qin Rushi's retreat, and absorbed these mediums day and night. As a result, his physical attributes also increased significantly, reaching the point where his own rank was almost full. At the same time, Ji-sun also found another surprise. Since he touched the threshold of the law of space last time, he also found that little Ivan was helpful for the understanding of the law. However, I didn't expect the help to be so exaggerated. It felt like he wanted to know what fire was, and there was no more intuitive and convenient way than to put a stove next to you. Ivan's favorite thing to do after eating was to sleep on Ji-sun's head. This made Ji-sun feel like there was a space stove containing mysterious energy on his head all the time. If you really want to feel it carefully, Ivan is like an endless void. This made Ji-sun curious about the little Loli's life experience, and he also confirmed that the rebel dragon army had given him a big gift. Send this little Lolita here for refuge, and give her a generous risk-reward at the same time. The benefit is that Ji-sun's understanding of the laws of space has skyrocketed, and he has truly entered the magical secret of the fantasy world. Ji-sun originally had little interest in the career sequence of Spade 7 Painter. But after understanding this magical secret, he found that this secret not only refers to the laws of space, but also has the ability to depict the world. It is a magical ability to create the world with imagination. Plus I am the world. One has rigorous logical thinking ability, and the other has the ability to turn those concepts into design drawings. The two seem to have completed the basic framework of the creation field. This allows Ji-sun to truly have an accurate direction for his universal field. Time flies, and it's been a week. This day, Ji-sun is practicing daily meditation. Dong Qi is also concentrating on tinkering with the piles of mechanical drawings in front of him. Suddenly Ji-sun felt a familiar and powerful breath outside the cave, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Huh?" Dong Qi, who was standing by, looked up at him with a strange expression. The two of them watched Qin Rushi walk in, with a gentle smile on her face. Dong Qi stood up excitedly, "Aunt Qin, did you succeed in advancing?" "Yes." Qin Rushi's eyes sparkled, and she smiled and nodded. He had just advanced, and the powerful demon power he had gained after the breakthrough had not been fully mastered. But it was the faint ethereal aura that Ji-sun sensed, and he was surprised, so strong. It's not like he hasn't seen a 7th level card master before. But unlike Gongwu or Aragorn, Qin Rushi has a fairy spirit of immortals, and a heroic spirit of a Valkyrie. Qin Rushi looked at the two and chuckled, "I'm sorry to bother you these days." Her advancement was very smooth. Having obtained the secret method inherited by the Bai family, it was much easier and safer for her to advance than Gongwu, who relied on self-exploration. The strength of a legendary card master was originally far beyond the average 6th level, and the physical body and law comprehension were sufficient for advancement, and the physical body anchor of Shui was also as expected, anchoring the physical body from being distorted by the vast number of demons. Everything came naturally. It was the first time that Dong Qi saw a 7th level card master. After all, this was a legendary existence in the East Wilderness. Her rank was not as high as Ji-sun's, so she could not clearly sense the subtle aura of immortals, but she also noticed that Qin Rushi had changed a lot, so she asked directly, "Aunt Qin, why do I feel that your entire temperament has changed?" As she said that, she felt it was not real, so she took action without hesitation. She touched and pinched all over that proud figure. Qin Rushi patted Dong Qi's increasingly rampant hand in annoyance, and explained with a smile, This is the overflow of divine power. I just advanced and can't control it completely yet. It will be fine in 2 days. No wonder. Ji-sun listened thoughtfully. Fortitude, tenacity, bravery, and femininity also have a feeling of being untainted by the world of gods. This is very different from the divine power he has seen Gongwu. It was the first time that Dongqi experienced the real divine power, and he couldn't hide his surprise and said, "Aunt Qin, is this the divine power?" "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded. She also knew what the two were confused about, and added, "The divine power is the manifestation of personal will, and it is different from each other. And the divine power, I comprehended, is different from other card masters. In addition to individual wills, there is also the will of the contracted immortals. So I was contaminated with some immortal spirits. This time, I advanced so smoothly, thanks to the protection of the immortal ancestors." Dongqi seemed to understand. Ji-sun understood a little. It felt like if the enemy wanted to deal with her, they had to deal with her and the immortals together. Qin Rushi's combat power was the top in the East Wilderness before she advanced. How strong must she be now? However, no matter what, it is a good thing to successfully advance. Ji-sun felt that he had plenty of time, so he could ask questions slowly. "Aunt Qin, are you going to Extreme Bandit City?" "Yes. I had this plan originally. I wanted to go there after the battle in Tailong City. I didn't expect that by chance, I would successfully advance to the 7th level. I will be more confident this time. Extreme Bandit City is the base camp of the Bai family." Ji-sun knew what Qin-ru was going to do. When they were in the plague swamp before, the white snake that had lived for 3,000 years hinted that if they wanted to obtain the complete inheritance of the Bai family, they had to get the 3 major inheritance relics of the Bai family. This seems to be a test. Lamp of 10,000 Immortals, Scroll of Immortal Law, and God-Stealing Ring. Now the ring is in his hand. The other 2 are in the hands of the Bai family. Especially the Scroll of Immortal Law, which contains countless immortal spells and secrets passed down by the Bai family for tens of thousands of years. If Qin Rushi wants to master the God-Stealing sequence, he must get it. But the strength of the Bai family should not be underestimated. Among the 5 major federal senators, the Bai family did not show off their strength, but it was definitely the strongest family. Now he is the high priest of the Oran royal court. Qin-ru is going to ask for the inheritance, holy relics, and those people will definitely not hand them over so easily. Since Ji-sun has seen the endless trump cards of the Oran royal family, he has a deep understanding of the heritage of these ancient families inherited from the Talon dynasty. If you really want to cause trouble for the Bai family, a legendary card master is definitely not enough. Even if Qin-ru has advanced to the 7th level now, it is hard to say. What's more, he is going to the base camp to cause trouble. Dongqi also thought of this and said, "Aunt Qin, I go with you." Qin Rushi smiled and shook her head. "I'm not going to fight. I'm not interested in anything in the Bai family. I just want to try to see if I can get the approval of the inherited holy weapon." Dongqi now has the God Hunter armor, which is very powerful. But she can't wear the armor all the time. The Bai family's various mysterious methods are very strange, and it may not be beneficial to go there. Dongqi himself understands it. Hearing this, a flash of disappointment flashed across his eyes, and he didn't say much. Ji-sun thought about it, and asked in an inquiring tone, "Aunt Qin, how about you take me with you?" He has always been very curious about the secret techniques of the Bai family. If he really has the opportunity to learn, he must go. And he didn't forget that Qin Rushi said before that he wanted to teach him about his domain and divine power. If he could go with him, he would have plenty of time. Qin Rushi glanced at him. A trace of thought flashed across his eyes, and quickly agreed, "Okay." She knew that when Ji-sun spoke, he must have made an accurate assessment of the risk. This guy's character has never been scared away by danger. Besides, he just happened to advance to the 7th level, so he was somewhat confident. Even if he couldn't achieve his goal, he was confident that he could get out of it safely. Moreover, Ji-sun's strength and ability were not weak, so he didn't necessarily need to be taken care of by himself. Qin Rushi added, "Your Wanxiang domain needs to gather the strengths of many sequences, and the Bai family's secret immortal scroll just has what you need." Ji-sun was also happy to hear this. He also felt that he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Qin Rushi, who had experienced it, obviously saw it more clearly than he did. One day later, 100 miles northwest of Tailong Machinery City, there was a mining town called Rose Town. The news of the war had spread throughout the East Desert through newspapers, and panic spread. Many towns in the south were empty. Rose Town also became a ghost town. There were only empty houses in the town. The usually busy railway transportation network also became idle. This is convenient for Ji-sun and his team. At midnight, the town's train station was a busy scene. A group of mysterious people wearing mechanical arms were loading precision instruments onto the train. These were the people arranged by Song Qian to meet them. They would deliver the equipment to the Song family's secret base. Dongqi also got on the train. With her there was basically no need to worry about the safety of the transportation mission. Moreover, the field was not a good environment for a mechanic. A scientific research base, with complete equipment, and a large number of mechanical experts, was her best space for growth. Soon, the train left the station. There were only two figures on the platform, standing quietly. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi did not leave, but waited silently for the next train. After waiting for a long time, it was already past midnight on the pocket watch, but still no train arrived. After the fall of Tailong Machinery City, all civilian trains in the vicinity were suspended. They were obviously not waiting for a normal train. Ji-sun was not impatient, but just very curious. Aunt Qin, is there anything special about that train? They were going to the Extreme Thea City, and they could obviously drive there, which would be faster. But he just saw Qin Rushi burning a spell card that looked like a ticket, and he knew that this means of transportation was different. Qin Rushi looked into the darkness and said, I only took it once when I was a child. When I was young, the only impression I had was that the train was scary. Well, you know when the time comes. She seemed to recall some memories of her childhood, but she didn't say it in detail. After a moment of silence, she added, after getting on the train, there are many things that I can't tell you clearly. You should be more careful when the time comes. Yes. Hearing this, Ji-sun became even more curious. He also vaguely guessed that since this train was specially sent to pick people up, it might be some special rules of the Bai family. The Bai family knew that Qin-ru was going. This train might not be peaceful. Qin-ru knew that Ji-sun could understand what she meant, so she didn't explain much. The two of them waited quietly. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, the sound of steam suddenly was heard outside the Rose Town station, which was dead silent. Woo woo woo. The whistle sounded in this deserted town, revealing a bit of weirdness. After a few breaths, Ji-sun looked at the distance, and a simple steam train slowly approached. Although he had not noticed any signs of the train coming before, the train in front of him appeared in his sight like a ghost. Ji-sun had been mentally prepared, and was not surprised by this magical appearance. More of a curiosity. However, when he saw the translucent black and teak train entering the station, he seemed to understand it all at once. So this train is a fairy train? Ji-sun looked at the Netherworld train, and muttered to himself. He was not surprised because he had a similar experience before. When the ruins of Xiamu City were being developed, Ji-sun, Catalina, and Old Man Su had taken a train of disaster called Basix's Netherworld train. And the fairy train in front of him was called Neon. What does it mean, colorful in the dark night? Ji-sun instinctively thought of the scene when he was almost trapped to death in the strange time barrier on the train. This train is not a good place to sit. Just as I was thinking, the train stopped at the station. The door opened, and a conductor wearing a black windbreaker and a tall hat came down. Just as lifeless as I remembered, I couldn't see his face clearly. He stood at the door, waiting for passengers to get on the train like the god of death. Qin Rushi glanced at Ji-sun beside him. Ji-sun smiled in response. The two of them walked onto the train calmly. Chapter 363. This train, called Neon, stopped at the Rose Town station, specifically to pick up Ji-sun and Qin Rushi. As soon as they boarded the train and the door closed, it was as if they had arrived in an isolated world that no living person should ever enter. Before, his realm was too low to understand. Now that his realm is higher, Ji-sun realized that this was some kind of high-level barrier that he still couldn't understand. The thick fairy spirit in the carriage was of great benefit to the people of the Bai family, but for card masters of other sequences, it was like the dead air of the underworld. Deep in it, it gave people a suffocating and oppressive feeling like drowning. Ji-sun carefully sensed that there was a vague hostility in all directions. He also understood a little bit that Qin Rushi's ride to Jidao City was not sneaky, but more like a challenge. The people of the Bai family had already set up their positions, waiting for her to face the challenge. With a glance, Qin Rushi, with her hair tied up high, had a cold and pretty face. Ji-sun had discovered before that Qin Rushi's calm mood had a kind of coldness. She went to the Bai family, this time for the two sacred objects of the immortal family. But not all. When the Qin family was wiped out, the Bai family's behind-the-scenes tactics were not glorious. Qin-ru didn't have much blood relationship with the Bai family. The current Bai family didn't want her, an outsider, to go back and seize power. As if she noticed Ji-sun's gaze, Qin-ru turned her head to look at Ji-sun. When their eyes touched, she smiled indifferently, Let's go to the carriage. Ji-sun, yeah. As soon as I walked into the carriage, the noisy noise was like firecrackers in my ears, and I was dazed for a moment. Ha ha ha, 666, leopard, give me money, give me money. I'm selling blood flower paste, aged bone powder, fresh skin, and soul fragments. Uncle, please smoke less. There's no ventilation in the carriage. I'm almost suffocating. Hey, the little girl Tauzi is not tolerant. What's the price? Damn it, there's a thief. My purse was stolen. Conductor, conductor. Ji-sun looked at the packed carriage, and was slightly stunned. He had prepared for the weird situation like last time. I didn't expect the scene in the carriage. A prostitute dressed in fancy clothes, a peddler carrying a box and hawking his wares, a gambler playing cards enthusiastically at the table, a smoker with his face covered by smoke, a magician performing for children, a stealthy pickpocket. Ji-sun glanced over and took a look at the hundreds of people crammed into the carriage. It was like a normal civilian carriage with passengers of various low-level professions. Ji-sun knew that the people in this carriage were definitely not ordinary. But at first glance, there was no flaw at all. Whether it was his spirit or his demeanor, there was absolutely no flaw. TSK, interesting. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. It was precisely because he didn't see any flaws that he found it even more interesting. There were too many people. So many that the corridors of the carriage were filled with people. If you want to walk through the corridor, you have to squeeze through the crowd. The air was filled with all kinds of strange smells of foot odor, sweat, and cheap powder. Ji-sun didn't care. He was originally a clown in the circus, and seeing such a noisy scene, he felt as comfortable as going home. Qin Rushi seemed to be in a dilemma. She was wearing a tight black cheongsam with gold patterns and delicate makeup. She was totally out of tune with the muddy atmosphere in the carriage. It felt like a proud and beautiful rose was deliberately trampled in mud to wear away its sharpness. Whether she entered the carriage or not, she would be at a disadvantage if she hesitated. There was no place for her to stand or sit. The carriage did not welcome her as an outsider. If Qin Rushi came alone, this situation might have made her feel a little embarrassed. Ji-sun keenly caught the subtle atmosphere of rejection in the carriage. Seeing this, he raised his arm very gentlemanly and asked, Aunt Qin, shall we go in and find a seat? Yes. Qin Rushi smiled elegantly, and naturally took his arm. This move immediately dissipated the tense atmosphere of confrontation. The unexpected entry of Ji-sun, the third party, broke a certain deadlock that was originally designed. The two walked into the carriage with polluted air, and Ji-sun immediately noticed that many eyes were on him. Malice, suspicion, jealousy, sarcasm, coldness, and many other emotions. Ji-sun didn't care at all. Qin Rushi's current strength is not something that anyone can calculate. Ji-sun estimated that the strange guys in this carriage combined may not be able to do anything to the two of them. But this train will take a long time to travel, and it is difficult to predict what will happen. The later Qin Rushi reveals his cards, the more favorable the situation will be for the two of them. It may even give some big surprises to the Bai family behind the scenes. Ji-sun was surprised that although he clearly sensed that someone was watching, the source was not just these passengers in the carriage. There seemed to be some invisible existence in the dark. Immortals? Ji-sun deduced, and it seemed that this was the only possibility. Qin Rushi didn't elaborate, so there must be some unspoken rules on this train. This sense of exploring the unknown made Ji-sun feel more and more interesting. If he was alone on this netherworld train, he would certainly be more cautious. But not now. If you want to catch a big fish in a pool of muddy water, the best way is to reach in. I'm not afraid of being bitten, I still have a golden thigh to support me. Ji-sun led Qin Rushi into the carriage without any scruples. He leaned slightly forward, blocking most of the malicious intent. He had just taken 2 steps when he was blocked by the crowd. Ji-sun wanted to squeeze out a way. But after trying and taking a few steps, he suddenly found that he seemed to have hit a mountain and couldn't move. He turned his head and saw an old man with gray hair, a woman in a flowery jacket, and a muscle man in a short coat with shiny and glossy muscles. Ji-sun also secretly sighed in his heart, this guy is so powerful. His current strength is comparable to that of a 6th level pure power card master, but now he can't even squeeze a porter? He focused his eyes and felt vaguely in tension. Level, as if he saw a strong giant bear blocking there. And looking again, the passengers around him didn't seem normal. The old woman had a pointed fox face, the woman in a flowery coat had a slender waist, and the young man in a felt hat had a hedgehog nose. They looked like ordinary people, but if you look closely, none of them are normal. It was a dilemma. After a close observation, Ji-sun realized that all the passengers in the carriage seemed to have immortals. However, since it was the Bai family's special train, he was not surprised. Qin Rushi saw that those people did not want them to leave the carriage, and said calmly, "Just stand there for a while." "It's okay." Ji-sun listened and nodded. Clang. Clang. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the rails mixed with the noisy clamor in the carriage, constantly torturing people's spiritual hearing. The listener gradually felt irritated. After Ji-sun became a card master, he had never felt that standing was so difficult. It was not just the stiffness of the body, as if there was some kind of mysterious power restricting it. It felt like a chess piece of fate being fixed on the chessboard, being in the game, and being restrained and unable to move independently. Ji-sun was like this, and Qin Rushi, who was wearing high heels beside him, was probably bearing more. It was not that he could not bear the oppression of the mysterious level, but more likely the discomfort of being incompatible with the environment. Qin Rushi was too eye-catching. Even with Ji-sun's cover and firepower, she was like a beautiful rose, shining in the muddy carriage. It was difficult for others to deal with the card master of the God Stealer sequence, but the Bai family had many ways to deal with their own exclusive sequence. It was not easy for Qin Rushi to maintain that fairy spirit. At this moment, with a clang, the train seemed to have crushed something and shook for a moment. The flow of people standing in the carriage surged over like a wave, and Ji-sun was pushed by the crowd behind him, staggering and almost falling. It just happened to bump into Qin Rushi in front of him. Ji-sun was quick to grab her waist, and the two of them stabilized. He wanted to put it down, but the people behind him had already squeezed in. Ji-sun simply kept his hand on her waist to protect others from getting close. There was almost no space in the aisle, and now those people squeezed in. The two of them were very close. Just now, they were slightly sideways, but now they were face to face, with a subtle sense of intimacy. When he looked up, a pretty face was close at hand. Qin Rushi had a smile on his face, and his expression was still calm. Ji-sun was focused, and Qin Rushi didn't mind at all. Now Ji-sun vaguely understood what was going on with his train. This was a bunch of immortals, who wanted to break Qin Rushi's spirit first. If they really stood like this all the way to Jidao City, I'm afraid all the immortal energy would be polluted. The atmosphere in the carriage was a bit weird. The two seemed like isolated outsiders. I didn't know how long the train would last, and I couldn't talk about business. Ji-sun would not let the atmosphere become dull. He felt a delicate touch with his hand protecting Qin Rushi's lower back, and said casually, "I haven't seen Aunt Qin wearing a cheongsam for a long time." Qin Rushi's beautiful eyes turned. "Oh really?" At the same time, she also asked, "I designed it myself, how is it?" She was wearing a black and gold cheongsam that fit her curves tightly, gently wrapped her graceful figure, and outlined the wonderful lines of the front and back. The high slit design just revealed her fair legs, and the implicit and charming sexiness was looming. Ji-sun stroked the silk material and commented, "It looks good." Qin Rushi listened to the compliment, and a smile gently rippled in her gentle eyes. She sneered, "Thank you." Outside the window, there was a flowing darkness, and I didn't know where I was going. It was quite bumpy. The passengers in the carriage always squeezed over like waves. There were also a few men who looked at Qin Rushi with obvious ill intentions, and wanted to take the opportunity to touch her. Ji-sun simply blocked Qin Rushi in front of him, holding her slender waist with one hand and protecting her with the other. This kind of protection seemed to isolate the vulgarity, and quietly resolve Qin Rushi's embarrassing situation. Even when there was a relatively close physical contact, Qin Rushi's face did not show any little girl shyness at all, and she always had a calm and elegant demeanor. The other party was frank, and Ji-sun was certainly not shy. Although the two had known each other for a long time, he also realized that it seemed like the first time to observe this and Qin so closely. Really a pair of delicate facial features that seemed more impeccable the more you looked at them. Especially the intellectual and dignified charm between her eyebrows. The more you look at her, the more you feel her charm. Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun looking at her, without any grudges in her heart, but with a spring breeze in her eyes. She asked, What's wrong with your makeup today?" Ji-sun said seriously, but in a joking tone, "I think Aunt Qin is getting more and more beautiful." Qin Rushi laughed and didn't deny it, and responded generously, "Yeah. Thank you for the compliment." The neckline of the cheongsam was slightly low, just right to show the slender curve of the neck, and the soft contour between the collarbone. Ji-sun's perspective just happened to see a white and majestic and deep career line. Their chests just touched, and both of them could clearly feel each other's heartbeats, and the posture was inevitably intimate. It was strange to say that Ji-sun had seen Qin Rushi naked more than once, But at this moment, he always felt that this glance from time to time made some thoughts in his heart slightly restless. Perhaps because of some kind of tacit consent, this thought became stronger. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage was jolted again, and Ji-sun's hand slipped from Qin Rushi's waist to her perky buttocks. He did not remove it, but left it there somehow. It was a touch more delicate than the silk of a cheongsam, and it felt soft to the touch. Qin Rushi glanced at him, and said nothing. After waiting for several seconds, she glanced at Ji-sun again, and then reminded him, "You are fascinated by the fox fairy lady behind you." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he realized it after a while. Oh? Hearing this, he was not too surprised. He just confirmed that he was really under a spell. After all, he had just experienced the joyful dream of the moon goddess, and when he was restless just now, Ji-sun was actually on guard. The inexplicable restlessness could be said to be a whim at first, but it was not normal later. Qin Rushi's tone rose slightly and repeated, "Oh?" The tone seemed to be hinting, "So, hand?" Looking at Ji-sun's confused and unrestrained posture, Qin Rushi was surprised for a moment. Then she smiled helplessly. She didn't say anything more, as if she acquiesced to this behavior. Ji-sun was not completely greedy for the gentle touch, but was in a state of enlightenment. At that moment just now, enlightenment appeared. You have some insights in danger. Spells Fox Fairy Charm Language Cognition Improvement. Illusion Proficiency plus 312. Ji-sun understood the essence of this spell. This train is very special. Qin Rushi also saw it. This kind of interaction is very subtle. This made the originally torturous ride time suddenly seem not bad. At least Ji-sun felt good. It was clearly a game targeting Qin Rushi, but the two of them ignored the communication of others and did not participate in the game. However, if they did not look for trouble, trouble would find them automatically. I don't know how long it took. The time in the carriage was as noisy and chaotic as the sound. Those who played cards were still playing loudly, those who smoked were still smoking, and the vendors were walking back and forth. Gradually, a thick layer of smoke filled the air above the carriage. Ji-sun was choked by this smoke. You gain insights in dangerous situations. Immortal Law, Miasma and Miasma. Cognition plus 124, Toxin Resistance plus 33. Looking at the prompts in the Enlightenment, he realized that it was the middle-aged man smoking in the third row who took action. And he had been doing it for a long time. However, he underestimated Ji-sun's toxin resistance. Blood Plague, the transformed body, gave him super high toxin resistance. This smoke, which can cause a general 5th level card master to suffer a great loss, has no effect on him. Qin Rushi had already seen it clearly. This method was not aimed at her, but to teach Ji-sun, the outsider who interfered in the affairs of the Bai family, a lesson. She knew Ji-sun's strength, so she didn't remind him. After all, Qin Rushi knew that if the immortals on this train took action, and didn't get any benefits, they would not just let it go. They would definitely give out some compensation. For the card master, it was a great opportunity. Others would not use it, but Ji-sun's professional sequence would use it. The two of them just watched this group of people quietly. What to do? However, the incident came without warning. Ji-sun was startled. Qin Rushi looked at his expression and asked, "What happened?" Ji-sun raised his right hand and looked at his 5 bare fingers, and said, "My ring was stolen." The train was shaking just now, and he protected Qin Rushi with his right hand, but he didn't notice that the ring was gone. He was surprised that the other party could steal the ring on his finger without him noticing. What kind of trick is this? Qin Rushi looked at the people in the carriage with her eyes narrowed, and said, "It was a magic trick. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find it." "Did you lose anything important?" She probably guessed what the thief used. If he succeeded, it would be troublesome to find it back. When Ji-sun heard this, his expression was slightly different. The storage ring is not a problem. That ring is also lost. Some important things were placed in the oil painting before, so it was not a big problem if the 2 storage rings were lost. The key is that the God Stealer ring is lost. Qin Rushi frowned when she heard this. The ring is one of the 3 great treasures of the Bai family. It is really troublesome if it is lost. It seems that the people of the Bai family came prepared and already knew that the ring was in Ji-sun's hands. But before Qin Rushi wanted to find the thief himself, Ji-sun smiled calmly. "It's okay. If he only stole the storage ring, I really can't do anything. Unfortunately, that guy just wanted to steal the ring." Qin Rushi didn't understand what was going on and cast a questioning look. Ji-sun said, "The thief will return it on his own initiative. If it was the God Stealer ring that once belonged to the Bai family, it would be fine, as anyone in the Bai family could get it. Unfortunately, the ring had a spirit that recognized its owner. If it fell into someone else's hands, Ji-sun would not only know that the ring was now in the hands of a guy in the 5th row, in the group of people playing cards. He also knew that the guy was going to be in trouble. As expected. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrified scream rang out in the carriage. "Ah!" The guy wearing a felt hat suddenly jumped up from his seat. He didn't seem to have picked up a red-hot iron block, and he was full of panic and wanted to throw it away. Looking closely, it was an ancient ring emitting a strange red light. However, no matter how hard the guy tried, the ring seemed to be stuck to his finger and couldn't be shaken off. And it was visible to the naked eye that the guy's entire arm shrank rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it spread to his body. Even if a white rat fairy appeared behind him, it couldn't stop him at all, and he was about to die on the spot. Seeing this, Ji-sun's mouth slightly raised. Wang Kai recognized his master, and it was originally a little evil god. Its pollution was no problem for Ji-sun, but it was a fatal threat to others. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, saw this, and the worry that had just appeared between his eyebrows disappeared instantly, revealing a relaxed look of watching a show. And the mouse man's scream seemed to press the pause button for the carriage. Everyone in the carriage looked at Ji-sun and the others. Chapter 364. The thief's screams echoed throughout the carriage. Ji-sun just watched coldly. Since they all came with hostility, he didn't intend to give them a good face. Besides, Qin Rushi beside him didn't say anything. In other words, she would take care of everything. But in the blink of an eye, the thief's arms completely shrank like the dried limbs of a mummy, and his cheeks quickly sunken. Just when Ji-sun thought that the thief was going to be sucked to death by Wang Kai, someone shouted, "Peddler, peddler, hurry up and give me some medicine powder to save my life." "Great, make way." At this time, a skinny man carrying a wooden box, selling cigarettes and buying miscellaneous sundries, came out from nowhere. Ji-sun had noticed this guy before. There were so many people in the carriage that he couldn't move his feet, but this peddler could always run around in the carriage to sell things, and his body movements were very strange. And the name of the things he sold sounded very strange. Just thinking about it, the peddler squeezed out of the crowd like a loach. He squatted beside the thief, who was about to be sucked dry, and took a look. He actually said that he could cure it. "Oh, this injury is not cheap. I think it will take at least 3 years of luck and 8 tales of fate." The thief was already out of breath. He agreed without listening to the end. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, save me quickly, I will agree to anything you say." "Okay." The peddler was also unambiguous. He opened the cargo box on his back, revealing a box of bottles and jars, and picked them up. Ji-sun also looked over curiously. Those jars were shining brightly, as if they were not afraid of being seen, and they were labeled with names. Muscle-building powder, golden gun strength pills, longevity-increasing dried fruits, enlightenment fairy dew, soul fragments of a 1,000-year-old resentful spirit, ticket to the fairyland. There were materials, potions, and items. Some of the names were not serious, and some were serious. It gave people a mysterious and absurd feeling. Ji-sun looked at those names that had never been seen on the market, and wondered in his heart, what was in these bottles and jars, really the branded stuff? He glanced at Qin Rushi beside him. Although Qin Rushi didn't say anything, her expression seemed to say, "It's just what you think." Ji-sun looked at it with his eyes slightly narrowed. Just as he was thinking, the peddler also picked out a bottle of mysterious potion with the name Salamander written on it. The ring had been completely welded to the thief's finger, and was still sucking his blood. It couldn't be taken off. Seeing this, the peddler took out a ginkgo leaf-shaped knife from somewhere, raised his hand, and cut off the thief's finger wearing the ring. Before the guy could wail, the black plaster was applied. Ji-sun also stared intently, wanting to see how this guy could save people. A magical scene was played out before his eyes. The thief's broken finger had just oozed some blood, but the bleeding was immediately stopped by the plaster. Not only that, the black plaster was visibly bulging at the broken end, and then a finger grew out of the broken end like a glove. Finished. As soon as the voice fell, the peddler reopened the bottle, and the thief's hand. Black ointment. Like a living thing, it crawled back into the jar. In a blink of an eye, the thief not only grew a finger, but also restored his depleted chi and blood. Ji-sun then saw that a shadow of a crane fairy rose behind the peddler. Reattach a broken finger? He was really enlightened and thought, could it be the legendary immortal worm? Seeing the effect, Ji-sun remembered something that only existed in myths and legends. It is said that there is a mythical worm that feeds on human corpses, but can also heal human injuries. This is a weapon that some insect masters tame to save their lives. However, this strange insect has been extinct for many years. At least no one has seen it in the last few hundred years. But now I saw it on a peddler on the train. Seeing this, Ji-sun couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the immortals on this train really have a lot of good things in their hands. Thinking of this, his eyes looked at the other jars in the cargo box that the peddler was packing. In other words, the things inside are also treasures? Chin Rushi beside him seemed to guess Ji-sun's thoughts and reminded him with a smile, the peddler's things are very expensive. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, oh really? Good things should be priced high. The thief who was originally half dead was alive and kicking in the blink of an eye. The god-stealing ring and the broken finger fell to the ground together. But the finger was now like a dry stick, without a trace of blood. The travelers on the side obviously recognized this treasure, inherited from the Bai family. They looked at it greedily, but did not dare to touch it. At this time, the thief with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks took out a piece of black cloth and picked up the ring. Having just broken a finger for this, and suffered a great loss, he couldn't help but spit at the ring. Ji-sun looked at the guy trying to take his ring and finally spoke, hey! That ring is mine. Since he had bad intentions, he didn't need to be polite and name the other party as a thief. The sharp-mouthed man listened with disdain and said, everyone sees that the ring is on my hand, and you say it's yours? Thieves are often not one person, but a gang. Many passengers around him started to shout after hearing this. Ji-sun sneered at the guy's rogue behavior. The thief was outnumbered and not afraid at all, and sarcastically said, besides, who can prove that this thing is yours? Will it respond if you call it? Ji-sun just sneered and shook his head, and casually called out, Wonkai. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring in the black cloth moved and seemed to be about to fly out of the thief's hand. Did it really respond? At this moment, everyone in the carriage was stunned, and they realized that this was a ring with a spirit, then this kind of treasure can't be returned. The sharp-mouthed man quickly grabbed it, and turned around to escape. Ji-sun still said calmly, if you don't want to die on the ring, I suggest you return it to its original owner. Hearing this, the ring in the black cloth became more and more agitated. Seeing this, the sharp-mouthed man shrank his neck, obviously still frightened by what happened just now. But the immortals around him were also watching, and he was unwilling to give up, and he didn't have the face to throw away the treasure he had obtained. Just as he was hesitating about what to do, the burly scarred gambler sitting next to him snatched the ring away, Pa. He slammed the table. I don't care who owns this ring. The guy just lost it to me, now the ring is mine. The ringwraith seemed to be imprisoned, and the ring immediately became quiet. The thief felt relieved, and the passengers on the side looked like they were watching the fun. Ji-sun glanced at the scarred gambler. This guy was as imposing as a tiger, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be messed with. He looked like a reckless man, but Ji-sun could see that he was a powerful fighter. Just sitting there, the overflowing intention was aggressive, giving people a sense of oppression like the might of a dragon. TSK, very strong. It's not easy to find such an opponent. To be precise, every passenger in the car is hiding his true intention. Fear? No. Ji-sun really likes this feeling of hostility like a knife on his neck. Even some thoughts in his heart can't be suppressed, and his mind has automatically deduced how to take action. The scarred gambler looked at the silent Ji-sun, sneered, played with the black cloth in his hand, and teased, you want the ring, come and play a few times? The pressure was like a mountain torrent, and the huge carriage was silent. Ji-sun looked at the poker on the table, glanced at Chin Rushi who didn't express her opinion, but was calm, and then grinned, okay. He knew that the other party was setting him up. The other party not only wanted the ring, but also wanted more. However, Ji-sun thought so too. There were many good things on this train that he coveted. Gambling, there is no risk. As soon as these words came out, the passengers in the carriage that was originally so crowded that it was impossible to move slowly separated a passage. Chin Rushi took Ji-sun's arm and walked over with a normal look. Ji-sun also saw that his golden thigh had hinted, so he could make trouble if he wanted to. It just so happened that there were no seats just now, and now there are empty seats. No need to continue standing. Very good. Auntie Chin, please sit down. Yes. Chin Rushi smoothed the hem of her cheongsam with her hand, and sat down elegantly by the window. Ji-sun sat outside, looking at the scarred face opposite him, and asked, what are you playing? The scarred face laughed, poker game. Do you know how to play deer hunting in the enclosure? These words seemed to have some kind of magic power, and the surroundings turned into tigers, wolves, and ferocious beasts that were hunting deer. Ji-sun glanced at him and said calmly, yes. Scarface, okay. Let's bet on this. Ji-sun, okay. Scarface gambler smiled with success. The rules of this card game are very simple. It is a 4-person game, 1 banker, 3 players, and some retail investors. Each player has 2 cards to compare the size. Take turns to be the banker, until the banker wins enough and leaves the game, or the banker loses all the chips, and the next player becomes the banker. 3 idlers hunting the banker, that is, hunting deer in the enclosure. Ji-sun didn't mind at all, and he was willing to bet on anything. This bet required at least 4 people. When the scarred face was opened, the rat-faced and sharp-mouthed thief also shouted, "I do it." 1 more person was missing. At this time, a charming girl wearing a bright red long skirt and a white fox waistcoat squeezed out of the crowd. Hee, such an interesting bet, count me in. The foxy smile made people feel a little dazed. The woman did not shy away from the difference between men and women, and said to Ji-sun with a smile, "Handsome, can you move to a different position for me?" Although she said this, her perky buttocks had already sat on the side of Ji-sun's thighs. When their bodies touched, a bone-softening feeling immediately struck her heart. Seeing that Ji-sun had no intention of moving, she pressed half of her body against him. Although she was wearing light clothes, her snow-white peach pressed against him restlessly, making Ji-sun's entire right arm sink into a soft space. The material of the long skirt is thin and light, and it is as if she is not wearing anything through a layer, delicate and touchable. It seems that as long as he reaches out and touches it casually, the private details can be touched. Ji-sun felt a restless thought in his body. He knew that this was a very clever charm. If it were not for other will suppression, just this little physical touch would have made people unable to suppress those happy thoughts. The foxy girl looked at him unmoved, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed across her eyes. She blew hot air in his ear. "Handsome guy, come in a little bit." Ji-sun felt that if he really didn't give up his position, this woman would probably press her body against him completely. He then gave up his position slightly, and chose to get close to Chin Rushi. There was softness on both sides, which was considered a great fortune. Seeing this, the foxy girl glanced at Chin Rushi and said coquettishly, "Oh, this sister is so beautiful. No wonder the handsome guys don't even look at me." Chin Rushi didn't seem to care at all, and still looked indifferent. The scarred man looked at the few people hesitating and interrupted them unhappily. "Han-shun, if you want to be naughty, go somewhere else. If you want to play cards, don't talk so much nonsense." The foxy girl didn't get angry after hearing this. "Hey, Mr. Chi-san, don't get angry." She said this without any hesitation, sticking to Ji-sun, as if she was in the same group with him, and said with a smile, "I've said it, there is no mercy at the gambling table." There was a knife hidden in her words. Hearing this, the scarred man and the sharp-mouthed thief also snorted coldly and agreed. Ji-sun also saw that although this group of immortals were united against the outside world, but it seemed that they were not so united internally. Or maybe, they all wanted to get the god-stealing ring. A new poker game was played. The train was still speeding in the dark. The journey was long, and Ji-sun was not in a hurry, so he sat around and played poker with the 3 of them. The immortals in the carriage seemed to know where his confidence came from, and they didn't start playing seriously. Ji-sun also wanted to see the details of these people, so he played 2 rounds patiently. The stakes were all gold and silver, and each had its own wins and losses. The small table was piled with money and things. In the 5th round, both sides had a certain understanding of the strength of their opponents. Ji-sun also saw that this group of people were all smart people, as if they had lived for a long time. It was difficult to tell the winner from the card skills, and no one could deceive anyone. It seemed that they could only gamble on luck. In the 6th round, it was Ji-sun's turn to be the banker. The card friends finally couldn't help it. Scarface suddenly spoke up, "How about we bet bigger? If we keep betting like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to lose this ring." As soon as these words came out, the huge carriage fell silent again, and everyone looked like they were watching the fun. The sharp-mouthed thief immediately responded, "Okay, we should bet bigger." The seductive woman named Han-shun also said softly, "I don't care, but I'm afraid that handsome guy doesn't have enough money today." She looked at Ji-sun and said, "But it doesn't matter. Handsome guy, just accept it. If you lose, it's my fault." Ji-sun knew that these guys couldn't hold back, so he didn't say anything less, saying, "Then there's no need. I still have a little money." He knew that these guys wanted to get Chin Rushi into the game. But how could he let the golden thigh show his true colors so early? It just so happened that he also wanted to see what these guys had. To catch a big fish, of course you have to take out the corresponding bait. Ji-sun didn't think much and directly took out a moon-like weapon. "What do you think of this thing?" It was nothing else but the 1,000-feathered moon-wheel-waiting moon found in the tomb of Augustus before. This is a first-class mysterious weapon, an ancient relic exclusive to the Moon Queen path, and its value is inestimable. As expected, when the moon wheel appeared, everyone in the carriage changed color. Nowadays, few people know this weapon. But 3,000 years ago, it was very famous. The inheritance of the immortals is very special, and they know the goods. Scarface immediately restrained his surprise, and said lightly, "The thing is good, but it's a pity that there is only one. Even compared to this ring, it is a little worse." Foxy Face and Sharp Mouth Thief also responded. "And 1 against 3, it's still a little worse. Who said there is only this one?" Ji-sun smiled and took out another stone sculpture, which was EP341 One-Eyed Ancient God Stone Sculpture. This was the divine relic he had obtained when he destroyed the Scarlet Altar in the Shinshu treasure house. This stone sculpture was a special relic that could carry and nourish divinity. It was useless to humans, but for these immortals, it was a rare treasure. As expected, as soon as the things were placed on the table, everyone in the carriage stared at them. The remaining divinity and superclass power on the stone sculpture spread out, and the shadows of immortals appeared behind the passengers. The eyes of the immortals of snakes, insects, crows, foxes, bears, tigers, cranes, and rats were blazing. This stone sculpture is no different from the temptation of the highly compatible demon mark to the card master for the immortals. The 3 gamblers at the same table did not expect that he could take out such a treasure. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's already out. Since you want to play big, then just play big." Before everyone in the carriage was shocked, Ji-sun took out half a copper plate again. This is the half copper plate in his hand that records the secret method of the undead curse. Ji-sun also saw that although this train was a special train of the Bai family, it was full of immortals. But these immortals were not normal immortals. Their words and deeds were completely different from those of today, and they were more like antiques. By using it as a bet, Ji-sun wanted to reap what you sow. Since he had taken it out, the other party would have to take out something equivalent, right? The moon wheel, the statue, and the copper plate. 3 treasures were placed on the table. Everyone in the carriage was stunned. Now that Ji-sun has revealed his bargaining chips, it's time for them to show them. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, also looked sideways. Although she knew that Ji-sun had a lot of good things, a hint of surprise also appeared in her crystal eyes. There are many people in this world who can take out so many good things at the same time. But most of the others can have them from some big families with a solid foundation. And Qin Rushi knew that Ji-sun got all these treasures by himself. This is rare. Scarface looked at the things on the table, and his expression was gloomy for a moment. He originally wanted to force Qin Rushi to come to an end, but now it seems that he has stumped them. The god-stealing ring, it's not his. It's just a collective bet at best. Whoever wins in the end can take it. What's needed now is for everyone to show their chips. But even if they are mortals, it's very difficult for them to come up with an equal amount of capital. If they don't take it, they will lose 3 points before the game even starts. Ji-sun now realizes that there are some rules that cannot be spoken in this carriage. No one wants to break that rule. He just waits quietly. If it's not enough, he can add more. At this time, before the 3 people at the table spoke, the peddler who had been watching the show for a long time could not help but join the game first. "I bet on this one too." He reached out and took out 2 porcelain bottles from his wooden box. Just because they didn't come to the table didn't mean they wanted these things to be taken away by others. Ji-sun had already noticed these onlookers. This mysterious peddler was also the big fish he wanted to catch. He was itching just now, and now he finally made a move. Ji-sun looked at the porcelain bottles, which were labeled longevity powder, and another bottle was enlightenment fairy dew. He knew that the big fish had been hooked, but he also deliberately asked, "Sir, are these all potions?" The subtext was to hint whether your chips were qualified to go on stage. This is not an ordinary potion. The peddler listened to the questioning tone, snorted coldly, and said angrily, "Humph, I want to say that this longevity powder can extend the life of ordinary people by 10 years. Enlightenment Fairy Dew can make people in a state of enlightenment for 3 days, and it is the best auxiliary potion for practicing high-level exercises. Do you still think my things are not worthy of being served?" Chapter 365. Good stuff. Ji-sun looked at the longevity powder and enlightenment dew. His expression was normal, but he was filled with emotion. These 2 bottles of potions can be regarded as rare treasures. Potions that can increase longevity have always been a scarce commodity monopolized by the rich. It can increase longevity by 10 years. The value of this thing cannot be estimated by currency. Ji-sun's undying curse has a great negative effect of consuming lifespan. This thing is really useful to him. As for the enlightenment dew that can temporarily improve comprehension, Ji-sun was really tempted. Comprehension. This attribute is very magical. You have 10 points of comprehension, and increasing 1 point does not increase the efficiency of comprehension by 10%. Rather, it may be like the last step of a mountain, where the vision suddenly becomes clear, and the key to the secret method is understood at once. This is a crucial auxiliary potion for breaking through certain bottlenecks. For others, this potion may be like falling into a 3-day state of enlightenment. But Ji-sun has the blessing of the magic solution joker, and his comprehension is already very high. If this potion can temporarily provide a little understanding, the improvement is immeasurable. This fairy dew is more valuable in his hands than in the hands of ordinary people. Ji-sun is now worried about the obscure magic and mysterious magic, and this potion is indeed very useful. However, you can't easily expose your thoughts at the gambling table. Besides, this kind of gambling is essentially a barter, and the value of the item depends on the transaction parties themselves. If one party thinks it is not worth it, the transaction will not be reached. For example, these 2 bottles of medicine are invaluable to Ji-sun, but for the peddler, since he knows how to make them, their value is far less than the one-eyed ancient god stone sculpture in Ji-sun's hand. Ji-sun is not new to the world. He glanced at the 2 bottles the peddler took out, showing a fair expression, smacking his lips and saying, "The stuff is okay. But it's a little worse than mine." The peddler was unhappy when he heard it, and said angrily, "What do you mean by fair? Young man, do you know what these 2 bottles of medicine mean? If you really put them up for auction, they can be exchanged for at least 10 cities. Ji-sun listened without getting angry, and said slowly, "Sir, it's not like I haven't seen things that increase longevity before. I've also drunk the holy water in the Sismak Holy Grail. Do you think your longevity powder is better than that holy water? As for the other bottle, I dare say that even if I don't use the potion, my understanding is no worse than that of ordinary people who use the potion. The carriage is full of immortals, and you can't hide your lies." Besides, Ji-sun was telling the truth. It's just a substitution of concepts. The less interested Ji-sun is in the potion, the lower the chips it can be worth at the gambling table. "You?" The peddler looked at Ji-sun, and looked at him. Although his expression was ugly, he couldn't refute it. Ji-sun knew that the big fish had been hooked, but the bait was still a little short of being cooked. He simply took out the heavy chips again. He took out 2 boxes and said at the same time, "How about this? Since I'm the banker, I add some more chips." When they opened them, they found some black crystals in one of the boxes, which were dark matter crystals, and some amber-like substances in the other box, which were mithril mediums that had not been fully absorbed before. These 2 things were substances that contained divinity, which were harmful to ordinary humans, but were great supplements for immortals. They were also rare treasures. As soon as these 2 boxes were taken out, the noses of the immortals with a keen sense of smell in the carriage twitched slightly, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The immortals rely on the incense and luck to support their cultivation. The Bai family in Dongwang is not very powerful now, and the tribute they can provide is not rich. The 2 boxes in front of them are an irresistible temptation for these immortals, who have been trapped in the neon train for countless years. Before they can ask, Ji-sun pointed to the 2 boxes and said, "I still have at least 100 units of these crystals. Everyone, you can place your bets. When exchanging things, you can only take out what the other party needs most, and the value is the highest." He knew that the other party was eager to get on the table, so he should add chips. As he expected, the peddler who had been feeling indignant just now, seeing this, frowned and directly brought up his box, opened it and said, "I still have some treasures in my collection. What do you think can be served?" The peddler was not stupid. He knew that Ji-sun was trying to lower the price. But he didn't think that the treasure in his hand was not as good as the other parties. The box opened the upper and lower layers. In addition to the medicines and sundries that were seen just now, the peddler took out a few more things from the lower layer. "Okay, you don't like potions, right? Then let's have something else." A piece of black paper with a copy of Immortal Magic Heavenly Evil Thunder, a small coffin with purple air lingering relic live soul coffin, a poison arrow relic 7-colored arrow, a severed hand soaked in a jar. Ji-sun was really amazed. These are all immortal items that cannot be seen in the field of normal card masters. The peddler's box is like a treasure chest of a blue fat man. Everything can be taken out. Every item is a good thing that strongly tempted Ji-sun's eyeballs. Materials, relics, skills, spells, everything is available. Ji Xuanrao tried his best to calm his inner thoughts, but when he saw the broken hand, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Hephaestus's broken hand detailed explanation, legendary quality, a mysterious broken hand left over from the chaotic era. Although the divinity is lost, it still has extraordinary characteristics that humans cannot bear. Mystical materials, after the fusion of professional cards, it can increase the skill attribute growth by a huge amount. A huge skill improvement? Ji-sun was really tempted. His fighter sequence requires a large amount of skill attributes to improve his martial arts. Moreover, he considered taking the multitasking career route of puppeteer when he advanced to the 6th level, and he had a direct demand for skill attribute materials. The severed hand in front of him was tailor-made. However, the moment he saw this material, Ji-sun's mind suddenly reversed. A mushroom head once said that coincidences appear one after another. No doubt, that is a script tailored for you. These things are not taken randomly. Those guys are really coming for me. Ji-sun thought of this, looked at the jar with the severed hand, and grinned. Obviously, this time the scheme is not just for Qin Rushi. Seeing that I followed him into the car, someone also had his eyes on me. There are also people in the immortal family who are good at prophecy, divination and other mysterious methods. It is not impossible that the other party can guess what I need. Moreover, the peddler in front of him took out several 6th level materials, including melee, magic, and mysterious, so he must be interested in one. The heritage of a 1,000-year-old family should not be underestimated. Ji-sun sighed in his heart. What he didn't know was that this neon was actually one of the treasures of the Bai family. Since the other party was coming for him, Ji-sun didn't hide it anymore and said directly, "This broken hand is good." The peddler snorted coldly and reluctantly put the bet on the table. It looked like the 3 idol families were against Ji-sun's idol family, but in fact, it was a winner-takes-all situation. The immortals were also competing with each other. The peddler's chips were placed on the table, and others began to place bets. Scarface's bet was to steal the god ring. Ji-sun looked helpless. If he wanted to get the ring back, he could only rely on winning. Ji-sun spent a lot of money on bait, and the things on the table were all treasures, so ordinary goods were not worth it. The foxy girl named Hong Shun beside him was also embarrassed. She looked at Ji-sun, and her delicate body pressed against him again. Qin Rushi's charm was charming but not vulgar. And this girl called Red Falcon has a charming look written all over her face. However, this kind of vulgar charm blessed by the spirit of immortals can also arouse people's most primitive desires. The girl didn't care that her soft flesh had been touched deeply by Ji-sun through the thin clothes, and she didn't care about the eyes of others. She said, "If you lose, how about I accompany you for a night?" To be honest, it is absolutely wonderful to have a good time with such an immortal. Ji-sun has been charmed, and his blood is agitated. If it were someone else, I'm afraid, he would have accepted this erotic bet. But the body's reaction is the body's reaction, and other thoughts in his mind do not allow it. He did not even glance at it, but just reminded lightly, "Miss, only spot chips are accepted at the table." Hong Sun heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed across her crystal eyes. She glanced at Ji-sun's physical reaction under the table and thought, "It's like this, can I still refuse? It feels like the body and mind are in charge of their own things." I took advantage of it, but I just said no. Hong Sun's crystal eyes turned, and the charm that had nowhere to go was empty. She turned her head and looked at Qin Rushi in the seat, as if she had guessed something, and teased, "Oh, it turns out that this sister hasn't let you taste it yet. Handsome boy, don't you know that our Bai family has the secret technique of dual cultivation of immortals and spirits? Hee, then you are too boring." She said as if to save face, and said, "You should know that my sister's cultivation is not shallow. I will definitely not let you feel that it is worth more than the money." Qin Rushi on the side listened with a normal expression. Ji-sun still didn't say anything. It was hard to say whether he could sleep well in this situation. He would not accept empty promises, and urged, "If no one bets, let's start." But seeing that Ji-sun was completely unmoved, Hong Falcon was helpless and added chips again, "I want to lose." "How about losing your 100 years of energy? This is a real benefit. The immortals, like the dead, practice very slowly, but 100 years of energy is worth several years of hard work for humans." Ji-sun was a little interested. I only recognized spot goods. Seeing that she was unmoved, Hong Sun's expression froze, and she was helpless. Then she pinched the air with 2 fingers, and a card with a fairy cloud pattern appeared in her hand. Fairy Fox's 100-year essence card detailed explanation. You can directly absorb the essence card, greatly improve your mental power, improve your proficiency in illusion, and improve your proficiency in mental secrets. This is the same as the energy crystal core. It is a real good thing. You can become stronger after absorbing it. The only disadvantage is that the fairy family may lose more than 100 years of cultivation because of the seal of the 100-year essence. Ji-sun looked very satisfied. "Okay." Hong Shun was not angry either, just sighed, "What a pity, you don't know how much happiness you missed." Ji-sun didn't take it to heart at all, and said, "Place your bets." 2 of the 3 idlers placed bets, and there were also some retail investors. At this time, the rat-faced thief sitting diagonally opposite Ji-sun scratched his ears and cheeks. The fate of the thief career sequence is destined to not be able to accumulate wealth. The more exquisite the craftsmanship, the cleaner the pocket. If you can really accumulate wealth, you won't be a thief. He can't bring out any treasures. Some only have the ability to steal. Listening to Ji-sun's urging, this guy couldn't hold it in any longer. In a panic, he touched the same card in his hand and slapped it on the table. "Let's gamble on this." This is his most valuable skill. Fairy Magic Empty Hands Detailed Explanation. Exclusive spell skill card of the God Thief sequence. Learning requires the blessing of exclusive immortals, or the introduction to the basic space law. After mastering it, you can teleport to a target within a certain range. Okay. Ji-sun took a look, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he agreed immediately. Before, Ji-sun wore the ring on his hand, and it was stolen quietly. At that time, he concluded that it was definitely not an ordinary method. Now seeing this skill card, he realized that it was a method of space law. No wonder. To catch big fish, you really have to be willing to put big bait, otherwise you can't lure out such a hungry guy. If this ability is used well, it is not as simple as stealing. This also confirmed the tactics that the opponent might use next in Ji-sun's deduction. He quietly patted a sleeping mascot in his pocket. If you want to win a chess game, but you only have a 50-50 chance of winning by chess skills, then the best way is to use tactics outside the chessboard. Ji-sun himself can think of it. He thinks his opponent can also think of it. And he is already setting up the game. Okay, deal the cards. The first exposed card. Ji-sun, the dealer, took the first move and touched an ace of spades. The foxy woman on the right hand touched a 10 of hearts, the thief 2 of diamonds, and the scarred man 4 of spades. According to the rules of hunting deer in the paddock, the points of the 2 cards are added together, and the one with the highest points wins. If the points exceed 10, the tail number is counted. Although Ji-sun's card is the smallest at the moment, it is not bad. No one knows whether he will win or lose until the last card is played. Originally, he didn't think he would definitely lose when betting on luck. But obviously, the other party didn't intend to follow the rules. Just when Ji-sun was about to touch the second card, Qin-rushi, who had been silent, suddenly hugged his arm and said, "How about I help you open this card?" Ji-sun suddenly realized that something was wrong. Was he tricked? He suddenly found a negative buff on the panel. He looked at Chidi and realized what happened. He was eroded by the Fox Fairy's secret technique and fell into the abnormal state of bad luck. When did you get tricked? Ji-sun saw the state of bad luck and ignored it. If Qin-rushi hadn't reminded him just now, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. The moment Qin-rushi opened his mouth, he had already entered the game, and the person behind him also showed up. An old hand reached in and said in a gloomy tone, "Second round, how about we bet bigger?" This was an ordinary old man, there was no shadow of immortal behind him, but the whole person was gloomy and low, like an old fox with a hunched back. When Ji-sun saw this guy, he suddenly realized, so that's it, I said something was missing. Before Qin-rushi could speak, the fox-faced old man put a ticket on the table. The wrinkled ticket said Neon First Class Ticket, seat number 002. Qin-rushi saw the ticket, and a fierce look flashed in her crystal eyes. However, before she could speak, Ji-sun held her hand and smiled, "No, I do it." He knew that the other party wanted to drag Qin-rushi into the water. But now, it's not time yet. Qin-rushi glanced at Ji-sun, hesitating to remind him of something. But looking at his eyes, she took it back. When the old man heard Ji-sun's intervention, he sneered, "Your little thing is not worth my ticket." Hearing this, Ji-sun's pupil shrank slightly, and he was more confused. What a big tone of voice. But he glanced at Qin-rushi and didn't say anything, which means that the ticket is really worth a lot. Thinking of this, Ji-sun asked, "Old man, what do you want to bet?" He knew that he had already joined the game. The other party was not afraid that the 2 outsiders would run away. And now it seems that the other party has a sure win. The bet on the table is already in their pocket. They want to maximize their interests. The old man stared at Ji-sun, as if he was looking at an old fox staring at the bacon hanging on the beam, and said contemptuously, "Your life is almost the same." Hearing this, Ji-sun was stunned. That familiar feeling came back. Before, when he was in the Shinchi treasury, Bai Wei had attacked him once, and at that time Ji-sun knew that a big shot in the Bai family had taken a fancy to his body. Oh! So it was the old guy. So that's it. If he loses, he will lose his life. If he doesn't dare to respond, not only will his luck fall, but the things on the table will also be lost. In their opinion, if Ji-sun and the others want to keep it, Qin Rushi must go, just when the immortals in the carriage were waiting to see the show. Ji-sun looked down at the table, his shoulders twitching with a slight sneer, as if muttering to himself, "You really gave me a reason that I can't refuse for a gamble of my life." As soon as these words came out, a strange aura swept through the entire carriage. Those immortals also immediately discovered that Ji-sun in front of them seemed to have become a different person. It was as if some terrifying monster had been released. The young man who was gentle and harmless just now suddenly became unpredictable. Fierce, perverse, crazy, arrogant, Qin Rushi also felt this change. She remained silent. This was not the first time she saw Ji-sun in this state. She remembered that she had seen it when Chao Yu, the lord of Wuzui City, was killed. Qin Rushi was also conflicted at this moment. She knew Ji-sun's character. It would be safer for her to come forward, but she was suppressed by an invisible tyranny and could not speak. At this moment, Ji-sun, even in Qin Rushi's eyes, had a momentum of looking down on the invincible. The momentum was getting higher and higher. It seemed that if he opened his mouth, the current Ji-sun would reveal his flaws. Just when everyone in the carriage was confused, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Ji-sun without any warning. The shadow of the clown demon god with a playful face appeared and glanced at the immortals, as if he saw through everything, and the sarcastic smile on his face became more and more weird. The hundreds of passengers in the carriage felt as if they were being stared at by some indescribable upper demon god. Their scalps tingled, and they all fell silent. When he looked up again, he saw a face with eyes narrowed into a slit, a smile stretched to the ears, and a crazy and dangerous smile. Ji-sun tilted his head to look at the old fox, who suddenly appeared, without flinching, but his eyes were full of excitement. "Old man, if you wish, I will bet my life." "Hee, what about you? Joker Fate, who can bet his life with me?" Ji-sun questioned, and the old fox's expression froze, and the ticket in his hand seemed to become light immediately. He wanted to overwhelm the other party with his cultivation, but found that at this time, he could not suppress the clown no matter what. The invisible luck suddenly changed, and there was no time to think. The old man also noticed the subtle tilt of the luck scale. Before the balance fell to one side, he said, "Okay, I bet on this again." As he said that, he slammed his right arm wrapped with ruined bandages on the table. The passengers in the carriage looked at his right arm, as if they saw something terrifying, and they couldn't hide their shock. Chapter 366. Ji-sun watched the old fox put the bandaged right arm on the gambling table, and took a curious look. The bandage looked very old, like something dug out from a grave. But some of the dark blue mysterious spells on the cloth strips were very clear. Ji-sun identified spells with effects such as Law Seal, Pollution Control, Energy Leakage, etc. The last time he saw something similar was the shroud that bound the body of the weeping angel. Disaster object? Ji-sun guessed in his heart. And it was obvious that when this guy bet on his right arm, the scale of luck suddenly balanced. In other words, the arm that the old man bet on was definitely worth something. Ji-sun glanced at it from the corner of his eye, and the immortals in the carriage seemed to know what it was. Qin Rushi's expression was solemn and doubtful, and he obviously didn't know. But he also tacitly acknowledged the value of this thing. And Ji-sun's intuition told him that if he really lost this thing, the old man would pay a greater price than losing his life. Seeing this, his smile became brighter and brighter, and he sneered, "Old man, are you sure you want to buy it? When good things are on the table, he will never refuse them." The old fox was also looking at the clown shadow behind Ji-sun, with a hint of greed in his eyes, and said coldly, "Boy, if you lose your life, it will be mine." Ji-sun grinned and said indifferently, "Hey, old man, do you think you can win?" Of course he knew where the other party's confidence came from. There is a negative aura of bad luck on his panel at the moment. Under normal circumstances, gambling luck would be extremely bad. However, what the opponent does not know is that Ji-sun is more than one aura. He also has an entry of bad luck gambler. Ji-sun does not know when he was hit, but the priority of that spell is definitely not higher than the passive of the Joker mark. Negative and negative equal positive. When bad luck reaches the extreme, will the gambler entry be triggered? It is just the result of deduction. Ji-sun was not sure. But in his heart, he was really prepared to gamble his life. Now it seemed that everything he had just experienced was to lure him into the game. TSK, old man, he was really foolproof. Ji-sun enjoyed this familiar and pleasant feeling. If he really had to gamble, he didn't think he would win. But he didn't think he would lose either. It was because of the uncertainty of the game that the brain was stimulated to secrete dopamine crazily. The clown behind Ji-sun appeared, and he was betting his life, and his momentum overwhelmed everyone in an instant. The scarred man, the thief, and Hong Shun, the three idle players on the opposite side, also looked serious at this moment. The old man urged, "Draw a card." "Okay." Ji-sun did not hesitate, and drew a card to cover the spade ace he had just received. He was the dealer, and the last to open the cards. Hong Shun, the seductive woman on the right, then drew a card. She drew a 9 of hearts, plus the previous 10 of hearts, which was 9 points, the highest point. Seeing the cards, Hong Shun breathed a sigh of relief, and did not forget to look at Ji-sun provocatively. "Oh, it seems that I am lucky. The dealer has only 2 cards that can beat her. Either he draws 8 and makes 9 points, and the dealer wins if it is a tie. Or he draws another A and makes a leopard. The probability of this is very low." Ji-sun saw that the smile on his face was still evil, glanced at the cards, and raised his eyebrows slightly in disapproval. "Oh, not bad." This unabated madness made Hong Shun look a little unconfident. But she didn't show her fear. Just like before, she stuck to him and said coquettishly, "What a pity, handsome boy. I'm afraid I will win this time." It's not that she was deliberately wanton, but the fox fairy's natural charm. However, she didn't think about it. She just tried it out of habit. A big hand came to her waist without any hesitation, climbed up, and kneaded it fiercely. The long skirt she was wearing was thin, and this hand played with it wantonly, touching it really. "Hey, I'm being taken advantage of?" Hong Sun was surprised. This guy didn't react at all just now. Why did he suddenly take action now? When he turned his head, he saw only a weird smile that became more and more perverse. "Oh, really?" Ji-sun's eyes were no longer as steady and rational as they were a minute ago, only full of teasing and recklessness. It was like a completely different person. The gentleman just now turned into a lawless guy. But at the same time, Hong Su also confirmed that his charm did not fail. This guy can also seduce. But why didn't he do it before? Hong Su was shocked and helpless. He had delivered himself to the door. If he really showed his weakness now, his momentum would be greatly weakened. But if he continued, that guy's hands would probably dare to touch everywhere. The thin suspender skirt had no cuffs, so that guy's hands really reached under the shawl. There was no barrier at all, and the Snow White proudly rested in the hands of others. Is this guy crazy? Before Hong Sun could figure out the entanglement in his heart, Ji-sun looked at the thief in the opposite house with great interest, and urged, "It's your turn." The thief's expression had been secretly glancing at Qin Rushi just now. Obviously, he thought his tricks were exposed, and he could only win if he could hide it from Qin Rushi. At a certain moment, he seemed to have found an opportunity, and a trace of success appeared on his sharp-nosed monkey-faced face, and he reached out to touch a card. But just as he was about to turn over the card, he suddenly screamed, "Ouch!" The bloody scene was staged. The thief's index finger was suddenly broken off, and the table was stained red with blood. This scene was not only shocking to the thief, who didn't understand what happened. The old fox and all the onlookers on the side were extremely surprised. They all knew the thief's special skill, empty hands. This is a skill to control the laws of space. If you really want to steal cards, no one can do anything. But what is going on in front of him? Ji-sun looked at him, but his expression did not change at all. He glanced at him, and said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems that your fingers were not connected properly just now. The middle finger was broken just now, and this is the broken index finger." It's a complete lie. But just by saying this, the thief covered his broken finger hand, and didn't dare to say anything. Only he knew that when he stole the cards just now, he was suppressed by a stronger law of space. He glanced at Qin Rushi instinctively, thinking, this woman is also proficient in the law of space? Everyone thought so. The card table was silent. Because they knew that the opponent could interrupt Maya Shikonkong's stealing, which meant that he could also steal cards. Hong Shun was also embarrassed when he saw it. "I thought I was sure to win, but after seeing this, I was afraid that something unexpected would happen." Not only that, the peddler who placed a heavy bet, and the other people, all looked at the old fox unconsciously. The old fox didn't seem to have expected it, and there was worry in his eyes. Ji-sun also took in the expressions of these people. But the old fox was really worried that he would cheat? Ji-sun didn't think so. The old man was still setting a trap. Ji-sun urged, "Open the cards?" Hearing this, the thief had no choice but to turn over the cards. An 8 of clubs. Adding the 2 of diamonds on the bottom card, a total of 10 points, which was exactly 0 points. He was sure to lose. The thief looked ashen. Cheating ruins luck. This is a proverb in the casino. After failing to steal the cards, he could only get this 8 of clubs by his luck. It seems that my luck is not too bad. At least I won one. Ji-sun did not reveal the fact that the thief cheated. He turned to look at the scarred man and said, it's your turn. He was the last player. He was also the one that the old fox and the peddler placed a heavy bet on. As long as this side can win, Ji-sun will still be defeated. The scarred man looked at Ji-sun's weird smile, which was as teasing as the clown's phantom behind him, and suddenly he was not so confident. After taking another look at the silent old fox, he reached out and turned over his cards. A 4 of diamonds, plus the 4 of spades in the bottom card, a leopard. Ha ha ha, leopard, leopard. When the cards were opened, Scarface laughed wildly. The peddler and other retail investors, who had placed heavy bets on the side, also felt relieved. This meant that Ji-sun had to win this hand with the same leopard. The A in the hunting ground deer is 1 point, the smallest point. But among leopards, A is the largest. This means that Ji-sun can only win if he gets the other 3 A's. If he doesn't cheat, the probability is extremely low. Everyone had this thought in their mind. The moment the scarred man showed his cards, everyone in the car set their eyes on Ji-sun. Hundreds of eyes were staring at him. Not only the eyes, but also various perception-based magic spells were quietly cast. If you make any unusual movements, don't think you can escape the detection of the immortals. TSK. Ji-sun looked at him and chuckled. The only thing that was visible was the hand he was playing with the round peach of the foxy girl beside him. If you win the card game by cheating, it will be too boring. What do you think? Ji-sun's words seemed to mock everyone on the train. No one dared to respond. Even with Ivan's help, he never intended to steal the cards. As he said, if you win the card game by cheating, this game of gambling with your life will be too boring. Besides, this card game is set by the other party. Although Ji-sun didn't see too many ways, he also knew that he was certain rules. When gambling with your life, don't take any chances. Ji-sun had already deduced countless endings in his mind. In the end, he only deduced one scene. The set was already set, just waiting for the rabbit's head to drill in. No matter how he deduced, the ending was the same. If he stole the cards, he would definitely be discovered. Or it might trigger some rules of the game. After that strange laugh that made people feel guilty, the sarcasm in Ji-sun's eyes had reached its extreme. Those pairs of eyes waiting to catch his flaws became extremely ridiculous at this moment. Gradually, those people found that they dared not look directly at the mocking eyes. It was as if once they saw it, their confidence and luck were instantly taken away by some irresistible force. The passengers in the carriage were silent. They could only look at the unopened poker on the table. There were many people in the immortal family who could see people's luck. At this moment, they were surprised to find that Ji-sun's luck was getting higher and higher. It was so high that it completely crushed the other 3 families. The old fox couldn't hide his surprise at this moment. How could it be possible? Chin Rushi, who was standing by, also looked more solemn than ever before. At this moment, she realized the strange rules of this card game. Those guys were originally coming for her, with extremely high standards and very deep hiding. If Ji-sun really lost, she was not sure she could save him. However, even if she didn't look at it, Chin Rushi was also surprised by Ji-sun's overwhelming luck. He was obviously under the spell of bad luck, so how could his luck suddenly soar? Ji-sun touched his cards with one hand, pinched a corner, and slowly turned it over. It's a bet of life. If you lose, you will die. But if you really bet on luck, you will definitely lose. TSK. There was no fear in that burning gaze. There was only hysterical excitement, burning like a flame. At this moment, he was like playing a roulette game, firing 5 shots at himself with a revolver, and then handed the gun to his opponent. He was not afraid, but the opponent should be timid. Looking at the old fox who finally stopped looking like he was sure to win, Ji-sun felt the overwhelming advantage of luck and laughed wildly. Old man, what's wrong? Afraid of losing? Ha ha. The sharp corner of the A can be seen on the corner of the card that was opened. Not good. The old fox didn't see the card, but he suddenly felt that he had lost. Although he couldn't figure out why the luck of the guy on the other side had become so outrageous, he would never face the ending of losing. Before Ji-sun opened the card, there was a loud bang. The old fox punched the table into pieces and shouted, "Boy, what did you do just now?" His deliberately angry punch not only shattered the table, but also turned all the poker cards on the table into powder. It was premeditated. It was so fast that even Chin Rushi didn't have time to stop it. The game was ruined, and the stalemate that made people's breath stagnate was instantly gone. However, as soon as this punch fell, the carriage was filled with strange and playful laughter again. Hee. This is indeed the plan. In this game, if you can win, you bet. If you can't win, then turn the table over. This old man's luck backfired when he gambled, and he didn't intend to lose that arm. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. If all the cards were really destroyed, the backlash would be greatly reduced without seeing the result. However, his opponent was disappointed. Since Ji-sun had thought of it long ago, he was of course prepared. He sat steadily in his seat, his hand still in the action of flipping the cards just now. Watching the cards in his hand turn into ashes, the arc of his mouth became more brilliant and evil, and he said to himself in the air, "I think I won." Everyone's faces showed suspicion, and there was a bad premonition. Ji-sun turned his sticky fingers to reveal a remaining corner of the card, on which was Ace of Diamonds. Adding the previous bottom card Ace of Spades, it was a leopard. Seeing this, the old fox widened his eyes. Impossible. Qin Rushi couldn't stop it just now. How could this card be preserved? If there was no repulsion from the lightless sun, this corner of the card would really not be saved. Ji-sun showed the corner of the card, glanced at the passengers, and asked, "Everyone, I won, right? The game is set." The old fox didn't know whether he was angry or some rules backfired. Puff. And a mouthful of blood spurted out. He shouted angrily, "Do you really think you know some space rules? I don't know that you just cheated in the game? This is forcibly cheating." After all, Ji-sun just interrupted the thief's cheating, and did show his space means to cut off his fingers. This method is theoretically no problem to steal cards. In the enemy's home court, Ji-sun couldn't explain it clearly even if he had 8 mouths. But he didn't plan to explain. Looking at the group of people, Ji-sun's smile became brighter. "Ah, you should have said you were going to rob openly, wasting all this time." Qin Rushi was still young when she took the train last time. But her parents warned her that there are many unwritten rules on the Neon Netherworld train. For example, you can't use force. Ji-sun deduced it, and he thought it should be that you can't use force with malice. Just now, she had been deducing the possibility of using force, and the final result was that some mysterious force would intervene. The moment the old man flipped the table, the feeling of interference disappeared. In other words, rules can only be broken by those who set them. If you can avoid urging, just take action. It was exactly what Ji-sun meant. The immortals in the carriage were not all guys without bottom line. Ji-sun said, "Open robbery." The 2 words obviously hurt some people's nerves. "I don't know who spoke, coldly Mr. Huchi, what you did is against the rules." The old fox called Mr. Huchi snorted, "We set the rules. How can it be against the rules? Are you planning to help 2 outsiders? Besides, are you sure the guy is not cheating?" After saying this, no one in the carriage spoke. If the old man really insists on his argument, no one except Ji-sun himself can be sure whether he is cheating or not. But it is obvious that most of the passengers who gathered around the gambling table to watch the excitement have retreated. From the looks of it, he is not planning to help either side. Mr. Huchi is about to rob openly, and the shadow of a gray old fox appears behind him, revealing his evil face. At this time, Qin Rushi, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up. "Haha, has the Bai family fallen to this extent now?" This time when she went to the Bai family, she had no intention of taking back the 2 inherited treasures safely. If she really had to fight, she would not be afraid. However, it was originally a trap set for her, and if there was an excuse to fight, of course she had to take it. Although there was a mistake, the result was the same. Qin Rushi's body was full of golden light, and she was about to start. Gods descend to earth. Domain. Mr. Huchi did not dare to be careless at all. He shook his right hand, and the bandage spread out, revealing a pitch-black arm that looked like a monster. Ji-sun had long been curious about what that arm was. Under the bandage, the arm was as black as ink, and it was steaming with demonic energy. Ji-sun thought to himself, "It's not a human arm." Not only that. On the exposed palm, the 5 fingers were actually sealed with yellow spell talismans. There were also 7 talismans on the wrist and arm. Ji-sun took another look and found that the yellow paper with spells was also a high-grade ancient relic specially used for sealing. What kind of arm deserved such a cautious double seal? Before Ji-sun could observe more, the old man chanted the spell in a low voice. One solution, magic. At the same time, a complicated 4-color 9-pointed star formation on the back of the black arm lit up, and the seal on the little finger was unlocked. The moment it was unlocked, the 4 attribute spell power of earth, wind, water, and fire surged out. The old man's momentum suddenly changed, as if the demon god had descended, and the fox phantom behind him also rose with colorful fairy clouds. In Ji-sun's eyes, the arm could also see its attributes for a moment. Black magic detailed explanation, a forbidden magic weapon of unknown grade, a supernatural relic from the chaotic era, divinity lost, skill plus 99 after wearing, affinity for all elements plus 50%, seals 7 high-level forbidden spells, art, forbidden, chaotic god, void, control, immortal, taboo, Using forbidden spells requires comprehension of high-level laws. Insufficient comprehension consumes the holder's essence, energy, spirit, life, and spiritual parasitic monster, unable to detach after. Blood contract use can improve the host's magic release degree, continuously cause flesh and blood corruption pollution, faith pollution, and magic pollution to the target. The more frequently it is used, the more serious the pollution. This is the power of the demon god, not belonging to mortals. Forbidden magic weapon? What is it? It is the first time that Ji-sun has seen such a supernatural weapon that looks like a relic and a deformed limb. Chapter 367. Under normal circumstances, a card master cannot see the characteristics of a disaster object that is beyond his own cognitive level. But now Ji-sun saw it. He realized that this black magic was very special. It was as if it was intentionally letting people see its exaggerated effects. This is probably an ancient relic with a spirit. Ji-sun guessed something. But more intuitively, this relic has exaggerated extraordinary characteristics. After wearing it, skills plus 99, all element affinity plus 50%. Even the outrageous attribute increase he saw could not hide his shock. You know, his current panel skill attribute is only 91 points, and the increase after wearing this disaster item is actually higher than his original attribute, and the affinity of all elements increases. Hiss, how can it be so strong? It can be said that if another pig wears this relic, it will have the combat power comparable to that of a high-level card master. The first time Ji-sun saw this relic, the thought of taking over the host came to his mind instinctively. A few words. This forbidden magic weapon, countless details reveal the evil. The old fox seemed to have a plan to act. Just as the bandages spread out to reveal the sealed black arm, a card in his left hand had already collapsed. Domain expansion, Chishan Xianming said. Ji-sun only felt that the surrounding scenery changed, and he appeared from the cramped train compartment to a confined space surrounded by 9 huge fox fairy statues. He immediately realized that this was a field of control. This kind of domain itself does not have a strong attack attribute, and its main function is to control the target. Seeing this domain, Ji-sun has already recognized who this person is, and thought, it turns out that this is the contracted immortal of Bai Chong Shan, the #1 master of the Bai family 300 years ago. In order to perfect his concept of universal domain, he had read various historical books in the East Desert before, and also paid special attention to the schools and abilities of legendary card masters that had appeared before. This Chishan Xianming Dao is the unique domain that a famous legendary card master was good at 300 years ago. This is the foundation of the Bai family. The immortals can survive much longer than humans. People only know the legendary card masters who have become famous in recent decades, such as the Silver-Eyed Lion Cayman and the Thief King Quinto. But they don't know that the immortals of the Bai family, who have lived for who knows how many years, are actually a kind of inheritance carrier. They practice together with the contract master, and can pass on the accumulated knowledge to the successor contract master more easily. The Bai family, which continues in this way of inheritance, also hides many high-level card masters who are not in the world. At least before this, Ji-sun didn't know that there was such a legendary card master in the Bai family. The situation was critical, and there was no time to think carefully. Ji-sun watched the other party use force, and retreated without hesitation. Qin Rushi beside him was also not to be outdone. Domain gods descend to earth. As the spell cards collapsed, her whole body was shining with golden light, and she turned into a heroic female warrior in an instant. Ji-sun glanced at Qin Rushi, who did not show her divine power. The two knew tacitly what the other was going to do. Since the Bai family dared to take action, they must be sure of it. It was a good opportunity to test the waters first. Qin Rushi was the deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army. She had fought many times with the masters of the federal government. Most of her methods were no secret to the Bai family. So the other party hardly needed to test, and the attack was restraint and killing. After Mr. Huqi unlocked the seal on the little finger of his right arm, for spell cards in green, blue, red, and brown appeared in his left hand. The spell power was infused, and the fairy spirit of the fox fairy behind the old man was blessed. With a flick of his wrist, for cards flew towards Qin Rushi in a diamond shape. Magic Imako Urbine technique. The green spell card exploded first, and almost instantly, vines began to surge under the ground. In just a moment, the space that was nearly the size of a football field turned into a vine forest. These vines were like tumbling pythons, rushing towards Qin Rushi frantically. Qin Rushi's expression became fierce, and the lightsaber transformed by the spell power slashed wildly. But she didn't get away, and the second blue card had already collapsed. Magic Snow Burning Girl Icefall Elegy. As soon as this spell was cast, a white snow ghost figure more than 10 meters tall appeared not far away. The temperature in the huge space dropped by dozens of degrees. The snow girl opened her mouth, and the whistling cold wind was like a dirge, and wherever it passed, there was a sound of crackling and crackling. This kind of group control spell was completely impossible to dodge. It was added to the vines, like glue, and it would stick to you if you touched it. Every time you raised your feet, a large piece of vines would be torn off the soles of your feet. Qin Rushi's movements were obviously restricted by the frost. Without giving her any breathing time, the third spell was released, Immortal Spell 9 Realms Prison Gate Lock. The brown card collapsed, and the eyes of the 9 huge fox fairy statues around them lit up with a strange luster, and wisps of strange white light lingered. The white light instantly formed a square barrier, trapping Qin Rushi on the spot. At the same time, the last spell card collapsed, Immortal Spell Great Flame Dog Contract Burial Soul. 4 ferocious dog heads appeared around the white light barrier, and opened their mouths to spray a violent green demon fire into the barrier. The demonic fire continued to burn Qin Rushi's body protection field, and the situation was critical. Just this encounter, she was in a dilemma. This old thing is so strong. Ji-sun saw the scene in front of him, and was deeply moved. Fortunately, he had stepped into the air to evade in the first time he started the battle. Otherwise, this set of serial killing moves was coming at him, and even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. Of course, the most important thing is that the other party was going for Qin Rushi, and didn't take him, a 5th level card master, seriously at all. Ji-sun knew very well that facing such an opponent, he could not cause much damage by confronting him head-on. Besides, Qin Rushi did not need his help. He was more observing and learning. Seeing the old man release 4 spells in a row, Ji-sun was not only amazed at the power, but more importantly, he was puzzled, thinking, how can this guy master so many laws at the same time? Just the 4 spell cards just now were cast instantly. This means that this old man is proficient in at least 5 laws, including ice, fire, earth, death, and wood. Normal card masters mainly focus on 1 or 2 laws. Because if they have too many, they will be too complicated. Except for a few gifted people, it is impossible for everyone to have such a high affinity for elements to support them to practice to the 6th level at the same time. Strange. Ji-sun's mind quickly deduced, to be able to cast 4 6th level ultimate spells in such a short time, it should be the high skill bonus of the forbidden magic weapon. Those multiple spells, could it be the reason for the seal? At this moment, bang. There was a bang, the barrier was shattered, and green ghost fire and broken vines flew all over the sky. Huchia's face suddenly changed, and he was shocked. How could it be? Originally, this combination of cards was aimed at Qin Rushi, and it would definitely injure her. But now, the opponent broke through without any damage. Looking closely, the strong fairy spirit lingering around her, Huchia's expression was not good, but he understood. It was obvious that the other party had a deep understanding of the fairy's secrets. He thought that this was an opportunity obtained in the Plague Swamp DP955 Research Institute, and should have belonged to the Bai family. Before the old man could react, Qin Rushi cut off the vines around him, and looked over with a cold face. The killing intent was instantly condensed. Mr. Hu's face suddenly changed, not good. He did not hesitate at all. His eyes were fierce. Wu Jieyu. The yellow talisman on the thumb of his right arm lit up. Almost at the same time, a lightsaber slashed down at his face. Qin Rushi flashed out of thin air, and slashed down with a sword. This lightsaber wrapped in the law of war broke through the opponent's body protection field, and was about to cut into the body. But at this moment, the sword tip strangely stagnated, and it was 10 centimeters away from the old man's forehead, and it was actually frozen in the air. Qin Rushi's pupil shrank slightly, and she exclaimed in her heart. If she hadn't seen Ji-sun use this ability, she would really wonder what this guy used. On the other side, Ji-sun's eyes froze. Is this the absolute defense formed by repulsion? If I said that the old man could use the 5-element spell just now, it might be that he was gifted. Now I see that the other party has used the exclusive secret method of the Red Hard 10 hero sequence, absolute repulsion. Ability, Ji-sun seemed to have guessed something. He thought to himself, could it be that the 7 talismans on the arm respectively seal 7 different sequences of extraordinary abilities? Isn't this too outrageous? If a legendary card master can use 7 other sequences of abilities, how powerful would he be? Oh right. I think I can do it too. It is because I can do it that Ji-sun thinks it is a bit outrageous to achieve this level with just 1 relic. Qin Rushi also thinks so. In order to verify her guess, she swung the lightsaber in her left hand tightly, and the energy impact on the shield in her right hand also sent out energy shock waves, like artillery again and again. Boom, 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 the shock waves were higher and higher. But no matter how he attacked, the invisible repulsive barrier on the old man's body blocked the attack. Seeing this, Ji-sun could basically confirm that this was really repulsive force. Looking at the old man's dark arm again, it seemed that the yellow talisman was not a sealed finger, but a high-level card master who was proficient in the lightless sun. Ji-sun muttered in his heart, it seems that this magic weapon is interesting. He finally understood why the old man put this thing on the gambling table before, and why Ji-yun felt that it was of similar value. This relic may really involve the devil. The old man used this trick, and was almost invincible. But Ji-sun was not worried about Qin Rushi. Until now, her combat power was still only level 6. It was not them who had to panic. It was the opponent. The power of this forbidden magic weapon was so outrageous that the cost of using it was definitely not small. Ji-sun didn't think that the old man could use it indefinitely. Qin Rushi's Valkyrie route was a brutal route of a lone warrior, and even though her fighting methods were well known, she didn't have any obvious shortcomings. After the first wave of sneak attacks failed, the initiative of the battle was immediately turned. Although Mr. Huchi had absolute defense, he was also suppressed and beaten, and he couldn't do anything to Qin Rushi. The old man knew that he had to fight quickly, and his face was grim, and the talismans on his middle and ring fingers also lit up. Second solution, forbidden. Third solution, chaotic god. The moment the talisman lit up, a spell-condensed talent ancient word forbidden appeared in the sky. I don't know what happened. Qin Rushi's body suddenly lost control, and he showed a panic feeling of being at a loss. The body protection field also collapsed on the spot. In a flash of lightning, the old man seized the opportunity, and a green ghost fist appeared from the spell card in his palm, and he punched Qin Rushi out like a cannonball. The figure flew backwards, and hit the ground with vines at the door. Boom! With a sound, a shock wave dozens of meters high splashed. The whole space trembled. This. Ji-sun was also shocked. Although Qin Rushi had hidden his strength, he was also at the normal level of a legend. How could he be hit so hard? He was far away, and it was almost after Qin Rushi flew backwards that he felt the changes around him. Forbidden magic field? No, even the flow of laws is imprisoned. Ji-sun felt the feeling of the surrounding elements being drained, and then he understood something. And it doesn't stop there. Ji-sun was stepping into the air in midair, originally intending to use the ability of controlling the air under his feet to maintain his floating state, but suddenly, as if his nerves were disordered, the air balls that should have appeared on his feet appeared on his abdomen. Huh? This disorder caused him to fall from the air immediately. As he fell, Ji-sun's expression became stern, and he understood something, thinking, physical confusion, mental confusion. It was the forbidden magic and physical confusion. No wonder Qin Rushi was hit just now. The grades of these two spells are very high. Ji-sun didn't expect that he could crack them from the structure of the spell. But he would not sit still and wait for death. The only way to move normally is the dumbest way. Seeing that he was about to fall face first to the ground, Ji-sun's brain was full of thoughts. He moved in various strange postures in the air, and soon came to the conclusion that the nerve signal is confused. The main nerve signal of the right hand controls the left foot, the left hand controls the right leg, and the right thumb controls the left ring finger. This is like a baby learning to walk. The body is unfamiliar with any command from the brain. Start from scratch. In this state, it is difficult to walk, let alone use complex spells. With a bang, Ji-sun fell to the ground. Fortunately, his skin is thick, so even without the protective spell, it is not too serious. But then, Ji-sun stood up slowly with a bright smile on his face. He moved his stiff fingers and said to himself, "TSK, try again, and it will move normally." Normal people who encounter this kind of limb chaos can hardly get out of the chaos in a short time. But Ji-sun is different. His current thinking ability is very strong, and is super high. Agility attribute gives him super strong nerve recruitment and control ability. What's more, there are more than a dozen people thinking at the same time. The limb chaos is far less threatening to him than to others. 2 breaths later, while the ice on the ground did not completely freeze his body, Ji-sun floated in the air again. In the distance, Qin Rushi had risen from the ruins again, pressing down on the old man and hammering him hard. Obviously, Qin Rushi's method of breaking the spell was not Ji-sun's stupid method. Moreover, the other party had just tried to kill her, but she didn't die. That is, she used a 7th level method. How is it possible? How could this woman break 2 forbidden spells of black magic? Uchiha was horrified. When he found that the 2 forbidden spells of forbidden magic field and limb chaos were useless to Qin Rushi, he realized that the problem was serious. Originally, Qin Rushi was safe and sound in the previous 4 Immortal Magic combined attack, and it can be said that her strength has improved. But now, this is a spell that seals a forbidden magic weapon. How can it be easily broken? This is definitely not something a legendary card master can do, Uchiha suddenly realized. No, could it be that she has already contracted with a fairy? Only then did he realize that Qin Rushi's aura was obviously not inferior to his own, but he had not seen her contracted fairy. This is very strange. And just at that moment, he really felt a pressure. What was going on? Before the old man could figure it out, Qin Rushi stabbed him in the lower abdomen with a knife, and blood gushed out immediately. In the distance, Ji-sun saw the old man's absolute defense fail, and he understood everything. He smiled and said to himself, so this old man can only unlock 2 seals at the same time? I thought that if he could use several abilities at the same time, this guy would be invincible. From his observation just now, he had completely determined the pattern of the talisman seal on the black arm. At most, 2 talismans can be unlocked at the same time, and 2 abilities can be obtained. He can defend, but he is not good at attacking. He needs to attack, but he is not good at defense. Moreover, there is a slight gap during the unlocking of the seal. Qin Rushi seized this opportunity, and dealt a heavy blow to the old man. The old man was stabbed in the abdomen, and had no choice but to retreat violently. At the same time, the talisman on his wrist lit up. 6 solutions, immortality. Looking again, the green light of the spell power emerged, and the wound with blood and flesh turned outward healed visibly, and even the erosion of the law was eliminated. Seeing this familiar scene, Ji-sun murmured in his heart, immortality curse. Seeing the previous abilities, it is not surprising now. So far, he has seen the 5 seals and 5 abilities of this glove. 1 solution, spell. 2 solutions, forbidden. 3 solutions, chaos. 5 solutions, defense. 6 solutions, immortality. Attack, defense, control, healing. Who can master these 5 abilities? Ji-sun thought it was impossible. Fortunately, I don't know if it is the limitation of the relic itself, or the strength of the old man, or other problems. Anyway, only 2 forbidden spells can be used at a time. This also greatly reduces its threat. After observing for a long time, Ji-sun also estimated that the power of the spell sealed by this forbidden magic weapon is definitely more than what he saw before his eyes. It's just that this old fox can only exert the power that his body can control. Ji-sun became more curious, but then again, what are the abilities of the 2 seals of void and taboo? I don't know if the old man doesn't know how to use them, or if the cost is too high and he doesn't dare to use them. The talismans on the index finger and arm have never been unsealed. Qin Rushi, who was far away, also gradually discovered this pattern. This is how battles are. Once the opponent knows the means, the advantage will become smaller and smaller. At first, Mr. Huchi relied on sneak attacks and unknown means to make Qin Rushi suffer a little. Later, after the means were revealed, the balance of the battle was reversed. Normally, Uchiha's plan was enough to kill a legendary card master many times. Normally, even if the plan failed, the old man would not lose with black magic. Normally, even if there was nothing, it would be extremely difficult for Qin Ru, a 6th level legend, to win against him, who was also a legend. Unfortunately, he never thought of this. Qin Ru was not a 6th level, but a 7th level. Bang, another heavy blow, and Master Huchi flew backwards. With the 2 restrictions of defense and immortality, although his life was not in danger, he found that he could not do anything to Qin Rushi. Qin Rushi was not in a hurry to decide the winner, so she just kept wasting time. Because she had already seen that the old fox paid a great price for using the relic. At this moment, the old man's already old body seemed to be deformed and grew some strange black spikes. If it weren't for the suppression of the immortals, it would have been out of control long ago. He couldn't kill Qin Rushi, and if he dragged on, he would die. Ji-sun watched from a distance, and also deduced the only result. There were also pairs of eyes around the domain. They were the immortals watching the battle on the train. The situation was already very clear. Just when Huchi had gritted his teeth and his eyes were fierce, as if he was considering whether to unseal the last 2 uncontrollable talismans, the domain space suddenly broke, and the 3 returned to the carriage. Around, hundreds of passengers also looked at Ji-sun, and the others with complicated eyes. If they were like wolves looking at their prey before, arrogant and disdainful, then at this moment, they were like seeing 2 hunters holding shotguns, shocked and afraid. The train attendant, who was dead and whose face could not be seen clearly, walked in and said in a deep voice, "Huchi, I accept the loss." As soon as these words came out, the battle was declared over. Huchiya looked struggling and wanted to fight for it, but before he could say anything, the train attendant said, "Your strength fusion black magic is already very difficult. If you forcefully unlock those 2 seals, you will surely die. Besides, you have no chance of winning anyway." Hearing this, Mr. Huchi was shocked. How could it be possible? But the result of this judgment must be. He suddenly realized something, and glared at Chin Rushi. Could it be that? But then, his entire energy was drained away. So that's it. In this way, it makes sense that he lost. Ji-sun was not surprised to see someone come down to persuade them to stop fighting. If Chin Rushi really killed an old immortal from the Bai family on the train, that would be wrong. But he was slightly surprised by the seniority. Judging from the previous address, this old fox must have a very high status in the Bai family. There were dissenting voices in the carriage, but no one dared to stop him. But from the mouth of this conductor, it sounded like a well-behaved younger generation, so Ji-sun was curious about what this conductor was. As soon as this person appeared, all the people who participated in the gambling just now were willing to admit defeat. Ji-sun not only got back the God Thief ring, but also a bunch of treasures. The peddler took out the longevity powder, Enlightenment Fairy Dew and Hephaestus's broken hand. Hanshun took out the Fairy Fox's 100 Years of Spirit card. The thief took out the Fairy Magic Empty Hands, and the Neon First Class carriage ticket. On the table, which had returned to normal, there were a bunch of treasures. They were originally baits for the trap, but now they were all eaten by fish. Chin Rushi remained silent. After all, she was also half a member of the Bai family. Facing these Bai family immortals, it was not easy to do things to the extreme. But Ji-sun had no such scruples. He happily collected all the treasures, and then looked at the old fox again. Chapter 368. Other gamblers were willing to accept defeat, and took out the chips they had bet before. The eyes that Ji-sun was looking at the old fox at this moment were particularly glaring. Even if he couldn't beat him, his excuse of being stubborn wouldn't stand. What's more, the conductor of the Netherworld train had spoken. Mr. Huchi's face was uncertain. But after all, he was a legendary strongman, so he had to save some face for himself. Not only for himself, but also for the Bai family and a group of immortals. Mr. Huchi snorted coldly. "Okay, I accept defeat." As he said that, he raised his hand, and was about to pick up the spell bandage that had just been spread out to seal his right arm again. But at this time, a strange scene appeared. The moment Huchiya admitted defeat, his spirit was extinguished at once. The heavy blow to his fate, some kind of contract was broken in the dark, and he immediately lost control of the forbidden magic weapon. Suddenly, the black arm suddenly swelled, and was about to deform. Huchiya's face changed drastically, and he tried his best to control the deformation of his arm. But it was too late. It was with this black magic that he reached the legendary realm today. He was therefore already contaminated by this forbidden magic weapon, and became a slave to it. He was completely unable to control the out-of-control violent demonic power in his right arm. Suddenly, the 7 yellow talismans on his arm lit up at the same time, as if they were about to reveal themselves, and at the same time, an indescribable terrifying black gas gushed out. Not good. Mr. Huchi was horrified, and his left hand tightly grasped the shoulder of his right arm, looking like he wanted to tear his arm off. But the black arm seemed to have an evil spirit, and did not give the host a chance to suppress and seal itself. The black gas that emerged instantly flowed back, and in a moment of whoosh, Huchiya's body shrank like a deflated balloon. The soul, the body, and the shadow of the fox fairy behind him were all sucked into the arm. The black arm absorbed the host's flesh and blood, and its ferocity did not subside at all, giving people the feeling that the countless terrifying existences sealed in the arm were about to escape from time and space. In the carriage, a group of immortals also felt like they were facing a great enemy, and seemed to be very afraid of this arm. However, before the arm could ravage, as if it had triggered some kind of restriction, a flash of spiritual light appeared in the carriage, and the restless demonic energy on the arm was suppressed at once. The spiritual light of the talisman dimmed in an instant, and the bandages were rolled up by an invisible force, wrapping the black arm tightly in an instant. The overflowing demonic energy was swept away in an instant. Clang! The arm fell to the floor of the carriage, and there was no movement at all. Although it was a little unexpected, the outcome was still, and the bet was in front of us. Not far away, Ji-sun, who was watching the whole scene, was also full of surprise. Eat the master? Eat it? It was the first time he saw such an evil relic. He just clearly felt a breath of evil and tyranny, so Black Devil must have a spirit. But it doesn't seem to be controlled by the master, and it eats the master as food. It's like a wild horse that has never been tamed, and it killed the knight who wanted to control it. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of a possibility. Could it be that the abilities sealed in this arm are obtained by eating people? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly pulled up, and he was amazed in his heart. Interesting. Facing this evil thing, Ji-sun didn't feel fear. On the contrary, he felt that it was very appetizing. Just from the scene just now, he seemed to have a resonance with the arm, and understood its unruly attitude when eating people. If you don't have the ability, don't be my master. The carriage was silent. Even Chin Rushi, looking at the arm heavily sealed with bandages, had a serious face. It is powerful, but this thing eats the master, which makes people lose interest all of a sudden. Ji-sun didn't care at all. He walked over and picked up the arm on the ground, and asked politely, "This relic is mine. Do you have any objections?" Of course no objections. The passengers in the carriage looked at Ji-sun with a bit of strange eyes. The conductor with black hair all over his body didn't say anything, just reminded him a few words. "Since you won the thing, of course you can take it. But this black magic is inherited by the Bai family. At least the hosts of the recent generations have been backfired. Be careful, sir." Ji-sun lowered his eyelids and thought seriously. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled and replied, "Yes. Thank you for telling me." Although he was not afraid, he was not careless. He took out a box from the storage ring and put his arm in it. Then he put on the sealing spell and talisman and carried it on his back. After such a commotion, the atmosphere in the carriage was already very strange, and everyone's eyes were on Ji-sun and the others. Fortunately, they had just won a neon first-class ticket, so they didn't have to stay in this ordinary car any longer. The conductor looked at the ticket in Ji-sun's hand, and before they could ask, he said, "You can go to the first-class car. Do you need to change your seats?" Ji-sun glanced at Chin Rushi, and when she nodded, he responded, "Of course." "Conductor, come with me." Ji-sun and Chin Rushi followed the conductor through several ordinary cars. Like the previous car, the car was full of people. Until now, Ji-sun has actually seen clearly that these passengers are all immortals. The auras vary in strength, and there are some unfathomable beings among them. This neon netherworld train is actually a special train for immortals. Ji-sun wondered why the immortals of the Bai family gathered on this train, thinking that they were coming for the two of them. But now it seems that they are not. The two of them are not worthy of so many immortals gathering together. Just now, along the way, in addition to the immortals, Ji-sun also saw a few passengers with children in the carriage, who were obviously human. Chin Rushi had said before that she had taken this train once, when she was a child under the guidance of her elders. But the elders in the family did not tell her what this train was about. Thinking of this, Ji-sun vaguely understood. The descendants of the Bai family would take this train when they reached the right age. In fact, this was a test. It was to let the immortals with special skills choose the host. This was also why Ji-sun had obtained the spirit card from Han Shun and the immortal technique empty hands from the thief. In fact, these are all tacit rules on the train. The immortals will give some small tests to give the descendants of the Bai family some opportunities. But this kind of test cannot be made public. Otherwise, it will lose its meaning. This is also the most important reason why Chin Rushi should have guessed it before, but did not tell Ji-sun. Ji-sun guessed it now, but also did not say it out loud. He just sighed at the foundation of the Bai family. The two walked along the way, and soon passed the noisy carriage. The first-class seats on the train all have independent compartments. Ji-sun was curious about the passengers in the compartment. Thinking that the ordinary compartments before were for the trials of the descendants of the Bai family, what about these compartments? The doors were closed and nothing could be seen. After walking through more than a dozen closed compartments, the two finally came to the compartment with 002 written on the brass nameplate. Hearing the whistling sound, this should be at the front of the train. There are still a few compartments to the front of the train. The conductor, who was covered in black hair, did not say a word throughout the whole journey. He opened the door and gestured, "You two, these are your seats." Ji-sun, "Okay, thank you." Chin Rushi also nodded politely. After a glance, an orange light in the compartment illuminated a classical and luxurious interior furniture. Although the area is not large, there is a bed, a sofa, and a separate bathroom. It is much better than a hard seat. Just when the two thought that this was just an ordinary seat change, the conductor reminded them, also, no matter what you hear or see before you arrive at the station, don't open the compartment door. Try not to walk around. Ji-sun immediately turned his head to look at the conductor. What does that mean? This sentence seems to contain a lot of information. Chin Rushi obviously didn't know. The conductor didn't seem to want to explain anything more. He just fulfilled the duties he was told and turned around and left. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Qin Rushi thought of something, and the fairy spirit leaked out of his body. He said to the conductor who had turned around and left, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." This politeness made the conductor stop for a moment, and he actually gave him a reminder. "Oh, one more word. The relic black magic you just won once belonged to the passenger in carriage 007. As he spoke, he never looked back. As he walked, his figure gradually became transparent, like a ghost, and disappeared in the carriage. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi's eyes met, and they were both silent for a second. Only then did they realize that this spacious special seat didn't seem so comfortable to sit in. There were other passengers next to those compartments. But in just a moment, Ji-sun chuckled and broke the silence. Qin Rushi knew his character, and was not afraid either, so the two of them walked into the compartment. After closing the door, the gloomy feeling was immediately isolated. Ji-sun pondered, from what the conductor said, the passengers in carriage 007 are still on the train? Humans definitely can't live that long. It's probably some special existence. And there are more than a dozen such special seats next door. It's going to be lively. As he said that, he sat on the sofa and muttered, "This netherworld train has many secrets." Although he realized that there might be danger, he didn't see any fear on his face. Instead, he was very curious about this train full of secrets. Last time, Xiaomacheng Ruins also took a netherworld train, but I don't know if the two trains are related. I don't know either. Qin Rushi shook his head and responded, "This neon train has a high level of authority. Except for a few people in the Bai family, no one knows what's going on. But based on the information I know so far, this 002 ticket was originally owned by the head of the Bai family. The most accurate source of information she knew about this train was the time she took it when she was a child." Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this. He even felt that the top leaders of the Bai family in Dongwang might not know all the secrets of this train. After all, the black magic just now was so high grade that even legendary card masters could not control it. As the passenger of the original owner's room 007, he must be much higher than the legendary realm. Therefore, it can only be passed down by the Bai family during the talent period. Thinking of something, Ji-sun muttered again, "Hey, it seems that the old fox took out this ticket, thinking that if he loses, he can also trick Aunt Qin." Yeah. Qin Rushi also thought of this. Since she wants to get the other two inherited treasures, and also get the approval of the Bai family's immortals. So she must take this train. And the other party is also using means within the rules, so she has to accept it anyway. Neither of them cared. On the contrary, they both felt that this first-class carriage made people relax physically and mentally. Qin Rushi sat on the bedside, and after sitting down in her high-slit cheongsam, her fair and slender legs were exposed. She folded her legs gracefully, and tilted her head to look at Ji-sun, who was playing with the broken arm wrapped in bandages, with great interest. Thinking about it, she still reminded him, "This relic is very dangerous. You should be careful." Yeah. Ji-sun certainly thought of it. The devil can seduce people to fall because the devil gives temptations that people cannot resist. In the eyes of any card master, this arm has an irresistible temptation. Just the two items of skill plus 99 and element affinity plus 50% can greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. In Ji-sun's hands, he is confident that he can improve the efficiency of cultivation several times. So much so that even if you know that this thing is very evil, you will feel that it is worth taking a risk. The more dangerous, the more strange and mysterious it is, the more it can arouse people's curiosity. This is especially true for Ji-sun's personality. Qin Rushi is familiar with him, so he will remind him. Ji-sun also knew it. Although he didn't say it, he was sure in his mind that he would definitely try it. If it were before, he would definitely study various methods and try to unlock the relic. But it's different now. In addition to this thought, I am the world will automatically deduce the risk. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, thinking of some other thoughts, and said lightly, "Compared to the danger of the relic itself, the purpose of the person behind it is more worthy of attention." Qin Rushi glanced at him. "Oh?" Ji-sun deduced some interesting results and smiled. "It seems that someone has analyzed my mentality and set up a plan. It seems that Ji-sun won the arm by gambling his life. The process is flawless. But in fact, there is another possibility. What if the other party expected the arm to be lost? If Ji-sun set up the plan himself, he would definitely consider how Plan B would continue to achieve the goal after Plan A failed. If you win the gamble, this is Plan A. But if you lose the gamble and the force, then you should start Plan B. So if you go back, the cause and effect of the matter is not so difficult to understand. Someone wants me to use this black magic and control my body. Although I don't know how to do it, I think it should be some special ability of the relic itself. For example, evil spirits or immortals' descent. Ji-sun gave his analysis. He continued, for this, the old man lost his life before. He was willing to spend the money. But I guess he may not know that he is in the trap. Qin Rushi also thought it made sense. She knew that Ji-sun was proficient in the magical secret method of I am the world. As long as there is enough information, any logical problem can't be hidden from him. Ji-sun came to the conclusion, so, at some point in the future, I will most likely use this arm. What we need to consider now is how to minimize the risk if we really use this dangerous relic. Qin Rushi looked at him in surprise. Huh? Knowing that someone was plotting, you still fell for it? Ji-sun's eyes flashed with eagerness to try, and he didn't shrink from the risk at all. He explained, as long as you don't give up the relic immediately, you will face this problem sooner or later. Besides, if it were me, I would definitely create this opportunity for my opponent. Knowing that he was being plotted against, he became more competitive. The other party's cleverness was that he took his mentality into account. The person who planned this is an expert. It was when he thought of this that Ji-sun found it interesting. Qin Rushi glanced at him, and didn't persuade him anymore. It was because she knew Ji-sun's character well that she didn't persuade him, and she knew that she couldn't persuade him. She felt that what she had to do was to share some risks as much as possible. Ji-sun looked at the carriage and said, but what's more important now is whether we can get off the train safely. After a pause, he looked at Qin Rushi sitting on the bed and asked, Aunt Qin, have you discovered that this private room has a special warming effect on the soul? Qin Rushi nodded yes. She understood what this meant and said bluntly, not only the carriage, but the entire netherworld train may be the special secret place where the Bai family nurtures the immortals. Ji-sun listened and fell into deep thought. The previous train of Xiao Macheng was related to the law of time. And this neon seems to be related to the soul. Is there any connection? At the same time, the Bai family in Extreme Thief City. In a small building in the luxurious manner, a handsome young man was playing chess leisurely. The opponent was not a human, but a golden-eyed fairy fox with strange eyes. The handsome young man was Bai Wei. While playing chess, someone hurriedly came to report an urgent news. Just now, the life card of the seventh uncle was broken. Oh! Bai Wei's eyes trembled slightly, but his expression was not strange. He was still playing chess with the golden-eyed fox opposite, muttering, to be able to stop the seventh uncle with that relic, it seems that my aunt should have broken through the seventh level. TSK, it's really surprising. It seems that she encountered a great opportunity when she stopped at Tailong Mechanical City last time. Golden-Eye Fox, last time in the Plague Swamp, when you woke us up, I realized that there should be a more powerful immortal. Now it seems that it may be the contracted immortal of that person. With that person's blessing, it's not surprising that he can break through the seventh level. Bai Wei smiled easily. They are all the blood of the Bai family. Even if the ancestor spirit is really still there, he will not interfere casually. Besides, without the secret scroll of immortal law and lamp of 10,000 immortals, my aunt would not be able to nurture an ancestral spirit. The Bai family has been able to survive for so long because of the internal competition mechanism. The more powerful the immortal family is, the more they hope to have a powerful host and a prosperous Bai family. So they will hardly interfere with this internal competition. Thinking of this, Bai Wei raised his eyebrows and said, but then again, our Bai family has made such a great effort to make the moon goddess descend smoothly. We should also let that person help. Chapter 369. In this compartment, the efficiency of spiritual practice is many times higher than outside. And this is because my current proficiency in visualization secrets is not very high, and I cannot fully understand what those things that are beneficial to the soul are. I guess this mysterious blessing will have a more obvious effect on some high-level spiritual bodies, or the souls of immortals. Yes. I can't fully understand it at my current level. It should be some high-level law of the soul. No wonder immortals gather on this train. It turns out that it can nourish the soul. By the way, Aunt Qin, do you know where this train is going? I don't know. I have seen some records about this netherworld train in the ruins of the old continent before, but the authority level of the content is very high, even above the 3 inherited sacred artifacts of the Bai family. I guess this may involve some secrets above the extraordinary. Aunt Qin, do you mean the god level? Yes. Even if it's not, it's almost there. Ji-sun sat cross-legged on the sofa and meditated for a while to confirm that what he felt was not an illusion. Qin Rushi was the same. Both of them were very confused as to what exactly caused such an increase in the train. But they estimated that except for the head of the Bai family, no one knew why. Although Qin Rushi had the blood of the Bai family, and had inherited a lot of the God Stealer sequence. But she didn't know much about the internal situation of the Bai family. Ji-sun said again, the people of the Bai family have this train to assist in their spiritual practice. In theory, they can mass-produce high-level card masters of the mysterious system. But the fact is that although the Bai family has many experts, they are far from the expected level. Qin Rushi thought about it for a moment and said, either this kind of warm care has some unknown hidden dangers, or this train cannot be taken for a long time. Ji-sun nodded in approval and said, since the number 002 ticket belongs to the head of the Bai family, I think there should be some clues in this box. Qin Rushi, yes. It is because of this confusing mystery that the two are even more curious. Ji-sun stood up and looked carefully at everything in the room. In fact, he had already observed it when he first entered the room. Although the furnishings in the room revealed a mysterious and classical luxury, the layout was also very simple, and could be seen through at a glance. A bed with white sheets, a deerskin sofa, a small bathroom with a brass shower, a mahogany dressing table with an oval mirror, a wardrobe, and an old-fashioned dark copper phonograph. Ji-sun walked to the wardrobe. This is the only place in the box where large items can be hidden. He opened it carefully, but it was empty. Just when Ji-sun thought that he might be overthinking, he heard a light hum beside him. He turned his head, and saw Qin Rushi looking through the dressing table. This is also the only place in the room with a drawer to store things. When Ji-sun looked at it, he saw an old notebook in the drawer that Qin Rushi opened. The side pages of the notebook looked like someone had flipped through them frequently, and they had rough edges, and there was a fountain pen next to it. Seeing this, Qin Rushi did not dare to move the notebook, but looked at Ji-sun beside him. Ji-sun held his chin and pondered for a moment, and said, I guess that just having a ticket cannot allow the holder to spend a safe time in this number 002 first-class carriage. It should also require some authority from the Bai family. For example, the content in this notebook. This number 002 first-class ticket belongs to the head of the Bai family, so it is not difficult to guess the content of this notebook. It may be something recorded by the heads of the Bai family in previous generations. Since it is the diary of the head of the family, the content must be very complicated, he said with a smile, but I guess this notebook is not so easy for outsiders to look through. Yeah, Qin Rushi deeply agreed. The more important the secrets recorded in this notebook, the greater the risk of looking through it. The two of them fell into deep thought, and the room fell silent for a while. The dressing mirror reflected the frowning faces of the two people. Out of caution, neither of them touched the notebook. The more Ji-sun observed carefully, the more curious he was about what was recorded in the notebook. But after some deduction, it seemed that only by opening it and reading it would they know what they would encounter on this train. This was very contradictory. Thinking aside, Ji-sun's eyes were not idle. His peripheral vision quietly looked around the room. Even the cracks and lines on the wall were not missed. But he didn't find any clues, but he accidentally saw a crack on the back of Qin Rushi's cheongsam, where the shoulder blade was. The crack was not big, but it was just enough to see the fair skin. Ji-sun reached out and touched it, saying, Aunt Qin, your clothes are torn. Oh! Qin Rushi tilted her head and looked behind her. It should have been torn when she fought with that old fox before. She didn't see the crack, but she felt the temperature of Ji-sun's fingertips. She looked at it in confusion, as if she felt that this behavior was a bit too intimate. I don't know if it was because there was a lot of physical contact in the ordinary carriage before, so this kind of contact was not too abrupt. Ji-sun didn't retract his fingers. Instead, he poked into the clothes like a child, tearing the hole a little wider. Feeling the touch on her back, Qin Rushi also showed a hint of surprise on her face, and was a little hesitant. She seemed to think that it was not right to stop it, and it seemed that it was not right to say nothing. Qin Rushi seemed to have thought of something in an instant, and a trace of imperceptible vigilance flashed in her crystal eyes, and she glanced at the mirror beside her. She just hummed softly, Ji-sun also felt very strange. Could it be that the fox fairy charm from before had not subsided? He did not hear the displeasure that Qin Rushi expected, and his thoughts did not know where to wander. Coincidentally, the antique phonograph on the dressing table suddenly played a melodious and soft dance music. Ji-sun's eyes were fierce, but his expression did not show any abnormality. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. As if he had been in the ordinary car before, he put his arm around Qin Rushi's waist naturally and asked, Aunt Qin, dance with me? Qin Rushi's eyes were full of light. She glanced at him, but did not refuse. She asked, Why are you suddenly interested? Ji-sun did not answer. She smiled and gently pulled him. The two of them hugged each other and danced in the carriage. The moment they turned around, they were completely unaware that something strange had happened. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi in the mirror did not turn around. They looked at the two people in the room, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. The dance music was melodious and slow, and the lights dimmed. Ji-sun held Qin Rushi in his arms, and danced to the beat of the drums. The room was not big, and the dance steps were not big either. The thick carpet was very gentle. It was an intimate dance, and most of their bodies were pressed together. Before, they were forced to do it in the ordinary carriage. The posture was not bad, but it lacked a bit of the charming atmosphere. Now there were only two people in the box, and others could not see them. Some thoughts in my heart were freed, and there was no scruple. Qin Rushi had a plump figure, and wherever their skin touched, it gave people a wonderful touch that was soft to the bones. As the dance moves along with the rhythm of the steps, the body also changes. I don't know when, Ji Xuanluo's hand on Qin Rushi's waist slowly fell, gently caressing the curve. Well, I have to say, the touch is really good. The palm of the hand passes through the soft texture of the Cheongsam satin, savoring it carefully, and a full touch that makes people feel extremely satisfied makes the fingers sink deep. Slightly caressing, Ji-sun's fingers can even clearly distinguish the marks of the tight panties. It makes the man more interested in exploring. Ji-sun couldn't let go. Qin Rushi's beautiful face was buried in his ear, silent, as if she acquiesced to the slight insolence. The two didn't speak. The atmosphere was like the dance steps, warm and graceful. The dance continued. It seemed like a long time had passed. Ji-sun's eyes suddenly became clear from the blurred look. Now that he had figured it out, it was time to act. He was still dancing with Qin Rushi clinging to him, but suddenly he turned his head to look at the mirror and looked at himself. Ji-sun suddenly said, "I'm curious, if this isn't a charm spell, what kind of spell is it?" As soon as he said this, the expression of Ji-sun in the mirror was instantly startled. It knew that its spell was discovered, and it couldn't hide its surprise and asked, "How did you find me?" The voice sounded like a young child. Ji-sun looked at himself in the mirror, and spoke with a look of surprise. He thought of something, smiled slightly, and said to himself, "Is it really a spirit?" He explained, "I was actually on guard from the moment I entered the room. Since this is the private room of the patriarch of the Bai family, there must not be an obvious trap like the notebook. If there is any arrangement, once an outsider is found to have broken in, he will definitely be caught in the first place. There is not much furniture in this room." The Ji-sun in the mirror still didn't understand, and seemed very curious. Before Ji-sun could keep him a secret, he asked in a childish and puzzled tone, "So you found me?" "Yes," Ji-sun said with a confident expression, "and I also have a spirit. It said it had seen you. God-stealing ring, it had always been a token of the Bai family's patriarch. So it was not surprising that Wankai had been to this underworld train, and knew that there was a spirit in the mirror." But Ji-sun's words were not entirely true. One-size spirit was created 3,000 years ago, but it was severely damaged twice before. Now there is not much spirit left, and it does not remember much. It just reminded Ji-sun that the mirror in the room had a familiar feeling, but it did not say that there was a spirit in the mirror that had existed for who knows how many years. Ji-sun was more speculating. The more important basis for speculation was the enlightenment that had been discovered long ago, that you were eroded by the spiritual technique of the prophet's mirror, and the clown mask anchor term was activated, and you were exempt from human pollution. The clown mask exempted that kind of soul-level pollution. So as soon as he entered the room, Ji-sun knew that the ban had been triggered. It was just that it had already been triggered at that time, and he didn't think of a good response plan, so he performed it. Ji-sun in the mirror obviously believed Ji-sun's words and asked, "So you were not contaminated by the mirror from beginning to end?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, and then said, "I was not sure what you had before, so I didn't plan to confront you forcefully before I figured it out. Besides, I also wanted to see what this spell was all about, so I stayed a little longer. It was because I didn't know what the spell was, and it looked like a mental spell, that's why I invited Qin Rushi to dance. Mental spells are pretty much the same. Most of them are to induce problems in people's mental world. The manifestation is either a sweet dream or a nightmare. Ji-sun chose the former. But it's not important. What's important is that in this process, he deduced a conjecture, that is, although this mirror has special abilities, its intelligence is not high. And the simple communication just now was actually a test. He confirmed his conjecture. The spirit of the instrument is the spiritual wisdom born from all things in the universe, and the spiritual growth is very slow. Maybe thousands or tens of thousands of years. It is only at the level of a human child. In layman's terms, this spirit of the instrument seems to be easy to fool. Ji-sun himself tamed a Wankai and agreed with this. Thinking of this, the situation immediately had a breakthrough. Ji-sun felt that if the mirror was not very spiritual, then the attack might not be a decision made by its subjective consciousness. It was a preset conditioned reflex. So the important thing now was to ask them the conditions that triggered the attack. Ji-sun did not give the person in the mirror time to react. His calm tone suddenly changed, and he asked in a deep voice, like an adult threatening a child, "I have the God-stealing ring that represents the inheritance of the head of the family, and my partner is the inheritor of the Bai family, who has integrated the epic source card, and we also have tickets. Why did you attack us? Did you betray us?" The words were ambiguous. Just to scare them first. If they don't fall for it, we have to fight anyway, it doesn't matter. But the effect was surprisingly good. When these words came out, the Ji-sun in the mirror also panicked, hesitating, because you didn't say the spell. Ji-sun suddenly realized that this link was missing. But the spell must be a secret of the Bai family. How could others know this thing? While the mirror spirit hasn't reacted yet, he continued to fool them, with an exaggerated and effective performance. "Oh damn, why did I forget this link? What is the spell?" The mirror spirit was fooled and responded eagerly in a childish voice, "You want to ask Mirror Mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" Ji-sun repeated with an expression of "I just forgot what I just said, Mirror Mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" The mirror spirit responded cheerfully, as if it was a conditioned reflex. "Of course, it is the great Emperor Lanlingster who turned into a witch." As soon as these words came out, the vague sense of crisis in the private room disappeared. Ji-sun was delighted when he heard this. He guessed it right, but then, his expression froze. He felt as if he had discovered some blind spots hidden in history. The Bai family was one of the big families, at the top of the power in the Talon Empire. They knew many royal secrets that outsiders didn't know. So, Emperor Lanlingster had transformed into a witch. Why does it feel like the amount of information is a bit too much? So far, Ji-sun used his deduction and performance to finally figure out the rules of this special box number 002. It looks easy. But the hardest part is to be exempt from the high-grade spell once you enter the room. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. However, Ji-sun didn't notice that Qin Rushi, who was still hugging him and dancing closely, couldn't help laughing when she heard this. She listened to Ji-sun's tricking of the little kid, and now she heard this outrageous spell. She finally couldn't help but sneered. Now it was Ji-sun's turn to be surprised, thinking, "What's going on? Originally, I thought I could figure out the attack pattern of the mirror, and then find a way to rescue Qin Rushi who was attacked. But now, Qin Rushi seemed to have woken up." Qin Rushi stopped pretending and stopped dancing. Ji-sun asked in surprise, "Auntie Qin, you didn't get attacked?" "No." Qin Rushi answered very straightforwardly. Looking at Ji-sun's embarrassed expression, she explained, "I have seen records related to this magic mirror in the ruins of the old continent before. This is a very famous relic of the Talon dynasty mirror of the Prophet. Because the Bai family recorded some usage methods in that ruins, so I wrote them down. So when I opened the door before, I realized that something was wrong. But I don't know how to get the spell authority, so I've been observing." Ji-sun's eyelids jumped for no reason. "What about you?" Qin Rushi glanced at him and said lightly, "I thought you were tricked. The implication is that I thought you were tricked, so I danced with you." Ji-sun was rarely embarrassed when he heard it. "Aunt Qin, are you playing me? Just now, I was so focused on deducing and observing the danger in the room that I didn't think that Qin Rushi didn't get hit. The embarrassment was because the plot required it, and the behavior was indeed a little intimate. The touch was also a real experience. Intentional or unintentional, it seems to be both. If Qin Rushi got hit, there would probably be no need to explain it. But now both parties know that the other party didn't get hit, and everything that happened just now is in a subtle embarrassment." It was the first time that Qin Rushi saw Ji-sun in such a stunned expression, and she also found it quite interesting. Then he chuckled indifferently. This chuckle cleverly eased the slightly awkward atmosphere in the carriage. Ji-sun didn't see that Qin Ru had any intention of minding the anger, so he shrugged and said nothing. At this time, it was suitable to play dumb. At the same time, the two turned their eyes to the gray face that appeared in the mirror. The eyes were empty, very scary. This was the true appearance of the spirit of the mirror of the Prophet. Generally speaking, the spirit will transform into the image that it sees most around it, such as humans. However, the image in the mirror was not a human, but a resentful ghost. Ji-sun's mind automatically deduced the reason. The mirror often sees ghosts, so, the passenger living next door is a resentful ghost? Or where will this neon train go to, so that ghosts are often seen? Chapter 370. Ji-sun used a trick to get the permission to stay in room 002. The mirror spirit of the mirror of the prophet did not attack them again. But their intuition told them that the crisis was far from over. They had to find clues by themselves before, but now they obviously have a better way. Ji-sun looked at the mirror and instantly changed his smile to a circus clown holding a lollipop to make a child happy, and said, "Oh, what would such a cute mirror be called?" The ghost face in the mirror was praised by this, and responded happily, "Of course it's called Yuan Yuan. It sounds nice." Ji-sun looked at the round mirror, and found the name very appropriate. He continued, "Wow, Yuan Yuan is also the mirror of the prophet, so she must have great abilities." Of course. The mirror spirit seemed to be very happy with this flattery, and took the initiative to show off. "I can predict the future, break illusions, cast mirror spells, and see far away. In short, I have many other powerful abilities." Ji-sun exaggeratedly showed his shock on his face, and said in surprise, "Prophecy? Oh my god, is it the kind of magical ability that can predict the future?" "Yeah." The mirror spirit was like a hen with its head held high, floating in the praise. It also took the initiative to introduce the method of use, saying, "As long as you pay some life, I can let you see the future you want to see." Oh! Ji-sun was really surprised to hear the ability of this mirror. You know? Prophecy. But it is a mysterious and extremely rare extraordinary ability. Listening to the description of this mirror spirit, its divination skill seems to be a very high grade. However, just after finishing speaking, this lovely mirror spirit seemed to have just remembered that it seemed to lack some authority authentication, and asked naively, "Hey, I almost forgot. Are you the head of the Bai family this generation?" "Almost." Ji-sun laughed. While saying this, he also deliberately showed off the ring in his hand, and perfunctorily skipped the identity verification. It is estimated that the ancestors of the Bai family, who designed the band, would not have thought that someone would hold the God Thief ring of the head of the family token, and the person who merged the God Thief sequence source card would not be the head of the Bai family. Then, before the mirror could react, Ji-sun asked, "By the way, Yuan Yuan, can the predicted result of prophecy be changed?" This is a very effective communication method in psychology. The simpler the goal, the more straight line the way of thinking. Using fast-paced questions will make the other party lose the ability to think. The intelligence of this artifact spirit obviously does not support it to think about such a complex cause and effect relationship. This question interrupted its train of thought, and it immediately attracted the attention of the following question. "You are so stupid, you don't even know this, of course it's not possible." Then, it added, "True prediction is to foresee what will happen in the future. Whether you know the result or not, it will not change." Ji-sun listened with a flash of deep thought in his eyes. At the same time, he encouraged like a kindergarten teacher who praised the children for their active answers. "Yuan Yuan is really amazing, she knows so much." Qin-ru was witnessing the whole scene from the side, and her expression was also stunned. How could the topic be opened like this? She just watched Ji-sun like fooling a child, and got useful information bit by bit. The effect was incredible. After a few words, Ji-sun and the mirror spirit became good friends, who could talk about anything. The mirror also answered every question. At this time, Ji-sun asked a key question again, "Yuan Yuan, what is written in this notebook? Can we open it and take a look?" The mirror spirit was still immersed in the rainbow fart, and responded directly, "It's a family diary." "Didn't anyone tell you before you got on the car?" Family diary? Ji-sun and Qin-rushi immediately realized that this was the way to break the deadlock. Before the two could think of how to perfectly explain their ignorance, the mirror spirit seemed to remember something and muttered, "Oh, after the last person who came here almost died, no one has come to this room for a long time." Ji-sun immediately captured the key information and asked directly, "Yuan Yuan, why did the last person who came here almost die?" The mirror spirit looked a little confused and hesitant. "I don't know either. I woke up from a nap, and he almost died." "Ji-sun, did he say anything to Yuan Yuan?" Jingling thought for a moment and said, "He asked me how the people died the last time, and the last time before that. I don't know either, I always go to bed at midnight. Then he predicted something, and when I woke up, he got off the car with serious injuries." As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly turned to Qin-rushi beside him. Both of them felt their scalps tingling. "You know, this room 002 is the exclusive box of the head of the Bai family. Even if the previous heads of the Bai family were not legendary card masters, their strength was definitely very strong. They even knew the secrets of the train passed down by the Bai family. But according to the spirit of the weapon, more than one person died in this carriage? What was the reason?" Hearing this, the two realized that the people of the Bai family took out the tickets and really intended to keep them on the train. No one would have thought that this train to the underworld would contain such murderous intent. Before they could think more, the mirror spirit said, anyone who is a descendant of the Bai family can open the notebook. Others will die. After hearing this, Ji-sun and Qin Rushi breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to open the notebook, the matter was settled, and there was a direction to break the deadlock. Since they knew that 2 of the 3 previous heads of the Bai family came to this room, and 1 was seriously injured, the 2 did not dare to be careless. Qin Rushi immediately took out the notebook from the drawer. The burrs on the notebook pierced her fingers, and she frowned slightly, but did not put it down. A barely noticeable ray of blood merged into the notebook. As if it was a bloodline certification, or as if it was marked with something, a hexagram formation suddenly lit up on the cover of the originally gray old notebook. Gradually, some hidden information was revealed. Qin Rushi opened the notebook. Ji-sun also looked over at the same time. This time, it was indeed the diary of the head of the Bai family. The content is as follows: in the 125th year of the Oran calendar, I, Bai Xianwu, finally found the ticket again and boarded the Neon Netherworld train again after 100 years. In the barren land of Dongwang, the immortals have a place to stay. Unfortunately, the god-stealing ring was lost, and I have no authority to read the top-level secrets left in the notebook by my ancestors, nor can I get the approval of those special ghosts in the special carriage. In the 522nd year of the Oran calendar, the 3rd head of the family, Bai Mingji, disappeared, and I, the 4th, Bai Shuangyu, took over the record. The reason is that he failed to get off the train in time, and his soul was trapped in the underworld. In the 883rd year of the Oran calendar, the 3rd Prince Yelin Augustus Barons launched a coup, and the royal power was replaced. The 4th head of the Bai family, Bai Shuangyu, died in battle. I, Bai Qi, became the 5th head of the family, which was not my wish. 100 years later, I found the ticket in the treasury and boarded the train. Only then did I know the significance of this underworld train to the Bai family. In the 2241st year of the Oran calendar, the extraordinary materials stored in the family treasury had been exhausted. I was the 9th head of the Bai family, Bai Hong, and probably the last card master with resources to advance to the 7th level after the Bai family moved to the East Wilderness. From now on, Neon the train will no longer be able to enter the underworld. The decline of the immortal family is inevitable, and my Bai family will inevitably decline. The length of the notes is limited, and the content is very concise. But every word contains a huge amount of information. Time is tight. Qin Rushi quickly turned the pages. Ji-sun's eyes also quickly wrote down the content. This note records the major events that happened in the Bai family. Almost every new head of the family will record one. Not only the Bai family, but also some words about the Oran royal family. Ji-sun saw a lot of truths that could not be found in history books. It turned out that the Bai family in Dongwang had also been discontinued. This ticket was lost and found again several times. And every time the generation was discontinued, there would be a large gap in the inheritance of the Bai family. It turned out that the last 7th level card master of the Bai family was almost 800 years ago. Ji-sun saw the records in the diary, saw the gradual decline of the Bai family, and also saw the decline of the card master civilization. Dongwang lacks resources. After the top-level materials brought from the old continent were consumed, the Bai family was completely stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level. And obviously, before this, the years of the Bai family's heads record spanned a long time, which means that their lifespan was very long. Ji-sun remembered what Gongwu said before, that stepping over the 7th level would greatly increase lifespan. The two continued to read. In the year 2555 of the Oran calendar, Bai Jude, the 13th head of the Bai family, died in room 002, and the cause of death was unknown. In the year 2771 of the Oran calendar, King Augustus was incompetent, and the dynasty was doomed to collapse. The situation was unclear. In order to continue the family, Bai Lanshan, the 15th head of the Bai family, secretly supported the rebels. When Ji-sun saw this, he understood the general situation of the Bai family. Originally, the Bai family, like the Nan family, was Augustus's right-hand man. However, due to the changes of the times and the interruption of inheritance, this loyalty gradually faded, and the ambitious Bai family now emerged. Ji-sun saw in this notebook the multifaceted roles that the Bai family actually played in many historical events. This notebook is like a big drama script that has lasted for thousands of years. The story is tortuous and bizarre, which makes people read it with relish. At the same time, Ji-sun had a very strange feeling in his heart. Although the Bai family has been a powerful family at the peak of power in the East Wilderness for nearly 3,000 years, the accidental death rate of this family owner seems to be very high. Ji-sun roughly counted and found that among the dozen or so family heads recorded, only 2 or 3 died of old age. The others died suddenly due to various reasons. Seeing this, Ji-sun couldn't help but complain in his heart. Could it be that the head of the Bai family was like the president of a certain country in his previous life, and there was a curse that he would die suddenly when he came to power? At this time, Qin Rushi turned to the latest page of the notebook. This was recorded for decades. The two people's expressions instantly became solemn after seeing the content. In the 177th year of the Federation calendar, Bai Haiping, recorded on behalf of the 16th and 17th family heads, Bai Pingyu and Bai Hongjian, who disappeared in the carriage and their bodies were not found. I used the treasure mirror of the prophet to investigate, and spent more than 10 years of my life, but only got some blurry images. I suspected that a special ghost in the next compartment was out of control. I wanted to find out the truth, so I used a special treasure to hide my body in the room, but even so, I still lost half my life. The scary thing is that I didn't even figure out what force hit me so hard, so I sealed the ticket for cabin 002. If people see it later, they must be careful, and don't open the door at midnight, because there will be nothing behind. Seeing this, Ji-sun and Qin-ru looked at each other with complicated expressions. The two of them understood. It turned out that there was a fatal crisis in the VIP car. The first 3 heads of the Bai family died here. The last one spent a huge price and lost half his life. The atmosphere in the car was very solemn. But now that things have come to this, Ji-sun and Qin-ru are both in a stable state of mind. The crisis was expected. Now it is in front of them, and they are thinking about how to solve this crisis. The content of the notes is very informative. After reading it, Ji-sun listed a few useful points in his mind. 1. The train leads to the underworld. 2. There is a very important soul-gathering treasure on the train, which is the key to warming the immortals. 3. In other VIP boxes, there are some special ghosts, and they are suspected to be out of control. 4. The God-Stealer ring has the authority to see some top secrets in the notes. If you read it carefully, you will definitely be able to peek into more secrets. However, these are not what you need to think about right now. The most urgent thing is how to get out of the train alive. The 18th generation head of the family, Bai Haiping, had already tested it before. If you stay in the room and don't go out, there will be problems. That guy tried every means and lost half his life. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi are not sure that they can survive. And the other party must have thought of all means, including using the mirror of the prophet for divination. Since the future of divination cannot be changed, Ji-sun has no interest in this method of spoiling his future from beginning to end. That Bai Haiping used the mirror to predict what happened. Ji-sun was thinking about how to survive. If he was destined to die, he would rather experience an unknown and exciting death process, rather than knowing some inevitable results in advance. He looked at his pocket watch, and it was still more than 10 minutes before midnight. Time was running out. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, also had a serious face. She couldn't think of any good way to deal with the upcoming danger except relying on strength to resist. Ji-sun gave her the God-stealing ring and said, "Aunt Qin, try it on first, and see if you can find some useful information." "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded, and immediately understood. She put on the ring and began to look through the notes again. Ji-sun felt that it was highly unlikely that he would find it, because according to the description in the notes, the incident should have happened within the past 200 or 300 years. Even if the notes really hid some secrets from the Talon period, it would not solve the problem at hand. At this time, Ji-sun pondered again. According to the notes, even if we stay in the room, we will still be in danger. Qin Rushi glanced at him. "What do you mean?" Ji-sun nodded. "I want to go out and take a look. The conductor and the notes have reminded us not to go out as much as possible." But Ji-sun felt that there were limited clues in the room, and 10 minutes was enough for him to check them all. When he came here before, the doors of the dozen or so compartments he passed by were all closed, and all the details were remembered in his mind, so there was nothing to check. The only thing he didn't know was the situation of room 001, before room 002, and the compartment near the front of the train. Thinking of this, Ji-sun walked to the door. He was not so arrogant as to step out physically. The shadow under his feet quietly moved. Ji-sun carefully opened the door a little, and the shadow slipped out and walked all the way to the front of the train. Room 001 was also closed, and the situation inside could not be detected at all. The shadow continued to walk towards the front of the train. In the room, Ji-sun was not idle either. He looked in the mirror, and did not forget the only insider. He thought about it and asked directly, Yuan, "Do you know who lives in the next room?" Hearing this, the ghost face in the mirror shuddered with fear. "They are so fierce, I dare not provoke them. Ji-sun said, have you seen them? The mirror spirit replied, no. They only come out at midnight, when I am sleeping. But someone from the Bai family used my ability to look at the next room before, and then they died. Ji-sun's expression froze when he heard this. Just now, he actually thought that this mirror had the function of seeing things and wanted to try to see what was going on next door. It seems that I can't try it. Will I die if I see it? Ji-sun asked again, how did they die? I don't remember clearly. In the mirror, the round and empty eyes of the skull seemed to be trying to recall something, but couldn't remember it. It said aggrievedly, I only remember that they beat me fiercely. As it said that, looking at Ji-sun and the others, it said, don't let me see it again. Hearing this, Ji-sun immediately realized something. The reason why the spirit of the instrument is not spiritual is probably that it grows slowly. Another possibility is that, like Wankai, it was dispersed by someone. In other words, this mirror spirit may have been dispersed when it spied on the travelers in the next room. Before Ji-sun wanted to ask anything else, the spirit suddenly said very quickly, time is up, I'm going to sleep. I won't chat with you anymore. Looking again, the skull in the mirror quickly hid in the depths of the mirror, and could no longer be seen. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi frowned as they looked at it. Time is up. Looking at the pocket watch, there are still 10 minutes. The only person who could help, the insider, also left. Ji-sun suddenly felt that the situation was not good. But the good news was that Shadow had already arrived in another carriage. In the shared vision, Ji-sun saw Shadow merge into the dark element, and then he saw a coffin. Huh? Since the train was heading to the underworld, Ji-sun was not surprised to see anything here. It was not surprising to see a coffin parked there. But surprisingly, the style of this coffin was a little familiar. If I remember correctly, the Orlan royal family also has a similar black coffin? Ji-sun remembered that last time in Xiaomaicheng, the forbidden spell master Qiaolin, one of the 4 knights of the king, wanted to seal the angel's body, so he took out such a coffin. However, there is also one on the Bai family's train, a set of relics. However, the 2 coffins look the same, but the spell carvings on them are not quite the same. When Ji-sun saw this, he suddenly realized, could this coffin be the source of the mysterious power that warms the soul on the train? But before Shadow could observe the coffin, he suddenly heard a strange laugh, like metal friction. Haha, I haven't seen a living person for a long time. Ji-sun was shocked when he saw this. Something was wrong. He suddenly realized something. The note said that there was a suspected special ghost out of control in this special carriage. That guy also had the ability to invade the compartment and kill people. And the mirror spirit said that the time had come before, which was not its excuse, but Ji-sun's own perception was affected and he misread the time. Time illusion. It's not 11:50 now, but 12 o'clock at midnight. Some monster has come out.